Table of contents. Imprenta. Epigraph. The Purple Cloud. Introduction. The Purple Cloud. Introduction. The Purple Cloud. Endnotes. Colophon. Landmarks. The Purple Cloud. Endnotes. The Purple Cloud MP. Colophon. The Purple Cloud was published in 1901 by MP. This was produced for Standard by, and is based on a transcription produced in 2004 by Shiel, Ali, Maria, and distributed proofreaders for Project and on digital scans from the Trust Digital Library. The cover page is adapted from a painting completed in 1924 by. The cover and title pages feature the League Spartan and Sorts Mill typefaces created in 2014 and 2009 by the Leg of Type. This edition was released on March 10, 2026, 7:23 p.m. and is based on revision 246D0. The first edition of this was released on August 6, 2025, 2:38 p.m. You can check for updates to this, view its revision history, or download it for different systems at org-mp The Purple Cloud. The volunteer-driven Standard project relies on readers like you to submit typos, corrections, and other improvements. Anyone can contribute at .org. Endnotes. This I intend to publish under the title of The Last Miracle, II. Will bear that of The Lord of the Sea. The present book is marked III. The perusal of IV. I have yet finished, but so far do not consider it suitable for publication. This I intend to publish under the title of The Last Miracle, II. Will bear that of The Lord of the Sea. The present book is marked III. The perusal of IV. I have yet finished, but so far do not consider it suitable for publication. This must be French reckoning from Meridian of Paris. This must be French reckoning from Meridian of Paris. The Purple Cloud. Imprenta. This is the product of many hours of hard work by volunteers for Standard, and builds on the hard work of other literature lovers made possible by the public domain. This particular is based on a transcription from Project and on digital scans from the Trust Digital Library. The source text and artwork in this are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. They may still be copyrighted in other countries, so users located outside of the United States must check their local laws before using this. The creators of and contributors to this dedicate their contributions to the worldwide public domain via the terms in the CC01 Universal Public Domain Dedication. For full license information, see the at the end of this. Standard is a volunteer-driven project that produces editions of public domain literature using modern typography, technology, and editorial standards, and distributes them free of cost. You can download this and other carefully produced for true book lovers at .org. Introduction. About 3 months ago, that is to say, toward the end of May of this year of 1900, the writer whose name appears on the received as noteworthy a letter and packet of papers, as it has been his lot to examine. They came from a very good friend of mine, whose name there is no reason that I should now conceal. Dr. Arthur Lister, M.A., Oxon. FRCP. It happened that for 2 years I had been spending most of my time in France, and as had a Norfolk practice, I had not seen him during my visits to London. Moreover, though our friendship was of the most intimate kind, we were both atrocious correspondents, so that only 2 notes passed between us during those years. Till last May there reached me the letter and the packet to which I refer. The packet consisted of 4 notebooks, quite crowded throughout with those giddy shapes of Pitman's shorthand, whose ensemble so resembles startled swarms hovering in flighty poses on the wing. They were scribbled in pencil, with little distinction between thick and thin strokes, few vowels, so that their slow deciphering, I can assure the reader, has been no holiday. The letter also was penciled in shorthand, and this letter, together with the second of the notebooks which I have deciphered, it was marked III. I now publish. I must say, however, that in some 5 instances there will occur sentences rather crutched by my own guesswork, and in 2 instances the characters were so impossibly mystical that I had to abandon the passage with a headache. But all this will be found immaterial to the general narrative. The following is letter. Dear old, I have just been lying thinking of you, and wishing that you were here to give one a last squeeze of the hand before I go, for by all appearance going I am. 4 days ago I began to feel a soreness in the throat, and passing by old Johnson's surgery went in and asked him to have a look at me. He muttered something about membranous laryngitis which made me smile, but by the time I reached home I was hoarse and not smiling. Before night I had an laryngeal stridor. I at once telegraphed to London for Morgan, and between him and Johnson, they have been opening my trachea and burning my inside with chromic acid and the galvanic cautery. The difficulty as to breathing has subsided, and it is wonderful how little I suffer, but I am much too old a hand not to know what's what. The bronchi are too far involved, and as a matter of absolute fact, there isn't any hope. Morgan is still, I believe, fondly dwelling upon the possibility of adding me to his successful tracheotomy statistics, but prognosis was always my strong point, and I say no. The very small consolation of my death will be the beating of a specialist in his own line. So we shall see. I have been arranging some of my affairs this morning, and remembered these notebooks. I intended letting you have them months ago, but my habit of putting things off, and the fact that the lady was alive from whom I took down the words, prevented me. Now she is dead, and as a literary man and a student of life, you should be interested, if you can manage to read them. You may even find them valuable. I am under a little morphia at present, propped up in a nice little state of languor, and as I am able to write without much effort, I will tell you in the old Pitmans something about her. Her name was Miss Mary Wilson. She was about 30 when I met her, 45 when she died, and I knew her intimately all those 15 years. Do you know anything about the philosophy of the hypnotic trance? Well, that was the relation between us hypnotist and subject. She had been under another man before my time, but no one was ever so successful with her as I. She suffered from tic of the 5th nerve. She had had most of her teeth drawn before I saw her, and an attempt had been made to wrench out the nerve on the left side by the external scission. But it made no difference. All the clocks in hell in that poor woman's jaw, and it was the mercy of Providence that ever she came across me. My was found to have almost complete and quite easy control over hers, and with a few passes I could expel her legion. Well, you never saw anyone so singular in personal appearance as my friend, Miss Wilson. Medicine man as I am, I could never behold her suddenly without a sensation of shock. She suggested so inevitably what we call the other world, one detecting about her some of the worm, with the feeling that here was rather ghost than woman. And yet I can hardly convey to you the why of this, except by dry details as to the contours of her lofty brow, meager lips, pointed chin, and ashen cheeks. She was tall and deplorably emaciated, her whole skeleton, except the thigh bones, being quite visible. Her eyes were of the bluish hue of cigarette smoke, and had in them the strangest, feeble, unearthly gaze, while at 35 her paltry wisp of hair was quite white. She was well-to-do and lived alone in Old Wooding Manor House, 5 miles from Ash Thomas. As you know, I was beginning in these parts at the time, and soon took up my residence at the manor. She insisted that I should devote myself to her alone, and that one patient constituted the most lucrative practice which I ever had. Well, I quickly found that in the state of trance, Miss Wilson possessed very remarkable powers. Remarkable, I mean not, of course, because peculiar to herself in kind, but because they were so constant, reliable, exact, and far-reaching in degree. The veriest fledgling in psychical science will now sit and discourse finically to you about the reporting powers of the mind in its trance state, just as though it was something quite new. This simple fact, I assure you, which the Psychical Research Society, only after endless investigation, admits to be scientific, has been perfectly well known to every old crone since the Middle Ages, and I assume long previously. What an unnecessary air of discovery! The certainty that someone in trance in Manchester can tell you what is going on in London or in Peking was not, of course, left to the acumen of an office in Fleet Street, and the Society, in establishing the fact beyond doubt for the general public, has not gone one step toward explaining it. They have, in fact, revealed nothing that many of us did not, with absolute assurance, know before. But talking of poor Miss Wilson, I say that her powers were remarkable, because, though not exceptional in genre, they were so special in quantity, so constant and far-reaching. I believe it to be a fact that, in general, the powers of trance manifest themselves more particularly with regard to space, as distinct from time. The spirit roams in the present, it travels over a plane, it does not usually attract the interest of observers by great ascents or by great descents. I fancy that is so. But Miss Wilson's gift was special to this extent, that she traveled in every direction, and easily in all but one, north and south, up and down, in the past, the present, and the future. This I discovered not at once, but gradually. She would emit a stream of sounds in the trance state. I can hardly call it speech, so murmurous yet guttural was the utterance, mixed with puffy breath sounds at the languid lips. This state was accompanied by an intense contraction of the pupils, absence of the knee-jerk, considerable rigor, and a rapt and errant expression. I got into the habit of sitting long hours at her bedside, quite fascinated by her, trying to catch the import of that opiate and visionary language which came puffing and fluttering in deliberate monotone from her lips. Gradually, in the course of months, my ear learned to detect the words. The veil was rent for me also, and I was able to follow somewhat the course of her musing and wandering spirit. At the end of 6 months, I heard her one day repeat some words which were familiar to me. They were these: such were the arts by which the Romans extended their conquests and attained the palm of victory, and the concurring testimony of different authors enables us to describe them with precision. I was startled. They are part of Gibbon's Decline and Fall, which I easily guessed that she had never read. I said in a stern voice, "Where are you?" She replied, "Us are in a room, 811 miles above. A man is writing. Us are reading." I may tell you 2 things. First, that in trance she never spoke of herself as I, nor even as we, but for some unknown reason in the objective way as us. Us are, she would say, us will, us went, though of course she was an educated lady and I don't think ever lived in the west of England where they say us in that way. Secondly, when wandering in the past, she always represented herself as being above the earth. And higher the further back in time she went. In describing present events she appears to have felt herself on the earth, while, as regards the future, she invariably declared that us were so many miles within the earth. To her excursions in this last direction, however, there seemed to exist certain fixed limits. I say seemed, for I cannot be sure, and only mean that, in spite of my efforts, she never, in fact, went far in this direction. 3,000–4,000 miles were common figures on her lips in describing her distance above, but her distance within never got beyond 63. Usually she would say 20–25. She appeared in relation to the future to resemble a diver in the deep sea, who, the deeper he strives, finds a more resistant pressure, till at no great depth resistance becomes prohibition and he can no further strive. I am afraid I can't go on, though I had a good deal to tell you about this lady. During 15 years, off and on, I sat listening by her dim bedside to her murmuring trances. At last my expert ear could detect the sense of her faintest sigh. I heard the decline and fall from beginning to end. Some of her reports were the most frivolous nonsense, over others I have hung in a horror of interest. Certainly, my friend, I have heard some amazing words proceed from those wan lips of Mary Wilson. Sometimes I could hitch her repeatedly to any scene or subject that I chose by the mere exercise of my will. At others, the flighty waywardness of her spirit eluded and baffled me. She resisted, she disobeyed. Otherwise I might have sent you, not 4 notebooks, but 20 or 40. About the 5th year it struck me that it would be well to jot down her more connected utterances, since I knew shorthand. The notebook marked I1, which seems to me the most curious, belongs to the 7th year. Its history, like those of the other 3, is this. I heard her one afternoon murmuring in the intonation used when reading. The matter interested me. I asked her where she was. She replied, "Us are 45 miles within." Us read, and another writes, from which I concluded that she was some 15 to 30 years in the future, perusing an as yet unpublished work. After that, during some weeks, I managed to keep her to the same subject, and finally, I fancy, won pretty well the whole work. I believe you would find it striking, and hope you will be able to read my notes. But no more of Mary Wilson now. Rather let us think a little of A.L., FRCP with a breathing tube in his trachea and eternity under his pillow. Dr.'s letter then continues on a subject of no interest here. The present writer may add that Dr. His prognosis of his own case proved correct, for he passed away 2 days after writing the above. My transcription of the shorthand book marked III. I now proceed to give without comment, merely reminding the reader that the words form the substance of a book or document to be written, or to be motived, according to Miss Wilson, in that future, which no less than the past, substantively exists in the present, though, like the past, we see it not. I need only add that the title, division into paragraphs, etc., have been arbitrarily contrived by myself for the sake of form and convenience. Here begins the notebook marked III. The purple cloud. Well, the memory seems to be getting rather impaired now, rather weak. What, for instance, was the name of that parson who preached, just before the Boreal set out, about the wickedness of any further attempt to reach the North Pole? I have forgotten. Yet 4 years ago it was familiar to me as my own name. Things which took place before the voyage seem to be getting a little cloudy in the memory now. I have sat here in the loggia of this Cornish villa to write down some sort of account of what has happened, God knows why, since no eye can ever read it, and at the very beginning I cannot remember the parson's name. He was a strange sort of man, surely, a Scotchman from Ayrshire, big and gaunt, with tawny hair. He used to go about London streets in and rough-spun clothes, a plaid flung from one shoulder. Once I saw him in with his rather wild stalk, frowning and muttering to himself. He had no sooner come to London and opened chapel, I think in Fetter Lane, than the little room began to be crowded, and when, some years afterwards, he moved to a big establishment in Kensington, all sorts of men, even from America and Australia, flocked to hear the thunderstorms that he talked, though certainly it was not an age apt to fly into enthusiasms over that species of pulpit prophets and prophecies. But this particular man undoubtedly did wake the strong dark feelings that sleep in the heart. His eyes were very singular and powerful. His voice from a whisper ran gathering like snowballs and crashed as I have heard the pack ice in commotion far yonder in the north, while his gestures were as uncouth and gawky as some wild man of the primitive ages. Well, this man, what was his name? I think, yes, that was it. Saw fit to take offense at the new attempt to reach the pole in the Boreal, and for 3 Sundays, when the preparations were nearing completion, stormed against it at Kensington. The excitement of the world with regard to the North Pole had at this date reached a pitch which can only be described as fevered, though that word hardly expresses the strange ecstasy and unrest which prevailed. For the abstract interest which mankind, in mere desire for knowledge, had always felt in this unknown region, was now, suddenly, 1,000 and 1,000 times intensified by a new, concrete interest, a tremendous money interest. And the new zeal had ceased to be healthy in its tone, as the old zeal was, for now the fierce demon Mammon was making his voice heard in this matter. Within the 10 years preceding the Boreal expedition, no less than 27 expeditions had set out and failed. The secret of this new rage lay in the last will and testament of Mr. Charles P. of Chicago, that king of faddists, supposed to be the richest individual who ever lived. He, just 10 years before the Boreal undertaking, had died, bequeathing $175 million to the man, of whatever nationality, who first reached the pole. Such was the actual wording of the will the man who first reached, and from this loose method of designating the person intended had immediately burst forth a prolonged heat of controversy in Europe and America as to whether or no the testator meant the chief of the first expedition which reached, but it was finally decided on the highest legal authority that in any case the actual wording of the document held good, and that it was the individual, whatever his station in the expedition, whose foot first reached the 90th degree of north latitude, who would have title to the fortune. At all events, the public ferment had risen, as I say, to a pitch of positive fever, and as to the Boreal in particular, the daily progress of her preparations was minutely discussed in the newspapers. Everyone was an authority on her fitting, and she was in every mouth a bet, a hope, a jest, or a sneer, for now, at last, it was felt that success was probable. So this had an acutely interested audience, if a somewhat startled and a somewhat cynical one. A truly lion-hearted man this must have been, after all, to dare proclaim a point of view so at variance with the spirit of his age. 1 against 400 millions, they bent one way, he the opposite, saying that they were wrong, all wrong. People used to call him John the Baptist Redivivus, and without doubt he did suggest something of that sort. I suppose that at the time when he had the face to denounce the Boreal, there was not a sovereign on any throne in Europe who, but for shame, would have been glad of a subordinate post on board. On the third Sunday night of his denunciation I was there in that Kensington chapel, and I heard him. And the wild talk he talked. He seemed like a man delirious with inspiration. The people sat quite spellbound, whilst prophesying voice ranged up and down through all the modulations of thunder, from the hurrying mutter to the reverberant shock and climax, and those who came to scoff remained to wonder. Put simply, what he said was this, that there was undoubtedly some sort of fate or doom connected with the poles of the earth in reference to the human race, that man's continued failure in spite of continual efforts to reach them abundantly and superabundantly proved this, and that this failure constituted a lesson and a warning which the race disregarded at its peril. The North Pole, he said, was not so very far away, and the difficulties in the way of reaching it were not, on the face of them, so very great. Human ingenuity had achieved 1,000 things 1,000 times more difficult, yet in spite of over half a dozen well-planned efforts in the 19th century, and 31 in the 20th, man had never reached, always he had been, by some seeming chance, some restraining hand, and herein lay the lesson, herein the warning. Wonderfully, really wonderfully like the tree of knowledge in Eden, he said, was that pole, all the rest of earth lying open and offered to man, but that persistently veiled and forbidden. It was as when a father lays a hand upon his son, with, "Not here, my child, wheresoever you will but not here." But human beings, he said, were free agents, with power to stop their ears and turn a callous consciousness to the whispers and warning indications of heaven. And he believed, he said, that the time was now come when man would find it absolutely in his power to stand on that 90th of latitude, and plant an impious right foot on the head of the earth, just as it had been given into the absolute power of Adam to stretch an impious right hand, and pluck of the fruit of knowledge. But said he, his voice pealing now into one long proclamation of awful augury, just as the abuse of that power had been followed in the one case by catastrophe swift and universal, so in the other he warned the entire race to look out thenceforth for nothing from God but a lowering sky and thundery weather. The man's frantic earnestness, authoritative voice, and savage gestures could not but have their effect upon all. As for me, I declare, I sat as though a messenger from heaven addressed me. But I believed that I had not yet reached home, when the whole impression of the discourse had passed from me like water from a duck back. The prophet in the 20th century was not a success. John Baptist himself, camel skin and all, would have met with only tolerant shrugs. I dismissed from my mind with the thought, he is behind his age, I suppose. But haven't I thought differently of since, my God? 3 weeks it was about that before that Sunday night discourse, I was visited by Clark, the chief of the coming expedition, a mere visit of friendship. I had then been established about a year at No. II Street, and though under 25, had, I suppose, as a practice as any doctor in Europe. But small, I was able to maintain my state and move among the great, but now and again I would feel the secret pinch of moneylessness. Just about that time, in fact, I was only saved from considerable embarrassment by the success of my book, Applications of Science to the Arts. In the course of conversation that afternoon, Clark said to me in his light, haphazard way, "Do you know what I dreamed about you last night, Adam? I dreamed that you were with us on the expedition." I think he must have seen my start. On the same night I had myself dreamed the same thing, but not a word said I about it now. There was a stammer in my tongue when I answered, "Who am I? I on the expedition I would not go if I were asked." "Oh, you would." "I wouldn't. You forget that I am about to be married." "Well, we need not discuss the point, as Peters is not going to die," said he. "Still, if anything did happen to him, you know, it is you I should come straight to, Adam." "Clark, you jest," I said. "I know really very little of astronomy or magnetic phenomena. Besides, I am about to be married." "But what about your botany, my friend? There's what we should be wanting from you, and as for nautical astronomy, Poe, a man with your scientific habit would pick all that up in no time." "You discuss the matter as gravely as though it were a possibility, Clark," I said, smiling. "Such a thought would never enter my head. There is, first of all, the all-important Countess, well, but she, as far as I know the lady, would be the first to force you to go. The chance of stamping one's foot on the North Pole does not occur to a man every day, my son." "Do talk of something else," I said. "There is Peters." "Well, of course there is Peters. But believe me, the dream I had was so clear. Let me alone with your dreams and your poles. I laughed. Yes, I remember, I pretended to laugh loud. But my secret heart knew, even then, that one of those crises was occurring in my life which, from my youth, has made it the most extraordinary which any creature of earth ever lived. And I knew that this was so, firstly, because of the two dreams, and secondly, because, when Clark was gone and I was drawing on my gloves to go to see I heard distinctly the old two voices talk within me, and one said, "Go not to see her now." And the other, "Yes, go, go." The two voices of my life. An ordinary person reading my words would undoubtedly imagine that I mean only two ordinary contradictory impulses, or else that I rave. For what modern man could comprehend how real seeming were those voices, how loud, and how, ever and again, I heard them contend within me, with a nearness nearer than breathing, as it says in the poem, and closer than hands and feet. About the age of 7, it happened first to me. I was playing one summer evening in a pine wood of my father. Half a mile away was a quarry cliff, and as I played, it suddenly seemed as if someone said to me, inside of me, "Just take a walk toward the cliff," and as if someone else said, "Don't go that way," at all mere whispers then, which gradually, as I grew up, seemed to swell into cries of wrathful contention. I did go toward the cliff. It was steep, 30 feet high, and I fell. Some weeks later, on recovering speech, I told my astonished mother that someone had pushed me over the edge, and that someone else had caught me at the bottom. One night, soon after my 11th birthday, lying in bed, the thought struck me that my life must be of great importance to something or things which I could not see, that two powers which hated each other must be continually after me, one wishing for some reason to kill me, and the other for some reason to keep me alive, one wishing me to do so-and-so, and the other to do the opposite, that I was not a boy like other boys, but a creature separate, special, marked for something. Already I had notions, touches of mood, passing instincts, as occult and primitive, I verily believe, as those of the first man that stepped, so that such biblical expressions as "the Lord spake to so-and-so," saying, have hardly ever suggested any question in my mind as to how the voice was heard. I did not find it so very difficult to comprehend that originally man had more ears than two, nor should have been surprised to know that I in these latter days more or less resembled those primeval ones. But not a creature, except perhaps my mother, has ever dreamed me what I here state that I was. I seemed the ordinary youth of my time, bow in my varsity 8, cramming for exams. Dawdling in clubs. When I had to decide as to a profession, who could have suspected the conflict that transacted itself in my soul, while my brain was indifferent to the matter, that agony of strife with which the brawling voices shouted, the one, "Be a scientist, a doctor," and the other, "Be a lawyer, an engineer, an artist, be anything but a doctor." A doctor I became, and went to what had grown into the greatest of medical schools, Cambridge, and there it was that I came across a man, named Scotland, who had a rather odd view of the world. He had rooms, I remember, in the New Court at Trinity, and a set of us were generally there. He was always talking about certain black and white powers, till it became absurd, and the men used to call him Black and White Mystery Man, because one day when someone said something about the black mystery of the universe, Scotland interrupted him with the words, "The black and white mystery." Quite well I remember Scotland now, the sweetest, gentle soul he was, with a passion for cats and Sappho and the anthology, very short in stature, with a Roman nose, continually making the effort to keep his neck straight and draw his paunch in. He used to say that the universe was being frantically contended for by two powers, a white and a black, that the white was the stronger but did not find the conditions on our particular planet very to his success, that he had got the best of it up to the Middle Ages in Europe, but since then had been slowly and stubbornly giving way before the black, and that finally the black would win not everywhere perhaps, but here, and would carry off, if no other earth, at least this one, for his prize. This was Scotland's doctrine, which he never tired of repeating, and while others heard him with mere toleration, little could they divine with what agony of inward interest I, cynically smiling there, drank in his words. Most profound, was the impression they made upon me. But I was saying that when Clark left me, I was drawing on my gloves to go to see the Countess, when I heard the two voices most clearly. Sometimes the urgency of one or other impulse is so overpowering that there is no resisting it, and it was so then with the one that bid me go. I had to traverse the distance between Street and Hanover Square, and all the time it was as though something shouted at my physical ear, "Since you go, breathe no word of the Boreal and Clark's visit," and another shout, "Tell, hide nothing." It seemed to last a month, yet it was only some minutes before I was in Hanover Square and in my arms. She was, in my opinion, the most superb of creatures, that haughty neck which seemed always scorning something just behind her left shoulder. Superb! But I know it now, a godless woman, a bitter heart. Once confessed to me that her character in history was, and when she saw my horror, immediately added, "Well, no, I am only joking." Such was her duplicity, for I see now that she lived in the constant effort to hide her heinous heart from me. Yet now I think of it, how completely did me. Our proposed marriage was opposed by both my family and hers, by mine because her father and grandfather had died in lunatic asylums, and by hers because, forsooth, I was neither a rich nor a noble match. A sister of hers, much older than herself, had married a common country doctor, Peters of Taunton, and this so-called made the so-called with me doubly detestable in the eyes of her relatives. But extraordinary passion for me was to be stemmed neither by their threats nor prayers. What a flame, after all, was! Sometimes she frightened me. She was at this date no longer young, being by 5 years my senior, as also by 5 years the senior of her nephew, born from the marriage of her sister with Peters of Taunton. This nephew was Peter Peters, who was to accompany the Boreal expedition as doctor, botanist, and assistant. On that day of Clark's visit to me, I had not been seated 5 minutes when I said, "Doctor, Clark Ha has been talking to me about the expedition. He says that if anything happened to Peters, I should be the first man he would run to. He has had an absurd dream." The consciousness that filled me as I uttered these words was the wickedness of me, the crooked wickedness. But I could no more help it than I could fly. Was standing at a window holding a rose at her face. For quite a minute she made no reply. I saw her sharp-cut, florid face in profile, steadily bent and smelling. She said presently in her cold, rapid way, "The man who first plants his foot on the North Pole will certainly be ennobled. I say nothing of the many millions, I only wish that I was a man." "I don't know that I have any special ambition that way," I rejoined. "I am very happy in my warm Eden with I don't like the outer cold. Don't let me think little of you." She answered pettishly, "Why should you? I am not bound to desire to go to the North Pole, am I? But you would go, I suppose, if you could." I doubt it. There is our marriage." "Marriage, indeed. It is the one thing to transform our marriage from a sneaking difficulty to a 10 times triumphant event." "You mean if I personally were the first to stand at the pole. But there are many in an expedition. It is very unlikely that I personally." "For me you will," she began. "Will?" I cried. "You say will. There is not even the slightest shadow of a probability." "But why? There are still 3 weeks before the start. They say—" She stopped. "They say what?" Her voice dropped. "That Peter takes atropine." "Ah," I started then. She moved from the window, sat in a rocking chair, and turned the leaves of a book without reading. We were silent, she and I standing looking at her, she drawing the thumb across the leaf edges and beginning again contemplatively. Then she laughed dryly, a dry, mad laugh. "Why did you start when I said that?" she asked, reading now at random. I did not start." "What made you think that I started?" "I did not start." "Who told you that Peters takes atropine?" "He is my nephew, I should know. But don't look dumbfounded in that absurd fashion. I have no intention of poisoning him in order to see you a multimillionaire and a peer of the realm." "My dearest, I easily might, however. He will be here presently. He is bringing Mr. Wilson for the evening." Wilson was going as electrician of the expedition. I said, "Believe me, you jest in a manner which does not please me." "Do I really?" She answered with that haughty, stiff half-turn of her throat, "Then I must be more exquisite. But thank heaven it is only a jest. Women are no longer admired for doing such things." No longer admired. Oh my good Lord. Let us change this talk. But now she could talk of nothing else. She got from me that afternoon the history of all the polar expeditions of late years, how far they reached, by what aids, and why they failed. Her eyes shone, she listened eagerly. Before this time, indeed, she had been interested in the Boreal, knew the details of her outfitting, and was acquainted with several members of the expedition. But now, suddenly, her mind seemed wholly possessed, my mention of Clark's visit apparently setting her well aburn with the pole fever. The passion of her kiss, as I tore myself from her embrace that day, I shall not forget. I went home with a pretty heavy heart. The house of Dr. Peter Peters was 3 doors from mine, on the opposite side of the street. Toward 1 that night, his footman ran to knock me up with the news that Peters was very ill. I hurried to his bedside, and knew by the first glance at his deliriums and his staring pupils that he was poisoned with atropine. Wilson, the electrician, who had passed the evening with him in Hanover Square, was there. "What on earth is the matter?" he said to me. "Poisoned," I answered. "Good God! What with?" "Atropine." "Good heavens! Don't be frightened, I think he will recover." "Is that certain?" "Yes, I think that is, if he leaves off taking the drug, Wilson." "What?" "It is he who has poisoned himself." I hesitated. But I said, "He is in the habit of taking atropine, Wilson." 3 hours I remained there, and God knows, toiled hard for his life, and when I left him in the dark of the foreday, my mind was at rest, he would recover. I slept till 11 a.m., and then hurried over again to Peters. In the room were my 2 nurses, and my beloved put her forefinger to her lips, whispering, "Oh, Chage, he is asleep." She came closer to my ear, saying, "I heard the news early. I am come to stay with him till the last." We looked at each other some time eye to eye, steadily, she and I, but mine dropped perforce. A word was on my mouth to say, but I said nothing. The recovery of Peters was not so steady as I had expected. At the end of the first week, he was still prostrate. It was then that I said too, "Your presence at the bedside here somehow does not please me. It is so unnecessary." "Unnecessary, certainly," she replied, "but I always had a genius for nursing and a passion for watching the battles of the body. Since no one objects, why should you?" I don't know. This is a case that I dislike. I have half a mind to throw it to the devil." "Then do so. And you too, go home. But why, if one does no harm? In these days of the corruption of the upper classes, and Roman decadence of everything, shouldn't every innocent whim be encouraged by you upright ones who strive against the tide? Whims are the brakes of crimes, and this is mine. I find a sensuous pleasure, almost a sensual, in dabbling in delicate drugs like Helen, for that matter, and Medea and Calypso, and the great antique women, who were all excellent chemists. To study the human ship in a gale, and the slow drama of its foundering, isn't that a quite thrilling distraction? And I want you to get into the habit, at once, of letting me have my little way." Now she touched my hair with a lofty playfulness that soothed me, but even then I looked upon the rumpled bed, and saw that the man there was really very sick. I have still a nausea to write about it. In her own age may have been heroic, but in this late century, one could retch up the heart. The man grew sick on that bed, I say. The 2nd week passed, and only 10 days remained before the start of the expedition. At the end of that 2nd week, Wilson, the electrician, was one evening sitting by Peters' bedside when I entered. At the moment was about to administer a dose to Peters, but seeing me, she put down the medicine glass on the night table and came toward me, and as she came I saw a sight which stabbed me, for Wilson took up the deposited medicine glass, elevated it, looked at it, smelled into it, and he did it with a kind of hurried, light-fingered stealth, and he did it with an underlook and a meaningness of expression which I thought proved mistrust. Meantime Clark came each day. He had himself a medical degree, and about this time I called him in professionally, together with of Cavendish Square, to consultation over Peters. The patient lay in a semi-coma broken by passionate vomitings, and his condition puzzled us all. I formally stated that he took atropine, had been originally poisoned by atropine, but we saw that his present symptoms were not atropine symptoms, but it almost seemed of some other vegetable poison, which we could not precisely name. "Mysterious thing," said Clark to me when we were alone. "I don't understand it," I said. "Who are the two nurses?" "Oh, highly recommended people of my own. At any rate, my dream about you comes true. It is clear that Peters is out of the running now." I shrugged. "I now formally invite you to join the expedition," said Clark. "Do you consent?" I shrugged again. "Well, if that means consent," he said, "let me remind you that you have only 8 days and all the world to do in them." This conversation occurred in the dining room of Peters' house, and as we passed through the door, I saw gliding down the passage outside rapidly away from us. Not a word I said to her that day about Clark's invitation. Yet I asked myself repeatedly, did she not know of it? Had she not listened and heard? However, that was about midnight. To my great surprise, Peters opened his eyes and smiled. By noon the next day, his fine vitality, which so fitted him for an Arctic expedition, had reasserted itself. He was then leaning on an elbow, talking to Wilson, and except his pallor and strong stomach pains, there was now hardly a trace of his late approach to death. For the pains, I prescribed some quarter-grain tablets of morphia, and went away. Now David Wilson and I never greatly loved each other, and that very day he brought about a painful situation as between Peters and me, by telling Peters that I had taken his place in the expedition. Peters, a touchy fellow, at once dictated a letter of protest to Clark, and Clark sent Peters' letter to me, marked with a big note of interrogation in blue pencil. Now all Peters' preparations were made, mine not, and he had 6 days in which to recover himself. I therefore wrote to Clark, saying that the changed circumstances of course annulled my acceptance of his offer, though I had already incurred the inconvenience of negotiating with a locum. This decided it, Peters was to go, I stay. The 5th day before the departure dawned. It was a Friday, the 15th June. Peters was now in an armchair. He was cheerful, but with a fevered pulse and still the stomach pains. I was giving him 3/4 grains of morphia a day. That Friday night at 11 p.m., I visited him and found there, talking to him, Peters was smoking a cigar. "Ah," said, "I was waiting for you, Adam. I didn't know whether I was to inject anything tonight. Is it yes or no? What do you think, Peters?" I said, "Any more pains?" "Well, perhaps you had better give us another quarter," he answered. "There's still some trouble in the tummy off and on." "A quarter grain, then," I said. As she opened the syringe box, she remarked with a pout, "Our patient has been naughty. He has taken some more atropine." I became angry at once. "Peters," I cried, "you know you have no right to be doing things like that without consulting me. Do that once more, and I swear I have nothing further to do with you." "Rubbish," said Peters. "Why all this unnecessary heat? It was a mere fly-bite. I felt that I needed it." "He injected it with his own hand," remarked. She was now standing at the mantelpiece, having lifted the syringe box from the night table, taken from its velvet lining both the syringe and the vial containing the morphia tablets, and gone to the mantelpiece to melt one of the tablets in a little of the distilled water there. Her back was turned upon us, and she was a long time. I was standing, Peters in his armchair, smoking. Then began to talk about a charity bazaar which she had visited that afternoon. She was long. The crazy thought passed through some dim region of my soul, why is she so long? Ah, that was a pain. Went Peters, never mind the bazaar, aunt, think of the morphia. Suddenly an irresistible impulse seized me to rush upon her, to dash syringe, tabloids, glass, and all from her hands. I must have obeyed it. I was on the tip-top point of obeying my body already leant prone, but at that instant a voice at the open door behind me said, Well, how is everything? It was Wilson, the electrician, who stood there. With lightning swiftness, I remembered an underlook of mistrust which I had once seen on his face. Oh well, I would not, and could not. She was my love. Eyes stood like marble. Went to meet Wilson with frank right hand, in the left being the fragile glass containing the injection. My eyes were fastened on her face. It was full of reassurance, of free innocence. I said to myself, I must surely be mad. An ordinary chat began, while turned up Peter's sleeve, and kneeling there, injected his forearm. As she rose, laughing at something said by Wilson, the drug glass dropped from her hand, and her heel, by an apparent accident, trod on it. She put the syringe, among a number of others, on the mantelpiece. Your friend has been naughty, Mr. Wilson, she said again with that same pout. He has been taking more atropine. Not really, said Wilson. Let me alone, the whole of you, answered Peters. I ain't a child. These were the last intelligible words he ever spoke. He died shortly before 1 a.m. He had been poisoned by a powerful dose of atropine. From that moment to the moment when the Boreal bore me down the Thames, all the world was a mere tumbling nightmare to me, of which hardly any detail remains in my memory. Only I remember the inquest, and how I was called upon to prove that Peters had himself injected himself with atropine. This was corroborated by Wilson and the verdict was in accordance. And in all that chaotic hurry of preparation, 3 other things only, but those with clear distinctness now, I remember. The first and chief is that tempest of words which I heard at Kensington from that big-mouthed, on the Sunday night. What was it that led me, busy as I was, to that chapel that night? Well, perhaps I know. There I sat and heard him, and most strangely have those words of his peroration planted themselves in my brain, when rising to a passion of prophecy he shouted, and as in the one case transgression was followed by catastrophe swift and universal, so in the other I warned the entire race to look out thenceforth for nothing from God but a lowering sky and thundery weather. And this second thing I remember, that on reaching home I walked into my disordered library, for I had to hunt out some books, where I met my housekeeper in the act of rearranging things. She had apparently lifted an old Bible by the front cover to fling it on the table, for as I threw myself into a chair, my eye fell upon the open print near the beginning. The print was very large, and a shaded lamp cast a light upon it. I had been hearing wild comparison of the pole with the tree of Eden, and that no doubt was the reason why such a start convulsed me, for my listless eyes had chanced to rest upon some words. The woman gave me of the tray, and I did eat. And a third thing I remember in all that turmoil of doubt and flurry, that as the ship moved down with the afternoon tide, a telegram was put into my hand. It was a last word from, and she said only this: Be first for me. The Boreal left stocks in beautiful weather on the afternoon of the 19th June, full of good hope, bound for the pole. All about the docks was one region of heads stretched far in innumerable vagueness, and down the river to a continuous dull roar and murmur of bees droned from both banks to cheer our departure. The expedition was partly a national affair, subvented by government, and if ever ship was well found, it was the Boreal. She had a frame tougher far than any battleship, capable of ramming some 10 yards of drift ice, and she was stuffed with sufficient pemmican, fish meal, and so on, to last us not less than 6 years. We were 17 all told, the 5 heads, so to speak, of the undertaking being Clark, our chief, John Mew, commander, meteorologist, Wilson, electrician, and myself, doctor, botanist, and assistant meteorologist. The idea was to get as far east as the 100 or the 120 of longitude, to catch there the northern current, to push and drift our way northward, and when the ship could no further penetrate, to leave her either 3 or else 4 of us on ski, and with sledges drawn by dogs and reindeer make a dash for the pole. This had also been the plan of the last expedition, that of the Nix, and of several others. The Boreal only differed from the Nix, and others, in that she was a thing of nicer design and of more exquisite forethought. Our voyage was without incident up to the end of July, when we encountered a drift of ice floes. On the 1st August we were at where we met our coal ship, and took in a little coal for emergency, liquid air being our proper motor, also 43 dogs, 4 reindeer, and a quantity of reindeer moss. And 2 days later we turned our bows finally northward and eastward, passing through heavy slack ice under sail and liquid air in crisp weather, till on the 27th August we lay moored to a floe off the desolate island of. The first thing which we saw here was a bear on the shore, watching for young whitefish, and promptly Clark, Mew, and engineer went on shore in the launch, I and following in the pram, each party with 3 dogs. It was while climbing away inland that said to me, "When Clark leaves the ship for the dash to the pole, it is 3, not 2 of us after all that he is going to take with him, making a party of 4. Is that so? Who knows? Wilson does." Clark has let it out in conversation with Wilson. As well, the more the merrier. Who will be the 3? Wilson is sure to be in it, and there may be Mew making the 3rd. As to the 4th, I suppose I shall get left out in the cold. More likely Well, the race is between us 4. Wilson, Mew, you and I. It is a question of physical fitness combined with special knowledge. You are too lucky a dog to get left out. Well, what does it matter, so long as the expedition as a whole is successful? That is the main thing. Oh yes, that's all very fine talk. But is it quite sincere? Isn't it rather a pose to affect to despise $175 million? I want to be in at the death, and I mean to be if I can. We are all more or less self-interested. Look, I whispered a bear. It was a mother and cub, and with determined trudge she came wagging her low head, having no doubt smelled the dogs. We separated on the instant, doubling different ways behind ice boulders, wanting her to go on nearer the shore before killing, but passing close she spied and bore down at a trot upon me. I fired into her neck, and at once with a roar she turned tail, making now straight in's direction. I saw him run out from cover some 100 yards away, aiming his long gun, but no report followed, and in half a minute he was under her forepaws, she striking out slaps at the barking, shrinking dogs. Roared for my help, and at that moment, I, poor wretch, in far worse plight than he, stood shivering in ague, for suddenly one of those wrangles of the voices of my destiny was filling my bosom with loud commotion, one urging me to fly to aid, one passionately commanding me be still. But it lasted, I believe, some seconds only. I ran and got a shot into the bear's brain, and leapt up with a rent down his face. But singular destiny! Whatever I did, if I did evil, if I did good, the result was the same. Tragedy dark and sinister. Poor was doomed that voyage, and my rescue of his life was the means employed to make his death the more certain. I think that I have already written, some pages back, about a man called Scotland, whom I met at Cambridge. He was always talking about certain black and white beings and their contention for the earth. We others used to call him the black and white mystery man, because, one day, but that is no matter now. Well, with regard to all that, I have a fancy, a whim of the mind quite wide of the truth, no doubt, but I have it here in my brain, and I will write it down now. It is this, that there may have been some sort of arrangement or understanding between black and white, as in the case of Adam and the fruit, that, should mankind force his way to the pole and the old forbidden secret biding there, then some mishap should not fail to overtake the race of man, that the white, being kindly disposed to mankind, did not wish this to occur, and intended, for the sake of the race, to destroy our entire expedition before it reached. And that the black, knowing that the white meant to do this, and by what means, used me to outwit this design, first of all working that I should be one of the party of 4 to leave the ship on ski. But the childish attempt, my God, to read the immense riddle of the world. I could laugh loud at myself, and at poor black and white Scotland too. The thing can't be so simple. Well, we left the same day, and goodbye now to both land and open sea. Till we passed the latitude of Cape, which we did not sight, it was one succession of ice belts, with Mew in the crow's nest tormenting the electric bell to the engine room, the anchor hanging ready to drop, and Clark taking soundings. Progress was slow, and the polar night gathered round us apace, as we stole still onward and onward into that blue and glimmering land of eternal frore. We now left off bed coverings of reindeer skin and took to sleeping bags. 8 of the dogs had died by the 25th September, when we were experiencing 19 of frost. In the darkest part of our night, the northern light spread its silent, solemn banner over us, quivering round the heavens in a million fickle gods. The relations between the members of our little crew were excellent with one exception. David Wilson and I were not good friends. There was a tone in the evidence which he had given at the inquest on Peters, which made me mad every time I thought of it. He had heard Peters admit just before death that he, Peters, had administered atropine to himself, and he had had to give evidence of that fact. But he had given it in a most half-hearted way, so much so that the coroner had asked him, "What, sir, are you hiding from me?" Wilson had replied, "Nothing. I have nothing to tell." And from that day he and I had hardly exchanged 10 words, in spite of our constant companionship in the vessel, and one day, standing alone on a floe, I found myself hissing with clenched fist, if he dared suspect of poisoning Peters, I could kill him. Up to 78 of latitude, the weather had been superb, but on the night of the 7th October, well I remember it, we experienced a great storm. Our tub of a ship rolled like a swing, drenching the whimpering dogs at every lurch and hurling everything on board into confusion. The petroleum launch was washed from the davits. Down at one time to 40 below zero sank the thermometer, while a high aurora was whiffed into a chaos of hues, resembling the smeared palette of some turbulent painter of the skies or mixed battle of long-robed seraphim, and looking the very symbol of tribulation, tempest, wreck, and distraction. I, for the first time, was sick. It was with a dizzy brain, therefore, that I went off watch to my bunk. Soon, indeed, I fell asleep, but the rolls and shocks of the ship, combined with the heavy Greenland anorak which I had on, and the state of my body together produced a fearful nightmare, in which I was conscious of a vain struggle to move, a vain fight for breath, for the sleeping bag turned to an iceberg on my bosom. Of was my gasping dream. I dreamed that she let fall, drop by drop, a liquid, like pomegranate seeds, into a glass of water, and she presented the glass to Peters. The draught, I knew, was poisonous as death, and in a last effort to break the bands of that dark slumber, I was conscious, as I jerked myself upright, of screaming aloud. Spare the man! My eyes, starting with horror, opened to waking. The electric light was shining in the cabin, and there stood David Wilson looking at me. Wilson was a big man, with a massively built, long face made longer by a beard, and he had little nervous contractions of the flesh at the cheekbones, and plenty of big freckles. His clinging pose, his smile of disgust, his whole air, as he stood crouching and lurching there, I can shut my eyes and see now. What he was doing in my cabin, I did not know. To think, my good God, that he should have been led there just then. This was one of the 4 men's starboard berths. His was a port, yet there he was. But he explained at once. "Sorry to interrupt your innocent dreams," says he. "The Mercurian's thermometer is frozen," and he asked me to hand him his spirits of wine, one from his bunk. I did not answer. A hatred was in my heart against this man. The next day the storm died away, and either 3 or 4 days later the slush ice between the floes froze definitely. The Boreal's way was thus blocked. We warped her with ice anchors, and the capstan into the position in which she should lay up for her winter's drift. This was in about 79:20 N. The sun had now totally vanished from our bleak sky, not to reappear till the following year. Well, there was sledging with the dogs, and bear hunting among the hummocks, as the months, one by one, went by. One day Wilson, by far our best shot, got a walrus bull. Clark followed the traditional pursuit of a chief examining crustacea, and I were in a relation of close friendship, and I assisted his observations in a snow hut built near the ship. Often, through the 24 hours, a clear blue moon, very spectral, very fair, suffused all our dim and livid clime. It was 5 days before Christmas that Clark made the great announcement. He had determined, he said, if our splendid northward drift continued, to leave the ship about the middle of next March for the dash to the pole. He would take with him the 4 reindeer, all the dogs, 4 sledges, 4 kayaks, and 3 companions. The companions whom he had decided to invite were Wilson, Mew, and... He said it at dinner, and as he said it, David Wilson glanced at my wan face with a smile of pleased malice, for I was left out. I remember well, the aurora that night was in the sky, and at its edge floated a moon surrounded by a ring with 2 mock moons. But all shone very vaguely and far, and a fog, which had already lasted some days, made the ship's bows indistinct to me as I paced the bridge on my watch 2 hours after Clark's announcement. For a long time all was very still, save for the occasional whine of a dog. I was alone, and it grew toward the end of my watch when would succeed me. My slow tread tolled like a passing bell, and the mountainous ice lay vague and white around me, its sheeted ghastliness not less dreadfully silent than eternity itself. Presently, several of the dogs began barking together, left off, and began again. I said to myself, there is a bear about somewhere. And after some 5 minutes, I thought that I saw it. The fog had, if anything, thickened, and it was now very near the end of my watch. It had entered the ship, I concluded, by the boards which slanted from an opening in the port bulwarks down to the ice. Once before, in November, a bear, having smelled the dogs, had ventured on board at midnight, but then there had resulted a perfect hubbub among the dogs. Now, even in the midst of my excitement, I wondered at their quietness, though some whimpered with fear, I thought. I saw the creature steal forward from the hatchway toward the kennels of port, and I ran noiselessly and seized the watch-gun which stood always loaded by the companionway. By this time the form had passed the kennels, reached the bows, and now was making toward me on the starboard side. I took aim. Never, I thought, had I seen so huge a bear, though I made allowance for the magnifying effect of the fog. My finger was on the trigger, and at that moment a deathly shivering sickness took me. The wrangling voices shouted at me with "Shoot! Shoot not! Shoot!" Ah well, that latter shout was irresistible. I drew the trigger. The report hooted through the polar night. The creature dropped, both Wilson and Clark were up at once, and we three hurried to the spot. But the very first near glance showed a singular kind of bear. Wilson put his hand to the head, and a lax skin came away at his touch. It was who was underneath it, and I had shot him dead. For the past few days he had been cleaning skins, among them the skin of the bear from which I had saved him at. Now was a born pantomimist, continually inventing practical jokes, and perhaps to startle me with a false alarm in the very skin of the old bruin which had so nearly done for him, he had thrown it round him on finishing its cleaning, and so, in mere wanton fun, had crept on deck at the hour of his watch. The head of the bearskin and the fog must have prevented him from seeing me taking aim. This tragedy made me ill for weeks. I saw that the hand of fate was upon me. When I rose from bed, Poor was lying in the ice behind the great camel-shaped hummock near us. By the end of January, we had drifted to 80-55, and it was then that Clark, in the presence of Wilson, asked me if I would make the fourth man in the place of Poor for the dash in the spring. As I said, "Yes, I am willing," David Wilson spat with a disgusted emphasis. A minute later he sighed, with Poor, and drew in his breath with a tut. Tut. God knows I had an impulse to spring then and there at his throat and strangle him, but I curbed myself. There remained now hardly a month before the dash, and all hands set to work with a will, measuring the dogs, making harness and sealskin shoes for them, overhauling sledges and kayaks, and cutting every possible ounce of weight. But we were not destined, after all, to set out that year. About the 20th February, the ice began to pack, and the ship was subjected to an appalling pressure. We found it necessary to make trumpets of our hands to shout into one another's ears, for the whole ice continent was crashing, popping, thundering everywhere in terrific upheaval. Expecting every moment to see the Boreal crushed to splinters, we had to set about unpacking provisions, and placing sledges, kayaks, dogs, and everything in a position for instant flight. It lasted 5 days and was accompanied by a tempest from the north, which by the end of February had driven us back south into latitude 7940. Clark, of course, then abandoned the thought of the pole for that summer. And immediately afterwards we made a startling discovery. Our stock of reindeer moss was found to be somehow ridiculously small. Our second mate was blamed, but that did not help matters. The sad fact remained. Clark was advised to kill 1 or 2 of the deer, but he refused, and by the beginning of summer they were all dead. Well, our northward drift recommenced. Toward the middle of February, we saw a mirage of the coming sun above the horizon. There were flights of Arctic petrels and snow buntings, and spring was with us. In an icepack of big hummocks and narrow lanes, we made good progress all the summer. When the last of the deer died, my heart sank, and when the dogs killed 2 of their number and a bear crushed a third, I was fully expecting what actually came. It was this. Clark announced that he could now take only 2 companions with him in the spring, and they were Wilson and Mew. So once more I saw David Wilson's pleased smile of malice. We settled into our second winter quarters. Again came December, and all our drear sunless gloom, made worse by the fact that the windmill would not work, leaving us without the electric light. Ah me, none but those who have felt it could dream of one half the mental depression of that long Arctic night, how the soul takes on the hue of the world, and without and within is nothing but gloom, gloom, and the reign of the power of darkness. Not one of us but was in a dismal and dire mood, and on the 13th December the engineer stabbed the old harpooner in the arm. 3 days before Christmas, a bear came close to the ship, and then turned tail. Mew Wilson, I and a general hand, set out in pursuit. After a pretty long chase we lost him, and then scattered different ways. It was very dim, and after yet an hour's search, I was returning weary and disgusted to the ship, when I saw some shadow like a bear sailing away on my left, and at the same time sighted a man I did not know whom running like a handicapped ghost some little distance to the right. So I shouted out, "There he is, come on. This way." The man quickly joined me, but as soon as ever he me stopped dead. The devil must have suddenly got into him, for he said, "No thanks, alone with you I am in danger of my life." It was Wilson. And I too, forgetting at once all about the bear, stopped and faced him. "I see," said I, "but Wilson, you are going to explain to me now what you mean, you hear." "What do you mean, Wilson?" "What I say," he answered deliberately, eyeing me up and down. "Alone with you I am in danger of my life. Just as poor was, and just as poor Peter's was. Certainly you are a deadly beast." Fury leapt, my God, in my heart. Black as the tenebrous Arctic night was my soul. "Do you mean," said I, "that I want to put you out of the way in order to go in your place to the pole? Is that your meaning, man?" "That's about my meaning," says he. "You are a deadly beast, you know." "Stop," I said with blazing eye. "I am going to kill you, Wilson, as sure as God lives, but I want to hear first. Who told you that I killed Peters?" "Your lover killed him with your collusion." "Why, I heard you, man, in your beastly sleep, calling the whole thing out. And I was pretty sure of it before, only I had no proofs. By God, I should enjoy putting a bullet into you." "You wrong me, you wrong me," I shrieked, my eyes staring with ravenous lust for his blood, "and now I am going to pay you well for it. Look out, you." I aimed my gun for his heart, and I touched the trigger. He held up his left hand. "Stop," he said, "stop." He was one of the coolest of men, ordinarily. "There is no gallows on the Boreal, but Clark could easily rig one for you. I want to kill you too, because there are no criminal courts up here, and it would be doing a good action for my country. But not here, not now. Listen to me, don't shoot. Later we can meet when all is ready, so that no one may be the wiser and fight it all out." As he spoke, I let the gun drop. It was better so. I knew that he was much the best shot on the ship, and I an indifferent one, but I did not care if I was killed. It is a dim, inclement land, God knows, and the spirit of darkness and distraction is there. 20 hours later we met behind the great saddle-shaped hummock, some 6 miles to the S.E. of the ship. We had set out at different times, so that no one might suspect. And each brought a ship's lantern. Wilson had dug an ice grave near the hummock, leaving at its edge a heap of brash ice and snow to fill it. We stood separated by an interval of perhaps 70 yards, the grave between us, each with a lantern at his feet. Even so we were mere shadowy apparitions, one to the other. The air glowered very drearily, and present in my inmost soul were the frills of cold. A chill moon, a mere abstraction of light, seemed to hang far outside the universe. The temperature was at 55 below zero, so that we had on wind clothes over our anoraks and heavy foot bandages under our lap boots. Nothing but a weird morgue seemed the world, haunted with despondent madness, and exactly like that world about us were the minds of us two poor men, full of macabre, bleak, and funereal feelings. Between us yawned an early grave for one or other of our bodies. I heard Wilson cry out, "Are you ready?" "Aye, Wilson," cried I, "then here goes." Cries he. Even as he spoke, he fired. Surely the man was in deadly earnest to kill me. But his shot passed harmlessly by me, as indeed was only likely. We were mere shadows one to the other. I fired perhaps 10 seconds later than he, but in those 10 seconds he stood perfectly revealed to me in clear, lavender light. An Arctic fireball had traversed the sky, showering abroad, a sulphurous glamour over the snow landscape. Before the intenser blue of its momentary shine had passed away, I saw Wilson stagger forward and drop. And him and his lantern I buried deep there under the rubble ice. On the 13th March, nearly 3 months later, Clark, Mew and I left the Boreal in latitude 8515. We had with us 32 dogs, 3 sledges, 3 kayaks, human provisions for 112 days, and dog provisions for 40. Being now about 340 miles from the pole, we hoped to reach it in 43 days, then turning south and feeding living dogs with dead, make either land or, at which latter place we should very likely come up with a whaler. Well, during the first days, progress was very slow, the ice being rough and laney, and the dogs behaving most badly, stopping dead at every difficulty and leaping over the traces. Clark had the excellent idea of attaching a gold beater's skin balloon, with a lifting power of 35 pounds to each sledge, and we had with us a supply of zinc and acid to repair the hydrogen waste from the bags. But on the third day Mew overfilled and burst his balloon, and I and Clark had to cut ours loose in order to weights, for we could neither leave him behind, turn back to the ship, nor mend the bag. So it happened that at the end of the 4th day out, we had made only 19 miles, and could still from a hummock discern afar the leaning masts of the old Boreal. Clark led on ski, captaining a sledge with 400. Of instruments, ammunition, pemmican, bread, Mew followed, his sledge containing provisions only, and last came I with a mixed freight. But on the 3rd day Clark had an attack of snow blindness, and Mew took his place. Pretty soon our sufferings commenced, and they were bitter enough. The sun, though constantly visible day and night, gave no heat. Our sleeping bags, Clark and Mew slept together in one, I in another, were soaking wet all the night, being thawed by our warmth, and our fingers, under wrappings of grass and wolf skin, were always bleeding. Sometimes our frail bamboo cane kayaks, lying across the sledges, would crash perilously against an ice ridge, and they were our one hope of reaching land. But the dogs were the great difficulty. We lost 6 mortal hours a day in harnessing and tending them. On the 12th day Clark took a single altitude observation, and found that we were only in latitude 8645, but the next day we passed beyond the furthest point yet reached by man. 8653, attained by the Nix explorers 4 years previously. Our one secret thought now was food our day-long lust for the eating time. Mew suffered from Arctic thirst. Under these conditions, man becomes in a few days, not a savage only but a mere beast, hardly a grade above the bear and walrus. Ah, the ice! A long and sordid nightmare was that, God knows. On we pressed, crawling our little way across the vast, upon whose hoarse silence, from eternity until then, boots only and that great bear had watched. After the 11th day our rate of march improved, all lanes disappeared, and ridges became much less frequent. By the 15th day I was leaving behind the ice grave of David Wilson at the rate of 10 to 13 miles a day. Yet as it were, his arm reached out and touched me even there. His disappearance had been explained by 100 different guesses on the ship, all plausible enough. I had no idea that anyone connected me in any way with his death. But on our 22nd day of march, 140 miles from our goal, he caused a conflagration of rage and hate to break out among us 3. It was at the end of a march when our stomachs were hollow, our frames ready to drop, and our mood ravenous and inflamed. One of Mew's dogs was sick. It was necessary to kill it. He asked me to do it. Oh, said I, you kill your own dog, of course. Well, I don't know, he replied, catching fire at once. You ought to be used to killing. How do you mean, Mew? Said I with a mad start, for madness and the flames of hell were instant and uppermost in us all. You mean because my profession. Profession? Damn it, no, he snarled like a dog. Go and dig up David Wilson. I dare say you know where to find him, and he will tell you my meaning, right enough. I rushed at once to Clark, who was stooping among the dogs, unharnessing, and savagely pushing his shoulder. I exclaimed, That beast accuses me of murdering David Wilson. Well, said Clark, I'd split his skull as clane. Go away, Adam, and let me be. Snarled Clark. Is that all you've got to say about it, then, you? "To the devil with you, man, say I, and let me be," cried he. "You know your own conscience best, I suppose." Before this insult I stood with grinding teeth, but impotent. However, from that moment, a deeper mood of brooding malice occupied my spirit. Indeed, the of us all was one of dangerous, even murderous, fierceness. In that pursuit of riches into that region of cold, we had become almost like the beasts that perish. On the 10th April we passed the 89th parallel of latitude, and though sick to death, both in spirit and body, pressed still on. Like the lower animals, we were stricken now with dumbness, and hardly once in a week spoke a word one to the other, but in selfish brutishness on through a real hell of cold we moved. It is a cursed region beyond doubt, cursed, not meant to be penetrated by man, and rapid and awful was the degeneration of our souls. As for me, never could I have conceived that savagery so heinous could brood in a human bosom, as now I felt it brood in mine. If men could enter into a country specially set apart for the habitation of devils, and there become possessed of evil, as we were, so would they be. As we advanced, the ice every day became smoother, so that from 4 miles a day our rate increased to 15, and finally, as the sledges lightened, to 20. It was now that we began to encounter a succession of strange-looking objects lying scattered over the ice, whose number continually increased as we proceeded. They had the appearance of rocks or pieces of iron encrusted with glass fragments of various, and they were of every size. Their incrustations we soon determined to be diamonds and other precious stones. On our first 20-mile day, Mew picked up a diamond crystal as large as a child's foot, and such objects soon became common. We thus found the riches which we sought beyond all dream, but as the bear and the walrus find them, for ourselves we had lost, and it was a loss of riches barren as ashes. For all those millions we would not have given an ounce of fish meal. Clark grumbled something about there being meteor stones, whose ferruginous substance had been lured by the magnetic pole, and kept from frictional burning in their fall by the frigidity of the air, and they quickly ceased to interest our sluggish minds, except in so far as they obstructed our way. We had all along had good weather, till suddenly, on the morning of the 13th April, we were overtaken by a tempest from the SW, of such mighty and solemn volume that the heart quailed beneath it. It lasted in its full power only an hour, but during that time snatched 2 of our sledges long distances, and compelled us to lie face downward. We had traveled all the sunlit night, and were gasping with fatigue, so as soon as the wind allowed us to huddle together our scattered things, we crawled into the sleeping bags and instantly slept. We knew that the ice was in awful upheaval around us. We heard, as our eyelids sweetly closed, the slow booming of distant guns and brittle cracklings of artillery. This may have been a result of the tempest stirring up the ocean beneath the ice. Whatever it was, we did not care. We slept deep. We were within 10 miles of the pole. In my sleep it was as though someone suddenly shook my shoulder with urgent up. Boy. It was neither Clark nor Mew, but a dream merely, for Clark and Mew, when I started up, I saw lying still in their sleeping bag. I suppose it must have been about noon. I sat staring a minute, and my first numb thought was somehow this, that the Countess had prayed me be first for her. Wondrous little now cared I for the Countess, in her far unreal world of warmth, precious little for the fortune which she coveted. Millions on millions of fortunes lay unregarded around me. But that thought, be first, was deeply suggested in my brain, as if whispered there. Instinctively, brutishly, as the swine rushed down a steep place, I, rubbing my daft eyes, arose. The first thing which my mind opened to perceive was that, while the tempest was less strong, the ice was now in extraordinary agitation. I looked abroad upon a vast plain, stretched out to a circular but waving horizon, and varied by many hillocks, boulders, and sparkling meteor stones that everywhere tinseled the blinding white, some big as houses, most small as limbs. And this great plain was now rearranging itself in a widespread drama of havoc, withdrawing in ravines like mutual backing curtsies, then surging to clap together in passionate mountain peaks, else jostling like the fluent and inconstant as billows of the sea, grinding itself, piling itself, pouring itself in cataracts of powdered ice, while here and there I saw the meteor stones leap spasmodically, in dusts and heaps like geysers or spurting froths in a steamer's wake, a tremendous uproar meantime filling all the air. As I stood, I plunged and staggered, and I found the dogs sprawling with whimperings on the heaving floor. I did not care. Instinctively, daftly, brutishly, I harnessed 10 of them to my sledge, put on Canadian snowshoes, and was away northward alone. The sun shone with a clear, benign, but shining, a ghostly, remote, yet quite limpid light which seemed designed for the lighting of other planets and systems, and to strike here by happy chance. A great wind from the SW, meantime, sent thin snow sweepings flying northward past me. The odometer which I had with me had not yet measured for miles, when I began to notice two things. First, that the meteor stones were now accumulating beyond all limit, filling my range of vision to the northern horizon with a dazzling glister. In mounds and parterres and scattered disconnection they lay, like largesse of autumn leaves, spread out over those Elysian fields and fairy uplands of wealth, trillions of billions, so that I had need to steer my twining way among them. Now, too, I noticed that, but for these stones, all roughness had disappeared, not a trace of the upheaval going on a little further south being here, for the ice lay positively as smooth as a table before me. It is my belief that this stretch of smooth ice has never felt one shock or stir or throw, and reaches right down to the bottom of the deep. And now, with a wild hilarity, I flew. Gradually a dizziness, a lunacy had seized upon me, till finally, upbuoyed on air, and dancing mad I spun, with grinning teeth that chattered and gibbered and eyeballs of distraction. For fear, too most cold and dreadful, had its hand of ice upon my heart, I being so alone in that place, face to face with the ineffable, but still with a giddy levity and a fatal joy and a blind hilarity on I spun. The odometer measured 9 miles from my start. I was in the immediate neighborhood of the pole. I cannot say when it began, but now I was conscious of a sound in my ears, distinct and near, a steady sound of splashing or fluttering, resembling the noising of a cascade or brook, and it grew. 40 more steps I took, slide I could not now for the meteorites, perhaps 60, perhaps 80, and now, to my sudden horror, I stood by a circular, clean-cut lake. 1 minute only, swaying and nodding there I stood, and then I dropped down flat in swoon. In 100 years, I suppose, I should never succeed in analyzing why I swooned, but my consciousness still retains the impression of that horrid thrill. I saw nothing distinctly, for my whole being reeled and toppled drunken, like a spinning top in desperate death struggle at the moment when it flags and wobbles dissolutely to fall. But the very instant that my eyes met what was before me, I knew that here was the sanctity of sanctities, the old eternal inner secret of the life of this earth, which it was a most burning shame for a man to see. The lake, I fancy, must be a mile across, and in its middle is a pillar of ice, very low and broad, and I had the clear impression or dream or notion that there was a name or word graven all round in the ice of the pillar in characters which I could never read, and under the name a long date, and the fluid of the lake seemed to me to be wheeling with a shivering ecstasy, splashing and fluttering, round the pillar, always from west to east, in the direction of the spinning of the earth. And it was borne in upon me, I can't at all say how, that this fluid was the substance of a living creature, and I had the distinct fancy, as my senses failed, that it was a creature with many dull and anguished eyes, and that, as it wheeled forever round in fluttering lust, it kept its eyes always turned upon the name and the date graven in the pillar. But this must be my madness. It must have been not less than an hour before a sense of life returned to me, and when the thought stabbed my brain that a long, long time I had lain there in the presence of those gloomy orbs, my spirit seemed to groan and die within me. In some minutes, however, I had scrambled to my feet, clutched at a dog's harness, and without one backward glance was flying from that place. Halfway to the halting place, I waited Clark and Mew, being very sick and doddering and unable to advance. But they did not come. Later on, when I gathered force to go further, I found that they had perished in the upheaval of the ice. One only of the sledges, half buried, I saw near the spot of our bivouac. Alone that same day I began my way southward, and for 5 days made good progress. On the 8th day I noticed, stretched right across the southeastern horizon, a region of purple which luridly obscured the face of the sun, and day after day I saw it steadily brooding there. But what it could be, I did not understand. Well, onward through the desert ice I continued my lonely way, with a baleful shrinking terror in my heart, for very stupendous, alas, is the burden of that Arctic solitude upon one poor human soul. Sometimes on a halt I have lain and listened long to the hollow silence, recoiling, crushed by it, hoping that at least one of the dogs might whine. I have even crept shivering from the thawed sleeping bag to flog a dog, so that I might hear a sound. I had started from the pole with a well-filled sledge, and the 16 dogs left alive from the ice backing which buried my comrades. This was on the evening of the 13th April. I had saved from the wreck of our things most of the whey powder, pemmican, etc., as well as the theodolite, compass, chronometer, train oil lamp for cooking, and other implements. I was therefore in no doubt as to my course, and I had provisions for 90 days. But 10 days from the start my supply of dog food failed, and I had to begin to slaughter my only companions, one by one. Well, in the third week the ice became horribly rough, and with moil and toil enough to wear a bear to death, I did only 5 miles a day. After the day's work I would crawl with a dying sigh into the sleeping bag, clad still in the load of skins which stuck to me a mere filth of grease, to sleep the sleep of a swine, indifferent if I never woke. Always day after day on the southeastern horizon brooded sullenly that curious stretched-out region of purple, like the smoke of the conflagration of the world. And I noticed that its length constantly reached out and silently grew. Once I had a very pleasant dream. I dreamed that I was in a garden, an Arabian paradise, so sweet was the perfume. All the time, however, I had a subconsciousness of the gale which was actually blowing from the SE over the ice, and at the moment when I awoke was half droning to myself, "It is a garden of peaches, but I am not really in the garden, I am really on the ice, only the SE storm is wafting to me the aroma of this garden of peaches." I opened my eyes, I sprang to my feet. For of all the miracles I could not doubt an actual aroma like peach blossom was in the air about me. Before I could collect my astonished senses, I began to vomit pretty violently, and at the same time saw some of the dogs, mere skeletons as they were, vomiting too. For a long time I lay very sick in a kind of daze, and on rising found 2 of the dogs dead and all very queer. The wind had now changed to the north. Well, on I staggered, fighting every inch of my deplorably weary way. This of peach blossom, my sickness, and the death of the 2 dogs remained a wonder to me. 2 days later, to my extreme mystification and joy, I came across a bear and its cub lying dead at the foot of a hummock. I could not believe my eyes. There she lay on her right side, a spot of dirty white in a disordered patch of snow, with one little eye open and her fierce-looking mouth also, and the cub lay across her haunch, biting into her rough fur. I set to work upon her, and allowed the dogs a glorious feed on the blubber, while I myself had a great banquet on the fresh meat. I had to leave the greater part of the 2 carcasses, and I can feel again now the hankering reluctance quite unnecessary, as it turned out, with which I trudged onwards. Again and again I found myself asking, now, what could have killed those 2 bears? With brutish stolidness I plodded ever on, almost like a walking machine, sometimes nodding in sleep while I helped the dogs or the sledge over an ice ridge, pushing or pulling. On the 3rd June, a month and a half from my start, I took an observation with the theodolite, and found that I was not yet 400 miles from the pole. In latitude 8450 it was just as though some will was obstructing and retarding me. However, the intolerable cold was over, and soon my clothes no longer hung stark on me like. Pools began to appear in the ice, and presently, what was worse, my God, long lanes across which, somehow, I had to get the sledge. But about the same time all fear of starvation passed away, for on the 6th June I came across another dead bear, on the 7th 3, and thenceforth in rapidly growing numbers I met not bears only but fulmars, guillemots, snipes, gulls, little auks, all lying dead on the ice. And never anywhere a living thing, save me and the 2 remaining dogs. If ever a poor man stood shocked before a mystery, it was I now. I had a big fear on my heart. On the 2nd July the ice began packing dangerously, and soon another storm broke loose upon me from the SW. I left off my trek, and put up the silk tent on a 5-acre square of ice surrounded by lanes. And again, for the 2nd time as I lay down, I smelled that delightful strange of peach blossom, a mere whiff of it, and presently afterwards was taken sick. However, it passed off this time in a couple of hours. Now it was all lanes, alas! Yet no open water, and such was the difficulty and woe of my life, that sometimes I would drop flat on the ice and sob, "Oh, no more, my God, here let me die." The crossing of a lane might occupy 10 or 12 entire hours, and then, on the other side, I might find another one opening right before me. Moreover, on the 8th July, one of the dogs, after a feed on blubber, suddenly died, and there was left me only a white-haired Siberian dog with little pert, upsticking ears like a cat's. Him too, I had to kill on coming to open water. This did not happen till the 3rd August, nearly 4 months from the pole. I can't think, my God, that any heart of man ever tholed the appalling nightmare and black abysm of sensations in which, during those 4 long desert months, I weltered, for though I was as a brute, I had a man's heart to feel. What I had seen or dreamed at the pole followed and followed me, and if I shut my poor weary eyes to sleep, those others yonder seemed to watch me still with their distraught and gloomy gaze, and in my spinning dark dreams spun that eternal ecstasy of the lake. However, by the 28th July I knew from the look of the sky and the absence of ice that the sea could not be far, so I set to work and spent 2 days in putting to rights the now battered kayak. This done, I had no sooner resumed my way than I sighted far off a streaky haze, which I knew to be the basalt cliffs of land, and in a craziness of joy I stood there, waving my ski staff about my head, with the senile cheers of a very old man. In 4 days this land was visibly nearer, sheer basaltic cliffs mixed with glacier, forming apparently a great bay, with 2 small islands in the mid-distance, and at 4 day of the 3rd August I arrived at the definite edge of the pack ice in moderate weather at about the freezing point. I at once, but with great reluctance, shot and set to work to get the last of the provisions, and the most necessary of the implements, into the kayak, making haste to put out to the luxury of being borne on the water, after all the weary trudge. Within 14 hours I was coasting, with my little lugsail spread, along the shore ice of that land. It was midnight of a calm Sabbath, and low on the horizon smoked the drowsing red sunball, as my canvas skiff lightly chopped her little way through this silent sea. Silent, silent, for neither snort of walrus, nor yelp of fox, nor cry of startled kittiwake did I hear, but all was still as the jet-black shadow of the cliffs and glacier on the tranquil sea, and many bodies of dead things strewed the surface of the water. When I found a little fjord, I went up it to the end where stood a stretch of basalt columns, looking like a shattered temple of antediluvians, and when my foot at last touched land, I sat down there a long, long time in the rubbly snow, and silently wept. My eyes that night were like a fountain of tears. For the firm land is health and sanity and dear to the life of man, but I say that the great ice is a nightmare and a blasphemy and a madness and the realm of the power of darkness. I knew that I was at land, somewhere or other in the neighborhood of sea, about 82 N, and though it was so late and getting cold, I still had the hope of reaching that year, by alternately sailing all open water and dragging the kayak over the slack drift ice. All the ice which I saw was good flat fjord ice, and the plan seemed feasible enough. So after coasting about a little and then 3 days good rest in the tent at the bottom of a ravine of columnar basalt opening upon the shore, I packed some bear and walrus flesh with what artificial food was left into the kayak, and I set out early in the morning, coasting the shore ice with sail and paddle. In the afternoon, I managed to climb a little way up an iceberg, and made out that I was in a bay whose terminating headlands were invisible. I accordingly decided to make SW by W to cross it, but in doing so I was hardly out of sight of land when a northern stormed me toward midnight. Before I could think, the little sail was all but whiffed away and the kayak upset. I only saved it by the happy chance of being near a floe with an ice foot, which projecting under the water gave me foothold, and I lay on the floe in a mooning state the whole night under the storm, for I was half drowned. And at once, on recovering myself, I abandoned all thought of whalers and of Europe for that year. Happily my instruments, etc., had been saved by the kayak deck when she capsized. 100 yards inland from the shore rim, in a circular place where there was some moss and soil, I built myself a semi-subterranean Eskimo den for the long polar night. The spot was quite surrounded by high sloping walls of basalt, except to the west, where they opened in a 3-foot cleft to the shore, and the ground was strewn with slabs and boulders of granite and basalt. I found there a dead she-bear, 2 well-grown cubs, and a fox, the latter having evidently fallen from the cliffs. In 3 places the snow was quite red, overgrown with a red lichen, which at first I took for blood. I did not even yet feel secure from possible bears, and took care to make my den fairly tight, a work which occupied me nearly 4 weeks, for I had no tools save a hatchet, knife, and metal-shod ski staff. I dug a passage in the ground 2 feet wide, 2 deep, and 10 long, with perpendicular sides, and at its north end a circular space 12 feet across, also with perpendicular sides, which I lined with stones. The whole excavation I covered with inch-thick walrus hide, skinned during a whole bitter week from 4 of a number that lay about the shore ice. For ridgepole I used a thin pointed rock which I found near, though even so the roof remained nearly flat. This when it was finished, I stocked well, putting in everything except the kayak, blubber to serve both for fuel and occasional light, and foods of several sorts, which I procured by merely stretching out the hand. The roof of both circular part and passage was soon buried under snow and ice, and hardly distinguishable from the general level of the white-clad ground. Through the passage, if I passed in or out, I crawled flat on hands and knees, but that was rare, and in the little round interior, mostly sitting in a cowering attitude, I wintered, hearkening to the large and windy ravings of darkling December storms above me. All those months the burden of a thought bowed me, and an unanswered question, like the slow turning of a mechanism, revolved in my gloomy spirit, for everywhere around me lay bears, walruses, foxes, thousands upon thousands of little auks, kittiwakes, snow owls, eiderducks, gulls, dead. Almost the only living things which I saw were some walruses on the drift floes, but very few compared with the number which I expected. It was clear to me that some inconceivable catastrophe had overtaken the island during the summer, destroying all life about it, except some few of the cetacea and crustacea. On the 5th December, having crept out from the den during a southern storm, I had, for the third time, a distant whiff of that self-same of peach blossom, but now without any after-effects. Well, again came Christmas, the New Year spring, and on the 22nd May I set out with a well-stocked kayak. The water was fairly open, and the ice so good that at one place I could sail the kayak over it, the wind sending me sliding at a fine pace. Being on the west coast of land, I was in as a situation as possible, and I turned my bow southward with much hope, keeping a good many days just in sight of land. Toward the evening of my third day out, I noticed a large flat floe, presenting far off a singular and lovely sight, for it seemed freighted thick with a profusion of pink and white roses, showing in its clear crystal the empurpled reflection. On getting near, I saw that it was covered with millions of skulls, all dead, whose pretty rosy bosoms had given it that appearance. Up to the 29th June I made good progress southward and westward, the weather being mostly excellent, sometimes meeting dead bears, floating away on floes, sometimes dead or living walrus herds, with troop after troop of dead kittiwakes and ivory gulls, skuas, and every kind of Arctic fowl. On that last day, the 29th June, I was about to encamp on a floe soon after midnight, when happening to look toward the sun, my eye fell, far away south across the ocean of floes, upon something the masts of a ship. A phantom ship or a real ship, it was all one, real I must have instantly felt it could not be, but at a sight so incredible my heart set to beating in my bosom as though I must surely die, and feebly waving the cane oar about my head, I staggered to my knees and thence with wry mouth toppled flat. So overpoweringly sweet was the thought of springing once more, like the beasts of Circe, from a walrus into a man. At this time I was tearing my bear's meat just like a bear. I was washing my hands in walrus blood to produce a glary sort of pink cleanliness, in place of the black grease which chronically coated them. Worn as I was, I made little delay to set out for that ship, and I had not traveled over water and ice 4 hours when, to my indescribable joy, I made out from the top of a steep floe that she was the Boreal. It seemed most strange that she should be anywhere hereabouts. I could only conclude that she must have forced and drifted her way thus far westward out of the ice block in which our party had left her, and perhaps now was loitering here in the hope of picking us up on our way to. In any case, wild was the haste with which I fought my way to be at her, my gasping mouth all the time drawn back in a rictus of laughter at the anticipation of their gladness to see me, their excitement to hear the grand tidings of the pole attained. Anon I waved the paddle, though I knew that they could not yet see me, and then I dug deep at the whitish water. What astonished me was her mainsail and foremast square sails set that calm morning, and her screws were still, for she moved not at all. The sun was abroad like a cold spirit of light, touching the great ocean room of floes with dazzling spots, and a tint almost of rose was on the world, as it were of a just dead bride in her spangles and white array. The Boreal was the one little distant jet-black spot in all this purity, and upon her, as though she were heaven, I paddled, I panted. But she was in a queer state, by 9 a.m. I could see that. 2 of the windmill arms were not there, and half lowered down her starboard beam a boat hung askew. Moreover, soon after 10, I could clearly see that her mainsail had a long rent down the middle. I could not at all make her out. She was not anchored, though a sheet anchor hung over at the starboard cathead. She was not moored, and 2 small ice floes, one on each side, were sluggishly bombarding her bows. I began now to wave the paddle, battling for my breath, ecstatic, crazy with excitement, each second like a year to me. Very soon I could make out someone at the bows, leaning well over, looking my way. Something put it into my head that it was, and I began an impassioned shouting. "Hi, hello, hi," I called. I did not see him move, I was still a good way off, but there he stood, leaning steadily over, looking my way. Between me and the ship now was all navigable water among the floes, and the sight of him so visibly near put into me such a shivering eagerness, that I was nothing else but a madman for the time, sending the kayak flying with venomous digs in quick-repeated spurts, and mixing with the diggings my crazy wavings and with both the daft shoutings of hallo. "Hi, bravo, I have been to the pole. Well, vanity, vanity." Nearer still I drew. It was broad morning, going on toward noon. I was half a mile away, I was 50 yards. But on board the Boreal, though now they must have heard me, seen me, I observed no movement of welcome, but all was still as death that still Arctic morning, my God. Only the ragged sail flapped a little, and one on each side 2 ice floes sluggishly bombarded the bows, with hollow sounds. I was certain now that it was who looked across the ice, but when the ship swung a little round, I noticed that the direction of his gaze was carried with her movement, he no longer looking my way. "Why," I shouted reproachfully, "why, man, I whined." But even as I shouted and whined, a perfect wild certainty was in my heart, for an aroma like peach, my God, had been suddenly wafted from the ship upon me, and I must have very well known then that watchful outlook of saw nothing, and on the Boreal were dead men all. Indeed, very soon I saw one of his eyes looking like a glass eye which has slid askew and glares distraught. And now again my wretched body failed, and my head dropped forward where I sat, upon the kayak deck. Well, after a long time, I lifted myself to look again at that forlorn and wandering craft. There she lay, quiet, tragic, as it were culpable of the dark secret she bore, and who had been such good friends with me would not cease his stare. I knew quite well why he was there. He had leant over to vomit, and had leant ever since, his forearms pressed on the bulwark beam, his left knee against the boards, and his left shoulder propped on the cathead. When I came quite near, I saw that with every bump of the 2 floes against the bows, his face shook in response, and nodded a little. Strange to say, he had no covering on his head, and I noted the play of the faint breezes in his uncut hair. After a time I would approach no more, for I was afraid. I did not dare, the silence of the ship seemed so sacred and awful, until late afternoon I sat there, watching the black and massive hull. Above her waterline emerged all round a half-floating fringe of fresh green seaweed, proving old neglect. An abortive attempt had apparently been made to lower or take in the Larchwood pram, for there she hung by a jammed davitrope, stern up, bow in the water. The only 2 arms of the windmill moved this way and that through some 3 degrees with an andante creaking sing-song. Some washed clothes, tied on the bowsprit rigging to dry, were still there. The iron casing all round the bluff bows was red and rough with rust. At several points the rigging was in considerable tangle. Occasionally the boom moved a little with a tortured skirling cadence, and the sail, rotten, I presume, from exposure, for she had certainly encountered no bad weather, gave out and on a heavy languid flap at a rent down the middle. Besides, looking out there where he had jammed himself, I saw no one. By a paddle stroke now, and another presently, I had closely approached her about 4 in the afternoon, though my awe of the ship was complicated by that perfume of hers, whose fearful effects I knew. My tentative approach, however, proved to me, when I remained unaffected, that here and now whatever danger there had been was past, and finally, by a hanging rope, with a thumping desperation of heart, I clambered up her beam. They had died, it seemed, very suddenly, for nearly all the 12 were in poses of activity. Was in the very act of ascending the companionway, was sitting against the chart-room door, apparently cleaning 2 carbines, Odling at the bottom of the engine-room stair seemed to be drawing on a pair of reindeer, and who was often in liquor, had his arms frozen tight round the neck of Martin, whom he seemed to be kissing, they 2 lying stark at the foot of the over men, decks, rope coils in the cabin, in the engine-room between skylight leaves on every shelf, in every cranny lay a purplish ash or dust, very impalpably fine. And steadily reigning throughout the ship, like the very spirit of death, was that aroma of peach blossom. Here it had rained, as I could see from the log dates, from the rust on the machinery, from the look of the bodies, from 100 indications, during something over a year. It was, therefore, mainly by the random workings of winds and currents that this fragrant ship of death had been brought hither to me. And this was the first direct intimation which I had that the unseen powers, whoever and whatever they may be, who through the history of the world had been so very, very careful to conceal their hand from the eyes of men, hardly any longer intended to be at the pains to conceal their hand from me. It was just as though the boreal had been openly presented to me by a spiritual agency, which, though I could not see it, I could readily apprehend. The dust, though very thin and flighty above decks, lay thickly deposited below, and after having made a tour of investigation throughout the ship, the first thing which I did was to examine that though I had tasted nothing all day, and was exhausted to death. I found my own microscope where I had left it in the box in my berth to starboard, though I had to lift up to get at it, and to step over to enter the chart room. But there toward evening I sat at the table and bent to see if I could make anything of the dust, while it seemed to me as if all the myriad spirits of men that have sojourned on the earth, and angel and devil, and all time and all eternity, hung silent round for my decision. And such an ague had me, that for a long time my wandering fingertips, all ataxic with agitation, eluded every delicate effort which I made, and I could nothing do. Of course I know that an of peach blossom in the air, resulting in death, could only be associated with some vaporous effluvium of cyanogen, or of acid, or of both, and when I at last managed to examine some of the dust under the microscope, I was not therefore surprised to find, among the general mass of purplish ash, a number of bright yellow particles, which could only be minute crystals of potassic ferrocyanide. What potassic ferrocyanide was doing on board the Boreal I did not know, and I had neither the means, nor the force of mind, alas. To dive then further into the mystery, I understood only that by some extraordinary means the air of the region just south of the polar environ had been impregnated with a which was either cyanogen or some product of cyanogen. Also that this deadly, which is very soluble, had by now either been dissolved by the sea or else dispersed into space, probably the latter, leaving only its faint after-perfume. And seeing this, I let my poor abandoned head drop again on the table, and long hours I sat there staring mad, for I had a suspicion, my God, and a fear in my breast. The Boreal, I found, contained sufficient provisions, untouched by the dust, in cases, casks, etc., to last me probably 50 years. After 2 days, when I had partially scrubbed and boiled the filth of 15 months from my skin, and solaced myself with better food, I overhauled her thoroughly, and spent 3 more days in oiling and cleaning the engine. Then, all being ready, I dragged my 12 dead, and laid them together in 2 rows on the chart-room floor, and I hoisted for love the poor little kayak which had served me through so many tribulations. At 9 in the morning of the 6th July, a week from my first sighting of the Boreal, I descended to the engine-room to set out. The screws, like those of most quite modern ships, were driven by the simple contrivance of a constant stream of liquid air, contained in very powerful tanks, exploding through capillary tubes into non-expansion slide-valve chests, much as in the ordinary way with steam, a motor which gave her, in spite of her bluff hulk, a speed of 16 knots. It is therefore the simplest thing for one man to take these ships round the world, since their movement or stopping depend upon nothing but the depressing or raising of a steel handle, provided that one does not get blown to the sky meantime, as liquid air, in spite of its 1,000 advantages, occasionally blows people. At any rate, I had tanks of air sufficient to last me through 12 years voyaging, and there was the ordinary machine on board for making it, with 40 tons of coal, in case of need, in the bunkers, and 2 excellent Belleville boilers, so I was well supplied with motors at least. The ice here was quite slack, and I do not think I ever saw Arctic weather so bright and gay, the temperature at 41. I found that I was midway between, and in latitude 79·23 N and longitude 39 E. My way was perfectly clear, and something almost like a mournful hopefulness was in me as the engines slid into their clanking turmoil, and those long silent screws began to churn the Arctic Sea. I ran up with alacrity and took my stand at the wheel, and the bows of my eventful Argo turned southward and westward. When I needed food or sleep, the ship slept too. When I awoke, she continued her way. 16 hours a day sometimes I stood sentinel at that wheel, overlooking the varied monotony of the ice sea, till my knees would give, and I wondered why a wheel at which one might sit was not contrived, rather delicate steering being often required among the floes and bergs. By now, however, I was less weighted with my ball of polar clothes, and stood almost slim in a lap greatcoat, a round Siberian fur cap on my head. At midnight, when I threw myself into my old berth, it was just as though the engines, subsided now into silence, were a dead thing, and had a ghost which haunted me, for I heard them still, and yet not them, but the silence of their ghost. Sometimes I would startle from sleep, horrified to the heart at some sound of exploding iceberg or bumping floe noising far through that white mystery of quietude, where the floes and bergs were as floating tombs and the world a liquid cemetery. Never could I describe the strange doomsday shock with which such a sound would recall me from far depths of chaos to recollection of myself. For oftentimes, both waking and in nightmare, I did not know on which planet I was, nor in which age, but felt myself adrift in the great gulf of time and space and circumstance, without bottom for my consciousness to stand upon, and the world was all mirage and a new show to me, and the boundaries of dream and waking lost. Well, the weather was most fair all the time, and the sea like a pond. During the morning of the 5th day, the 11th July, I entered, and went moving down, an extraordinary long avenue of snowbergs and floes, most regularly placed, half a mile across and miles long, like a titanic double procession of statues or the Ming tombs, but rising and sinking on the cadenced swell, many towering high, throwing placid shadows on the aisle between, some being of a lucid emerald tint, and 3 or 4 pouring down cascades that gave a far enchanting sound. The sea between was of a strange, thick bluishness, almost like raw egg white, while, as always here, some snow clouds, white and woolly, floated in the pale sky. Down this avenue, which produced a mysterious impression of cyclopean cathedrals and odd, I had not passed a mile, when I sighted a black object at the end. I rushed to the shrouds, and very soon made out a whaler. Again the same panting agitations, mad rage to be at her, at once possessed me. I flew to the indicator, turned the lever to full, then back to give the wheel a spin, then up the mainmast, waving a long foot bandage of tweed picked up at random, and by the time I was within 500 yards of her had worked myself to such a pitch that I was again shouting that futile madness. Hullo. Hi, bravo. I have been to the pole. And those 12 dead that I had in the chart room there must have heard me, and the men on the whaler must have heard me, and smiled their smile. For as to that whaler, I should have known better at once if I had not been crazy, since she looked like a ship of death, her boom slamming to port and starboard on the gentle heave of the sea, and her foresail reefed that serene morning. Only when I was quite near her, and hurrying down to stop the engines, did the real truth with perfect suddenness drench my heated brain, and I almost ran into her, I was so stunned. However, I stopped the Boreal in time, and later on lowered the kayak and boarded the other. This ship had evidently been stricken silent in the midst of a perfect drama of activity, for I saw not one of her crew of 62 who was not busy, except one boy. I found her a good-sized thing of 500-odd tons, ship-rigged, with auxiliary engine of 70 horsepower, and pretty heavily plated round the bows. There was no part of her which I did not overhaul, and I could see that they had had a great time with whales, for a mighty carcass, attached to the outside of the ship by the powerful can't-purchase tackle, had been in process of flensing and cutting in, and on the deck 2 great blankets of blubber looking each a ton weight, surrounded by 27 men in many attitudes, some terrifying to see, some disgusting, several grotesque, all so unhuman, the whale dead and the men dead too, and death was there. And the rank flourishing germs of inanity and a mesmerism and a silence whose dominion was established, and its reign was growing old. 4 of them who had been removing the gums from a mass of stratified whalebone at the foot were quite embedded in whale flesh. Also, in a barrel lashed to the top of the main topgallant masthead was visible the head of a man with a long pointed beard, looking steadily out over the sea to the SW, which made me notice that 5 only of the probable 8 or 9 boats were on board. And after visiting the 'tween decks, where I saw considerable quantities of stowed whalebone plates and about 50 or 60 iron old tanks and cut-up blubber, and after visiting cabin engine room where I saw a lonely boy of 14 with his hand grasping a bottle of rum under all the turned-up clothes in a chest, he, at the moment of death, being evidently intent upon hiding it. And after 2 hours' search of the ship, I got back to my own, and half an hour later came upon all the 3 missing whaleboats about a mile apart, and steered zigzag near to each. They contained 5 men each and a steerer, and one had the harpoon gun fired, with the loose line coiled round and round the head and upper part of the stroke line manager, and in the others hundreds of fathoms of coiled rope, with toggle irons, whale lances, hand harpoons, and dropped heads and grins and lazy abandon, and eyes that stared, and eyes that dozed, and eyes that winked. After this, I began to sight ships not infrequently, and used regularly to have the 3 lights burning all night. On the 12th July I met one, on the 15th 2, on the 16th 1, on the 17th 3, on the 18th 2, all Greenlanders, I think. But of the 9 I boarded only 3, the glass quite clearly showing me, when yet far off, that on the others was no life, and on the 3 which I boarded were dead men, so that suspicion which I had and that fear grew very heavy upon me. I went on southward, day after day southward, sentinel there at my wheel, clear sunshine by day, when the calm pale sea sometimes seemed mixed with regions of milk, and at night the immense desolation of a world lit by a sun that was long dead and by a light that was gloom. It was like night blanched in death then, and wan as the very kingdom of death and Hades I have seen it, most terrifying, that neuter state and limbo of nothingness, when unreal sea and spectral sky, all boundaries lost, mingled in a vast shadowy void of ghastly phantasmagoria, pale to utter huelessness, at whose center I, as if annihilated, seemed to swoon in immensity of space. Into this disembodied world would come anon of that peachy scent which I knew, and their frequency rapidly grew. But still the boreal moved, traversing, as it were, bottomless eternity, and I reached latitude 72, not far now from northern Europe. And now, as to that blossomy peach scent, even while some floes were yet around me, I was just like some fantastic mariner, who, having set out to search for Eden and the blessed islands, finds them, and balmy gales from their gardens come out, while he is yet afar, to meet him with their perfumes of almond and champak, cornel and jasmine and lotus. For I had now reached a zone where the peach aroma was constant, all the world seemed embalmed in its spicy fragrance, and I could easily imagine myself voyaging beyond the world towards some clime of perpetual and enchanting spring. Well, I saw at last what whalers used to call the blink of the ice, that is to say, its bright apparition or reflection in the sky when it is left behind, or not yet come to. By this time I was in a region where a good many craft of various sorts were to be seen. I was continually meeting them, and not one did I omit to investigate, while many I boarded in the kayak or the larchwood pram. Just below latitude 70, I came upon a good large fleet of what I supposed to be cod and herring fishers, which must have drifted somewhat on a northward current. They had had a great season, for the boats were well laden with curring fish. I went from one to the other on a zigzag course, they being widely scattered, some mere dots to the glass on the horizon. The evening was still and clear with that astral Arctic clearness, the sun just beginning his low-couched nightly drowse. These sturdy-looking brown boats stood rocking gently there with slow-creaking noises, as of things whining in slumber without the least damage, awaiting the appalling storms of the winter months on that tenebrous sea, when a dark doom and a deep grave would not fail them. The fishers were braccarls, wearing, many of them, fringes of beard well back from the chin point, with hanging woolen caps. In every case I found below decks a number of cruises of corn brandy marked aquavit, 2 of which I took into the pram. In one of the smacks an elderly fisher was kneeling in a forward sprawling pose, clasping the lugmast with his arms, the 2 knees wide apart, head thrown back, and the yellow eyeballs with their islands of iris staring straight up the mast pole. At another of them, instead of boarding in the pram, I shut off the Boreal's liquid air at such a point that, by delicate steering, she slackened down to a stoppage just abeam of the smack, upon whose deck I was thus able to jump down. After looking around, I descended the 3 steps aft into the dark and below decks, and with stooping back went calling in an awful whisper, "Anyone? Anyone?" Nothing answered me, and when I went up again, the Boreal had drifted 3 yards beyond my reach. There being a dead calm, I had to plunge into the water, and in that half-minute there a sudden cold throng of unaccountable terrors beset me, and I can feel again now that abysmal desolation of loneliness, and sense of a hostile and malign universe bent upon eating me up, for the ocean seemed to me nothing but a great ghost. 2 mornings later I came upon another school, rather larger boats these, which I found to be Brittany cod fishers. Most of these, too, I boarded. In every below decks was a wooden or earthenware image of the Virgin, painted in gaudy faded, and in one case I found a boy who had been kneeling before the statue, but was toppled sideways now, his knees still bent, and the cross of Christ in his hand. These stalwart blue woolen blouses and tarpaulin sou'westers lay in every pose of death, every detail of feature and expression still perfectly preserved. The sloops were all the same, all, with sing-song creaks they rocked a little nonchalantly, each, as it were, with a certain subconsciousness of its own personality and callous unconsciousness of all the others round it, yet each a copy of the others, the same hooks and lines, disemboweling knives, barrels of salt and pickle, piles and casks of opened cod, kegs of biscuit, and low-creaking rockings, and a smell and dead men. The next day, about 80 miles south of the latitude of Mount, I sighted a big ship, which turned out to be the French cruiser. I boarded and overhauled her during 3 hours, her upper, main, and deck by deck to her lowest black depths, even childishly spying up the tubes of her 2 big, rusted turret guns. 3 men in the engine room had been much mangled after death, I presume, by a burst boiler, Floating about 800 yards to the northeast lay a longboat of hers, low in the water, crammed with Marines, one are still there, jammed between the rowlock and the rower's force-back chin. On the ship's starboard deck, in the long stretch of space between the two masts, the bluejackets had evidently been piped up, for they lay there in a sort of serried disorder to the number of 275. Nothing could be of suggestion more tragic than the wasted and helpless power of this poor wandering vessel, around whose stolid mass myriads of wavelets, busy as aspen leaves, bickered with a continual weltering splash that was quite loud to hear. I sat a good time that afternoon in one of her steely port main-deck casemates on a gun carriage, my head sunken on my breast, furtively eyeing the bluish turned-up feet, all shrunk, exsanguined, of a sailor who lay on his back before me. His soles were all that I could see, the rest of him lying head downwards beyond the steel dorsal. Drenched in seas of lugubrious reverie I sat, till with a shuddering start I awoke, paddled back to the Boreal, and till sleep conquered me went on my way. At 10 the next morning, coming on deck, I spied to the west a group of craft, and turned my course upon them. They turned out to be 8, which must have drifted northeastward hither. I examined them well, but they were as the long list of the others, for all the men and all the boys and all the dogs on them were dead. I could have come to land a long time before I did, but I would not, I was so afraid. For I was used to the silence of the ice, and I was used to the silence of the sea, but God knows it, I was afraid of the silence of the land. Once on the 15th July I had seen a whale, or thought I did, spouting very remotely afar on the SE horizon, and on the 19th I distinctly saw a shoal of porpoises vaulting the sea surface in their swift successive manner northward, and seeing them I had said pitifully to myself, well, I am not quite alone in the world then, my good God, not quite alone. Moreover, some days later, the Boreal had found herself in a bank of cod making away northward, millions of fish, for I saw them, and one afternoon caught 3, hand-running with the hook. So the sea, at least, had its tribes to be my mates. But if I should find the land as still as the sea, without even the spouting whale, or school of tumbling sea hogs, if Paris were dumber than the eternal ice, what then, I asked myself, should I do? I could have made short work and landed at, for I found myself as far westward as longitude 1123W, but I would not, I was so afraid. The shrinking within me to face that vague suspicion which I had, turned me first to a foreign land. I made for Norway, and on the first night of this definite intention, at about 9 o'clock, the weather being gusty, the sky lowering, the air and the sea hard-looking, dark and ridged, I was steaming along at a good rate, holding the wheel, my poor port and starboard lights still burning there, when without the least notice I received the roughest physical shock of my life, being shot bodily right over the wheel, thence, as from a cannon, 20 feet to the cabin door, threw it head foremost down the companionway, and still beyond some 6 yards along the passage. I had crashed into some dark and dead ship, probably of large size, though I never saw her nor any sign of her, and all that night, and the next day till 4 in the afternoon, the Boreal went driving alone over the sea, whither she would, for I lay unconscious. When I woke, I found that I had received really very small injuries, considering, but I sat there on the floor a long time in a sulky, morose, disgusted, and bitter mood, and when I rose, pettishly stopped the ship's engines, seeing my 12 dead all huddled and disfigured. Now I was afraid to steam by night, and even in the daytime I would not go on for 3 days, for I was childishly angry with I know not what, and inclined to quarrel with those whom I could not see. However, on the 4th day, a rough swell which knocked the ship about, and made me very uncomfortable, coaxed me into moving, and I did so with bows turned eastward and southward. I sighted the Norway coast 4 days later, in latitude 6319, at noon of the 11th August, and pricked off my course to follow it, but it was with a slow and dawdling reluctance that I went, at much less than half speed. In some 8 hours, as I knew from the chart, I ought to sight the lighthouse light on island, and when quiet night came, the black water being branded with trails of still moonlight, I passed quite close to it, between 10 and 12, almost under the shadow of the mighty hills, but oh my God, no light was there. And all the way down I marked the rugged seaboard slumber darkling, afar or near, with never, alas, one friendly light. Well, on the 15th August I had another of those maniac raptures, whose passing away would have left an elephant racked and prostrate. During 4 days I had seen not one sign of present life on the Norway coast, only hills, dead and dark, and floating craft, all dead and dark. My eyes now, I found, had acquired a crazy fixity of stare into the very bottom of the vacant abyss of nothingness, while I remained unconscious of being, save of one point, rainbow blue, far down in the infinite, which passed slowly from left to right before my consciousness a little way, then vanished, came back, and passed slowly again from left to right continually, till some prick or voice in my brain would startle me into the consciousness that I was staring, whispering the profound confidential warning. You must not stare so, or it is over with you. Well, lost in a blank trance of this sort, I was leaning over the wheel during the afternoon of the 15th, when it was as if some instinct or premonition in my soul leapt up and said aloud, "If you look just yonder, you will see." I started, and in one instant had surged up from all that depth of reverie to reality. I glanced to the right, and there at last, my God, I saw something human which moved, rapidly moved, at last, and it came to me. That sense of recovery, of waking, of new solidity, of the comfortable usual, a millionfold too intense for words, how sweetly consoling it was. Again now, as I write, I can fancy and feel it, the rocky solidity, the adamant ordinary, on which to base the feet and live. From the day when I stood at the pole and saw there the dizzy thing that made me swoon, there had come into my way not one sign or trace that other beings like myself were alive on the earth with me, till now suddenly I had the sweet indubitable proof, for on the southwestern sea, not 4 knots away, I saw a large, swift ship. And her bows, which were sharp as a hatchet, were steadily chipping through the smooth sea at a pretty high pace, throwing out profuse ribbony foams that went wide, with outward undulations, far behind her length as she ran the sea in haste straight northward. At the moment, I was steering about S.E. by S., 15 miles out from a shadowy blue series of Norway mountains. And just giving the wheel one frantic spin to starboard to bring me down upon her, I flew to the bridge, leant my back on the mainmast, which passed through it, put a foot on the white iron rail before me, and there at once felt all the mocking devils of distracted revelry possess me, as I caught the cap from my long hairs and commenced to wave and wave and wave, red-faced maniac that I was. For at the second nearer glance I saw that she was flying an ensign at the main and a long pennant at the maintop, and I did not know what she was flying those flags there for, and I was embittered and driven mad. With distinct minuteness did she print herself upon my consciousness in that 5 minutes interval. She was painted a dull and cholera yellow like many Russian ships, and there was a faded pink space at her bows under the line where the yellow ceased. The ensign at her main I made out to be the blue and white saltire, and she was clearly a Russian passenger liner, two-masted, two-funneled, though from her funnels came no trace of smoke, and the position of her steam cones was anywhere. All about her course the sea was spotted with wobbling of the low sun, large coarse blots of glory near the eye, but lessening to a smaller pattern in the distance, and at the horizon refined to a homogeneous band of livid silver. The double speed of the Boreal and the other, hastening opposite ways, must have been 38 or 40 knots, and the meeting was accomplished in certainly less than 5 minutes, yet into that time I crowded years of life. I was shouting passionately at her, my eyes starting from my head, my face all inflamed with rage the most prone, loud, and urgent. For she did not stop, nor signal, nor make sign of seeing me, but came furrowing down upon me like Juggernaut with steadfast run. I lost reason, thought, memory, purpose, sense of relation in that access of delirium which transported me, and can only remember now that in the midst of my shouting, a word uttered by the fiends who used my throat to express their frenzy set me laughing high and madly, for I was crying, "Hi! Bravo! Why don't you stop? Oh, I have been to the pole." That instant an arose and came and struck upon my brain, most detestable, most execrable, and while one might count 10, I was aware of her near-sounding engines, and that cursed charnel went tearing past me on her Maenad way, not 15 yards from my eyes and nostrils. She was a thing, my God, from which the vulture and the jackal, prowling for offal, would fly with shrieks of loathing. I had a glimpse of decks piled thick with her festered dead. In big black letters on the round, retreating yellow stern my eye corner caught the word, as I bent over the rail to retch and cough and vomit at her. She was a horrid thing. This ship had certainly been pretty far south in tropical or subtropical latitudes with her great crowd of dead, for all the bodies which I had seen till then, so far from smelling ill, seemed to give out a certain perfume of the peach. She was evidently one of those many ships of late years which have substituted liquid air for steam, yet retain their old steam funnels, etc. In case of emergency, for air, I believe, was still looked at askance by several builders, on account of the terrible accidents which it sometimes caused. The Boreal herself is a similar instance of both motors. This vessel must have been left with working engines when her crew were overtaken by death, and her air tanks being still, must have been ranging the ocean with impunity ever since, during I knew not how many months, or it might be years. Well, I coasted Norway for nearly 160 miles, without once going nearer land than 2 or 3 miles, for something held me back. But passing the fjord mouth where I knew that was, I suddenly turned the helm to port, almost before I knew that I was doing it, and made for land. In half an hour I was moving up an opening in the land, with mountains on either hand, streaky crags at their summit, umbrageous boscage below, and the whole softened, as it were, by veils woven of the rainbow. This arm of water lies curved about like a thread which one drops, only the curves are much more pointed, so that every few minutes the scene was changed, though the vessel just crawled her way up, and I could see behind me nothing of what was past, or only a landlocked gleam like a lake. I never saw water so polished and glassy, like polished marble, reflecting everything quite clean-cut in its lucid abysm, over which hardly the faintest zephyr breathed that still sundown. It wimpled about the bluff boreal, which seemed to move as if careful not to bruise it, in rich wrinkles and creases like or dewy trickling lotus oil. Yet it was only the sea, and the spectacle yonder was only crags and autumn foliage and mountain slope. Yet all seemed caught up and chaste, wrapped in a trance of rose and purple, and made of the stuff of dreams and bubbles, of pollen of flowers and rinds of the peach. I saw it not only with delight but with complete astonishment, having forgotten, as was too natural in all that long barrenness of ice and sea, that anything could be so ethereally fair, yet homely, too, human, familiar, and consoling. The air here was richly spiced with that peachy scent, and there was a Sabbath and a charm in that place at that hour, as it were of those gardens of Hesperus, and fields of asphodel reserved for the spirits of the just. Alas! But I had the glass at my side, and for me was mixed with a despair immense as the vault of heaven, my good God, for anon I would take it up to spy some perched hut of the peasant or burg of the bonder on the peaks, and I saw no one there. And to the left, at the third marked bend of the fjord, where there is one of those watchtowers that these people used for watching incoming fish, I spied, lying on a craggy slope just before the tower, a body which looked as if it must surely tumble headlong, but did not. And when I saw that, I felt definitely, for the first time, that shoreless despair which I alone of men have felt, high beyond the stars and deep as hell. And I fell to staring again that blank stare of nirvana and the lunacy of nothingness, wherein time merges in eternity, and all being, like one drop of water, flies scattered to fill the bottomless void of space and is lost. The boreal's bow walking over a little empty fishing boat roused me, and a minute later, just before I came to a new promontory and bend, I saw two people. The shore there is some 3 feet above the water, and edged with boulders of rock, about which grows a fringe of shrubs and small trees. Behind this fringe is a path curving upward through a somber wooded little gorge, and on the path near the water I saw a driver of one of those Norwegian sulkies that were called. He, on the high front seat, was dead, lying sideways and backwards, with low head resting on the wheel. And on a trunk strapped to a frame on the axle behind was a boy, his head, too, resting sideways on the wheel near the others, and the little pony was dead, pitched forward on its head and 4 knees, tilting the shafts downward, and some distance from them on the water floated an empty skiff. When I turned the next foreland, I all at once began to see a number of craft, which increased as I advanced, most of them small boats, with some schooners, sloops, and larger craft, the majority aground. And suddenly now I was conscious that, mingling with that delicious of spring blossoms, profoundly modifying, yet not destroying it, was another, wafted to me on the wings of the very faint land breeze. And man, I said, is decomposing, for I knew it well, it was the of human corruption. The fjord opened finally in a somewhat wider basin, shut in by quite steep, high-towering mountains, which reflected themselves in the water to their last cloudy crag, and at the end of this I saw ships, a quay, and a modest, homely old town. Not a sound, not one, only the languidly working engines of the boreal. Here it was clear the angel of silence had passed, and his scythe moan. I ran and stopped the engines, and without anchoring, got down into an empty boat that lay at the ship's side when she stopped, and I paddled 20 yards toward the little quay. There was a brigantine with all her courses set, 3 jibs, staysails, square sails, main and foresails, and gaff topsail, looking hanging and listless in that calm place, and wedded to a still copy of herself mast downward in the water. There were 3 lumber schooners, a 40-ton steamboat, a tiny bark, 5 Norway herring fishers, and 10 or 12 shallops. And the sailing craft had all fore and aft sails set, and about each, as I passed among them, brooded and that was both sweet and abhorrent, and more suggestive of the very genius of mortality, the inner mind and meaning of Azrael, than aught that I could have conceived, for all, as I soon saw, were crowded with dead. Well, I went up the old moss steps, in that strange dazed state in which one notices frivolous things. I remember, for instance, feeling the lightness of my new clothes, for the weather was quite mild, and the day before I had changed to summer things, having on now only a common undyed woolen shirt, the sleeves rolled up, and cord trousers with a belt and a cloth cap over my long hair, and an old pair of yellow shoes without laces and without socks. And I stood on the unhewn stones of the edge of the quay, and looked abroad over a largish piece of unpaved ground, which lay between the first house row and the quay. What I saw was not only most woeful, but wildly startling. Woeful, because a great crowd of people had assembled and lay dead there, and wildly startling, because something in their tout ensemble told me in 1 minute why they were there in such number. They were there in the hope and with the thought to fly westward by boat. And the something which told me this was a certain foreign air about that field of the dead as the eye rested on it, something northern, southern, and oriental. 2 yards from my feet, as I stepped to the top, lay a group of 3. One a Norway peasant girl in skirt of olive green, scarlet stomacher, embroidered bodice, Scotch bonnet trimmed with silver lace and big silver shoe buckles. The second was an old Norway man in knee breeches and 18th century small clothes and red worsted cap, and the third was, I decided, an old Jew of the Polish pale in and skull cap with earlocks. I went nearer to where they lay thick as reaped stubble between the quay and a little stone fountain in the middle of the space, and I saw among those northern dead 2 dark-skinned women in costly dress, either Spanish or Italian, and the yell or mortality of a Mongolian, probably a Magyar, and a big Negro in zouave dress, and some 25 obvious French, and 2 Morocco fezzes, and the green turban of a and the white of an ulama. And I asked myself this question: how came these foreign stragglers here in this obscure northern town? And my wild heart answered, there has been an impassioned stampede, northward and westward, of all the tribes of man. And this that I, Adam, here see is but the far-tossed spray of that monstrous, infuriate flood. Well, I passed up a street before me, careful, careful where I trod. It was not utterly silent, nor was the quay square, but haunted by a pretty dense cloud of mosquitoes and dreamy twinges of music, like the drawing of the violin bow in Elfland. The street was narrow, pavered, steep, and dark, and the sensations with which I, poor bent man, passed through that dead town, only Atlas, fabled to bear the burden of this earth, could divine. I thought to myself, if now a wave from the deep has washed over this planetary ship of earth, and I, who alone happen to be in the extreme bows, am the sole survivor of that crew, what then, my God, shall I do? I felt that in this townlet, save the water gnats of Norway, was no living thing, that the hum and the of eternity filled and wrapped and embalmed it. The houses are mostly of wood, some of them fairly large, with a port leading into a semicircular yard, around which the building stands, very steep-roofed and shingled, in view of the heavy snow masses of winter. Glancing into one open casement near the ground, I saw an aged woman, stout and capped, lie on her face before a very large porcelain stove. But I paced on without stoppage, traversed several streets, and came out, as it became dark, upon a piece of grassland leading downward to a mountain gorge. It was some distance along this gorge that I found myself sitting the next morning, and how, and in what trance, I passed that whole blank night is obliterated from my consciousness. When I looked about with the return of light, I saw majestic fir-grown mountains on either hand, almost meeting overhead at some points, deeply shading the mossy gorge. I rose and, careless of direction, went still onward and walked for hours, unconscious of hunger. There was a profusion of wild mountain strawberries, very tiny, which must grow almost into winter, a few of which I ate. There were blue, and lilies of the valley, and luxuriance of verdure, and a noise of waters. Occasionally I saw little cataracts on high, fluttering like white wild rags, for they broke in the midfall and were caught away and scattered. Patches also of reaped hay and barley hung up in a singular way on stakes 6 feet high, I suppose to dry. There were perched huts and a seemingly inaccessible small castle or burg, but none of these did I enter. And 5 bodies only I saw in the gorge, a woman with a babe and a man with 2 small oxen. About 3 in the afternoon I was startled to find myself there, and turned back. It was dark when I again passed through those gloomy streets of, making for the quay, and now I felt both my hunger and a dropping weariness. I had no thought of entering any house, but as I passed by one open port, something, I know not what, made me turn sharply in, for my mind had become as fluff on the winds, not working of its own action, but the sport of impulses that seemed external. I went across the yard, and ascended a wooden spiral stair by a twilight which just enabled me to pick my way among 5 or 6 vague forms fallen there. In that confined place fantastic qualms beset me. I mounted to the first landing and tried the door, but it was locked. I mounted to the second. The door was open, and with a chill reluctance I took a step inward where all was pitch darkness, the window stores being drawn. I hesitated. It was very dark. I tried to utter that word of mine, but it came in a whisper inaudible to my ears. I tried again, and this time heard myself say, anyone. At the same time I had made another step forward and trodden upon a soft abdomen. And at that contact terrors the most cold and ghastly thrilled me through and through, for it was as though I saw in that darkness the sudden eyeballs of hell in frenzy glare upon me, and with a low gurgle of affright I was gone, helter-skelter down the stairs, treading upon flesh, across the yard and down the street, with pelting feet and open arms and sobbing bosom, for I thought that all was after me. Nor was my horrid haste appeased till I was on board the Boreal, and moving down the fjord. Out to sea then I went again, and within the next few days I visited Bergen and put in at. And I saw that Bergen and were dead. It was then, on the 19th August, that I turned my bow toward my native land. From I steered a straight course for the Humber. I had no sooner left behind me the Norway coast than I began to meet the ships ship after ship, and by the time I entered the zone of the ordinary alternation of sunny day and sunless night, I was moving through the midst of an incredible number of craft, a mighty and widespread fleet. Over all that great expanse of the North Sea, where in its most populous days of trade the sailor might perhaps sight a sail or two, I had now at every moment at least 10 or 12 within scope of the glass, oftentimes as many as 40, 45. And very still they lay on a still sea, itself a dead thing, livid as the lips of death, and there was an intensity in the calm that was appalling, for the ocean seemed weighted and the air drugged. Extremely slow was my advance, for at first I would not leave any ship, however remotely small, without approaching sufficiently to investigate her, at least with the spyglass. And a strange multitudinous mixture of species they were, trawlers and hosts, warships of every nation, used, it seemed, as passenger boats, smacks, feluccas, liners, steam barges, great foremasters with sails, channel boats, luggers, a Venetian, colliers, yachts, training ships, dredgers, two with curving gaffs, Marseille fishers, a Maltese, American offshore sail, Mississippi steamboats, lug schooners, Rhine punts, yawls, old frigates and three-deckers, called to novel use, Stromboli kayaks. Jarmouth tubs, xebecs, Rotterdam flat-bottoms, floats, mere gunnelled rafts, anything from anywhere that could bear a human freight on water had come, and was here, and all I knew had been making westward or northward or both, and all I knew were crowded, and all were tombs, listlessly wandering, my God, on the wandering sea with their dead. And so fair was the world about them, too, the suavest autumn weather, all the still air aromatic with that vernal perfume of peach, yet not so utterly still, but if I passed close to the lee of any floating thing, the spicy stirrings of morning or evening wafted me faint puffs of the of mortality overripe for the grave. So abominable and accursed did this become to me, such a plague and a hissing, vague as was the offense, that I began to shun rather than seek the ships, and also I now dropped my 12, whom I had kept to be my companions all the way from the far north, one by one, into the sea, for now I had definitely passed into a zone of settled warmth. I was convinced, however, that the poison, whatever it might be, had some embalming or antiseptic effect upon the bodies. At Bergen and, for instance, where the temperature permitted me to go without a jacket, only the hints and whiffs of the processes of dissolution had troubled me. Very benign, I say, and pleasant to see, was sky and sea during all that voyage, but it was at sunset that my sense of the wondrously beautiful was roused and excited, in spite of that great burden which I carried. Certainly I never saw sunsets resembling those, nor could have conceived of aught so flamboyant, extravagant, and bewitched, for the whole heaven seemed turned into an arena for warring hierarchies, warring for the universe, or it was like the wild countenance of God defeated, and flying marred and bloody from his enemies. But many evenings I watched with unintelligent awe, believing it but a portent of the unsheathed sword of the Almighty, till one morning a thought pricked me like a sword, for I suddenly remembered the great sunsets of the later 19th century, witnessed in Europe, America, and I believe over the world after the eruption of the volcano of Krakatoa. And whereas I had before said to myself, if now a wave from the deep has washed over this planetary ship of earth, I said now, a wave but not from the deep, a wave rather which she had reserved and has spouted from her own motherly entrails. I had some knowledge of Morse telegraphy, and of the manipulation of tape machines, telegraphic typing machines, and the ordinary wireless transmitter, and as of most little things of that sort which came within the outskirts of the interest of a man of science. I had collaborated with Professor in the production of a textbook called Applications of Science to the Arts, which had brought us some notoriety, and on the whole the minutiae of modern things were still pretty fresh in my memory. I could therefore have wired from Bergen or, supposing the batteries not run down, to somewhere, but I would not. I was so afraid lest forever from nowhere should come one answering click or flash or stirring. I could have made short work and landed at Hull, but I would not, I was so afraid. For I was used to the silence of the ice, and I was used to the silence of the sea, but I was afraid of the silence of England. I came in sight of the coast on the morning of the 26th August, somewhere about, but did not see any town, for I put the helm to port and went on further south, no longer bothering with the instruments, but coasting at haphazard, now in sight of land and now in the center of a circle of sea, not admitting to myself the motive of this loitering slowness, nor thinking at all, but ignoring the deep-buried fear of the tomorrow which I shirked, and instinctively hiding myself in today. I passed the Wash, I passed Yarmouth. By now the things that floated motionless on the sea were beyond numbering, for I could hardly lower my eyes 10 minutes and lift them, without seeing yet another there, so that soon after dusk I, too, had to lie still among them all till morning, for they lay dark, and to move at any pace would have been to drown the already dead. Well, I came to the Thames mouth, and lay pretty well in among the flats and pan sands towards 8 one evening, not 7 miles from in the North Kent coast, and I did not see any nor light, nor girdler light, and all along the coast I had seen no light, but as to that I said not one word to myself, not admitting it, nor letting my heart know what my brain thought, nor my brain know what my heart surmised. But with a daft and mock-mistrustful underlook I would regard the darkling land, holding it a sentient thing that would be playing a prank upon a poor man like me. And the next morning when I moved again, my furtive eye corners were very well aware of the Prince's Channel lightship, and also the Tongue's ship, for there they were, but I would not look at them at all, nor go near them, for I did not wish to have anything to do with whatever might have happened beyond my own ken, and it was better to look straight before, seeing nothing, and concerning oneself with oneself. The next evening, after having gone out to sea again, I was in a little to the E/S of the North Foreland, and I saw no light there, nor any light, but over the sea vast signs of wreckage, and the coasts were strewn with old wrecked fleets. I turned about S.E., very slowly moving, for anywhere hereabouts hundreds upon hundreds of craft lay dead within a 10-mile circle of sea, and by 2 in the foreday had wandered up well in sight of the French cliffs, for I had said, I will go and see the light beam of the great revolving drum on Calais pier that nightly beams halfway to England. And the moon shone clear in the southern heaven that morning, like a great old dying queen whose court swarms distantly from around her, diffident, pale, and tremulous, the paler the nearer, and I could see the mountain shadows on her spotty full face, and her misty aureole, and her lights on the sea, as it were kisses stolen in the kingdom of sleep. And all among the quiet ships mysterious white trails and powderings of light, like palace corridors in some fairyland forlorn, full of breathless wan whispers, scandals, and runnings to and fro, with leers, and agitated last embraces, and flight of the princess and deathbed of the king, and on the N.E. horizon a bank of brown cloud that seemed to have no relation with the world. And yonder, not far, the white coast cliffs, not so low as at Calais near, but arranged in masses separated by veils of sward, each with its wreck, but no light of any revolving drum I saw. I could not sleep that night, for all the operations of my mind and body seemed in abeyance. Mechanically I turned the ship westward again, and when the sun came up there, hardly 2 miles from me, were the cliffs of Dover, and on the crenulated summit of the castle I spied the Union Jack hang motionless. I heard 8-9 o'clock strike in the cabin, and I was still at sea. But some mad, audacious whisper was at my brain, and at 10:30, the 2nd September, immediately opposite the Crosswall Custom House, the Boreal's anchor chain, after a voyage of 3 years, 2 months, and 14 days, ran thundering through the starboard hawse hole. Ah, heaven! But I must have been stark mad to let the anchor go. For the effect upon me of that shocking obstreperous hubbub, breaking in upon all that cemetery repose that blessed morning, and lasting it seemed a year, was most appalling. And at the sudden racket I stood excruciated, with shivering knees and flinching heart, God knows, for not less terrifically uproarious than the clatter of the last trumpet raged, and I thought that all the billion dead could not fail to start and rise at alarm so excessive, and question me with their eyes. On the top of the cross wall near I saw a crab fearlessly crawl. At the end where the street begins I saw a single gaslight palely burn that broad day, and at its foot a black man lay on his face, clad only in a shirt and one boot. The harbor was almost packed with every sort of craft, and on a Calais-Dover boat, 8 yards from my stern, which must have left Calais crowded to suffocation, I saw the rotted dead lie heaped, she being unmoored and continually grinding against an anchored green brig. And when I saw that, I dropped down upon my knees at the capstan, and my poor heart sobbed out the frail cry, Well, Lord God, thou hast destroyed the work of thy hand. After a time I got up, went below in a state of somnambulism, took a packet of pemmican cakes, leapt to land, and went following the railway that runs from the Admiralty Pier. In an enclosed passage 10 yards long, with railway masonry on one side, I saw 5 dead lie, and could not believe that I was in England, for all were dark-skinned people, 3 gaudily dressed and 2 in flowing white robes. It was the same when I turned into a long street leading northward, for here were 100 or more, and never saw I, except in Constantinople, where I once lived 18 months, so variegated a mixture of races, black, brunette, brown, yellow, white, and all the shades, some emaciated like people dead from hunger, and overlooking them all, one English boy with a clean-eaten collar sitting on a bicycle, supported by a lamp-post which his arms clasped. He proving clearly the extraordinary suddenness of the death which had overtaken them all. I did not know whither nor why I went, nor had I the least idea whether all this was visually seen by me in the world which I had known, or in some other, or was all fantasy of my disembodied spirit, for I had the thought that I too might be dead since old ages, and my spirit wandering now through the universe of space, in which there is neither north nor south, nor up nor down, nor measure nor relation, nor aught whatever, save an uneasy consciousness of a dream about bottomlessness. Of grief or pain, I think, I felt nothing, though I have a sort of memory now that some sound, resembling a sob or groan, though it was neither, came at regular clockwork intervals from my bosom during 3 or 4 days. Meantime my brain registered like a tape machine details the most frivolous, the most ludicrous, the name of a street, Strand Street, the round fur cap, black fur for the side, white ermine for the top of a portly Karaite priest on his back, whose robes had been blown to his spread knees, as if lifted and neatly folded there. A violin bow gripped between the thick, irregular teeth of a little Spaniard with brush-back hair and mad-looking eyes. Odd shoes on the foot of a French girl, one black, one brown. They lay in the street about as numerous as gunners who fall round their carriage at intervals of 5 to 10 feet, the majority, as was the case also in Norway, and on the ships in poses of distraction, with spread arms or wildly distorted limbs, like men who, the instant before death, called upon the rocks and hills to cover them. On the left I came to an opening in the land called, I believe, the Shaft, and into this I turned, climbing a very great number of steps, almost covered at one point with dead. The steps I began to count, but left off, then the dead, and left off. Finally, at the top, which must be even higher than the castle, I came to a great open space laid out with gravel walks, and saw fortifications, barracks, a citadel. I did not know the town, except by passings through, and was surprised at the breadth of view. Between me and the castle to the east lay the district of crowding houses, brick-and, mixed in the distance with vague azure haze, and to the right the harbor, the sea with their ships, and visible around me on the heights 7 or 8 dead, biting the dust, the sun now high and warm, with hardly a cloud in the sky, and yonder a mist which was the coast of France. It seemed too big for one poor man. My head nodded. I sat on a bench, black-painted and hard, the seat and back of horizontal boards with intervals, and as I looked I nodded, heavy-headed and weary, for it was too big for me. And as I nodded with forehead propped on my left hand, and the packet of pemmican cakes in my right, there was in my head somehow an old street song of my childhood, and I groaned it sleepily, like coronachs and drear funereal dirging, and the packet beat time in my right hand, falling and raising, falling heavily and rising in time. I'll buy the ring, you'll rear the kids, servants to wait on our ting, ting, ting. Ting, ting, won't we be happy? Ting, ting, that shall be it. I'll buy the ring, you'll rear the kids, servants to wait on our ting, ting, ting. So maundering, I fell forward upon my face, and for 23 hours, the living undistinguished from the dead, I slept there. I was awakened by drizzle, leapt up, looked at a silver chronometer which, attached by a leather to my belt, I carried in my breeches pocket, and saw that it was 10 a.m. The sky was dark, and a moaning wind, almost a new thing now to me, had arisen. I ate some pemmican, for I had a reluctance needless as it turned out to touch any of the 1,000 luxuries here, sufficient no doubt, in a town like Dover alone, to last me 500 or 600 years if I could live so long, and having eaten I descended the shaft and spent the whole day, though it rained and blustered continually, in wandering about. Reasoning in my numb way from the number of ships on the sea, I expected to find the town overcrowded with dead, but this was not so, and I should say at a venture that not 1,000 English nor 15,000 foreigners were in it, for that westward rage and stampede must have operated here also, leaving the town empty but for the ever-new-coming hosts. The first thing which I did was to go into an open grocer's shop, which was also a post and telegraph office, with the notion, I suppose, to get a message through to London. In the shop a single gaslight was burning its last, and this, with that near the pier, were the only 2 that I saw, and ghastly enough they looked, transparently, and as it were ashamed, like blinking night things overtaken by the glare of day. I conjectured that they had so burned and watched during months or years, for they were now blazing diminished, with streaks and rays in the flame, as if by effort, and if these were the only two, they must have needed time to all but exhaust the works. Before the counter lay a fashionably dressed Negro with a number of tied parcels scattered about him, and on the counter an empty till, and behind it a tall, thin woman with her face resting sideways in the till, fingers clutching the outer counter rim, and such an expression of frantic terror as I never saw. I got over the counter to a table behind a wire gauze, and like a numb fool, went over the Morse alphabet in my mind before touching the transmitting key, though I knew no code words, and there, big enough to be seen, was the ABC dial, and who was to answer my message I did not ask myself, for habit was still strong upon me, and my mind refused to reason from what I saw to what I did not see. But the moment I touched the key and peered greedily at the galvanometer needle at my right, I saw that it did not move, for no current was passing, and with a kind of fright I was up, leapt, and got away from the place, though there was a great number of telegrams about the receiver which, if I had been in my senses, I would have stopped and read. Turning the corner of the next street, I saw wide open the door of a substantial large house and went in. From bottom to top there was no one there, except one English girl, sitting back in an easy chair in the drawing-room, which was richly furnished with Valenciennes curtains and azure satin things. She was a girl of the lowest class, hardly clad in black rags, and there she lay with hanging jaw, in a very crooked and awkward pose, a jimmy at her feet, in her left hand a roll of banknotes, and in her lap 3 watches. In fact, the bodies which I saw here were, in general, either those of new-come foreigners, or else of the very poor, the very old, or the very young. But what made me remember this house was that I found here on one of the sofas a newspaper, the Kent Express, and sitting unconscious of my dead neighbor, I pored a long while over what was written there. It said in a passage which I tore out and kept: telegraphic communication with Tilsit, Warsaw, Gross, and many smaller towns lying immediately eastward of the 21st parallel of longitude has ceased during the night. In some at least of them there must have been operators still at their duty, undrawn into the great westward rushing torrent. But as all messages from Western Europe have been answered only by that dread mysterious silence which, just 3 months and 2 days since, astounded the world in the case of Eastern New Zealand, we can only assume that these towns, too, have been added to the long and mournful list. Indeed, after last evening's Paris telegrams we might have with some certainty, not merely their overthrow, but even the hour of it, for the rate uniformity of the slow riding which is touring our globe is no longer doubtful, and has even been definitely fixed by Professor Craven at 100 miles per day, or 4 miles 330 yards per hour. Its nature, its origin, remains, of course, nothing but matter of conjecture, for it leaves no living thing behind it, nor, God knows, is that of any moment now to us who remain. That it is associated with an of almonds is declared, on high authority, to be improbable, but the morose purple of its impending gloom has been attested by tardy fugitives from the face of its rolling and smoky march. Is this the end? We do not and cannot believe it. Will the pure sky which we today see above us be invaded in 9 days, or less, by this smoke of the pit of darkness? In spite of the assurances of the scientists, we still doubt. For if so, to what purpose that long drama of history, in which we seem to see the hand of the... Surely the end of a 5th act should be obvious, satisfying to one's sense of the complete, but history, so far long as it has been, resembles rather a prologue than a 5th act. Can it be that the manager, utterly dissatisfied, would sweep all off, and hang up the piece forever? Certainly the sins of mankind have been as scarlet, and if the fair earth which he has turned into hell send forth now upon him the smoke of hell, little the wonder. But we cannot yet believe. There is a sparing strain in nature, and through the world as a thread is spun a silence which smiles, and on the end of events we find placarded large the words, "Why were ye afraid?" A dignified hope, therefore, even now, when we cower beneath this worldwide shadow of the wings of the condor of death, becomes us, and indeed we see such an attitude among some of the humblest of our people, from whose heart ascends the cry, "Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him." Hear, therefore, O Lord. O Lord, look down and save. But even as we thus write of hope, reason, if we would hear her, whispers us fool, and inclement is the sky of earth. No more ships can New York harbor contain, and whereas among us men die weekly of privations by the 100,000, yonder across the sea they perish by the million, for where the rich are pinched, how can the poor live? Already 700 out of the 1,000 millions of our race have perished, and the empires have crumbled like sand castles in a horror of anarchy. Thousands upon thousands of unburied dead, anticipating the more deliberate doom that comes and smokes, and rides and comes, and does not fail, encumber the streets of London, Manchester, Liverpool. The guides of the nation have fled, the father stabs his child and the wife her husband for a morsel of food. The fields lie waste, wanton crowds carouse in our churches, universities, palaces, banks, and hospitals. We understand that late last night 3 territorial regiments, the Munster Fusiliers and the East Lancashire regiments, riotously disbanded themselves, shooting 2 officers. Infectious diseases, as we all know, have spread beyond limit. In several towns the police seem to have disappeared, and in nearly all, every vestige of decency. The results following upon the sudden release of the convicts appear to be monstrous in the respective districts, and within 3 short months hell seems to have acquired this entire planet, sending forth horror like a rabid wolf and despair like a disastrous sky to devour and confound her. Hear therefore, O Lord, and forgive our iniquities. O Lord, we beseech thee. Look down, O Lord, and spare. When I had read this and the rest of the paper, which had 1 whole sheet-side blank, I sat a long hour there, eyeing a little patch of the purple ash on a wax board near the corner where the girl sat with her timepieces, so useless in her eternity. And there was not a feeling in me except a pricking of curiosity, which afterwards became morbid and ravenous, to know something more of that cloud or smoke of which this man spoke, of its dates, its origin, its nature, its minute details. Afterwards I went down and entered several houses, searching for more papers, but did not find any. Then I found a paper shop which was open, with boards outside, but either it had been deserted, or printing must have stopped about the date of the paper which I had read, for the only 3 newspapers there were dated long prior, and I did not read them. Now it was raining, and a blustering autumn day it was, distributing thee of the world, and bringing me continual mixed whiffs of flowers and the hateful stench of decay. But I would not mind it much. I wandered and wandered, till I was tired of Spahi and of Greek and Catalan, of Russian Pope and Coptic Abuna, of dragoman and of Egyptian and Afghan mullah, Neapolitan and the nightmare of wild poses, stuffs and garbs, the yellow-green of the Bedouin, shawl turbans of Baghdad, the voluminous rose-silk tob of women and face veils and stark distorted nakedness, and sashes of figured muslin and the workman's cords and the red tarbouche. About 4, for very weariness, I was sitting on a door-steep, bent beneath the rain, but soon was up again, fascinated no doubt by this changing bazaar of sameness, its chance combinations and permutations and novelty and monotony. About 5 I was at a station, marked Harbour Station, in and about which lay a considerable crowd, but not one train. I sat again and rested, rose and roamed again. Soon after 6 I found myself at another station, called Priory, and here I saw 2 long trains, both crowded, one on a siding and one at the up platform. I examined both engines, and found them of the old boiler steam type with manholes, heaters, autoclaves, feed pump, etc. Now rare in western countries, except England. In one there was no water, but in that at the platform, the float lever, barely tilted toward the float, showed that there was some in the boiler. Of this one I overhauled all the machinery, and found it good, though rusted. There was plenty of fuel and oil, which I supplemented from a near shop, and during 90 minutes my brain and hands worked with an intelligence as it were automatic, of their own motion. After 3 journeys across the station and street, I saw the fire blaze well and the manometer move. When the lever of the safety valve, whose load I lightened by half an atmosphere, lifted, I jumped down and tried to disconnect the long string of carriages from the engine, but failed, the coupling being an automatic arrangement new to me, nor did I care. It was now very dark, but there was still oil for bullseye and lantern, and I lit them. I forgot nothing. I rolled driver and stoker, the guard was absent, one to the platform, one upon the rails, and I took their place there. At about 8:30 I ran out from Dover, my throttle valve pealing high a long falsetto through the bleak and desolate night. My aim was London. But even as I set out my heart smote me. I knew nothing of the metals, their junctions, facing points, sidings, shuntings, and complexities. Even as to whether I was going toward or away from London, I was not sure. But just in proportion as my first timorousness of the engine hardened into familiarity and self-sureness, I quickened speed, with an obstinacy deaf and blind. Finally, from a mere crawl at first, I was flying at a shocking velocity, while something tongue-in-cheek seemed to whisper me, there must be other trains blocking the lines, at stations and yards, and everywhere it is a maniac's ride, a ride of death and Flying Dutchman's frenzy. Remember your dark 5-deep brigade of passengers who rock and bump together and will suffer in a collision. But with mulish stubbornness I thought, they wish to go to London. and on I raged, not wildly exhilarated, so far as I can remember, nor lunatic, but feeling the dull glow of a wicked and morose unreason urge in my bosom, while I stoked all blackened at the fire, or saw the vague mass of dead horse or cow, running trees and fields, and dark homestead and deep slumbering farm, flit ghostly athwart the murky air, as the half-blind saw men like trees walking. Long, however, it did not last. I could not have been 20 miles from Dover when, on a long reach of straight lines, I made out before me a tarpaulined mass opposite a signal point, and at once callousness changed to terror within me. But even as I plied the brake, I felt that it was too late. I rushed to the gangway to make a wild leap down an embankment to the right, but was thrown backward by a quick series of rough bumps, caused by 8 or 10 cattle which lay there across the lines. And when I picked myself up and leapt some seconds before the impact, the speed must have considerably slackened, for I received no fracture, but lay in semi-coma in a patch of yellow-flowered whin on level ground, and was even conscious of a fire on the lines 40 yards away, and all the night of vague thunder sounding from somewhere. About 5 or half past, in the morning I was sitting up, rubbing my eyes in a dim light mixed with drizzle. I could see that the train of my last night's debauch was a huddled-up chaos of fallen carriages and disfigured bodies. A 5-barred gate on my left opened into a hedge and swung with creaks. 2 yards from my feet lay a little shaggy pony with swollen, wan abdomen, the very picture of death, and also about me a number of dead, wet birds. I picked myself up, passed through the gate, and walked up a row of trees to a house at their end. I found it to be a little country tavern with a barn, forming one house, the barn part much larger than the tavern part. I went into the tavern by a small side door behind the bar into a parlor up a little stair into 2 rooms, but no one was there. I then went round into the barn, which was paved with cobblestones, and there lay a dead mare and foal, some fowls with 2 cows. A ladder stair led to a closed trapdoor in the floor above. I went up, and in the middle of a wilderness of hay saw 9 people, no doubt 5 men and 4 women, huddled together, and with them a tin pail containing the last of some spirit, so that these had died merry. I slept 3 hours among them, and afterwards went back to the tavern, and had some biscuits, of which I opened a new tin, with some ham, jam, and apples, of which I made a good meal, for my pemmican was gone. Afterwards I went following the rail track on foot, for the engines of both the collided trains were smashed. I knew northward from southward by the position of the sun, and after a good many stoppages at houses and by railway banks, I came, at about 11 in the night, to a great and populous town. By the Dane John and the cathedral, I immediately it as Canterbury, which I knew quite well. And I walked up Castle Street to the High Street, conscious for the first time of that regularly repeated sound, like a sob or groan, which was proceeding from my throat. As there was no visible moon, and these old streets very dim, I had to pick my way, lest I should desecrate the dead with my foot, and they all should rise with hue and cry to hunt me. However, the bodies here were not numerous, most, as before, being foreigners, and these, scattered about the strict old English burg that morning dark night, presented such a scene of the baneful wrath of God and all abomination of desolation, as broke me quite down at one place, where I stood in travail with jeremiads and sore sobbings and lamentations, crying out upon it all, God knows. Only when I stood at the west entrance of the cathedral I could discern, spreading up the dark nave, to the lantern, to the choir, a phantasmagorical mass of forms. I went a little inward, and striking 3 matches, peered nearer. The 2 transepts, too, seemed crowded. The cloister doorway was blocked, the southwest porch thronged, so that a great congregation must have flocked hither shortly before their fate them. Here it was that I became definitely certain that the after of the poison was not simply lingering in the air, but was being more or less given off by the bodies. For the blossomy of this church actually overcame that other, the whole rather giving the scent of old linens long embalmed in cedars. Well, away with stealthy trot I ran from the abysmal silence of that place, and in Palace Street near made one of those sudden immoderate rackets that seem to outrage the universe, and left me so woefully faint, decrepit, and gasping for life. The noise of the train was different, for there I was flying, but here a captive, and which way I ran was capture. Passing in Palace Street, I saw a little, and wanting a lantern, tried to get in, but the door was locked, so after going a few steps and kicking against a policeman's truncheon, I returned to break the window glass. I knew that it would make a fearful noise, and for some 15 or 20 minutes stood hesitating, but never could I have dreamed, my good God, of such a noise, so passionate, so dominant, so, and oh heavens, so long-lasting, for I seemed to have struck upon the weak spot of some planet, which came suddenly tumbling, with protracted bellowing and debacle about my ears. It was a good hour before I would climb in, but then quickly found what I wanted and some big oil cans, until 1 or 2 in the morning, the innovating flicker of my lantern went peering at random into the gloomy nooks of the town. Under a deep old Gothic arch that spanned a pavered alley, I saw the little window of a little house of rubble, and between the 2 diamond-paned sashes rags tightly beaten in, the idea evidently being to make the place airtight against the poison. When I went in, I found the door of that room open, though it, too, apparently had been stuffed at the edges, and on the threshold an old man and woman lay low. I conjectured that, thus protected, they had remained shut in till either hunger or the lack of oxygen in the used-up air drove them forth, whereupon the poison, still active, must have instantly ended them. I found afterwards that this expedient of making airtight had been widely resorted to, and it might well have proved successful, if both the supply of enclosed air and of food had been anywhere commensurate with the durability of the poisonous state. Weary as I grew, some morbid persistence sustained me, and I would not rest. About 4 in the morning I was at a station again, industriously bending, poor wretch, at the sooty task of getting another engine ready for travel. This time, when steam was up, I succeeded in uncoupling the carriages from the engine, and by the time morning broke, I was lightly gliding away over the country, whither I did not know, but making for London. Now I went with more intelligence and caution, and got on very well, travelling 7 days, never at night except it was very clear, never at more than 20 or 25 miles, and crawling through tunnels. I do not know the maze into which the train took me, for very soon after leaving Canterbury it must have gone down some branch line, and though the names were marked at stations, that hardly helped me, for of their situation relatively to London I was seldom sure. Moreover, again and again was my progress impeded by trains on the metals, when I would have to run back to a shunting point or a siding, and in 2 instances, these being far behind, changed from my own to the impeding engine. On the first day I travelled unhindered till noon, when I stopped in open country that seemed uninhabited for ages, only that 1/2 a mile to the left, on a shaded sward, was a large stone house of artistic design, coated with tinted harling, the roof of red tiles and timbered gables. I walked to it after another row, with putting out the fire and arranging for a new one, the day being bright and mild, with great masses of white cloud in the sky. The house had an outer and an inner hall, 3 reception rooms, fine old paintings, a kind of museum, and a large kitchen. In a bedroom above stairs I found 3 women with servants' caps, and a footman, arranged in a strange symmetrical way, head to head, like rays of a star. As I stood looking at them, I could have sworn, my good God, that I heard someone coming up the stairs. But it was some slight creaking of the breeze in the house, augmented 100-fold to my inflamed and fevered hearing, for used for years now to this silence of eternity, it is as though I hear all sounds through an ear trumpet. I went down, and after eating and drinking some clary water, made of brandy, sugar, cinnamon, and rose water, which I found in plenty, I lay down on a sofa in the inner hall and slept a quiet sleep until near midnight. I went out then, still possessed with the foolish greed to reach London, and after getting the engine to rights, went off under a clear black sky thronged with worlds and far-sown spawn, some of them, I thought, perhaps like this of mine, whelmed and drowned in oceans of silence, with one only inhabitant to see it and hear its silence. And all the long night I travelled, stopping twice only, once to get the coal from an engine which had impeded me, and once to drink some water which I took care, as always, should be running water. When I felt my head nod, and my eyes close about 5 a.m., I threw myself just outside the arch of a tunnel upon a grassy bank, pretty thick with stalks and flowers, the workings of early dawn being then in the east, and there, till near 11, slept. On waking, I noticed that the country now seemed more like Surrey than Kent. There was that regular swell and sinking of the land, but in fact, though it must have been either, it looked like neither, for already all had an aspect of return to a state of wild nature, and I could see that for a year at the least no hand had tended the soil. Near before me was a stretch of lucerne of such extraordinary growth, that I was led during that day and the succeeding one to examine the condition of vegetation with some minuteness, and nearly everywhere I detected a certain tendency in stamens, pericarps, and pistils, in every sort of growth that I looked at, in the rushes above all, the fronds, mosses, lichens, and all, and in the trefoils, clover especially, and some creepers. Many crop fields, it was clear, had been prepared but not sown, some had not been reaped, and in both cases I was struck with their appearance of rankness, as I was also when in Norway, and was all the more surprised that this should be the case at a time when a poison, whose action is the arrest of oxidation, had traversed the earth. I could only conclude that its presence in large volumes in the lower strata of the atmosphere had been more or less temporary, and that the tendency to exuberance which I observed was due to some principle by which nature acts with freer energy and larger scope in the absence of man. 2 yards from the rails I saw, when I got up, a little rill beside a rotten piece of fence, barely oozing itself onward under masses of foul and stagnant fungoids, and here there was a sudden splash and life, and I caught sight of the hind legs of a diving young frog. I went and lay on my belly, poring over the clear dulcet little water, and presently saw 2 tiny bleaks or abolts go gliding low among the swaying moss hair of the bottom rocks, and thought how gladly would I be one of them, with my home so thatched and shady, and my life drowned in their wide-eyed reverie. At any rate, these little creatures are alive, the batrachians also, and as I found the next day, pupae and of one sort or another, for to my deep emotion I saw a little white butterfly staggering in the air over the flower garden of a rustic station named. It was while I was lying there, poring upon that streamlet, that a thought came into my head, for I said to myself, if now I be here alone, 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 one on the earth, and my girth have a spread of 25,000 miles, what will happen to my mind? Into what kind of creature shall I writhe and chain? I may live 2 years so. What will have happened then? I may live 5 years 10. What will have happened after the 5s? The 10, I may live 20, 30, 40. Already, there are things that peep and sprout within me. I wanted food and fresh running water, and walked from the engine 1/2 mile through fields of lucerne, whose luxuriance quite hid the footpaths, and reached my shoulder. After turning the brow of a hill, I came to a park, passing through which I saw some dead deer and 3 persons, and emerged upon a terraced lawn, at the end of which stood an early English house of pale brick with copings, plinths, string courses of limestone, and spandrels of carved marble, and some distance from the porch a long table or series of tables in the open air, still spread with cloths that were like shrouds after a month of burial, and the table had old foods on it and some lamps. And all around it and all on the lawn were dead peasants. I seemed to know the house, probably from some print which I may have seen, but I could not make out the escutcheon, though I saw from its simplicity that it must be very ancient. Right across the spread still some of the letters in evergreens of the motto, many happy returns of the day, so that someone must have come of age or something, for inside all was gala, and it was clear that these people had a fate which they, of course. I went nearly throughout the whole spacious place of thick carpeted halls, marbles and famous oils, antlers and arras and gilt saloons, and placid large bedchambers, and it took me an hour. There were here not less than 180 people. In the first of a vista of 3 large reception rooms lay what could only have been a number of quadrille parties, for to the coup they presented a 2-and-2 appearance, made very repulsive by their jewels and evening dress. I had to steel my heart to go through this house, for I did not know if these people were looking at me as soon as my back was turned. Once I was on the very point of flying, for I was going up the great central stairway, and there came a pelt of dead leaves against a window pane in a corridor just above on the first floor, which thrilled me to the inmost soul. But I thought that if I once fled, they would all be at me from behind, and I should be gibbering mad long before I reached the outer hall, and so stood my ground, even defiantly advancing. In a small dark bedroom in the north wing on the 2nd floor, that is to say, at the top of the house, I saw a tall young lady and a groom, or woodman, to judge by his clothes, horribly riveted in an embrace on a settee, she with a light coronet on her head in low-necked dress, and their lipless teeth still fiercely pressed together. I collected in a bag a few delicacies from the under regions of this house, Lyons sausages, salami, apples, rose, raisins, artichokes, biscuits, a few wines, a ham, bottled fruit, pickles, coffee, and so on, with a gold plate, tin opener, corkscrew, fork, etc., and dragged them all the long way back to the engine before I could eat. My brain was in such a way that it was several days before the perfectly obvious means of finding my way to London, since I wished to go there at all, occurred to me, and the engine went wandering the intricate railway system of the South Country, I having twice to water her with a coal bucket from a pool, for the injector was giving no water from the tank under the coals, and I did not know where to find any near tank sheds. On the 5th evening, instead of into London, I ran into. That night, from 11 till the next day, there was a great storm over England. Let me note it down. And 10 days later, on the 17th of the month, came another, and on the 23rd another, and I should be put to it to count the great number since. And they do not resemble English storms, but rather Arctic ones, in a certain very suggestive something of, and a carousing malice and a Tartarus gloom, which I cannot quite describe. That night after wandering about and becoming very weary, I threw myself upon a cushioned pew in an old Norman church with 2 east apses, called Mary, using a Bible cushion for pillow, and placing some distance away a little tin lamp turned low, whose ray served me for through the night. Happily I had taken care to close up everything, or, I feel sure, the roof must have gone. Only one dead, an old lady in a chapel on the north side of the chancel, whom I rather mistrusted, was there with me, and there I lay listening, for after all I could not sleep a wink while outside vogued the immense tempest. And I communed with myself, thinking, I, poor man, lost in this conflux of infinitudes and vortex of the world, what can become of me, my God? For dark, dark, is the waste void into which from solid ground I am now plunged 1,000,000 fathoms deep, the sport of all the whirlwinds. And it were better for me to have died with the dead, and never to have seen the wrath and turbulence of the ineffable, nor to have heard the thrilling bleakness of the winds of eternity, when they pine and long and whimper, and when they vociferate and blaspheme, and when they expostulate and intrigue and implore, and when they despair and die, which ear of man should never hear. For they mean to eat me up, I know, these titanic darknesses, and soon like a whiff I shall pass away and leave the world to them. So till next morning I lay mumping, with shivers and cowerings, for the shocks of the storm pervaded the locked church to my very heart, and there were thunders that night, my God, like callings and laughs and banterings, exchanged between distant hilltops in hell. Well, the next morning I went down the steep High Street, and found a young nun at the bottom, whom I had left the previous evening, with a number of girls in uniform opposite the Guildhall halfway up the street. She must have been spun down, arm over arm, for the wind was westerly, and whereas I had left her completely dressed to her wimple and beads, she was now nearly stripped, and her little flock scattered. And branches of trees and wrecked houses, and reeling clouds of dead leaves were everywhere that wild morning. This town appeared to be the junction of an extraordinary number of railway lines, and before again setting out in the afternoon, when the wind had lulled, having got an ABC guide and a railway map, I decided upon my line, and upon a new engine, feeling pretty sure now of making London, only 30 miles away. I then set out, and about 5 o'clock was near my aim. I kept on, expecting every few minutes to see the great city till darkness fell, and still, at considerable risk, I went, as I thought, forward, but no London was there. I had in fact been on a loop line, and it gone wrong again, for the next evening I found myself farther away than ever. I slept on a rug in the passage of an inn called the Rose, for there was a wild, Russian-looking man with projecting top teeth on a bed in the house, whose appearance I did not like, and it was late, and I too tired to walk further, and the next morning pretty early I set out again, and at 10 a.m. was at reading. The notion of navigating the land by precisely the same means as the sea, simple and natural as it was, had not at all occurred to me. But at the first accidental sight of a compass in a little near the river at Reading, my difficulties as to getting to any desired place in the world vanished once and for all. For a good chart or map, the compass, a pair of compasses, and in the case of longer distances, a quadrant, sextant, or theodolite, with a piece of paper and pencil, were all that were necessary to turn an engine into a landship, one choosing the lines that ran nearest the direction of one's course, whenever they did not run precisely. Thus provided, I ran out from Reading about 7 in the evening, while there was still some light, having spent there some 9 hours. This was the town where I first observed that shocking crush of humanity, which I afterwards met in every large town west of London. Here, I should say, the English were quite equal in number to the foreigners, and there were enough of both, God knows, for London must have poured many here. There were houses in every room of which, and on the stairs, the dead actually overlay each other, and in the streets before them were points where only on flesh or under carriages was it possible to walk. I went into the great county from which, as I had read, the prisoners had been released 2 weeks beforehand, and there I found the same pressed condition, cells occupied by 10 or 12, the galleries continuously rough-paved with faces, heads, and old clothes shops of robes, and in the parade ground against one wall a mass of human stuff, like tough clay mixed with rags and trickling black gore, where a crush as of hydraulic power must have acted. At a corner between a gate and a wall near the biscuit factory of this town I saw a boy, whom I believed to have been blind, standing jammed at his wrist a chain ring, and at the end of the chain a dog. From his haphazard posture I conjectured that he and chain and dog had been lifted from the street, and placed so by the storm of the 7th of the month. And what made it very curious was that his right arm pointed a little outward just over the dog, so that, at the moment when I first sighted him, he seemed a drunken fellow setting his dog at me. In fact, all the dead I found much mauled and stripped and huddled, and the earth seemed to be making an abortive effort to sweep her streets. Well, some little distance from Reading I saw a big flower-seed farm, looking dead in some plots and in others quite rank, and here again, fluttering quite near the engine, 2 little winged Aurelians in the quiet evening air. I went on, passing a great number of crowded trains on the down line, 2 of them in collision and very broken up, and 1 exploded engine. Even the fields and cuttings on either hand of the line had a rather populous look, as if people, when trains and vehicles failed, had set to trudging westward in caravans and streams. When I came to a long tunnel near Slough, I saw round the foot of the arch an extraordinary quantity of wooden debris, and as I went very slowly through, was alarmed by the continuous bumping of the train, which I knew was passing over bodies. At the other end were more debris, and I easily guessed that a company of desperate people had made the tunnel airtight at the 2 arches and provisioned themselves with the hope to live there till the day of destiny was past. Whereupon their barricades must have been crashed through by some up train and themselves crushed, or else other crowds, mad to share their cave of refuge, had stormed the boardings. This latter, as I afterwards found, was a very usual event. I should very soon have got to London now, but, as my bad luck would have it, I met a long up train on the metals, with not one creature in any part of it. There was nothing to do but to, with all my things, to its engine, which I found in good condition with plenty of coal and water, and to set it going, a hateful, I being already jet black from hair to toes. However, by 10:30, I found myself stopped by another train only a quarter of a mile from, and walked the rest of the way among trains in which the standing dead still stood, propped by their neighbors, and over metals where bodies were as ordinary and cheap as waves on the sea or twigs in a forest. I believe that wild crowds had given chase on foot to moving trains, or forerun them in the frenzied hope of inducing them to stop. I came to the great shed of glass and girders which is the station, the night being perfectly soundless, moonless, starless, and the hour about 11. I found later that all the electric generating stations, or all that I visited, were intact, that is to say, must have been shut down before the arrival of the doom, also that the gasworks had almost certainly been abandoned some time previously, so that this city of dreadful night, in which, at the moment when silence choked it, not less than 40 to 60 millions swarmed and droned, must have more resembled Tartarus and the foul shades of hell than aught to which my fancy can liken it. For coming nearer the platforms, I saw that trains, in order to move at all, must have moved through a slew of bodies pushed from behind, and forming a packed homogeneous mass on the metals, and I knew that they had moved. Nor could I now move unless I decided to wade, for flesh was everywhere on the roofs of trains, cramming the interval between them on the platforms, splashing the pillars like spray, piled on trucks and lorries, a carnal quagmire, and outside it filled the space between a great host of vehicles, carpeting all that region of London. And all here that of blossoms, which nowhere yet, save on one vile ship, had failed, was now wholly overcome by another, and the thought was in my head, my God, that if the soul of man had sent up to heaven the which his body gave to me, then it was not so strange that things were as they were. I got out from the station, with ears, God knows, that still awaited the accustomed noising of this accursed town, habituated as I now was to all the dumb and absent void of soundlessness. And I was overwhelmed in a new awe and lost in a wilder, when instead of lights and business I saw the long street which I knew brewed darker than Babylon's long desolate, and in place of its ancient noising heard, my God, a shocking silence, rising higher than I had ever heard it, and blending with the silence of the inane, eternal stars in heaven. I could not get into any vehicle for some time, for all thereabouts was practically a mere block, but near the park, which I attained by stooping among wheels and selecting my foul steps, I overhauled a car, found in it 2 cylinders of petrol, lit the ignition lamp, removed with averted abhorrence 3 bodies, mounted, and broke that populous stillness. And through streets nowhere empty of bodies I went urging eastward my jolting, and spattered, and humming way. That I should have persisted, with so much pains, to come to this unbounded catacomb, seems now singular to me, for by that time I could not have been sufficiently daft to expect to find another being like myself on the earth, though I cherished, I remember, the irrational hope of yet somewhere finding dog, or cat, or horse to be with me, and would anon think bitterly of my Arctic dog, which my own hand had shot. But in reality, a morbid curiosity must have been within me all the time to read the real truth of what had happened, so far as it was known or guessed, and to gloat upon all that drama, and cup of trembling, and pouring out of the vials of the wrath of God, which must have preceded the actual advent of the end of time. This inquisitiveness had, at every town which I reached, made the search for newspapers uppermost in my mind, but by bad luck I had found only 4, all of them antedated to the one which I had read at Dover, though their dates gave me some idea of the period when printing must have ceased. Soon after the 17th July, about 3 months subsequent to my arrival at the Pole, for none I found later than this date, and these contained nothing scientific, but only orisons and despairings. On arriving, therefore, at London, I made straight for the office of the Times, only stopping at a chemist in Oxford Street for a bottle of antiseptic to hold near my nose, though having once left the neighborhood of, I had hardly much need of this. I made my way to the square where the paper was printed, to find that even there the ground was closely strewn with calpac and black and fringed praying shawl, hobnail and sandal, figured lungi and striped silk, all very muddled and mauled. Through the dark square to the twice-dark building I passed, and found open the door of an advertisement office, but on striking a match saw that it had been lighted by electricity, and had therefore to retrace my stumbling steps, till I came to a shop of lamps in a near alley, walking meantime with timid cares that I might hurt no one, for in this enclosed neighborhood I began to feel strange tremors, and kept striking matches, which so still was the black air hardly flickered. When I returned to the building with a little lighted lamp, I at once saw a file on a table, and since there were a number of dead there and I wished to be alone, I took the heavy mass of paper between my left arm and side and the lamp in my right hand, passed them behind a counter, and then to the right up a stair which led me into a very great building and complexity of wooden steps and corridors, where I went peering, the lamp visibly trembling in my hand, for here also were the dead. Finally, I entered a good-sized carpeted room with a baize-covered table in the middle, and large smooth chairs, and on the table many manuscripts impregnated with purple dust, and around were books in shelves. This room had been locked upon a single man, a tall man in a frock coat, with a pointed beard, who at the last moment had decided to fly from it, for he lay at the threshold, apparently fallen dead the moment he opened the door. Him, by drawing his feet aside, I removed, locked the door upon myself, sat at the table before the dusty file, and with the little lamp near began to search. I searched and read till far into the morning. But God knows, he alone's. I had not properly filled the little reservoir with oil, and at about 3 in the foreday it began to burn sullenly lower, letting sparks and turning the glass, and in my deepest chilly heart was the question, suppose the lamp goes out before the daylight. I knew the Pole and cold, I knew them well, but to be frozen by panic, my God. I read, I say, I searched, I would not stop, but I read that night racked by terrors such as have never yet entered into the heart of man to conceive. My flesh moved and crawled like a lake which, here and there, the breeze ruffles. Sometimes for 2, 3, 4 minutes the profound interest of what I read would fix my mind, and then I would peruse an entire column or 2 without consciousness of the meaning of one single word, my brain all drawn away to the innumerable host of the wan dead that camped about me, pierced with horror lest they should start and stand and accuse me, for the grave and the worm was the world, and in the air a sickening stirring of cerements and shrouds. And the taste of the pale and insubstantial of ghosts seemed to infect my throat, and faint of the loathsome tomb my nostrils, and the toll of deep-toned passing bells my ears. Finally the lamp very low, and my charnel fancy teemed with the screwing down of coffins, lich-gates and sextons, and the grating of ropes that lowered down the dead, and the first sound of the earth upon the lid of that strait and gloomy home of the mortal. That lethal look of cold dead fingers I seemed to see before me, the insipidness of dead tongues, the pout of the drowned, and the vapid froths that ridged their lips, till my flesh was moist as with the stale washing waters of morgues and mortuaries, and with such sweats as corpses sweat, and the mawkish tear that lies on dead men's cheeks. For what is one poor insignificant man in his flesh against a whole world of the disembodied, he alone with them, and nowhere another of his kind to whom to appeal against them? I read and I searched, but God knows, if a leaf of the paper which I slowly, warily, stealingly turned, made but one faintest rustle, how did that reveille boom in echoes through the vacant and haunted chambers of my poor aching heart, my God? And there was a cough in my throat which for a cruelly long time I would not cough, till it burst in horrid clamor from my lips, sending crinkles of cold through my inmost blood. For with the words which I read were all mixed-up visions of crawling hearses, wails, and lugubrious crapes, and piercing shrieks of madness in strange earthy vaults, and all the mournfulness of the black veil of death and the tragedy of corruption. Twice during the ghostly hours of that night, the absolute and undeniable certainty that some presence, some most gashly silent being stood at my right elbow, so thrilled me, that I leapt to my feet to confront it with clenched fists, and hairs that bristled stiff in horror and frenzy. After that second time I must have fainted, for when it was broad day, I found my dropped head over the file of papers supported on my arms. And I resolved then never again after sunset to remain in any house, for that night was enough to kill a horse, my good God, and that this is a haunted planet I know. What I read in the Times was not very definite, for how could it be? But in the main it confirmed inferences which I had myself drawn, and fairly satisfied my mind. There had been a battle royal in the paper between my old collaborator professor and Dr. Martin Rogers, and never could I have conceived such an indecorous piece of business, men like them calling one another tyro, dreamer, and in one place blockhead. That the perfumed of almonds attributed to the advancing cloud could be due to anything but the excited fancy of the reporting fugitives, because, said he, it was unknown that either H or K46 had been given out by volcanoes, and the destructiveness to life of the traveling cloud could only be owing to Co and Co2. To this Rogers, in an article by Extraordinary Heat, replied that he could not understand how even a tyro in chemical and geological phenomena would venture to rush into print with the statement that H had not commonly been given out by volcanoes. That it had been, he said, was perfectly certain, though whether it had been or not could not affect the decision of a reasoning mind as to whether it was being. For that cyanogen, as a matter of fact, was not rare in nature, though not directly occurring, being one of the products of the common distillation of pit coal, and found in roots, peaches, almonds, and many tropical flora. Also that it had been actually pointed out as probable by more than one thinker that some salt or salts of the potassic or the potassic ferrocyanide or both must exist in considerable stores in the earth at volcanic depths. In reply to this, in a 2-column article used the word dreamer, and Rogers, when Berlin had been already silenced, finally replied with his amazing blockhead. But in my opinion, by far the most learned and lucid of the scientific dicta was from the rather unexpected source of the Dublin Science and Art Department. He, without fuss, accepted the statements of the fugitive eyewitnesses, down to the assertion that the cloud, as it rolled traveling, seemed mixed from its base to the clouds with languid tongues of purple flame, rose at their edges. This, explained, was the characteristic flame of both cyanogen and acid, which, being inflammable, may have become locally ignited in the passage over cities, and only burned in that limited and languid way on account of the ponderous volumes of carbonic anhydride with which they must, of course, be mixed. The dark empurpled was due to the presence of large quantities of the rocks, basalts, greenstone, trachytes, and the various porphyries. This article was most remarkable for its clear divination, because written so early, not long, in fact, after the cessation of telegraphic communication with Australia and China. And at a date so early stated that the character of the devastation not only proved an eruption another, but far greater Krakatoa probably in some South Sea region, but indicated that its most active product must be, not Co, but potassic ferrocyanide K46, which, undergoing distillation with the products of sulfur in the heat of eruption, produced acid H. And this volatile acid, he said, remaining in a vaporous state in all climates above a temperature of 26.5 C, might involve the entire Earth, if the eruption proved sufficiently powerful, traveling chiefly in a direction contrary to the Earth's west-to-east motion, the only regions which would certainly be exempt being the colder regions of the Arctic circles, where the acid would assume the liquid state and fall as rain. He did not anticipate that vegetation would be permanently affected, unless the eruption were of inconceivable duration and activity, for though the poisonous quality of acid consisted in its sudden and complete arrest of oxidation, vegetation had two sources of life, the soil as well as the air. With this exception, all life, down to the lowest evolutionary forms, would disappear. Here was the one point in which he was somewhat at fault, until the earth reproduced them. For the rest, he fixed the rate of the oncoming cloud at from 100 to 105 miles a day, and the date of eruption, either the 14th, 15th, or 16th of April, which was either 1, 2, or 3 days after the arrival of the boreal party at the pole. And he concluded by saying that if the facts were as he had stated them, then he could suggest no hiding place for the race of man, unless such places as mines and tunnels could be made airtight. Nor could even they be of use to any considerable number, except in the event of the poisonous state of the air being of very short duration. I had thought of mines before, but in a very languid way, till this article and other things that I read, as it were, struck my brain a slap with the notion. For there, I said, if anywhere shall I find a man. I went out from that building that morning feeling like a man bowed down with age, for the depths of unutterable horror into which I had had glimpses during that one night made me very feeble, and my steps tottered, and my brain reeled. I got out into street, and at the near circus where 4 streets meet, had under my furthest range of vision nothing but 4 fields of bodies, clad in a rag shop of every faded, or half-clad, or not clad at all actually in many cases, overlying one another as I had seen it reading, but here with a markedly more skeleton appearance. For I saw the swollen-looking shoulders, sharp hips, hollow abdomens, and stiff bony limbs of people dead from famine, the whole having the grotesque air of some macabre battlefield of fallen marionettes. Mixed with these was an extraordinary number of vehicles of all sorts, so that I saw that driving among them would be impracticable, whereas the street which I had taken during the night was fairly clear. I thought a minute what I should do, then went by a parallel back street, and came out to a shop in the Strand, where I hoped to find all the information which I needed about the excavations of the country. The shutters were up, and I did not wish to make any noise among these people, though the morning was bright, it being about 10 o'clock, and it was easy to effect entrance, for I saw a crowbar in a big covered furniture van near. I therefore went northward till I came to the British Museum, the cataloguing system of which I knew well, and passed in. There was no one at the library door to bid me stop, and in the great round reading room not a soul, except one old man with a bag hung at his neck, and spectacles, he lying up a book ladder near the shelves, a reader to the last. I got to the printed, and for an hour was upstairs among the dim sacred galleries of this still place, and at the sight of certain Greek and Coptic papyri, charters, seals, had such a dream of this ancient earth, my good God, as even an angel's pen could not half express on paper. Afterwards I went away loaded with a good hundredweight of ordnance maps, which I had stuffed into a bag found in the cloakroom, with 3 topographical books. I then at an instrument-maker's inn got a sextant and theodolite, and at a grocer's near the river put into a sack bag provisions to last me a week or 2. At Bridge Wharf Station I found a little sharp white steamer of a few tons, which happily was driven by liquid air, so that I had no troublesome fire to light. And by noon I was cutting my solitary way up the Thames, which flowed as before the ancient Britons were born, and saw it, and built mud huts there amid the forest, and afterwards the Romans came and saw it and called it Hortenses. That night, as I lay asleep on the cabin cushions of my little boat under the lee of an island at Richmond, I had a clear dream in which something or someone came to me and asked me a question, for it said, "Why do you go seeking another man that you may fall upon him and kiss him? Or that you may fall upon him and murder him?" And I answered sullenly in my dream, "I would not murder him. I do not wish to murder anyone." What was essential to me was to know with certainty whether I was really alone, for some instinct began to whisper me, "Find that out, be sure, for without the assurance you can never be yourself." I passed into the great Midland Canal and went northward, leisurely advancing, for I was in no hurry. The weather remained very warm, and great part of the country was still dressed in autumn leaves. I have written, I think, of the terrific character of the tempests witnessed in England since my return. Well, the calms were just as intense and novel. This observation was forced upon me, and I could not but be surprised. There seemed no middle course now. If there was a wind, it was a storm. If there was not a storm, no leaf stirred, not a roughening zephyr ran the water. I was reminded of maniacs that laugh now, and rave now, but never smile and never sigh. On the 4th afternoon I passed by Leicester, and the next morning left my pleasant boat, carrying maps and compass, and at a small station took engine, bound for Yorkshire, where I loitered and idled away 2 foolish months, sometimes travelling by steam engine, sometimes by automobile, sometimes by bicycle, and sometimes on foot, till the autumn was quite over. There were 2 houses in London to which especially I had thought to go, one in Street and one in Hanover Square, but when it came to the point I would not, and there was a little embowered home in Yorkshire where I was born to which I thought to go, but I would not, confining myself for many days to the eastern half of the county. One morning, while passing on foot along the coast wall from 2, on turning my eyes from the sea, I was confronted by a thing which for a moment or 2 struck me with the most profound astonishment. I had come to a mansion surrounded by trees 300 yards from the cliffs, and there, on a path at the bottom of the domain, right before me, was a board marked, "Trespassers will be prosecuted." At once a mad desire, the first which I had had to laugh, to roar with laughter, to send wild echoes of merriment clapping among the chalk gullies, and abroad on the morning air, seized upon me. But I kept it under, though I could not help smiling at this poor man, with his little delusion that a part of the earth was his. Here the cliffs are, I should say, 70 feet high, broken by frequent slips in the upper stratum of clay. and as I proceeded, climbing always, I encountered some rather formidable gullies in the chalk, down and then up which I had to scramble, till I came to a great mound or barrier stretching right across the great promontory, and backed by a natural ravine, this no doubt having been raised as a rampart by some of those old invading pirate peoples, who had their hot life scuffle and are done now. Like the rest. Going on, I came to a bay in the cliff, with a great number of boats lodged on the slopes, some quite high, though the declivities are steep. Toward the inner slopes is a limekiln which I explored, but found no one there. When I came out on the other side, I saw the village with an old tower at one end on a bare stretch of land, and thence, after an hour's rest in the kitchen of a little inn, went out to the station and the lighthouse. Looking across the sea eastward, the lightkeepers here must have seen that thick cloud of convolving browns and purples, perhaps mixed with small tongues of fire, slowly walking the water, its roof in the clouds upon them. For this headland is in precisely the same longitude as London, and reckoning from the hour when, as recorded in the Times, the cloud was seen from Dover over Calais, London, and must have been overtaken soon after 3 o'clock on the Sunday afternoon, the 25th July. At sight in open daylight of a doom so gloomy, but perhaps hoped against to the last, and now come the lightkeepers must have fled howling, supposing them to have so long remained faithful to duty, for here was no one, and in the village very few. In this lighthouse, which is a circular white tower, 80 feet high on the edge of the cliff, is a book for visitors to sign their names, and I will write something down here in black and white, for the secret is between God only and me. After reading a few of the names, I took my pencil and I wrote my name there. The reef before the head stretches out 1/4 of a mile, looking bold in the dead low water that then was, and showing to what extent the sea has pushed back this coast, 3 wrecks impaled on them, and a big steamer quite near, waiting for the first movements of the already strewn sea to perish. All along the cliff wall to the bluff crowned by Scarborough Castle northward, and to the low vanishing coast of southward, appeared those cracks and caves which had brought me here, though there seemed no attempts at barricades. However, I got down a rough slope on the south side to a rude wild beach, strewn with wave-worn masses of chalk. And never did I feel so paltry and short a thing as there, with far outstretched bays of crags about me, their bluffs encrusted at the base with stale old leprosies of shells and barnacles, and crass algae beards, and higher up, the white cliff all stained and weather-spoiled, the rock in some parts looking quite chalky, and elsewhere gleaming hard and dull like dirty marbles, while in the huge withdrawals of the coast yawned darksome gullies and caverns. Here in that morning's walk, I saw 3 little hermit crabs, a limpet, and 2 in a pool of weeds under a bearded rock. What astonished me here, and indeed above and everywhere in London even and other towns, was the incredible number of birds that strewed the ground, at some points resembling a real rain, birds of nearly every sort including tropic specimens, so that I had to conclude that they too had fled before the cloud from country to country, till conquered by weariness and grief, and then by death. By climbing over rocks thick with periwinkles, and splashing through great sloppy stretches of crinkled seaweed, which give a raw stench of brine, I entered the first of the gullies, a narrow, long, winding one, with sides polished by the sea-wash and the floor rising inwards. In the dark interior I struck matches, able still to hear from outside the ponderous spasmodic rush and jostle of the sea between the crags of the reef, but now quite faintly. Here I knew I could meet only dead men, but urged by some curiosity, I searched to the end, wading in the middle through a 3 feet depth of seaweed twine, but there was no one, and only belemnites and fossils in the chalk. I searched several to the south of the headland, and then went northward past it toward another opening and place of perched boats, called in the map North Landing, where even now a distinct smell of fish, left by the old crabbers and herring fishers, was perceptible. A number of coves and bays opened as I proceeded. A faded green turf comes down in curves at some parts on the cliff brows, like wings of a young soldier's hair, parted in the middle and plastered on his brow. Isolated chalk masses are numerous obelisks, top-heavy columns, bastions. At one point no less than 8 headlands stretched to the end of the world before me, each pierced by its arch, Norman or Gothic, in whole or in half. And here again caves, in one of which I found a carpet bag stuffed with a wet pulp like bread, and stuck to the rock a Turkish tarbouche, also under a limestone quarry, 5 dead asses, but no man. The east coast had evidently been shunned. Finally, in the afternoon I reached, very tired, and there slept. I went onward by train engine all along the coast, to a region of iron ore, alum, and jet excavations round, and by byways near the small place of I got down to the shore at, and reached the middle of a bay in which is a cave called the Hob Hole, with excavations all around, none of great depth, made by jet diggers, and in the cave lay a small herd of cattle, though for what purpose put there I cannot guess, and in the jet excavations I found nothing. A little further south is the chief alum region, but as soon as I saw a works and the great gap in the ground like a crater where the lias is, containing only heaps of alum shale, brushwood stacks, and piles of cement nodules extracted from the lias, I concluded that here could have been found no hiding, nor did I purposely visit the others, though I saw two later. From Round and those rough moors I went on to not far now from my home, but I would not continue that way, and after 2 days' indecisive lounging, started for Richmond and the lead mines about Dale near. Here begins a region of mountain, various with glens, fells, screes, scars, swards, becks, passes, villages, riverheads, and dales. Some of the faces which I saw in it almost seemed to speak to me in a broad dialect which I knew. But they were not numerous in proportion, for all this countryside must have had its population by at least some hundreds, and the villages had rather the air of Danube, Levant, or Spanish villages. In one named I saw that the street had become the scene either of a great battle or a great massacre, and soon I was everywhere coming upon men and women, English and foreign, dead from violence, cracked heads, wounds, unhung jaws, broken limbs, and so on. Instead of going direct to the mines from, that waywardness which now rules my mind, as squalls an abandoned boat, took me somewhat further southwest to the village of, which I actually could not enter, so occupied with dead was every spot on which the eye rested 100 yards about it. Not far from here I turned up, on foot now, a very steep stony road to the right, which leads over the pass into Wensleydale, the day being very warm and bright, with large clouds that looked like lakes of molten silver giving off fumes in their center, casting moody shadows over the swardy dale, which below expands, showing 2 miles off the largest village of Upper. Soon climbing, I could look down upon miles of and the hills beyond, a rustic panorama of glens and grass, river, and there was something of lightness in my step that fair day, for I had left all my maps and things, except one, to which I meant to return, and the earth, which is very good, was mine. The ascent was rough and also long, but if I paused and looked behind I saw. Man's notion of a heaven, a paradise, reserved for the spirits of the good, clearly arose from impressions which the earth made upon his mind, for no paradise can be fairer than this, just as his notion of a hell arose from the squalid mess into which his own foolish habits of thought and action turned this paradise. At least so it struck me then, and thinking it there was a hiss in my breath, as I went up into what more and more acquired the character of a mountain pass with points of almost alpine savagery, for after I had skirted the edge of a deep glen on the left, the slopes changed in character, heather was on the mountain sides, a fretting beck sent up its noise, then screes and scars and a considerable waterfall and a landscape of crags. And lastly a broad and rather desolate summit, palpably nearer the clouds. 2 days later I was at the mines, and here I first saw that widespread scene of horror with which I have since become familiar. The story of 6 out of 10 of them all is the same, and short: selfish owners, an ousted world, an easy bombardment, and the destruction of all concerned, before the arrival of the cloud in many cases. About some of the Durham pit mouths I have been given the impression that the human race lay collected there, and that the notion of hiding himself in a mine must have occurred to every man alive and sent him thither. In these lead mines, as in most vein mining, there are more shafts than in collieries, and hardly any attempt at artificial ventilation, except at rises, winzes, and cul-de-sacs. I found accordingly that, though their depth does not exceed 300 feet, suffocation must often have anticipated the other dreaded death. In nearly every shaft, both uptake and downtake, was a ladder, either of the mine or of the fugitives, and I was able to descend without difficulty, having dressed myself in a house at the village in a check flannel shirt, a pair of 2-button trousers with circles of leather at the knees, thick boots, and a miner's hat having a leather socket attached to it, into which fitted a straight handle from a cylindrical candlestick. With this light and also a lamp which I carried about with me for a good many months, I lived for the most part in the deeps of the earth, searching for the treasure of a life, to find everywhere in English duckies and Pomeranian women in gaudy stiff cloaks, the bonds, the imam, and almost every type of man. One most brilliant autumn day I walked by the village market cross at Barnard, come at last, but with a tenderness in my heart and a reluctance to where I was born, for I said I would go and see my sister Ada and the other old one. I leaned and loitered a long time on the bridge, gazing up to the craggy height which is heavy with waving wood, and crowned by the castle tower, the Tees sweeping round the mountain base, smooth here and sunlit, but a mile down where I wished to go, but would not, brawling bedraggled and lacerated, like a sweet strumpet, all shallow among rocks under reaches of shadow, the shadow of woods. I climbed very leisurely up the hillside, having in my hand a bag with a meal, and up the stair in the wall to the top I went, where there is no parapet but a massiveness of wall that precludes danger. and here in my miner's attire I sat 3 hours, brooding sleepily upon the scene of lush umbrageous old wood that marks the long way the river takes from Chase up above, and where the rapid Balder bickers in down to Bowery, touched now with autumn. The thickness of trees lessening away toward the uplands, where there are far etherealized stretches of fields within hedgerows, and in the sunny mirage of the farthest azure remoteness hints of lonesome moorland. It was not till near 3 that I went down along the river, thence near, traversing the old meadow and ascending the old hill, and there, as of old, was the little black square with yellow letters on the gate wall. Hunt Hill House. No part, no house, I believe, of this countryside was empty of strange corpses, and they were in Hunt Hill too. I saw 3 in the weedy plot to the right of the garden path, where once the hawthorn and lilac tree had grown from well-rollered grass, and in the little bush wilderness to the left, which was always a wilderness, 1 more, and in the breakfast room to the right of the hall, 3, and in the new wooden clinker-built attachment opening upon the breakfast room, 2, half under the table. And in her room overlooking the porch on the first floor, the long, thin form of my mother on her bed, with crushed-in left temple, and at the foot of the bed, face downward on the floor, black-haired Ada in a nightdress. Of all the men and women who died, they 2 alone had burying. For I a hole with the stable spade under the front lilac, and I wound them in the sheets, foot and form and head, and not without throes and qualms I bore and buried them there. Some time passed after this before the long, multitudinous, and perplexing task of visiting the mine regions again claimed me. I found myself at a place called, which is a big table mountain with a top of 15 to 20 acres from which the sea is visible across Lancashire to the west, and in the sides of this strange hill are a number of caves which I searched during 3 days, sleeping in a garden shed at a very rural and flower-embowered village, for every room in it was thronged, a place marked in the chart, in which latter is a dale penetrating the slopes of the mountain. And there I found by far the greatest of the caves which I saw, having ascended a path from the village to a hollow between 2 grass slopes, where there is a beck, and so entering an arch to the left, screened by trees, into the limestone cliff. The passage narrows pretty rapidly inwards, and I had not proceeded 2 yards before I saw the clear traces of a great battle here. All this region had, in fact, been invaded, for the cave must have been famous, though I did not remember it myself, and for some miles round the dead were pretty frequent, making the immediate approach to the cave a matter for care if the foot was to be saved from pollution. It is clear that there had been an iron gate across the entrance, that within this a wall had been built across, shutting in I do not know how many, perhaps 1 or 2, perhaps hundreds, and both gate and wall had been stormed and broken down, for there still were the sledges and rocks which without doubt had done it. I had a lamp and at my forehead the lighted candle, and I went on quickly, seeing it useless now to choose my steps where there was no choice, through a passage encrusted, roof and sides, with a scabrous petrified lichen, the roof low for some 90 yards, covered with down-looking cones like an inverted forest of children's toy trees. I then came to a round hole, apparently artificial, opening through a curtain of stalagmitic formation into a great cavern beyond, which was quite animated and festal with flashes, sparkles, and diamond lusters, hung in their myriads upon a movement of the eye, these being produced by large numbers of snowy wet stalagmites, very large and high, down the center of which ran a continuous long lane of clothes and hats and faces. With hasty, reluctant feet I somehow passed over them, the cave all the time widening, thousands of stalactites appearing on the roof of every size, from Virgin's Breast to Giant's Club, and now everywhere the wet drip, drip, as it were a populous busy bazaar of perspiring brows and hurrying feet, in which the only business is to drip. Where stalactite meets stalagmite there are pillars. Where stalactite meets stalactite in fissures long or short there are elegances, flimsy draperies, delicate fantasies. There were also pools of water in which hung heads and feet, and there were vacant spots at outlying spaces where the arched roof, which continually heightened itself, was reflected in the chill gleam of the floor. Suddenly the roof came down, the floor went up, and they seemed to meet before me. But looking, I found a low opening, through which, drawing myself on the belly over slime for some yards in repulsive proximity to dead personalities, I came out upon a floor of sand and pebbles under a long dry tunnel, arched and narrow, grim and dull, without stalactites, suggestive of monks and catacomb vaults, and the route to the grave. And here the dead were much fewer, proving either that the general mob had not had time to penetrate so far inward, or else that those within, if they were numerous, had gone out to defend, or to hearken to, the storm of their citadel. This passage led me into an open space, the grandest of all, loftily vaulted, full of genie riches and buried treasures of light, the million-fold ensemble of lustres dancing with the eye as it moved or was still, this place, I should guess, being quite half a mile from the entrance. My prying lantern showed me here only 19 dead, men of various nations, and at the far end 2 holes in the floor, large enough to admit the body, through which from below came up a sound of falling water. Both of these holes, I could see, had been filled with cement concrete wisely, I fancy, for a current of air from somewhere seemed to be now passing through them, and this would have resulted in the death of the hiders. Both, however, of the fillings had been broken through, one partially, the other wholly, by the ignorant, I presume, who thought to hide in a secret place yet beyond, where they may have believed, on seeing the artificial work, that others were. I had my ear a long time at one of these openings, listening to that mysterious chant down below in a darkness most murky and dismal, and afterwards, spurred by the stubborn will which I had to be thorough, I went back, took a number of outer robes from the bodies, tied them well together, then one end round the nearest pillar, and having put my mouth to the hole, calling, "Anyone! Anyone!" let myself down by the rope of garments, the candle at my head. I had not, however, descended far into those mournful shades when my right foot plunged into water, and instantly the feeling of terror pierced me that all the evil things in the universe were at my leg to drag me down to hell, and I was up quicker than I went down, nor did my flight cease till with a sigh of deliverance I found myself in open air. After this, seeing that the autumn warmth was passing away, I set myself with more system to my task, and within the next 6 months worked with steadfast will and strenuous assiduity, seeking not indeed for a man in a mine, but for some evidence of the possibility that a man might be alive, visiting in that time Northumberland and Durham, Fife and South Wales and Cornwall and the Midlands, the lead mines of Derbyshire, of and other parts of Northumberland, of Moor and other parts of Cumberland, of and other parts of Yorkshire, of the western part of Durham, of Cornwall, of the hills of Flint, Cardigan and Montgomery, of and of the Isle of Man, of Waterford and Down. I have gone down the 360 grand pipe iron ladder of the abandoned graphite mine at Cumberland, halfway up a mountain 2,000 feet high, and visited where cobalt and manganese ore is mined in pockets at the mine near in, and the lead and copper Newton Stewart workings in Galloway, the Bristol coalfields and mines of South Staffordshire, whereas in Gloucester and the veins are thin and the mining system is the long wall, whereas in the north and Wales, the system is the pillar and stall. I have visited the open workings for iron ores of, and the underground stone quarries, and the underground slate quarries with their alternate pillars and chambers in the district of North Wales, also the rock salt workings, the tin, copper and cobalt workings of Cornwall, and where the minerals were brought to the surface on the backs of men, and where they were brought by adit levels provided with railroads, and where, as in old Cornish mines, there are 2 ladders in the shaft, moved up and down alternately seesaw, and by skipping from one to the other at right moments you ascended or descended, and where the drawing up is by a gin or horse with vertical drum, the in quarries in Wiltshire, the in quarries in Yorkshire, and every tunnel and every recorded hole. For something urged within me, saying, "You must be sure first, or you can never be yourself." At the coalfield in the Red Colt pit, my inexperience nearly ended my life, for though I had a minute theoretical knowledge of all British workings, I was, in my practical relation to them, like a man who has learnt seamanship on shore. At this place the dead were accumulated, I think beyond precedent, the dark plain around for at least 3 miles being as strewn as a reaped field with stacks, and near the bank much more strewn than stack fields, filling the only house within sight of the pit mouth, the small place provided for the company's officials, and even lying over the great mountain heap of work, composed of the shale and debris of the working. Here I arrived on the morning of the 15th December, to find that, unlike the others, there was here no rope ladder or other contrivance fixed by the fugitives in the ventilating shaft, which usually is not very deep, being also the pumping shaft, containing a plug rod at one end of the beam engine which works the pumps. But looking down the shaft I discerned a vague mass of clothes, and afterwards a thing that could only be a rope ladder, which a batch of the fugitives, by hanging to it their united weight, must have dragged down upon themselves to prevent the descent of yet others. My only way of going down, therefore, was by the pit mouth, and as this was an important place, after some hesitation I decided very rashly. First I provided for my coming up again by getting a great coil of half-inch rope, which I found in the bailiff's office, probably 130 fathoms long, rope at most mines being so plentiful, that it almost seemed as if each fugitive had provided himself in that way. This length of rope I threw over the beam of the beam engine in the bight where it sustains the rod, and paid one end down the shaft till both were at the bottom. In this way I could come up, by tying one rope end to the rope ladder, hoisting it, fastening the other end below, and climbing the ladder, and I then set to work to light the pit-mouth engine fire to effect my descent. This done, I started the engine, and brought up the cage from the bottom, the 300 yards of wire rope winding with a quaint deliberateness round the drum, reminding me of a camel's nonchalant, leisurely obedience. When I saw the four meeting chains of the cage roof emerge, the pointed roof and two-sided frame, I stopped the ascent and next attached to the knockoff gear a long piece of twine which I had provided, carried the other end to the cage in which I had 5 companions, lit my hat candle which was my test for choke damp, and without the least reflection, pulled the string. That hole was 900 feet deep. First the cage gave a little upleap and then began to descend quite normally, I thought, though the candle at once went out nor had I the least fear. A strong current of air indeed blew up the shaft, but that happens in shafts. This current, however, soon became too vehemently boisterous for anything. I saw the lamplight struggle, the dead cheeks quiver, I heard the cage shoes go singing down the wire rope guides, and quicker we went and quicker, that facile descent of Avernus, slipping lightly, then raging with sparks at the shoes and guides, and a hurricane in my ears and eyes and mouth. When we bumped upon the dogs at the bottom, I was tossed a foot upwards with the stern-faced others, and then lay among them in the 8-foot space without consciousness. It was only when I sat, an hour later, disgustedly reflecting on this incident, that I remembered that there was always some hand-working of the engine during the cage descents, and reversing the action by a handle at every stroke of the piston to prevent bumping. However, the only permanent injury was to the lamp, and I found many others inside. I got out into the coal hole, a large black hall 70 feet square by 15 high, the floor paved with iron sheets. There were some little holes round the wall, dug for some purpose which I never could discover, some wagons full of coal and shale standing about, and all among the wagons and on them and under them bodies, clothes. I got a new lamp, pouring in my own oil, and went down a long steep ducky road, very rough, with numerous rollers, over which ran a rope to the pit mouth for drawing up the wagons, and in the sides here, at regular intervals, manholes within which to rescue one's self from down-tearing wagons. And within these manholes, here and there, a dead, and in others every sort of food, and at one place on the right a high dead heap, and the air here hot at 64 or 65 degrees, and getting hotter with the descent. The ducky led me down into a space with a turntable of unusual size, which I made my base of operations for exploring. Here was a very considerable number of punch-shaped putts on carriages, and also wagons, such as took the new mined coal from putt to pit mouth, and raying out from this open standing several avenues, some ascending as, some descending as, and the dead here all arranged in groups, the heads of this group pointing up this of that group toward that twin way of that other down that, and the central space where weighing was done almost empty. And the darksome silence of this deep place, with all these multitudes, I found extremely gravitating and hypnotic, drawing me, too, into their great passion of silence in which they lay all so fixed and veteran, and at one time I fell a-staring, nearer perhaps to death and the empty gulf than I knew. But I said I would be strong and not sink into their habit of stillness, but let them keep to their own way and follow their own fashion, and I would keep to my own way and follow my own fashion, nor yield to them, though I was but one against many, and I roused myself with a shudder. And setting to work, caught hold of the drum chain of a long, and planting my feet in the holes in which rested the wheels of the putt carriages that used to come roaring down I got up, stooping under a roof only 3 feet high, till I came, near the end of the ascent, upon the scene of another battle. For in this about 15 of the mine hands had clubbed to wall themselves in, and had done it, and I saw them lie there all by themselves through the broken cement, with their bare feet, trousers, naked bodies all black, visage all fierce and wild, the grime still streaked with sweat furrows, the candle in their rimless hats, and outside their own getting mattocks and boring irons to besiege them. From the bottom of this I went along a very undulating twin-way, into which, every 30 yards or so, opened one of those steep putt-ways which they called topples, the twin-ways having plates of about 2 gauge for the putts from the headings or workings above to come down upon, full of coal and shale, and all about here in twinway and topples were ends and corners, and not one had been left without its walling in, and only one was then intact, some, having been broken open by their own builders at the spur of suffocation or hunger. And the one intact I broke into with a mattock. It was only a thin cake of plaster, but airtight, and in a space not 7 feet long behind it I found the very ill-smelling corpse of a carting boy, with and tugger at his feet, and the pad which protected his head in pushing the putts, and a great heap of loaves, sardines, and bottled beer against the walls, and 5 or 6 mice that suddenly pitched screaming through the opening which I made, greatly startling me. There being of dead mice an extraordinary number in all this mine region. I went back to the standing, and at one point in the ground, where there was a windlass and chain, lowered myself down a small pit sunk perpendicularly to a lower coal stratum, and here, almost thinking I could hear the perpetual rat-tat of notice once exchanged between the putt boys below and the windlass boys above, I proceeded down to another place like a standing, for in this mine there were 6 or perhaps 7 veins. And there immediately I came upon the acme of the horrible drama of this Tartarus, for all here was not merely crowded, but at some points a packed congestion of flesh, giving out a strong smell of the peach curiously mixed with the stale coal of the pit, for here ventilation must have been very limited, and a large number of these masses had been shot down by only 3 hands, as I found. For through 3 holes in a plaster wall, built across a large, projected a little the muzzles of 3 rifles, which must have glutted themselves with slaughter. And when, after a horror of disgust, having swum as it were through a dead sea, I got to the wall, I peeped from a small clear space before it through a hole, and made out a man, 2 youths in their teens, 2 women, 3 girls, and piles of cartridges and provisions. The hole had no doubt been broken from within at the spur of suffocation, when the poison must have entered, and I conjectured that here must be the mine owner, director, manager, or something of that sort with his family. In another region, when I had reascended to a higher level, I nearly fainted before I could retire from the commencement of a region of afterdamp, where there had been an explosion, the bodies lying all hairless, devastated, and grotesque. But I did not desist from searching every other quarter, no momentary work, for not till near 6 did I go up by the pumping shaft rope ladder. One day, standing in that wild region of bare rock and sea, called Cornwall Point, whence one can see the crags and wild rocks where Land's End dashes out into the sea, and all the wild blue sea between, and not a house in sight, save the chimney of some little mill-like place peeping between the rocks inland on that day, I finished what I may call my official search. In going away from that place, walking northward, I came upon a lonely house by the sea, a very beautiful house, made, it was clear, by an artist of the bungalow type with an exquisitely seaside expression. I went to it and found its special feature a spacious loggia, or sheltered by the overhanging upper story. Up to the first floor, the exterior is of stone in rough-hewn blocks with a distinct batter, while extra protection from weather is afforded by green slating above. The roofs of low pitch are also covered with green slates, and a feeling of strength and repose is heightened by the very long horizontal lines. At one end of the loggia is a hexagonal turret, opening upon the loggia, containing a study or nook. In front, the garden slopes down to the sea, surrounded by an architectural, and in this place I lived 3 weeks. It was the house of the poet, whose name, when I saw it, I remembered very well, and he had married a very beautiful young girl of 18, obviously Spanish, who lay on the bed in the large bright bedroom to the right of the loggia, on her left exposed breast being a baby with an india-rubber comforter in its mouth, both mother and child wonderfully preserved, she still quite lovely, white brow under low curves of black hair. The poet, strange to say, had not died with them, but sat in the sitting room behind the bedroom in a long loose silky jacket, at his desk actually writing a poem. Writing, I could see, furiously fast, the place all littered with the written leaves at 3 o'clock in the morning, when, as I knew, the cloud this end of Cornwall and stopped him, and put his head to rest on the desk. And the poor little wife must have got sleepy, waiting for it to come, perhaps sleepless for many long nights before, and gone to bed, he perhaps promising to follow in a minute to die with her, but bent upon finishing that poem and writing feverishly on, running a race with the cloud, thinking, no doubt, just 2 couplets more, till the thing came, and put his head to rest on the desk, poor Carl. And I do not know that I ever encountered aught so complimentary to my race as this dead poet, and his race with the cloud, for it is clear now that the better kind of those poet-men did not write to please the vague inferior tribes who might read them, but to deliver themselves of the divine warmth that thronged in their bosom, and if all the readers were dead, still they would have written, and for God to read they wrote. At any rate, I was so pleased with these poor people, that I stayed with them 3 weeks, sleeping under blankets on a couch in the drawing-room, a place full of lovely pictures and faded flowers like all the house, for I would not touch the young mother to remove her. And finding on's desk a big notebook with soft covers, dappled red and yellow, not yet written in, I took it and a pencil, and in the little turret nook wrote day after day for hours this account of what has happened, nearly as far as it has now gone. And I think that I may continue to write it, for I find in it a strange consolation and companionship. In the Severn Valley, somewhere in the plain between Gloucester and in a rather lonely spot, I at that time traveling on a tricycle motor, I spied a curious erection and went to it. I found it of considerable size, perhaps 50 feet square and 30 high, made of pressed bricks, the perfectly flat roof too of brick, and not one window and only one door. This door, which I found open, was rimmed all round its slanting rims with india-rubber, and when closed must have been perfectly airtight. Just inside I came upon 15 English people of the dress class, except 2, who were evidently bricklayers, 6 ladies and 9 men, and at the further end 2 more men who had their throats cut. Along one wall from end to end were provisions. And I saw a chest full of mixed potassic and black oxide of manganese, with an apparatus for heating it and producing oxygen, a foolish thing, for additional oxygen could not alter the quantity of breathed carbonic anhydride, which is a direct narcotic poison. Whether the two with cut throats had sacrificed themselves for the others when breathing difficulties commenced, or been killed by the others, was not clear. When they could bear it no longer, they must have finally opened the door, hoping that by then, after the passage of many days perhaps, the outer air would be harmless, and so met their death. I believe that this erection must have been run up by their own hands under the direction of the two bricklayers, for they could not, I suppose, have got workmen, except on the condition of the workmen's admission, on which condition they would naturally employ as few as possible. In general, I remarked that the rich must have been more urgent and earnest in seeking escape than the others, for the poor, only the near and visible, lived in today, and cherished the always false notion that tomorrow would be just like today. In an outpatient's waiting room, for instance in the Gloucester Infirmary, I chanced to see an astonishing thing. 5 bodies of poor old women in shawls come to have their ailments seen to on the day of doom, and these, I concluded, had been unable to that anything would really happen to the daily old earth which they knew and had walked with assurance on. For if everybody was to die, they must have thought, who would preach in the cathedral on Sunday evenings, so they could not have believed. In an adjoining room sat an old doctor at a table, the stethoscope tip still clinging in his ears, a woman with bared chest before him, and I thought to myself, well, this old man, too, died doing his work. In this same infirmary there was one surgical ward, for in a listless mood I went over it, where the patients had died, not of the poison, nor of suffocation, but of hunger. For the doctors or someone had made the long room airtight, double-boarding the windows, felting the doors, and then locking them outside. They themselves may have perished before their precautions for the imprisoned patients were complete, for I found a heap of maimed shapes, mere skeletons, crowded round the door within. I knew very well that they had not died of the cloud poison, for the pestilence of the ward was unmixed with that of peach, which did not fail to have more or less embalming effects upon the bodies which it saturated. I rushed stifling from that place, and thinking it a pity and a danger that such a horror should be, I at once set to work to gather combustibles to burn the building to the ground. It was while I sat in an armchair in the street the next afternoon, smoking and watching the flames of this structure, that something was suddenly born in me, something from the lowest hell, and I smiled a smile that never yet man smiled. And I said, I will burn, I will burn, I will return to London. While I was on this eastward journey, stopping for the night at the town of Swindon, I had a dream. For I dreamed that a little brown, bald old man with a bent back, whose beard ran in one thin streamlet of silver from his chin to trail along the ground, said to me, You think that you are alone on the earth, its sole despot. Well, have your fling. But as sure as God lives, as God lives, as God lives, he repeated it 6 times, sooner or later, later or sooner, you will meet another. And I started from that frightful sleep with the brow of a corpse, wet with sweat. I returned to London on the 29th of March, arriving within 100 yards of the northern station one windy dark evening about 8, where I alighted, and walked to road, then eastward along it, till I came to a shop which I knew to be though it was too dark to see any painted words. The door, to my annoyance, was locked, like nearly all the shop doors in London. I therefore went looking near the ground, and into a cart for something heavy, very soon saw us ponderous boots, cut one from the shriveled foot, and set to beat at the glass till it came raining, then knocked away the bottom splinters and entered. No horrors now at that clatter of broken glass, no sick qualms, my pulse steady, my head high, my step royal, my eye cold and calm. 8 months previously, I had left London a poor burdened, cowering wight. I could scream with laughter now at that folly. But it did not last long. I returned to it the Sultan. No private palace being near, I was going to that great hotel in Bloomsbury, but though I knew that numbers of candlesticks would be there, I was not sure that I should find sufficient. For I had acquired the habit within the past few months of sleeping with at least 60 lighted about me, and their form, pattern, style, age, and material was of no small importance. I selected 10 from the broken shop, 8 gold and silver, and 2 of old ecclesiastical brass, and having made a bundle, went out, found a bicycle at the Metropolitan Station, pumped it, tied my bundle to the handlebar, and set off riding. But since I was too lazy to walk, I should certainly have procured some other means of traveling, for I had not gone 10 jolted and creaking yards, when something went snap. It was a front fork, and I found myself half on the ground, and half across the bare knees of a Highland soldier. I flew with a shower of kicks upon the foolish thing, but that booted nothing, and this was my last attempt in that way in London, the streets being in an unsuitable condition. All that dismal night it blew great guns, and during nearly 3 weeks, till London was no more, there was a storm, with hardly a lull, that seemed to behowl her destruction. I slept in a room on the second floor of a Bloomsbury hotel that night, and waking the next day at 10, ate with accursed shiverings in the cold banqueting room, went out then, and under drear low skies walked a long way to the West District, accompanied all the time by a sound of flapping flags, fluttering robes and rags, and grotesquely grim glimpses of decay. It was pretty cold, and though I was warmly clad, the base bizarrerie of the European clothes which I wore had become a perpetual offense and mockery in my eyes. At the first moment, therefore, I set out whither I knew that I should find such clothes as a man might wear, to the Turkish embassy in Square. I found it open, and all the house, like most other houses, almost carpeted with dead forms. I had been acquainted with Pasha, and cast an eye about for him amid that invasion of veiled, fierce-looking Caucasians in skins of beasts, a Islam in green cloak, a 3 emirs in cashmere turbans, 2 Tzigans, their gaudy brown mortality more glaringly abominable than even the Westerns. I could no hear, but the stair was fairly clear, and I soon came to one of those boudoirs which sweetly recall the deep-buried inner seclusion and dim sanctity of the Eastern home. A door encrusted with mother-of-pearl sculptured ceiling, candles clustered in tulips and roses of opal, a brazen, and all in disarray, the silken chemise, the long winter doubled with furs, costly cabinets, sachets of aromas, stuffs of silk. When after 2 hours I went from the house, I was bathed, anointed, combed, scented, and robed. I have said to myself, I will ravage and riot in my kingdoms. I will rage like the Caesars, and be a withering blight where I pass like Sennacherib, and wallow in soft delights like Sardanapalus. I will build me a palace, vast as a city, in which to strut and parade my monarchy before the heavens, with stones of pure molten gold and rough frontispiece of diamond, and cupola of amethyst and pillars of pearl. For there were many men to the eye, but there was one only, really, and I was he. And always I knew it, some faintest secret whisper which whispered me, "You are the arch one, the motif of the world, Adam, and the rest of men not much. And they are gone all as no doubt they deserved, and I, as was meet, remain. And there are wines and opiums, and there are oils and spices, fruits and bivalves, and soft-breathing Cyclades, and scarlet luxurious orients. I will be restless and turbulent in my territories, and again I will be languishing and fond. I will say to my soul, be full. I watch my mind, as in the old days I would watch a new precipitate in a test tube, to see into what sediment it would settle. I am very averse to trouble of any sort, so that the necessity for the simplest manual operations will rouse me to indignation. But if a thing will contribute largely to my ever-growing voluptuousness, I will undergo a considerable amount of to accomplish it, though without steady effort, being liable to side winds and whims and purposeless relaxations. In the country I became very irritable at the need which confronted me of occasionally cooking some green vegetable, the only item of food which it was necessary to take some trouble over. For all meats and many fish, some quite delicious, I find already prepared in forms which will remain good probably a century after my death, should I ever die. In Gloucester, however, I found peas, asparagus, olives, and other greens, already prepared to be eaten without base cares, and these, I now see, exist everywhere in stores so vast comparatively to the needs of a single man that they may be called infinite. Everything, in fact, is infinite compared with my needs. I take my meals, therefore, without more trouble than a man who had to carve his joint or chicken, though even that little I sometimes find most irksome. There remains the detestable degradation of lighting fires for warmth, which I have occasionally to do, for the fire at the hotel invariably goes out while I sleep. But that is an inconvenience of this vile northern island only, to which I shall soon bid eternal glad farewells. During the afternoon of my second day in London, I sought out a strong petrol motor inn, overhauled and oiled it a little, and set off over bridge, making for through that other more putrid London on the South Riverside. One after the other I connected, as I came upon them, 2 drays, a cab, and a private carriage, to my motor in line behind, having cut away the withered horses, and using the reins, chain harness, etc. as impromptu couplings. And with this novel train, I rumbled eastward. Halfway I happened to look at my old silver chronometer of boreal days, which I have kept carefully wound, and how I can be still thrown into these sudden frantic agitations by a nothing, my good God. I do not know. This time it was only the simple fact that the hands chanced to point to 3:10 p.m. The precise moment at which all the clocks of London had stopped for each town has its 1,000 weird forefingers, pointing still to the moment of doom. In London, it was 3:10 on a Sunday afternoon. I first noticed it going up the river on the face of the Big Ben of the Parliament House, and I now find that they all have this 3:10 mania, timekeepers still, but keepers of the end of time, fixedly noting forever and ever that one moment. The cloud mass of fine penetrating must have instantly stopped their works, and they had fallen silent with man. But in their insistence upon this particular minute I had found something so hideously solemn, yet mock solemn, personal, and as it were addressed to me, that when my own watch dared to point to the same moment, I was thrown into one of those sudden, paroxysmal, panting turmoils of mind, half rage, half horror, which have hardly once visited me since I left the Boreal. On the morrow, alas, another awaited me, and again on the second morrow after. My train was execrably slow, and not until after 5 did I arrive at the entrance gates of the Royal Arsenal, and seeing that it was too late to work, I uncoupled the motor and leaving the others there, turned back. But overtaken by lassitude, I procured candles, stopped at the Greenwich Observatory, and in that old dark pile remained for the night, listening to a furious storm. But astir by 8 the next morning, I got back by 10 to the Arsenal, and proceeded to analyze that vast and multiple entity. Many parts of it seemed to have been abandoned in undisciplined haste, and in the cap factory, which I first entered, I found tools by which to effect entry into any desired part. My first search was for time fuses of good type, of which I needed 2,000 or 3,000, and after a wearily long time found a great number symmetrically arranged in rows in a range of buildings called the Ordnance Store Department. I then descended, walked back to the wharf, brought up my train, and began to lower the fuses in bagfuls by ropes through a chute, letting go each rope as the fuses reached the cart. However, unwinding one fuse, I found that the mechanism would not go, choked with, and I had to resign myself to the task of opening and dusting every one, a wretched in which I spent that day like a workman. But about 4 I threw them to the devil, having done 200 odd, and then hummed back in the motor to London. That same evening at 6 I paid, for the first time, a visit to my old self in street. It was getting dark, and a bleak storm that hooted like whooping cough swept the world. At once I saw that even I had been invaded, for my door swung open, banging, a lowered catch preventing it from slamming. In the passage the car lamp showed me a young man who seemed a Jew, sitting as if in sleep with dropped head, a back-tilted silk hat pressed down upon his head to the ears, and lying on face or back or side, 6 more, one a girl with headdress, one a negress, one a deal lifeboatsman, and 3 of uncertain race. The first room, the waiting room, is much more numerously occupied, though there still, on the table, lies the volume of Punch, the Gentlewoman, and the Book of London Views in heliograph. Behind this, descending 2 steps, is the study and consulting room, and there, as ever, the revolving cover oak writing desk. But on my little shabby-red sofa, a large lady much too big for it, in shimmering brown silk, round her left wrist a trousseau of massive gold trinkets, her head dropped right back, almost severed by an infernal gash from the throat. Here were 2 old silver candlesticks, which I lit and went upstairs. In the drawing-room sat my old housekeeper, placidly dead in a rocking-chair, her left hand pressing down a batch of the open piano keys among many strangers. But she was very good. She had locked my bedroom against intrusion, and as the door stands across a corner behind a green baize curtain, it had not been seen, or at least not forced. I did not know where the key might be, but a few thumps with my back drove it open, and there lay my bed intact and everything tidy. This was a strange coming back to it, Adam. But what intensely interested me in that room was a big thing standing at the maroon and gold wall between wardrobe and dressing table, that gilt frame, and that man painted within it there. It was myself in oils, done by I forget his name now, a towering celebrity he was, and rather a close friend of mine at one time. In a studio in John's Wood, I remember, he did it, and many people said that it was quite a great work of art. I suppose I was standing before it quite 30 minutes that night, holding up the bits of candle, lost in wonder, in amused contempt at that thing there. It is I, certainly, that I must admit. There is the high curving brow really a king's brow, after all, it strikes me now, and that vacillating look about the eyes and mouth which used to make my sister Ada say, Adam is weak and luxurious. Yes, that is wonderfully done, the eyes, that dear, vacillating look of mine, for although it is rather a staring look, yet one can almost see the dark pupils stir from side to side. Very well done. And there is the longish face, and the rather thin, stuck-out, showing both lips which pout a bit, and there is the nearly black hair, and there is the rather visible paunch, and there is, oh good heaven, the neat pink cravat. Ah, it must have been the cravat that made me burst out into laughter so loud, mocking, and uncontrollable the moment my eye rested there. Adam, I muttered reproachfully when it was over, could that poor thing in the frame have been you? I cannot quite state why the tendency toward Orientalism, Oriental dress, all the manner of an Oriental monarch has taken full possession of me, but so it is, for surely I am hardly any longer a Western, modern mind, but a primitive and Eastern one. Certainly, that cravat in the frame has receded a million legs, 10,000 forgotten from me. Whether this is a result due to my own personality, of old acquainted with Eastern notions, or whether perhaps it is the natural accident to any mind wholly freed from trammels, I do not know. But I seem to have gone right back to the very beginnings, and resemblance with man in his first, simple, gaudy conditions. My hair, as I sit here writing, already hangs a black, oiled string down my back. My scented beard sweeps in 2 opening whisks to my ribs. I have on a pair of drawers of Yemeni cloth like cotton, but with yellow stripes. Over this a soft shirt, or of white silk, reaching to my calves. Over this a short vest of gold-embroidered crimson. Over this a caftan of green-striped silk, reaching to the ankles, with wide, long sleeves divided at the wrist, and bound at the waist with a voluminous, gaudy shawl of cashmere for girdle. Over this a warm, wide-flowing torrent of white drapery, lined with ermine. On my head is the skull cap, covered by a high crimson cap with deep blue tassel, and on my feet is a pair of thin yellow morocco shoes, covered over with thick red morocco. My ankles, my 10 fingers, my wrists are heavy with gold and silver ornaments, and in my ears, which with considerable pain I bored 3 days since, are 2 needle splinters to prepare the holes for rings. Oh, liberty! I am free! While I was going to visit my old home and street that night, at the very moment when I turned from Oxford Street into Cavendish Square, this thought fiercely hissed into my ears, was all of a sudden seething in me. If now I should lift my eyes and see a man walking yonder, just yonder at the corner, there turning from Place into Oxford Street, what, my good God, should I do, I without even a knife to run and plunge into his heart? And I turned my eyes, ogling, suspicious eyes of furtive horror, reluctantly, lingeringly turned, and I peered deeply with lowered brows across the murky winds at that same spot, but no man was there. Hideously frequent is this nonsense now become with me in streets of towns, in deep nooks of the country, the invincible assurance that, if I but turn the head, and glance there at a certain fixed spot, I shall surely see, I must see a man. And glance I must, though I perish, and when I glance, though my hairs creep and stiffen like stirring, yet in my eyes, I know, is monarch indignation against the intruder, and my neck stands stiff as sovereignty itself, and on my brow sits more than all the lordship of Persepolis, and to what point of wantonness this arrogance of royalty may lead me, I do not know. I will watch and see. It is written, it is not good for man to be alone. But good or no, the arrangement of one planet, one inhabitant, already seems to me, not merely a natural and proper, but the only natural and proper condition, so much so that any other arrangement has now, to my mind, a cert improbable, wild, and far-fetched unreality, like the utopian schemes of dreamers and faddists. That the whole world should have been made for me alone, that London should have been built only in order that I might enjoy the vast heroic spectacle of its burning, that all history, and all should have existed only in order to accumulate for my pleasures its inventions and facilities, its stores of purple and wine, of spices and gold, no more extraordinary does it all seem to me than to some little unreflecting duke of my former days seemed the possessing of lands which his remote forefathers seized and slew the occupiers, nor in reality is it even so extraordinary, I being alone. But what sometimes strikes me with some surprise is, not that the present condition of the world, with one sole master, should seem the commonplace and natural condition, but that it should have come to seem so commonplace and natural in 9 months. The mind of Adam is adaptable. I sat a long time thinking such things by my bed that night, till finally I was disposed to sleep there. But I had no considerable number of candlesticks, nor was even sure of candles. I remembered, however, that Peter Peters, 3 doors away on the other side of the street, had 4 handsome silver candelabra in his drawing-room, each containing 6 stems, and I said to myself, I will search for candles in the kitchen, and if I find any, I will go and get Peter Peters' candelabra and sleep here. I took then the 2 lights which I had, my good God, went down to the passage, then down to the basement, and there had no difficulty in finding 3 packets of large candles, the fact being, I suppose, that the cessation of gaslighting had compelled everyone to provide themselves in this way, for there were a great many wherever I looked. With these I reascended, went into a little alcove on the 2nd floor where I had kept some drugs, got a bottle of carbolic oil, and for 10 minutes went dashing all the corpses in the house. I then left the 2 lighted bits of candle on the waiting room table, and with the car lamp passed along the passage to the front door, which was very violently banging. I stepped out to find that the storm had increased to a mighty turbulence, though it was dry, which at once caught my clothes and whirled them into a flapping cloud about and above me. Also, I had not crossed the street when my lamp was out. I persisted, however, half-blinded, to Peter's door. It was locked, but immediately near the pavement was a window, the lower sash up, into which, with little trouble, I lifted myself and passed. My foot, as I lowered it, stood on a body, and this made me angry and restless. I hissed a curse and passed on, scraping the carpet with my soles that I might hurt no one, for I did not wish to hurt anyone. Even in the almost darkness of the room I Peter's furniture, as I expected, for the house was his on a long lease, and I knew that his mother had had the intention to occupy it after his death. But as I passed into the passage, all was mere blank darkness, and I, depending upon the lamp, had left the matches in the other house. I groped my way to the stairs and had my foot on the first step, when I was stopped by a vicious shaking of the front door, which someone seemed to be at with hustlings and the most urgent poundings. I stood with peering stern brows 2 or 3 minutes, for I knew that if I once yielded to the flinching at my heart, no mercy would be shown me in this house of tragedy, and thrilling shrieks would of themselves arise and ring through its haunted chambers. The rattling continued an inordinate time, and so instant and imperative, that it seemed as if it could not fail to force the door. But though horrified, I whispered to my heart that it could only be the storm which was struggling at it like the grasp of a man, and after a time went on, feeling my way by the broad rail, in my brain somehow the thought of a dream which I had had in the burial of the woman, how she let drop a fluid like pomegranate seeds into water, and tendered it to Peter Peters, and it was a mortal purging draught. But I would not stop, but step by step went up, though I suffered very much, my brows peering at the utter darkness, and my heart shocked at its own rashness. I got to the first landing, and as I turned to ascend the 2nd part of the stair, my left hand touched something icily cold. I made some quick instinctive movement of terror, and doing so, my foot struck against something, and I stumbled, half falling over what seemed a small table there. Immediately a horrible row followed, for something fell to the ground. And at that instant, I heard something, a human voice, which uttered words close to my ear, the voice of, for I knew it, yet not the voice of in the flesh, but her voice clogged with clay and worms, and full of effort and thick-tongued, and in that ghastly speech of the grave I distinctly heard the words, "Things being as they are in the matter of the death of Peter." And there it stopped dead, leaving me so sick, my God, so sick, that I could hardly snatch my robes about me to fly, soft-footed, murmuring in pain, down the steps, down like a sneaking thief, but quick, snatching myself away, then wrestling with the cruel catch of the door which she would not let me open, feeling her all the time behind me, watching me. And when I did get out, I was away up the length of the street, trailing my long, glancing backward, panting, for I thought that she might dare to follow, with her daring evil will. And all that night I lay on a common bench in the wind-tossed and dismal park. The first thing which I did when the sun was up was to return to that place, and I returned with hard and masterful brow. Approaching Peter's house, I saw now, what the darkness had hidden from me, that on his balcony was someone quite alone there. The balcony is a slight open-work wrought-iron structure, connected to a small roof by 3 slender veluted pillars, 2 at the ends, 1 in the middle, and at the middle one I saw someone, a woman, kneeling, her arms clasped tight about the pillar, and her face rather upward-looking. Never did I see aught more horrid. There were the gracious curves of the woman's bust and hips still well preserved in a clinging dress of red cloth, very faded now, and her reddish hair floated loose in a large flimsy cloud about her. But her face, in that exposed position, had been quite eaten away by the winds to a noseless skeleton, which grinned from ear to ear, with slightly dropped underjaw, most horrid in contrast with the body and frame of hair. I meditated upon her a long time that morning from the opposite pavement. An oval locket at her throat contained, I knew, my likeness, for 8 years previously I had given it her. It was the poisoner. I thought that I would go into that house, and walk through it from top to bottom, and sit in it, and spit in it, and stamp in it, in spite of anyone, for the sun was now high. I accordingly went in again, and up the stairs to the spot where I had been frightened, and had heard the words. And here a great rage took me, for I at once saw that I had been made the dupe of the malign wills that beset me, and the laughing-stock of those for whom I care not a fig. From a little mahogany table there I had knocked sideways to the ground, in my stumble, a small phonograph with a great 25-inch Japan tin horn, which, the moment that I now noticed it, I took and flung with a great racket down the stairs, for that this it was which had addressed me I did not doubt. It being indeed evident that its clockwork mechanism had been stopped by the volcanic in the midst of the delivery of a record, but had been started into a few fresh oscillations by the shock of the fall, making it utter those 13 words and stop. I was sufficiently indignant at the moment, but have since been glad, for I was thereby put upon the notion of collecting a number of cylinders with records, and have been touched with indescribable sensations, sometimes thrilled, at hearing the silence of this eternity broken by those singing and speaking voices, so lifelike yet most ghostly, of the old dead. Well, the most of that same day I spent in a high chamber at dusting out and sometimes oiling time fuses, a work in which I acquired such facility in some hours that each finally occupied me no more than 90 to 100 seconds, so that by evening I had, with the previous day's work, close on 600. The construction of these little things is very simple, and, I believe, effective, so that I should have no difficulty in making them myself in large numbers, if it were necessary. Most contain a tiny dry battery, which sends a current along a bell or copper wire at the running down moment, the clocks being contrived to be set for so many days, hours, and minutes, while others ignite by striking. I arranged in rows in the covered van those which I had prepared, and passed the night in an inn near the barracks. I had brought candlesticks from London in the morning, and arranged the furniture, a settee, chest of drawers, basin stand, table, and a number of chairs in three-quarter circle round the bed, so getting a triple-row altar of lights mixed with vases of the house containing small palms and evergreens. With this I mingled a smell of ambergris from the scattered contents of some Turkish sachets which I had, in the bed a bottle of sweet wine with bonbons, nuts, and as I lay me down I could not but reflect, with a smile which I knew to be evil, upon that steady, strong, smouldering lust within me which was urging me through all those pains at the arsenal, I who shirked every as unkingly. So, however, it was, and the next morning I was at it again after an early breakfast, my fingers at first quite stiff with cold, for it blew a keen and January gale. By 9 I had 820 fuses, and judging those sufficient to commence with, got into the motor and took it round to a place called the East Laboratory, a series of detached buildings, where I knew that I should find whatever I wanted, and I prepared my mind for a daze. In this place I found incredible stores, mountains of percussion caps, more chambers of fuses, small-arm cartridges, shells, and all those murderous explosive mixtures, a making and made with which modern savagery occupied its leisure in exterminating itself, or at least savagery in its top story only. For it was apparently from the head downwards, and never once grew below the neck in all those centuries, those people being certainly much more mental than cordial, though I doubt if they were genuinely mental either, reminding one rather of that composite image of Nebuchadnezzar, head of gold, breast brazen, feet of clay, head manlike, heart cannibal, feet bestial-like, and mermaids and puzzling undeveloped births. However, it is of no importance, and perhaps I am not much better than the rest, for I too, after all, am of them. At any rate, their lydites, melanites, cordites, dynamites, powders, jellies, oils, marls, and barbarisms and obias came in very well for their own destruction, for by 2 o'clock I had so worked that I had on the first cart the phalanx of fuses. On the second, a goodly number of kegs, cartridge cases, and cartridge boxes, full of powder, explosive cottons and gelatins and liquid, and earthy dynamite, with some bombs, 2 reels of cordite, 2 pieces of tarred cloth, a small iron ladle, a shovel, and a crowbar. The cab came next, containing a considerable quantity of loose coal, and lastly, in the private carriage lay 4 big cans of common oil. And first, in the laboratory, I connected a fuse conductor with a huge ton of blasting, and I set the fuse on the ground, timed for the midnight of the 12th day thence. And after that I visited the main factory, the carriage department, the ordnance store department, the Royal Artillery barracks, and the powder magazines in the marshes, traversing, as it seemed to me, miles of building. And in some I laid heaps of oil-saturated coal with an explosive in suitable spots on the ground floor near woodwork, and in some an explosive alone, and all I timed for ignition at midnight of the 12th day. Hot now and black as ink, I proceeded through the town, stopping with perfect system at every 100th door, and I laid the faggots of a great burning, and timed them all for ignition at midnight of the 12th day. Whatever door I found closed against me, I drove at it with a maniac malice. Shall I commit the whole dark fact to paper, that deep, deep secret of the human organism? As I wrought, I waxed wicked as a demon, And with lowered neck and forward curve of the lower spine, and the blasphemous strut of tragic play actors, I went. For here was no harmless burning which I did but the crime of arson, and a most fiendish, though vague, malevolence, and the rage to burn and raven and riot was upon me like a dog madness, and all the mood of Nero and Nebuchadnezzar, and from my mouth proceeded all the obscenities of the slum and of the gutter, and I sent up such hisses and giggles of challenge to heaven that day as never yet has man let out. But this way lies a spinning frenzy. I have taken a dead girl with wild huggings to my bosom, and I have touched the corrupted lip and spat upon her face and tossed her down and crushed her teeth with my heel and jumped upon her breast like the snake-stamping zebra, mad, mad. I was desolated, however, that first day of the faggot-laying, even in the midst of my sense of omnipotence, by one thing which made me give some kicks to the motor, for it was only crawling so that a good part of the way I was stalking by its side, and when I came to that hill near the old Dover road, the whole thing stopped and refused to move, the weight of the train being too great for my horsepower traction. I did not know what to do, and stood there in angry impotence a full half-hour, for the notion of setting up an electric station, with or without automatic stoking gear, presented so hideous a picture of to me that I would not entertain it. After a time, however, I thought that I remembered that there was a comparatively new power station driven by turbines, and at once I uncoupled the motor, covered the drays with the tarpaulins, and went driving at singing speed, choosing the emptier by-streets and not caring whom I crushed. After some trouble I found, in fact, the station in an obscure by-street made of 2 long walls, and went in by a window, a rage upon me to have my will quickly accomplished. I ran up some stairs, across 2 rooms, into a gallery containing a switchboard, and in the room below saw the works, all very neat-looking, but as I soon found, very dusty. I went down and fixed upon a generating set. There were 3 that would give a decent load, and then saw that the switchgear belonging to this particular generator was in order. I then got some cloths and thoroughly cleaned the dust off the commutators, ran next, for I was in a strange, fierce haste, and turned the water into the turbines, and away went the engine. I hurried to set the lubricators running on the bearings, and in a couple of minutes had adjusted the speed and the brushes of the generators and switched the current on to the line. By this time, however, I saw that it was getting dark and feared that little could be done that day. Still, I hurried out, the station still running, got into the car, and was off to look for a good electric one, of which there are hosts in the streets, in order at least to clean up and adjust the motor that night. I drove down 3 by-streets till I turned into road, but I had no sooner reached it than I pulled up with sudden jerk with a shout of astonishment. That cursed street was all lighted up and gay, and 3 shimmering electric globes, not far apart, illuminated every feature of a ghastly battlefield of dead. And there was a thing there, the grinning impression of which I shall carry to my grave, a thing which spelled and spelled at me, and ceased and began again, and ceased and spelled at me. For above a shop which faced me was a flag, a red flag with white letters fluttering on the gale the words, "Stores," and beneath the flag, stretched right across the house, was the thing which spelled, letter by letter, in letters of light, and it spelled 2 words deliberately, coming to the end and going back to recommence. Drink. And that was the last word of man to me, Adam, its final counsel, its ultimate gospel and message to me, my good God. Drink. I was put into such a passion of rage by this blatant ribaldry, which affected me like the laughter of a skeleton, that I rushed from the car with the intention, I believe, of seeking stones to stone it, but no stones were there. And I had to stand impotently enduring that rape of my eyes, its victoriously dogged iteration, its taunting leer, its drink drinkroboral. It was one of those electrical spelling advertisements, worked by a small motor commutator driven by a works motor, and I had now set it going. For on some night before that Sabbath of doom the chemist must have set it to work, but finding the works abandoned, had not troubled to shut it down again. At any rate, this thing stopped my work for that day, for when I went to shut down the works it was night, and I drove to the place which I had made my home in sullen and weary mood, for I knew that would not cure the least of all my sores. The next morning I awoke in quite another frame of mind, disposed to idle and let things go. After rising, dressing, washing in cold diluted rose water, and descending to the manger where I had laid my morning meal the previous evening, I promenaded an hour the only one of these long tufted corridors in which there were not more than 2 dead, though behind the doors on either hand, all of which I had locked, I knew that they lay in plenty. When I was warmed, I again went down, looked into my motor, got 3 cylinders from one of a number of motors standing near, lit up and drove away too, as I thought at first. But instead of crossing the river by, I went more eastward, and having passed from into Cheapside, which was impassable unless I crawled, was about to turn when I noticed a phonograph shop. Into this I got by a side door, suddenly seized by quite a curiosity to hear what I might hear. I took a good one with microphone diaphragm and a number of record cylinders in a brass-handled box, and I put them into the car, for there was still a very strong peach in this closed shop which displeased me. I then proceeded southward and westward through by streets, seeking some probable house into which to go from the rough cold winds, when I saw the Parliament House, and thither, turning riverward by Westminster Hall to Palace Yard, I went, and with my 2 parcels, one waiting each arm, walked into this old place along a line of purple-dusted busts. I deposited my boxes on a table beside a massive brass thing lying there, which I suppose must be what they called the mace, and I sat to hear. Unfortunately, the phonograph was a clockwork one, and when I wound it, it would not go, so that I got very angry at my absurdity in not bringing an electric mechanism, as I could with much less trouble have put in a chemical than cleaned the clockwork, and this thing put me into such a rage that I nearly tore it to pieces and was half for kicking it. But there was a man sitting in an old straight-backed chair quite near me, which they called the speaker's chair, who was in such a pose that he had, every time I glanced suddenly at him, precisely the air of bending forward with interest to watch what I was doing. A kind of man, almost black, with Jewish nose, crinkled hair, and flowing robe, probably, I should say, an Abyssinian gala. With him were only 5 or 6 people about the benches, mostly leaning forward with rested head, so that this place had quite a void, sequestered mood. At all events, this gala or Bedouin, with his grotesque interest in my doings, restrained my hands, and finally, by dint of peering, poking, dusting, and adjusting, in an hour's time I got the phonograph to go very well. And all that morning and far into late afternoon, forgetful of food and of the cold which gradually possessed me, I sat there listening, musing cylinder after cylinder. Frivolous songs, orchestras, voices of famous men whom I had spoken with and shaken their solid hands, speaking again to me, but thick-tongued, with hoarse effort and gurgles from out the vague void beyond the grave. Most strange, most strange. And the 3rd cylinder that I put on, I knew, with a fearful start, that voice of thunder. I knew it well. It was the preacher. And many, many times over I heard those words of his that day, originally spoken, it seems, when the cloud had just passed the longitude of Vienna, and in all that torrent of speech not one single word of "I told you so," but he cries, "Praise him, O earth, for he is he, and if he slay me, I will laugh raillery at his sword and banter him to his face, for his sword is sharp mercy, and his poisons kill my death. Fear not, therefore, little flock of man, but take my comfort to your heart tonight and my sweets to your tongue. For though ye have sinned, and hardened yourselves as brass, and gone far, far astray in these latter wildernesses, yet he is infinitely greater than your sin, and will lead you back. Break not, poor broken heart of earth, for from him I run herald to thee this night with the sweet and secret message that of old he chose thee, and once mixed conjugally with thee in an ancient sleep, O afflicted. And he is thou, and thou art he, flesh of his flesh, and bone of his bone. And if thou perish utterly, it is that he has perished utterly too, for thou art he. Hope therefore most, and cheeriest smile, at the very abscess and black nadir of despair. For he is nimble as a weasel, and he twists like Proteus, and his solstices and equinoxes, his tropics and turning points and recurrences are innate in being. And when he falls like harlequin and shuttlecocks, shivering plumb to his feet, and each 3rd day, lo, he is risen again, and his defeats are but the stepping stones and rough scaffolding from which he builds his Parthenons, and from the densest basalt gush his rills, and the last end of this earth shall be no poison cloud. I say to you, but carnival and harvest home, though ye have sinned, poor hearts. So, with thick-tongued metallic effort, I found this brown room of the Commons House, with its green benches and grilled galleries, so agreeable to my mood, that I went again the next morning and listened to more records till they tired me, for what I had was a prurient itch to hear secret scandals and revelations of the festering heart, but these cylinders, gathered from a shop, divulged nothing. I then went out to make for, but in the car saw the poet's notebook in which I had written, and I took it, went back, and was writing an hour, till I was tired of that too, and judging it too late for that day, wandered about the dusty committee rooms and recesses of this considerable place. In one room another foolishness suddenly seized upon me, showing how my slightest whim has become more imperious within me than all the jaws of the Medes and Persians, for in that room, committee room no. 15, I found an apparently young policeman lying flat on his back, who pleased me, his helmet tilted under his head, and near one white-gloved hand a blue official envelope. The air of that stagnant, quiet room was still perceptibly peach-scented, and he gave not the slightest that I could detect, though he had been corporal and stalwart, his face now the of dark ashes, in each hollow cheek a ragged hole about the size of a sixpence, the flimsy vaulted eyelids well embedded in their caverns, from under whose fringe of eyelash seemed whispered the word, eternity. His hair seemed very long for a policeman, or perhaps it had grown since death, but what interested me about him was the envelope at his hand. For what, I asked myself, was this fellow doing here with an envelope at 3 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon? This made me look closer, and then I saw by a mark at the left temple that he had been shot or felled, whereupon I was thrown into quite a great rage, for I thought that this poor man was killed in the execution of his duty, when many of his kind perhaps, and many higher than he, had fled their post to pray or riot. So after looking at him a long time, I said to him, "Well, D47, you sleep very well, and you did well dying so. I am pleased with you, and to mark I decree that you shall neither rot in the common air, nor burn in the common flames, for by my own hand shall you be distinguished with burial." And this wind so possessed me that I at once went out. With the crowbar from the car I broke the window of a near ironmonger, in Parliament Street, got a spade, and went into Westminster Abbey. I soon prized up a grave slab of some famous man in the north transept and commenced to shovel, but I do not know how, by the time I had a foot the whole impulse passed from me. I left off the work, promising to resume it, but nothing was ever done, for the next day I was at and busy enough about other matters. During the next 9 days I worked with a fever on me, and a map of London before me. There were places in that city secrets, vastnesses, horrors. In the wine vaults at London docks was a vat which must certainly have contained between 20 and 30,000 gallons, and with dancing heart I laid a train there. The tobacco warehouse must have covered 80 acres, and there I laid a fuse. In a house near Regent's Park, standing in a garden, and shut from the street by a high wall, I saw a thing. And what shapes a great city hid I now first know. I left no quarter unremembered, taking a train, no longer of 4 but of 8 vehicles, drawn by an electric motor which I recharged every morning, mostly from the turbine station inn. Once from a steam station with very small engine and dynamo, found in the palace, which gave little trouble, and once from a similar little station in a Strand hotel. With these I visited West Ham and I exhausted London. I deposited piles in the Guildhall, in the new pillared Justice Hall of Newgate, in the Tower, in the Parliament House Inn. Workhouse in the crypt and under the organ of. In the South Kensington Museum, in the Royal Agricultural Society, Inns Place, in the Trinity House, in Liverpool Street, in the Office of Works, in the secret recesses of the British Museum, in 100 inflammable warehouses, in 500 shops, in 1,000 private dwellings. And I timed them all for ignition at midnight of the 23rd April. By 5 in the afternoon of the 22nd, when I left my train in Maida Vale and drove alone to the solitary house on high ground near Heath which I had chosen, the work was well finished. The great morning dawned, and I was early astir, for I had much to do that day. I intended to make for the seashore the next morning, and had therefore to choose a good petrol motor, store it, and have it in a place of safety. I had also to drag another vehicle after me, stored with trunks of time fuses, books, clothes, and other little things. My first journey was to, whence I took all that I might ever require in the way of mechanism, thence to the National Gallery, where I cut from their frames the vision of Helena, boy drinking, and Christ at the column, and thence to the embassy to bathe, anoint myself, and dress. As I had anticipated and hoped, a blustering spring gale was blowing from the north. Even as I set out from about 9 a.m., I had been able to guess that some of my fuses had somehow anticipated the appointed hour, for I saw 3 red hazes at various points in the air, and heard the far vague booming of an occasional explosion, and by 11 a.m. I felt sure that a large region of northeastern London must be in flames. With the solemn feelings of bridegrooms and marriage mornings, with a flinching heart, God knows, yet a heart upbuoyed on thrilling joys, I went about making preparations for the gargantuan orgy of the night. The house at which no doubt still stands is of rather pleasing design in quite a stone and rural style, with good breadths of wall surface, 2 plain coped gables, mullioned windows, and slate verge roofs, but rather spoiling it, a high square 3-storied tower at the southeast angle, on the topmost floor of which I had slept the previous night. There I had provided myself with a jar of pale tobacco mixed with rose leaves and opium, found in a foreign house in street, also a genuine hookah, together with the best wines, nuts, and so on, and a gold harp of the musician, stamped with his name, taken from his house in Portland Street. But so much did I find to do that day, and so many odd things turned up which I thought that I would take with me, that it was not till near 6 that I drove finally northward through Camden Town. And now an ineffable awe possessed my soul at the solemn noise which everywhere encompassed me, an ineffable awe, a blissful terror. Never, never could I have dreamed of aught so great and potent. All above my head there rushed southward with widespread wing of haste a sparkling smoke, and mixed with the immense roaring I heard mysterious hubbubs of tumblings and rumblings, which I could not at all comprehend, like the moving about of furniture in the houses of Titans, while pervading all the air was a most weird and tearful sound, as it were threnody and a wild wail of pain and dying swan songs and all lamentations and tribulations of the world. Yet I was aware that, at an hour so early, the flames must be far from general, in fact they had not well commenced. As I had left a good semicircular region of houses, with a radius of 400 yards, without combustibles to the south of the isolated house which I was to occupy, and as the wind was so strongly from the north, I simply left my 2 vehicles at the door of the house without fear of any injury, nor did any occur. I then went up to the top of the tower, lit the candles, and ate voraciously of the dinner which I had left ready, for since the morning I had taken nothing, and then, with hands and heart that quivered, I arranged the clothes of the low spring bed upon which to throw my frame in the morning hours. Opposite the wall where lay the bed was a Gothic window, pretty large, with low sill, hung with poppy-figured muslin, and looking directly south, so that I could recline at ease in the red velvet easy-chair and see. It had evidently been a young lady's room, for on the toilette were cut glass bottles, a plate of brown hair, powders, rouge, 1 little bronze slipper, and knickknacks, and I loved her and hated her, though I did not see her anywhere. About 8:30 I sat at the window to watch, all being arranged and ready at my right hand, the candles extinguished in the red room, for the was opened, and the atmosphere of this earth seemed turned into hell, and hell was in my soul. Soon after midnight there was a sudden and very visible increase in the conflagration. On all hands I began to see blazing structures soar, with grand hurrahs on high. In 5s and 10s, in 20s and 30s, all between me and the remote limit of my vision, they leapt, they lingered long, they fell. My spirit more and more felt, and danced deeper mysteries of sensation, thrills. I sipped exquisitely, I drew out enjoyment leisurely. Anon, when some more expansive angel of flame would arise from the pit with steady aspiration, and linger with outspread arms and burst, I would lift a little from the chair, leaning forward to clap as at some famous acting, or I would call to them in shouts of cheer, giving them the names of woman. For now I seemed to see nothing but some bellowing universe through crimson glasses, and the air was wildly hot, and my eyeballs like theirs that walk staring in the inner midst of burning fiery furnaces, and my skin itched with a fierce and prickly itch. Anon I touched the chords of the harp to the air of s. Near 3 in the morning, I reached the climax of my guilty sweets. My drunken eyelids closed in a luxury of pleasure, and my lips lay stretched in a smile that dribbled. A sensation of dear peace, of almighty power, consoled me, for now the whole area which through streaming tears I surveyed, mustering its 10,000 thunders, and brawling beyond the stars the voice of its southward rushing torment, billowed to the horizon one grand Atlantic of smokeless and flushing flame. And in it sported and washed themselves all the fiends of hell, with laughter, shouts, wild flights, and holiday, and I first of my race had flashed a signal to the nearer planets. Those words, signal to the nearer planets, I wrote nearly 14 months ago, some days after the destruction of London, I being then on board the old Boreal, making for the coast of France. For the night was dark, though calm, and I was afraid of running into some ship, yet not sleepy, so I wrote to occupy my fingers, the ship lying still. The book in which I wrote has been near me, but no impulse to write anything has visited me, till now I continue, not, however, that I have very much to put down. I had no intention of wearing out my life in lighting fires every morning to warm myself in the inhospitable island of Britain, and set out to France with the view of seeking some palace in the Riviera, Spain, or perhaps Algiers, there for the present at least to make my home. I started from Calais toward the end of April, taking my things along, the first 2 days by train, and then determining that I was in no hurry and a petrol motor easier took one, and maintained a generally southern and somewhat eastern direction, ever new astonished at the wildness of the forest vegetation which, within so short a space since the disappearance of man, chokes this pleasant land, even before the definite advent of summer. After 3 weeks of very slow traveling, for though I know several countries very well, France with her pavered villages, hilly character, vines, forests, and primeval country manner, is always new and charming to me. After 3 weeks I came unexpectedly to a valley which had never entered my head, and the moment that I saw it I said, "Here I will live," though I had no idea what it was, for the monastery which I saw did not look at all like a monastery, according to my ideas. But when I searched the map, I discovered that it must be La Chartreuse Inn. It is my belief that this word, is nothing else than a corruption of the Latin or bright valley, for L's and U's did interchange about in this way, I remember, becoming X in the plural like fool and the rest, which proves the dear laziness of French people, for the L was too much trouble for them to sing, and when they came to two L's they quite succumbed, shying that vault or in calling it some Y, but at any rate this or was well named. For here, if anywhere, is paradise, and if anyone knew how and where to build and brew liqueurs, it was those good old monks who followed their master with entrain in that Cana miracle, and in many other things, I fancy, but aesthetically shirked to say to any mountain, be thou removed. The general hue of the veil is a deep cerulean, resembling that blue of the robes of Madonnas, so at least it strikes the eye on a clear forenoon of spring or summer. The monastery consists of an oblong space, or garth, around three sides of which stand 16 small houses, with regular intervals between, all identical, the cells of the fathers. Between the oblong space and the cells come the cloisters, with only one opening to the exterior. In the western part of the oblong is a little square of earth under a large cypress shade, within which, as in a home of peace, it sleeps, and there, straight and slanting, stand little plain black crosses over graves. To the west of the quadrangle is the church, with the hostelry and an asphalted court with some trees and a fountain, and beyond, the entrance gate. All this stands on a hill of gentle slope, green as grass, and it is backed close against a steep mountainside, of which the tree trunks are conjectural, for I never saw any, the trees resembling rather one continuous leafy treetop, run out high and far over the extent of the mountain. I was there 4 months, till something drove me away. I do not know what had become of the fathers and brothers, for I only found 5, 4 of whom I took in 2 journeys in the motor beyond the church of St. Martial, and left them there, and the 5th remained 3 weeks with me, for I would not disturb him in his prayer. He was a bearded brother of 40 years or thereabouts, who knelt in his cell robed and hooded in all his phantom white, for in no way different from whatever is most phantom, visionary, and eerie must a procession of these people have seemed by gloaming or dark night. This particular brother knelt, I say, in his small chaste room, glaring upward at his Christ, who hung long-armed in a little recess between the side of 3 narrow and a projection of the wall, and under the Christ a gilt and blue Madonna, the books on the 3 shelves few, leaning different ways. His right elbow rested on a square plain table, at which was a wooden chair, behind him, in a corner, the bed. A bed all enclosed in dark boards, a broad perpendicular board along the foot, reaching the ceiling, a horizontal board at the side over which he got into bed, another narrower one like it at the ceiling for fringe and curtain, and another perpendicular one hiding the pillow, making the clean bed within a very shady and little den, on the wall of this den being another smaller Christ and a little picture. On the perpendicular board at the foot hung 2 white garments, and over a second chair at the bedside another, all very neat and holy. He was a large stern man, blond as corn, but with some red too in his hairy beard, and appalling was the significance of those eyes that prayed, and the long-drawn cavity of those saffron cheeks. I cannot explain to myself my deep reverence for this man, but I had it certainly. Many of the others, it is clear, had fled, but not he, and to the near-marching cloud he opposed the cross, holding one real as the other, he alone among many. For Christianity was a religion in which all were called but few chosen, differing from in Buddhism, which grasped and conquered all within their reach, the effect of Christ rather resembling Plato's and Dante, it would seem, but Mohammed's more like Homer's and Shakespeare. It was my way to plant at the portal the big carved chair from the chancel on the hot days, and rest my soul, refusing to think of anything, drowsing and smoking for hours. All down there in the plain waved gardens of delicious fruit, about the prolonged silver thread of the river Isle, whose course winds loitering quite near the foot of the monastery slope. This slope dominates a tract of distance that is not only vast, but looks immense, although the horizon is bounded by a semicircle of low hills, rather too stiff and uniform for perfect beauty. The interval of plain being occupied by yellow lands which were never sown, weedy now, and crossed and recrossed by vividly green ribbons of vine, with stretches of pale green lucerne, orchards, and the white village of near the railway, all embowered, the Isle drawing its mercurial streams through the village meadow, which is dark with shades of oaks. And to have played there a boy, and used it familiarly from birth as one's own hand or foot, must have been very sweet and homely. After this, the river divides and takes the shape of a heart, and very far away are visible the banks of the Gironde. On the semicircle of hills, when there was little distance missed, I saw the ruins of some seigneurial, for the seigneurs, too, knew where to build, and to my left, between a clump of oaks and an avenue of poplars, the bell tower of the village church of St. Martial, a very ancient type of tower, I believe, in common in France, rather ponderous, consisting of a square mass with a smaller square mass stuck on, the latter having large Gothic windows. and behind me the west face of the monastery church, over the door being the statue of Saint. Well, one morning after 4 months, I opened my eyes in my cell to the piercing consciousness that I had burned overnight, and so overcome was I with regret for this poor inoffensive little place, that for 2 days, hardly eating, I paced between the oak and walnut pews of the nave, massive stalls they are, separated by grooved Corinthian pilasters, wondering what was to become of me, and if I was not already mad. And there are some little angels with extraordinarily human-like faces, supporting the nerves of the apse, which after a time, every time I passed them, seemed conscious of me and my existence there, and the woodwork which ornaments the length of the nave, and of the choir also, elaborate with carved marguerites and roses, here and there took in my eyes significant forms from certain points of view. And there is a partition for the nave is divided into 2 chapels, one for the brothers and one for the fathers, I conclude, and in this partition a massive door, which yet looks quite light and graceful, carved with oak and acanthus leaves, and every time I passed through I had the impression that the door was a sentient thing subconscious of me, and the delicate Italian Renaissance brick vault which springs from the vast nave seemed to look upon me with a gloomy knowledge of me and of the heart within me. And at about 4 in the afternoon of the 2nd day, after pacing the church for hours, I fell down at one of the 2 altars near that carved door of the screen, praying God to have mercy upon my soul. And in the very midst of my praying I was up and away, the devil in me, and I got into the motor and did not come back to for another month, and came leaving great tracts of burned desolation behind me, towns and forests, Bordeaux burned, Bergerac burned. I returned to, for it seemed now my home, and there I experienced a deep repentance, and I humbled myself before my Maker. And while in this state, sitting one bright day in front of the monastery gate, something said to me, "You will never be a good man, nor permanently escape hell and frenzy, unless you have an aim in life, devoting yourself heart and soul to some great work, which will exact all your science, your thought, your ingenuity, your knowledge of modern things, your strength of body and will, your skill of head and hand. Otherwise you are bound to succumb. Do this, therefore, beginning not tomorrow nor this afternoon, but now, for though no man will see your work, there is still the Almighty God, who is also something in his way, and he will see how you strive and try and groan, and perhaps seeing, he may have mercy upon you." In this way arose the idea of the palace, an idea, indeed, which had entered my brain before, but merely as a bombastic and visionary outcome of my raving moods. Now, however, in a very different way, soberly, and soon concerning itself with details, difficulties, means, limitations, and every kind of practical matter of fact, and every obstruction which one by one I foresaw was, one by one as the days passed, overborne by the with which that thought, rapidly becoming a mania, possessed me. After a week of incessant meditation, I decided yes, and I said, I will build a palace which shall be both a palace and a temple, the first human temple worthy the King of Heaven, and the only human palace worthy the King of Earth. After this decision I remained at another week, a very different man to the lounger it had seen, strenuous, converted, humble, making plans of this and of that, of the detail, and of the whole, drawing, multiplying, dividing, adding, conic sections and the rule of 3, totting up the period of building, which came out at a little over 12 years, estimating the quantities of material, weight and bulk, my nights full of nightmare as to the sort, deciding as to the size and structure of the crane, forge, and workshop and the necessarily limited weights of their component parts, making a list of over 2,400 objects, and finally, up to the 3rd week after my departure from, skimming through the topography of nearly the whole earth, before fixing upon the island of Imbros for my site, I returned to England, and once more to the hollow windows and strewn streets of black, burned-out and desolate London, for its bank vaults, etc., contained the necessary complement of the gold brought from Paris, and then lying in the at Dover, nor had I sufficient familiarity with French industries and methods to find, even with the aid of 1/2 of the 4,000-odd objects which I had now. My ship was the which brought me from, for at Calais, to which I first went, I could find nothing suitable for all purposes, the being an American yacht, very pallatially fitted, 3-masted, air-driven, with a carrying capacity of 2,000 tons, bronzed, in good condition, containing 16 interacting tanks, with a 5-block pulley arrangement amidships that enables me to lift very considerable weights without the aid of the hoisting air engine, high in the water, sharp, handsome, containing a few tons only of sand ballast, and needing, when I found her, only 3 days' work at the waterline and engines to make her decent and fit. I threw out her dead, backed her from the outer to the inner basin to my train on the, took in the 2,300 weight bags of gold, and the 1/2 ton of amber, and with this alone went to Dover, thence to Canterbury by motor, and thence in a long train, with a store of dynamite from the castle for blasting possible obstructions, to London, meaning to make Dover my depot, and the London rails my thoroughfare from all parts of the country. Instead of 3 months, as I had calculated, it took me 9, a harrowing slavery. I had to blast no less than 43 trains from the path of my loaded wagons, several times blasting away the metals as well, and then having to travel hundreds of yards without metals, for the of kindling the obstructing engines to shunt them down sidings perhaps distant, was a thing which I would not undertake. However, all's well that ends well, though if I had it to go through again, certainly I should not. The is now lying 7 miles off Cape, a heavy mist on the still water, this being the 19th of June at 10 in the night. No wind, no moon, cabin full of mist, and I pretty listless and disappointed, wondering in my heart why I was such a fool as to take all that trouble, 9 long servile months, my good God, and now seriously thinking of throwing the whole vile thing to the devil, she pretty deep in the water, pregnant with the palace. When the 33. Those words, when the 33, were written by me over 17 years, since long years 17 in number, nor have I now any idea to what they refer. The book in which I wrote I had lost in the cabin of the, and yesterday, returning to Imbros from an hour's aimless cruise, discovered it there behind a chest. I find now considerable difficulty in guiding the pencil, and these few lines now written have quite an odd look, like the handwriting of a man not very proficient in the art. It is 17 years, 17, 17, And the expression of my ideas is not fluent either. I have to think for the word a minute, and I should not be surprised if the spelling of some of them is queer. My brain has been thinking inarticulately perhaps all these years, and the English words and letters as they now stand written have rather an improbable and foreign air to me, as a Greek or Russian book might look to a man who has not so long been learning those languages as to forget the impossibly foreign impression received from them on the first day of tackling them. Or perhaps it is only my fancy, for that I have fancies I know. But what to write? The history of those 17 years could not be put down, my good God. At least, it would take me 17 more to do it. If I were to detail the building of the palace alone, and how it killed me nearly, and how I twice fled from it and had to return and became its bounden slave and dreamed of it and groveled before it and prayed and raved and rolled, and how I forgot to make provision on the west side for the contraction and expansion of the gold in the colder weather and the heats of summer, and had to break down 9 months' work, and how I cursed thee, how I cursed thee. And how the lake of wine evaporated faster than the conduits replenished it, and the 3 journeys which I had to take to Constantinople for shiploads of wine, and my frothing despairs, till I had the thought of placing the reservoir in the platform, and how I had then to break down the south side of the platform to the very bottom, and of the month-long nightmare of terror that I had lest the south side of the palace would undergo subsidence. And how the petrol failed, and of the 3 weeks' search for petrol along the coast, and how, after lestrubbing all the jet, I found that I had forgotten the necessary rouge for polishing, and how in the 3rd year I found the which I had for waterproofing the pores of the platform stone, nearly all leaked away in this hold, and I had to get silicate of soda at Gallipoli. And how after 2 years' observation I had to come to the conclusion that the lake was leaking, and discovered that this Imbros sand was not suitable for mixing with the skin of Portland cement which covered the cement concrete, and had to substitute sheet bitumen in 3 places, and how I did all for the sake of God, thinking, I will work and be a good man and cast hell from me. And when I see it stand finished, it will be an altar and a testimony to me, and I shall find peace and be well. And how I have been cheated 17 years, long years of my life, for there is no God, and how my plasterer's hair failed me, and I had to use flock, hessian, wadding, Wood Street paving blocks, and whatever I could find for filling the interspaces between the platform cross walls. And of the bolts, how a number of them mysteriously disappeared, as if snatched to hell by harpies, and I had to make them. And how the crane chain would not reach 2 of the silver panel castings when they were finished, and they were too heavy for me to lift, and the wringing of the hands of my despair, and my biting of the earth, and the transport of my fury, and how, for a whole wild week, I searched in vain for the textbook which describes the ambering process. And how, when all was nearly over, in the blasting away of the forge and crane with dynamite, a long crack appeared down the gold of the east platform steps, and how I would not be consoled, but mourned and mourned. And how, in spite of all my tribulations, it was sweetly interesting to watch my power slowly grow from the first feeble beginnings of the landing of materials, and unloading them from the motor, 100 weight at a time, till I could swing 4 tons, see the solid metals flow, enjoy the gliding sounds of the handle, crankshaft, and system of levers, forcing inwards the end and the upper and lower plungers. For pressing the material, build at ease in a traveling cage, and watch from my hut door through sleepless hours, under the electric moonlight of this land, the 3 piles of gold stones, the silver panels, the 2-foot squares of jet, and be comforted, and how the putty wash, but it is past, and not to live over again that vulgar nightmare of means and ends have I taken to this writing again, but to put down something else if I dare. 17 years, my good God, of that delusion. I could write down no sort of explanation for all those groans and griefs, at which a reasoning being would not shriek with laughter. I should have lived at ease in some palace of the Middle Orient and burned my cities, but no, I must be a good man, vain thought. The words of a wild madman, that preaching man in England who what happened, were with me, where he says, "The defeat of man is his defeat," and I said to myself, well, the last man shall not be quite a fiend just to spite that other. And I worked and groaned, saying, I will be a good man and burn nothing, nor utter aught unseemly, nor debauch myself, but choke back the blasphemies that those others shriek through my throat, and build with moils and groans. And it was vanity, though I do love the house too, I love it well, for it is my home on the waste earth. I had calculated to finish it in 12 years, and I should undoubtedly have finished it in 14, instead of in 16 and 7 months, but one day, when the south, north, and east platform steps were already finished, it was in the July of the 3rd year, and near sunset as I left off work, instead of going to the tent where my dinner lay ready, I walked down to the ship most strangely in a daft, mechanical sort of way, without saying a word to myself. An evil-meaning smile of malice on my lips, and at midnight I was lying off 30 miles to the south, having bid, as I thought, a last farewell to all those toils. I was going to burn Athens. I did not, however, but kept on my way westward round Cape, intending to destroy the forests and towns of Sicily, if I found there a suitable motor for traveling, for I had not been at the pains to take the motor on board at Imbros, otherwise I would ravage parts of southern Italy. But when I came thereabouts I was confronted with an awful horror, for no southern Italy was there, and no Sicily was there, unless a small new island, probably not 5 miles long, was Sicily, and nothing else I saw, save the still smoking crater of Stromboli. I cruised northward, searching for land, and for a long time would not believe the evidence of the instruments, thinking that they misled me, or I stark mad. But no Italy was there, till I came to the latitude of Naples, it too, having disappeared, engulfed all that stretch. From this monstrous thing I received so solemn a shock and mood of awe, that the evil mind in me was quite chilled and quelled, for it was, and is, my belief that a widespread rearrangement of the earth's surface is being purposed, and in all that drama, oh my God, how shall I be found? However, I went on my way, but more leisurely, not daring for a long time to do anything, lest I might offend anyone, and in this foolish cowering mind, coasted all the western coast of Spain and France during 5 weeks, in that prolonged intensity of calm weather which now alternates with storms that transcend all thought, till I came again to Calais, and there, for the first time, landed. Here I would no longer contain myself, but burned, and that magnificent stretch of forest that lay between and covering 5 square miles I burned, and Amiens I burned, and 3 forests between Amiens and Paris I burned, and Paris I burned, burning and burning during 4 months, leaving behind me smoking districts, a long tract of ravage, like some being of the pit that blights where pass his flaming wings. This of city burning has now become a habit with me more enchaining, and infinitely more debased than ever was opium to the smoker, or alcohol to the drunkard. I count it among the prime necessaries of my life. It is my brandy, my bacchanal, my secret sin. I have burned Calcutta, Peking, and San Francisco. In spite of the restraining influence of this palace, I have burned and burned. I have burned 200 cities and countrysides. Like Leviathan disporting himself in the sea, so I have rioted in this earth. After an absence of 6 months, I returned to Imbros, for I was for looking again upon the work which I had done, that I might mock myself for all that unkingly groveling. And when I saw it standing there as I had left it, frustrate and forlorn and waiting its maker's hand, some pity and instinct to build took me for something of God was in man, and I fell upon my knees, and spread my arms to God, and was converted, promising to finish the palace, with prayers that as I built so he would build my soul, and save the last man from the enemy. And I set to work that day to listrub the last few of the jet. I did not leave Imbros after that during 4 years, except for occasional brief trips to the coast to Gallipoli, or even once to Constantinople and Scutari if I happened to want anything, or if I was tired of work, but without once doing the least harm to anything but containing my and fearing my Maker. And full of peaceful charm were those little cruises through this world, which truly is rather like a light sketch-in done by an angel than like the done real earth. And full of self-satisfaction and pious contentment would I return to Imbros, approved of my conscience, for that I had surmounted temptation, and lived tame and stainless. I had set up the southern of the 2 closed lotus pillars, and the platform top was already looking as lovely as heaven, with its alternate 2-foot squares of pellucid gold and pellucid jet, when I noticed one morning that this bottom was really now too foul, and the whim took me then and there to leave all and clean her as far as I could. I at once went on board, descended to the hold, took off and began to shift the ballast over to starboard, so as to tilt up her port bottom to the scraper. This was wearying, and about noon I was sitting on a bag, resting in the almost darkness, when something seemed to whisper to me these words: "You dreamed last night that there is an old Chinaman alive in Peking." Horridly I started. I had dreamed something of the sort, but from the moment of waking till then had forgotten it, and I leapt livid to my feet. I cleaned no that day, nor for 4 days did I anything, but sat on the cabin house and mused, my supporting palm among the hairy draperies of my chin. For the thought of such a thing, if it could by any possibility be true, was detestable as death to me, changing thee of the sun and the whole aspect of the world. And anon, at the outrage of that thing, my brow would flush with wrath and my eyes blaze, till on the 4th afternoon I said to myself, "That old Chinaman in Peking is likely to get burned to death, I think, or blown to the clouds." So a second time, on the 4th March, the poor palace was left to build itself. For after a short trip to Gallipoli, where I got some young lime twigs in boxes of earth, and some preserved limes and ginger, I set out for a long voyage to the east, passing through the Suez Canal and visiting Bombay, where I was 3 weeks and then destroyed it. I had the thought of going across Hindustan by engine, but did not like to leave my ship, to which I was very attached, not sure of finding anything so suitable and good at Calcutta, and moreover I was afraid to abandon my petrol motor, which I had taken on board with the air windlass since I was going to land. I therefore coasted down western Hindustan. All that northern shore of the Arabian Sea has at the present time in which it wafts far over the water, resembling of happy vague dreamlands, sweet to smell in the early mornings as if the earth were nothing but a perfume, and life an inhalation. On that voyage, however, I had from beginning to end 27 fearful storms, or if I count that one near the Carolines, then 28. But I do not wish to write of these rages, they were too inhuman, and how I came alive through them against all my wildest hopes someone or something only knows. I will write down here a thing. It is this, my God, something which I have observed, a definite obstreperousness in the mood of the elements now, when once roused, which grows continually. Tempests have become very, very far more wrathful, the sea more truculent and unbounded in its insolence. When it thunders with a venom new to me, cracking as though it would split the firmament, and bawling through the heaven of heavens, as if roaring to devour all things. In Bombay once, and in China thrice, I was shaken by earthquakes, the second and third marked by a certain extravagance of agitation that might turn a man. Why should this be, my God? I remember reading very long ago that on the American prairies, which from time immemorial had been swept by great storms, the storms gradually subsided when man went to reside permanently there. If this be true, it would seem that the mere presence of man had a certain subduing or effect upon the native turbulence of nature, and his absence now may have removed the curb. It is my belief that within 50 years from now the huge forces of the earth will be let fully loose to tumble as they will, and this planet will become one of the undisputed playgrounds of hell, and the of commotions stupendous as those witnessed on the face of Saturn. The earth is all on my brain, O dark-minded mother, with thy passionate cravings after the infinite, thy regrets and mighty griefs and comatose sleeps and sinister coming doom, O earth, and I poor man, though a king, sole witness of thy bleak tremendous woes. Upon her I brood and do not cease, but brood and brood the habit, if I remember right, first becoming fixed and faded during that long voyage eastward. For what is in store for her God only knows, and I have seen in my broodings long visions of her future, which if a man should see with the eye of flesh, he would spread the arms and wheel through the mazes of a hiccuping, giggling frenzy, for the vision only is the very verge of madness. If I might cease but for 1 hour that perpetual brooding upon her. But I am her child, and my mind grows and grows to her like the offshoots of the banyan tree that take root downward, and she sucks and draws it as she draws my feet by gravitation, and I cannot take wing from her, for she is greater than I and there is no escaping her, and at the last I know my soul will dash itself to ruin like erring seafowl upon pharos lights against her wild and mighty bosom. Often a whole night through I lie open-eyed in the dark, with bursting brain, thinking of that hollow Gulf of Mexico, how identical in shape and size with the protuberance of Africa just opposite, and how the protuberance of the Venezuelan and Brazilian coast fits in with the incurve of Africa. So that it is obvious to me, it is quite obvious that they once were one, and one night rushed so far apart, and the wild Atlantic knew that thing and ran gladly, hasting in between. And how if eye of flesh had been there to see, and ear to hear that cruel thundering, my God, what horror! And if now they meet again, so long apart, but that way fury lies. Yet one cannot help but think. I lie awake and think, for she fills my soul and absorbs it with all her moods and ways. She has meanings, secrets, plans. Strange, for instance, that similarity between the scheme of Europe and the scheme of Asia, each with 3 southern peninsulas pointing south, Spain corresponding with Arabia, Italy with India, and Greece, divided by the Gulf of Corinth, corresponding with the Malay Peninsula and divided by the Gulf of Siam, each with 2 northern peninsulas pointing south, Sweden and Norway and Korea, and each with 2 great islands similarly placed, Britain and Ireland and the Japanese. The Old World and the New has each a peninsula pointing north, Denmark, and a forefinger with long nail and a thumb pointing to the pole. What does she mean? What can she mean, O ye that made her? Is she herself a living being with a will and a fate, as sailors said that ships were living entities? And that thing that wheeled at the pole wheels it still yonder in its dark ecstasy. Strange that volcanoes are all near the sea. I don't know why, I don't think that anyone ever knew. This fact in connection with submarine explosions used to be cited in support of the chemical theory of volcanoes, which supposed the infiltration of the sea into ravines containing the materials which form the fuel of eruptions, but God knows if that is true. The lofty ones are intermittent, a century, 2, 10 of silent waiting, and then their talk silenced forever some poor district. The low ones are constant in action. Who could know the dark way of the world? Sometimes they form a linear system, consisting of several vents which extend in one direction, near together, like chimneys of some long foundry beneath. In mountains, a series of serrated peaks denotes the presence of dolomites, rounded heads mean calcareous rocks, and needles, crystalline schists. The preponderance of land in the northern hemisphere denotes the greater intensity there of the causes of elevation at a remote geologic epoch. That is all that one can say about it, but whence that greater intensity? I have some knowledge of the earth for only 10 miles down, but she has 8,000 miles, and whether through all that depth she is flame or fluid, hard or soft, I do not know. Her method of forming coal, geysers and hot sulfur springs, and the jewels and the coral reefs, the metamorphic rocks of sedimentary origin like gneiss, the plutonic and volcanic rocks, rocks of fusion, and the masses which constitute the basis of the crust, and harvests, the burning flame of flowers, and the passage from the vegetable to the animal. I do not know them, but they are of her, and they are like me, molten in the same furnace of her fiery heart. She is dark and moody, sudden and ill-fated, and rends her young like a cannibal lioness. And she is old and wise, and remembers of the Chaldees which Uruk built, and that temple of Bel which rose in 7 pyramids to the planets, and Nimrud, and she bears still, as a thing of yesterday, old Persepolis and the tomb of Cyrus, and those cloister-like Vihara temples of the ancient Buddhists, cut from the Himalayan rock. And returning from the Far East, I stopped at and so to Cairo, and saw where Memphis was, and stood one bright midnight before that great pyramid of, and that dumb sphinx, and seated at the well of one of the rock tombs, looked till tears of pity streamed down my cheeks, for great is the earth and her ages, but man away. These tombs have pillars extremely like the 2 palace pillars, only that these are round and mine are square, for I chose it so. But the same band near the top, then over this the closed lotus flower, then the small square plinth which separates them from the architrave, only mine have no architrave. The tombs consist of a little outer temple or court, then comes a well, and inside another chamber where I suppose the dead were, a ribbon-like astragal surrounding the walls, which are crowned with boldly projecting cornices, surmounted by an abacus. And here till the pressing want of food drove me back, I remained. For more and more the earth overgrows me, woos me, assimilates me, so that I ask myself this question: must I not in time cease to be a man and become a small earth, precisely her copy, extravagantly weird and fierce, half demoniac, half wholly mystic, morose and turbulent, fitful and deranged and sad like her? A whole month of that voyage, from May the 15th to June the 13th, I wasted at the islands near Malay. For that any old Chinaman could be alive in Peking began, after some time, to seem the most quixotic notion that ever entered a human brain. And these jungled islands, to which I came after a shocking vast orgy one night at Calcutta, when I fired not only the city but the river, pleased my fancy to such an extent, that at one time I intended to abide there. I was at the one called in the chart Saddle Hill, the smallest of them, I think, and seldom have I had such sensations of peace as I lay a whole burning day in a rising vale, deeply shaded in palm and tropical ranknesses, watching thence thee at anchor. For there was a little offing here at the shore whence the valley arose, and I could see one of its long peaks lined with coconut trees, and all cloud burned out of the sky except the flimsiest lawn figments, and the sea as absolutely calm as a lake roughened with breezes, yet making a considerable noise in its breaking on the shore, as I have noticed in these sorts of places. I do not know why. These poor people seemed to have been quite savage, for I met a number of them in roaming the island, nearly skeletons, yet with limbs and vertebrae still, in general, cohering, and in some cases dry-skinned and mummified relics of flesh, and never anywhere a sign of clothes, a very singular thing, considering their nearness to high old all about them. They looked small and black, or almost, and I never found a man without finding on or near him a spear and other weapons, so that they were eager folk, and the wayward dark earth was in them too, as she should be in her children. They had in many cases some reddish discoloration, which may have been the traces of betel-nut stains, for betel-nuts abound there. And I was so pleased with these people that I took on board with the gig one of their little tree canoes, which was my foolishness, for gig and canoe were only 3 nights later washed from the decks into the middle of the sea. I passed down the Straits of Malacca, and in that short distance between the islands and the SW corner of Borneo I was thrice so mauled, that at times it seemed quite out of the question that anything built by man could escape such unfettered cataclysms, and I resigned myself, but with bitter reproaches, to perish darkly. The effect of the third upon me, when it was over, was the unloosening afresh of all my evil passion, for I said, since they mean to slay me, death shall find me rebellious, and for weeks I could not sight some specially happy village or umbrageous spread of woodland that I did not stop the ship and land the materials for their destruction, so that nearly all those spicy lands about the north of Australia will bear the traces of my hand for many a year. For more and more my voyage became dawdling and zigzagged, as the whim directed it, or the movement of the pointer on the chart. And I thought of eating the lotus of surcease, and in some enchanted nook of this bowering summer, where from my hut door I could see through the pearl hues of opium the Silagoon slaver lazily upon the old coral, and the coconut tree would droop like slumber, and the breadfruit tree would moan in sweet and weary dream, and I should watch the lie anchored in the pale lake year after year, and wonder what she was and whence, and why she dozed so deep forever, and after an age of melancholy peace and burdened bliss. I should note that sun and moon had ceased revolving, and hung inert, opening anon a heavy lid to doze and drowse again, and God would sigh enough and nod, and being would swoon to sleep, for that any old Chinaman should be alive in Peking was a thing so fantastically maniac, as to draw from me at times sudden fits of wild red laughter that left me faint. During a space of 4 months, from the 18th June to the 23rd October, I visited the Fijis, where I saw skulls still surrounded with remnants of extraordinary halos of stiff hair, women clad in girdles made of thongs fixed in a belt, and in Samoa near, bodies crowned with coronets of nautilus shell and traces of turmeric paint and tattooing, and in one townlet a great assemblage of carcasses, suggesting by their look some festival or dance. So that I believe that these people were overthrown, without the least foreknowledge of anything. The women of the Maoris wore an abundance of green jade ornaments, and I found a peculiar kind of shell trumpet, one of which I have now, also a tattooing chisel, and a nicely carved wooden bowl. The people of Nu, on the other hand, went, I should think, naked, confining their attention to the hair, and in this resembling the Fijians, for they seemed to wear an artificial hair made of the fur of some creature like a bat, and also they wore wooden masks and great rings for the ear, no doubt which must have fallen to the shoulders, for the earth was in them all, and made them wild, perverse, and various like herself. I went from one to the other without any system whatever, searching for the ideal resting place, and often thinking that I had found it, but only wearying of it at the thought that there was a yet deeper and dreamier in the world. But in this search I received a check, my God, which chilled me to the marrow and set me flying from these places. One evening, the 29th November, I dined rather late at 8 sitting, as was my custom in calm weather, cross-legged on the cabin rug at the port-aft corner, a small semicircle of gold plate before me, and near above me the red-shaded lamp with green conical reservoir, whose creakings never cease in the stillest mid-sea, and beyond the plates the array of preserved soups, meat extracts, meats, fruits, sweets, wines, nuts, liqueurs, coffee on the silver spirit tripod, glasses, cruet, and so on, which it was always my first care to select from the storeroom, open, and lay out once for all in the morning on rising. I was late, 7 being my hour, for on that day I had been engaged in the occasionally necessary, but always deferred, task of overhauling the ship, brushing here a rope with tar, there a board with paint, there a crank with oil, rubbing a door handle, a brass fitting, filling the 3 cabin lamps, dusting mirrors and furniture, dashing the great neat jointed planes of deck with, or high in air, chopping loose with its rigging the mizzen topmast, which since a month was sprained at the clamps, all this in cotton drawers under loose, barefooted. My beard knotted up, the sun ablaze, the sea smooth and pale with the smooth pallor of strong currents, the ship still enough, no land in sight, yet great tracts of seaweed making eastward eye working from 11 a.m. till near 7, when sudden darkness interrupted, for I wished to have it all over in one obnoxious day. I was therefore very tired when I went down, lit the central chain-lever lamp in my own too, washed and dressed in my bedroom, and sat to dinner in the dining hall corner. I ate voraciously, with sweat, as usual, pouring down my eager brow, using knife or spoon in the right hand, but never the Western fork, licking the plates clean in the manner and drinking pretty freely. Still I was tired and went upon deck, where I had the threadbare blue velvet easy-chair with the broken left arm before the wheel, and in it sat smoking cigar after cigar from the Indian D box, half asleep, yet conscious. The moon came up into a pretty cloudless sky, and she was bright but not bright enough to outshine the enlightened flight of the ocean, which that night was one continuous swamp of jack-o'-lantern phosphorescence, a wild but faint luminosity mingled with stars and flashes of brilliance, the whole trooping unanimously eastward as if in haste with elfin momentous purpose, a boundless congregation in the sweep of a strong oceanic current. I could hear it in my slumberous lassitude, struggling and gurgling at the tide rudder, and making wet sloppy noises under the sheer of the poop, and I was aware that it was gliding along pretty fast, drawn into that procession probably at the rate of 4 to 6 knots. But I did not care, knowing very well that no land was within 200 miles of my bows, for I was in longitude 173, in the latitude of Fiji and the Society Islands, between those two. And after a time the cigar drooped and dropped from my mouth, and sleep overcame me, and I slept there in the lap of the infinite. So that something preserves me, something, someone, and for what? If I had slept in the cabin, I must most certainly have perished, for lying there on the poop, I dreamed a dream which once I had dreamed on the ice far, far yonder in the forgotten Hyperborean north, that I was in an Arabian paradise, a garden of peaches, and I had a very long vision of it, for I walked among the trees and picked the fruit and pressed the blossoms to my nostrils with breathless inhalations of love, till a horrible sickness woke me. And when I opened my eyes, the night was black, the moon gone down, everything wet with dew, the sky arrayed with most glorious stars like a thronged bazaar of tiaraed Rajas and Begums with spangled trains, and all the air fragrant with that mortal scent. And high and wide uplifted before me, stretching from the northern to the southern limit, a row of 8 or 9 inflamed smokes, as from the chimneys of some cyclopean foundry a work all night, most solemn, most great and dreadful in the solemn night. 8 or 9, I should say, or it might be 7, or it might be 10, for I did not count them. And from those craters puffed up gusts of material, here a gust and there a gust, with tinselled fumes that convolved upon themselves, and sparks and flashes, all veiled in a garish haze of light, for the foundry worked, though languidly, and upon a rocky land 4 miles ahead, which no chart had ever marked, the drove straight with the current of the phosphorus sea. As I rose, I fell flat, and what I did thereafter I did in a state of existence whose acts, to the waking mind, appear unreal as dream. I must at once, I think, have been conscious that here was the cause of the destruction of mankind, that it still surrounded its own neighborhood with poisonous fumes, and that I was approaching it. I must have somehow crawled or dragged myself forward. There is an impression on my mind that it was a purple land of pure porphyry. There is some faint memory or dream of hearing a long-drawn booming of waves upon its crags. I do not know whence I have them. I think that I remember retching with desperate jerks of the travailing intestines, also that I was on my face as I moved the regulator in the engine room, but any recollection of going down the stairs or of coming up again I have not. Happily the wheel was tied, the rudder hard to port, and as the ship moved she must therefore have turned, and I must have been back to untie the wheel in good time, for when my senses came I was lying there, my head against the under gimbal, 1 foot on a spoke of the wheel, no land in sight and morning breaking. This made me so sick that for either 2 or 3 days I lay without eating in the chair near the wheel, only rarely waking to sufficient sense to see to it that she was making westward from that place. And on the morning when I finally roused myself, I did not know whether it was the 2nd or the 3rd morning, so that my calendar, so scrupulously kept, may be a day out, for to this day I have never been at the pains to ascertain whether I am here writing now on the 5th or the 6th of June. Well, on the 4th or the 5th evening after this, just as the sun was sinking beyond the rim of the sea, I happened to look where he hung motionless on the starboard bow, and there I saw a clean-cut black-green spot against his red, a most unusual sight here and now a ship. A poor thing, as it turned out when I got near her, without any sign of mast, heavily waterlogged, some relics of old rigging hanging over, even her bowsprit apparently broken in the middle, though I could not see it, and she nothing more than a hirsute green mass of old weeds and sea things from bowsprit tip to poop, and from bulwarks to waterline, stout as a hedgehog, only awaiting there the next high sea to founder. Being near my dinner hour and night's rest, I stopped some 15 yards from her and commenced to pace my spacious poop as usual before eating. And as I paced I would glance at her, wondering at her destiny and who were the human men that had lived on her, their Christian names and family names, their age and thought and way of life and beards, till the desire arose within me to go to her and see. and I threw off my outer garments, uncovered and unroped the cedar cutter, the only boat, except the Arpinus, left to me intact, and got her down by the mizzen 5-block pulley system. But it was a ridiculous nonsense, for having paddled to her, I was thrown into paroxysms of rage by repeated failures to scale her bulwarks, low as they were. My hands indeed could reach, but I found no hold upon the slimy mass, and 3 rope ends which I caught were also untenably slippery, so that I jerked always back into the boat, my clothes a mass of filth, and the only thought in my blazing brain a 20-pound charge of gun cotton, of which I had plenty, to blow her to uttermost hell. I had to return to get a half-inch rope, then back to the other, for I would not be in such a way, though now the dark was come, only slightly tempered by a half-moon, and I getting hungry, and from minute to minute more fiendishly ferocious. Finally, by dint of throwing, I got the rope loop round a mast stump, drew myself up, and made fast the boat, my left hand cut by some cursed shell, and all for what? The imperiousness of a whim. The faint moonlight showed an ample tract of deck, invisible in most parts under rolled beds of putrid seaweed, and no bodies, and nothing but a concave, large esplanade of seaweed. She was a ship of probably 1,500 tons, 3-masted, and a sailor. I got aft, for I had on thick outer, and saw that only 4 of the companion steps remained. By a small leap, however, I could descend into that desolation, where the stale sea stench seemed concentrated into a very essence of rankness. Here I experienced a singular ghostly awe and timorousness, lest she should sink with me or something, but striking matches, I saw an ordinary cabin with some fungoids, skulls, bones, and rags, but not one cohering skeleton. In the second starboard berth was a small table, and on the floor a thick round inkpot, whose continual rolling on its side made me look down, and there I saw a flat square book with black covers, which curved half open of itself, for it had been wet and stained. This I took and went back to for that ship was nothing but an emptiness, and a stench of the crude elements of life, nearly assimilated now to the rank deep to which she was wedded, and soon to be absorbed into its nature and being, to become a sea in little, as I in time, my God, shall be nothing but an earth in little. During dinner and after I read the book with some difficulty, for it was pen-written in French, and it turned out to be the journal of someone, a passenger and voyager, I imagine, who called himself Albert, and the ship the. There was nothing remarkable in the narrative that I could see commonplace descriptions of South Sea scenes, records of weather, cargoes, and the like, till I came to the last written page, and that was remarkable enough. It was dated the 13th of April. Strange thing, my good God, incredibly strange, that same day, 20 long years ago, when I reached the pole, and the writing on that page was quite different from the neat look of the rest, proving immoderate excitement, wildest haste, and he heads it, I suppose, in the evening, for he does not say, and he writes, monstrous event. Phenomenon without likeness, the witnesses of which must forever live in the annals of the universe, an event which will make even Mamma, and admit that I was justified in undertaking this most eventful voyage. Talking with Captain on the poop, when a sudden exclamation from him moan. His visage whitens. I follow the direction of his gaze to eastward. I behold, 8 perhaps away, 10 monstrous waterspouts, reaching up high enough, all apparently in one straight line, with intervals of 900 very regularly placed. They do not wander, dance, nor waver as waterspouts do, nor are they at all lily-shaped like waterspouts, but 10 hewn pillars of water with uniform diameter from top to bottom, only a little twisted here and there, and, as I divine, 50 in girth. 5-10 stupendous minutes we look, Captain mechanically repeating and repeating under his breath, moan. Moan. The whole crew now on the poop, I agitated but collected, watch in hand. And suddenly all is blotted out. The pillars of water, doubtless still there, can no more be seen, for the ocean all about them is steaming, hissing higher than the pillars, a dense white, vast in extent, whose venomous sibilation we at this distance can quite distinctly hear. It is affrighting, it is intolerable. The eyes can hardly bear to watch, the ears to hear. It seems unholy travail, monstrous birth. But it lasts not long. All at once that commences to pitch and roll violently, and the sea, a moment since calm, is now rough. And at the same time, through the white, we see a dark shadow slowly rising, the shadow of a mighty back, a newborn land, bearing upwards 10 flames of fire, slowly, steadily, out of the sea into the clouds. At the moment when that sublime emergence ceases, or seems to cease, the grand thought that smites me is this: I, Albert, am, my name shall never perish from among men. I rush down, I write it. The latitude is 1621 13 south, the longitude 176.5819 west 2, there is a great deal of running about on the decks they are descending. There is surely a strange of almonds, I only hope it is so dark, moaned D. So the Frenchman. With all that region I would have no more to do, for all here, it used to be said, lies a great sunken continent, and I thought it would be rising and showing itself to my eyes and driving me stark mad, for the earth is full of these contortions, sudden monstrous grimaces and apparitions, which are like the face of Medusa, affrighting a man into spinning stone, and nothing could be more appallingly insecure than living on a planet. I did not stop till I had got so far northward as the Philippine Islands, where I was 2 weeks exuberant, odorous places, but so hilly and rude, that at one place I abandoned all attempt at traveling in the motor, and left it in a valley by a broad, shallow, noisy river full of mossy stones, for I said, here I will live and be at peace. And then I had a fright, for during 3 days I could not rediscover the river and the motor, and I was in the greatest despair, thinking, when shall I find my way out of these jungles and vastnesses? For I was where no paths were, and had lost myself in deeps where the lure of the earth is too strong and rank for a single man, since in such places, I suppose, a man would rapidly be transformed into a tree, or a snake, or a tiger. At last, however, I found the place to my great joy, but I would not show that I was glad, and to hide it, fell upon a front wheel of the car with some kicks. I could not make out who the people were that lived here, for the relics of some seemed quite black like New Zealand races, and I could still detect the traces of tattooing, while others suggested Mongolian types, and some looked like pygmies and some like whites. But I cannot detail the 2 years' incidents of that voyage, for it is past and like a dream, and not to write of that of all that have I taken this pencil in hand after 17 long, long years. Singular my reluctance to put it on paper. I will write rather of the voyage to China, and how I landed the motor on the wharfette, and went up the river through a maize and rice land most charming in spite of intense cold, I thick with clothes as an Arctic, and of the 3 dreadful earthquakes within 2 weeks, and how the only map which I had of the city gave no indication of the whereabouts of its military depositories, and I had to seek for them, and of the 3 days' effort to enter them, for every gate was solid and closed. And how I burned it, but had to observe its flames, without deep pleasure, from beyond the walls to the south, the whole place being one cursed plain. Yet how at one moment I cried aloud with wild banterings and glad laughters of Tophet to that old Chinaman still alive within it, and how I coasted and saw the hairy Ainus, man and woman hairy alike. And how lying one midnight awake in my cabin, the being in a still glassy water under a cliff overhung by drooping trees, it was the harbor of to me lying awake, came the thought. Suppose now you should hear a step walking to and fro leisurely on the poop above you, just suppose. And the night of horrors which I had, for I could not help supposing, and at one time really thought that I heard it, and how the sweat rolled and poured from my brow, and how I went to Nagasaki and burned it. And how I crossed over the great Pacific deep to San Francisco, for I knew that had been there too, and one of them might be alive. And how one calm day, the 15th or the 16th April, I, sitting by the wheel in the mid-Pacific, suddenly saw a great white hole that ran and ran in the sea coming toward me, and I was aware of the hot breath of a reeling wind, and then of the hot wind itself, which deep-groaned the sound of the letter V, humming like a billion spinning tops, and that was on her side, sea pouring over her port bulwarks, and myself in the corner between deck and taffrail, drowning fast. But unable to stir, but all was soon past, and the white hole in the sea, and the hot spinning top of wind ran wheeling beyond to the southern horizon and the right at herself, so that it was clear that someone wished to destroy me, for that a typhoon of such vehemence ever blew before I cannot think, and how I came to San Francisco, and how I burned it and had my sweets, for it was mine. And how I thought to pass over the great transcontinental railway to New York, but would not fearing to leave lest all the ships in the harbor there should be wrecked, or rusted and buried under seaweed and turned unto the sea. And how I went back, my mind all given up now to musings upon the earth and her ways, and a thought in my soul that I would return to those deep places of the Filipinas and become in a tree or a snake or a man with snake limbs like the old autochthons. But I would not. For heaven was in man too, earth and heaven. And how as I steamed round west again, another winter come, and I now in a mood of dismal despondencies, on the very brink of the inane abyss and smiling idiocy, I saw in the island of Java the great temple of, and like a tornado or volcanic event my soul was changed. For my recent studies in the architecture of the human race recurred to me with interest, and 3 nights I slept in the temple, examining it by day. It is vast, with that look of solid massiveness which above all the Japanese and Chinese building, my measurement of its width being 529 feet, and it rises terrace-like in 6 stories to a height of about 120 or 130 feet. Here Buddhist and Brahmin forms are combined into a most richly developed whole, with a voluptuousness of tracery that is simply intoxicating, each of the 5 offsets being divided up into an innumerable series of external niches, containing each a statue of the sitting Buddha, all surmounted by a number of cupolas, and the whole crowned by a magnificent. And when I saw this, I had the impulse to return to my home after so long wandering, and to finish the Temple of Temples and the Palace of Palaces, and I said, I will return and build it as a testimony to God. Save for a time near Cairo, I did not once stop on that homeward voyage, but turned into the little harbor at Imbros at a tranquil sunset on the 7th of March, as I reckon, and I moored to the ring in the little quay, and I raised the battered motor from the hold with the middle air engine battered by the typhoon in the mid-Pacific, which had broken it from the rope fastenings and tumbled it head over heels to port, and I went through the windowless village street. And up through the plantains and cypresses which I knew, and the Nile mimosas and mulberries and Trebizond palms and pines and acacias and fig trees, till the thicket stopped me, and I had to alight, for in those 2 years the path had finally disappeared, and on foot I made my way till I came to the board bridge and leant there and looked at the rill, and thence climbed the steep path in the sward toward that rolling tableland where I had built with many a groan. And halfway up I saw the tip of the crane arm, then the blazing top of the south pillar, then the shed roof, then the platform, a blinking blotch of glory to the watery eyes under the setting sun. But the tent and nearly all that it contained was gone. For 4 days I would do nothing, simply lying and watching, shirking a load so huge. But on the 5th morning I languidly began something, and I had not worked an hour when a fever took me to finish it, and it lasted upon me with only 3 brief intervals, nearly 7 years. Nor would the end have been so long in coming, but for the unexpected difficulty of getting the 4 flat roofs watertight, for I had to take down half the east one. Finally, I made them of gold slabs 1 1/4 inch thick, smooth on both sides, on each beam double gutters being fixed along each side of the top flange to catch any leakage at the joints, which are filled with Slater cement. The slabs are clamped to the top flanges by steel clips, having bolts set with plaster of Paris in holes drilled in the slabs. These clips are 1 in by 3 17 in, and are 17 in apart. The roofs are slightly pitched to the front edges, where they drain into gold-plated copper gutters on plated wrought iron brackets, with one side flashed up over the blocks which raise the slabs from the beam tops to clear the joint gutters. But now I babble again of that base servitude which I would forget but cannot, for every measurement, bolt, ring is in my brain like a burden, but it is past, and it was vanity. 6 months ago today it was finished, 6 months more protracted, desolate, burdened than all those 16 years in which I built. I wonder what another man, some Shah or Tsar of that far-off past, would say now of me if I could rest upon me. With what awe would he certainly shrink before the wild majesty of these eyes, and though I am not lunatic, for I am not, how would he fly me with the exclamation, there is the very lunacy of pride. For there would seem to him it must be so in myself, in all about me, something extravagantly royal, touched with terror. My body has fattened, and my girth now fills out to a portly roundness its broad girdle of crimson cloth, minutely gold-embroidered, and hung with silver, copper, and gold coins of the Orient. My beard, still black, sweeps in 2 divergent sheaves to my hips, flustered by every wind. As I walk through this palace, the amber and silver floor reflects in its depths my low-necked, short-armed robe of purple, blue, and scarlet, aglow with luminous stones. I am 10 times crowned lord and emperor. I sit 100 times enthroned in confirmed, obese old majesty. Challenge me who will challenge me who dare. Among those myriad worlds upon which I nightly pore, I may have my peers and compeers and fellow denizens, but here I am sole. Earth acknowledges my ancient sway and hereditary, for though she draws me, not yet am I hers, but she is mine. It seems to me not less than 1,000,000 since other beings, more or less resembling me, walked impudently in the open sunlight on this planet, which is rightly mine eye can indeed no longer picture to myself, nor even credit, that such a state of things so fantastic, so far-fetched, so infinitely droll could have existed, though at bottom, I suppose, I know that it must have been really so. Up to 10 years ago, in fact, I used frequently to dream that there were others. I would see them walk in the streets like ghosts and be troubled and start awake, but never now could such a thing, I think, occur to me in sleep, for the wildness of the circumstance would certainly strike my consciousness, and immediately I should know that the dream was a dream. For now, at least, I am sole, I am lord. The golden walls of this palace which I have built look down, of their reflection, into a lake of the choicest, purplest wine. Not that I made it of wine because wine is rare, nor the walls of gold because gold is rare, that would have been too childish, but because I would match for beauty a human work with the works of those others, and because it happens, by some persistent freak of the earth, that precisely things most rare and costly are generally the most beautiful. The vision of glorious loveliness which is this palace now risen before my eyes cannot be described by pen and paper, though there may be words in the lexicons of language which, if I sought for them with inspired wit for 16 years, as I have built for 16 years, might as vividly express my thought on paper, as the stones of gold, so grouped and built, express it to the eye. But failing such in skill, I suppose I could not give, if there were another man, and I tried to give, the faintest conception of its celestial charm. It is a structure positively as clear as the sun, and as fair as the moon, the sole great human work in the making of which no restraining thought of cost has played a part, one of its steps alone being of more cost than all the temples, mosques, and the palaces, pagodas, and cathedrals, built between the ages of the Nimrods and the Napoleons. The house itself is very small, only 40 long by 35 broad by 27 high, yet the structure as a whole is sufficiently enormous, high uplifted, the rest of the bulk being occupied by the platform on which the house stands, each side of this measuring at its base 480. Its height from top to bottom 130, and its top 48. Square, the elevation of the steps being just nearly 30 degrees, and the top reached from each of the 4 points of the compass by 183 low long steps, very massively overlaid with smooth molten gold, not forming a continuous flight, but broken into 3s and 5s, 6s and 9s, with landings between the series, these from the top looking like a great terraced parterre of gold. It is thus an Assyrian palace in scheme, only that the platform has steps on all sides instead of on one. The platform top from its edge to the golden walls of the house is a mosaic consisting of squares of the glassiest clarified gold, and squares of the glassiest jet, corner to corner, each square 2 wide. Around the edge of the platform on top run 48 square plain gold pilasters, 12 on each side 2 high, tapering upwards and topped by a knob of solid gold, pierced with a hole through which passes a lax inch-and-a-half silver chain, hung with little silver balls which strike together in the breeze. The mansion consists of an outer court, facing east toward the sea, and the house proper, which encloses an inner court. The outer court is a hollow oblong 32 wide by 8 long, the summit of its 3 walls being battlemented. They are 18 in height, or 8 lower than the house, around their gold sides on inside and outside 3. From the top runs a plain flat band of silver, 1 wide, projecting in, and at the gate, which is a plain Egyptian entrance, facing eastwards 2 narrower at top than at bottom, stand the 2 great square pillars of massive plain gold, tapering upwards 45 high, with their capital of band, closed lotus, and thin plinth. In the outer court, immediately opposite the gate, is an oblong well 12 by 3, reproducing in little the shape of the court, its sides, which are gold-lined, tapering downward to near the bottom of the platform, where a conduit of diameter automatically replenishes the ascertained mean evaporation of the lake during the year, the well containing 105,360 when nearly full, and the lake occupying a circle round the platform of 980 diameter with a depth of 3. Round the well run pilasters connected by silver chains with little balls, and it communicates by an conduit with a pool of wine led into the inner court, this being fed from 8 tall and narrow golden tanks, tapering upwards, which surround it, each containing a different red wine, sufficient on the whole to last for all purposes during my lifetime. The ground of the outer court is also a mosaic of jet and gold, but thenceforth the jet squares give place throughout to squares of silver, and the gold squares to squares of clear amber, clear as oil. The entrance is by an Egyptian doorway 7 high, with folding doors of gold-plated cedar, opening inwards, surrounded by a very large projecting coping of plain silver 3 wide, severe simplicity of line throughout, enormously multiplying the effect of richness of material. The interior resembles, I believe, rather a Homeric than an Assyrian or Egyptian house, except for the galleries, which are purely an Old Hebrew. The inner court, with its wine pool and tanks, is a small oblong of 8 by 9, upon which open 4 silver-latticed window oblongs in the same proportion, and 2 doors, before and behind, oblongs in the same proportion. Round this run the 8 walls of the house proper, the inner 10. From the outer, each parallel to, forming a single long corridor-like chamber, except the front east, two, which are divided into 3 apartments. In each side of the house are 6 panels of massive plain silver, half an inch thinner in their central space, where are fixed paintings, 22 or else 21 taken at the burning of Paris from a place called the Louvre, and 2 or else 3 from a place in England. So that the panels have the look of frames, and are surrounded by oval garlands of the palest amethyst, topaz, sapphire, and turquoise which I could find, each garland being of only one kind of stone, a mere oval ring 2 feet wide at the sides and narrowing to an inch at the top and bottom, without designs. The galleries are 5 separate recesses in the outer walls under the roofs, 2 in the east and 1 in the north, south, and west, hung with pavilions of purple, blue, rose, and white silk on rings and rods of gold, with gold pilasters and banisters, each entered by 4 steps from the roof, to which led north and south 2 spiral stairs of cedar. On the east roof stands the kiosk, under which is the little lunar telescope, and from that height and from the galleries I can watch under the bright moonlight of this climate, which is very like limelight, the forever silent blue hills of Macedonia, and where the islands of Lemnos slumber like purplish fairies on the Aegean Sea. For usually I sleep during the day and keep a night-long vigil, often at midnight descending to bathe my baths in the lake, and to disport myself in that strange intoxication of nostrils, eyes, and pores, dreaming long wide-eyed dreams at the bottom, to return dazed and weak and drunken. Or again twice within these last void and idle 6 months I have suddenly run, bawling out, from this temple of luxury, tearing off my gaudy rags to hide in a hut by the shore, smitten for one intense moment with of the past of this earth, and moaning, alone, alone, all alone, 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 alone. For events precisely resembling eruptions take place in my brain, and one spangled midnight how spangled I may kneel on the roof with streaming, uplifted face, with outspread arms and awestruck heart, adoring the eternal. The next I may strut like a cock, wanton as sin, lusting to burn a city, to wallow in filth, and like the Babylonian maniac, calling myself the equal of heaven. But it was not to write of all this. Of the furnishing of the palace I have written nothing, but why I hesitate to admit to myself what I know is not clear. If they speak to me, I may surely write of them, for I do not fear them, but am their peer. Of the island I have written nothing. Its size, climate, form, vegetation. There are 2 winds, a north and a south wind. The north is cool and the south is warm, and the south blows during the winter months, so that sometimes on Christmas Day it is quite hot, and the north, which is cool, blows from May to September, so that the summer is hardly ever oppressive, and the climate was made for a king. The stove in the south hall I have never once lit. The length, I should say, is 19 miles, the breadth 10 or thereabouts, and the highest mountains should reach a height of some 2,000. Though I have not been all over it. It is very densely wooded in most parts, and I have seen large growths of wheat and barley, obviously degenerate now, with currants, figs, valonia, tobacco, vines in rank abundance, and 2 marble quarries. From the palace, which lies on a sunny plateau of beautifully sloping swards, dotted with the circular shadows thrown by 15 huge cedars and 7 planes, I can see on all sides an edge of forest, with the gleam of a lake to the north, and in the hollow to the east the rivulet with its little bridge and a few clumps and beds of flowers. I can also spy right through it. Shall be written now. I have this day heard within me the contention of the voices. I thought that they were done with me, that all was ended. I have not heard them for 20 years. But today, distinctly breaking in with brawling impassioned suddenness upon my consciousness, I heard. This late far niente and vacuous inaction here have been undermining my spirit, this inert brooding upon the earth, this empty life and bursting brain. Immediately after eating at noon today, I said to myself, I have been duped by the palace, for I have wasted myself in building, hoping for peace, and there is no peace. Therefore now I shall fly from it, to another, work not of building, but of destroying, not of heaven, but of hell, not of self-denial, but of reddest orgy. Constantinople, beware! I tossed the chair aside, and with a stamp was on my feet, and as I stood again I heard the startlingly sudden wrangle, the fierce, vulgar outbreak and voluble controversy, till my consciousness could not hear its ears, and one urged, Go. Go, and the others, Not there. Where you like, but not there. For your life. I did not, for I could not go, I was so overcome. I fell upon the couch shivering. These voices or impulses, plainly as I felt them of old, quarrel within me now with an openness new to them. Lately influenced by my long scientific habit of thought, I have occasionally wondered whether what I used to call the 2 voices were not in reality 2 strong instinctive movements, such as most men may have felt, though with less force. But today doubt is past, nor, unless I be very mad, can I ever doubt again. I have been thinking of my life. There is a something which I cannot understand. There was a man whom I met once in that dark backward and abysm of time, when I must have been very young, I fancy, at some college or school in England, and his name now is far enough beyond scope of my memory, lost in the vast limbo of past things. But he used to talk continually about certain black and white powers, and of their strife for this world. He was a short man with a Roman nose, and lived in fear of growing a paunch. His forehead atop in profile was more prominent than the nose end. He parted his hair in the middle, and had the theory that the male form was more beautiful than the female. I forget what his name was, the dim, clarobscure being. Very profound was the effect of his words upon me, though I think I used to make a point of slighting them. This man always declared that the black would carry off the victory in the end, and so he has. But assuming the existence of this black and this white being, and supposing it to be a fact that my reaching the pole had any connection with the destruction of my race, according to the notions of that extraordinary Scotch parson, then it must have been the power of the black which carried me, in spite of all obstacles, to the pole. So far I can understand. But after I had reached the pole, what further use had either white or black for me? Which was it, white or black, that preserved my life through my long return on the ice, and why? It could not have been the black, for I readily divined that from the moment when I touched the pole, the only desire of the black, which had previously preserved, must have been to destroy me with the rest. It must have been the white, then, that led me back, retarding me long, so that I should not enter the poison cloud, and then openly presenting me the boreal to bring me home to Europe. But his motive, and the significance of these recommencing wrangles after such a silence, this I do not understand. Curse them with their mad tangles. I care nothing for them. Are there any white idiots and black idiots at all? Or are these voices that I hear nothing but the cries of my own strained nerves, and I all mad and morbid and mad, my good God? This inertia here is not good for me. This stalking about the palace, and long thinkings about earth and heaven, black and white and black, and things beyond the stars. My brain is like bursting through the walls of my poor head. Tomorrow, then, to Constantinople. Descending to go to the ship, I had almost reached the middle of the east platform steps when my foot slipped on the smooth gold, and the fall, though I was not walking carelessly, had, I swear, all the violence of a fall caused by a push. I struck my head, and as I rolled downwards, swooned. When I came to myself, I was lying on the very bottom step, which is thinly washed by the wine waves. Another roll, and I suppose I must have drowned. I sat there an hour, lost in amazement, then crossed the causeway, came down to the with the motor, went through her, spent the day in work, slept on her, worked again today till 4 at both ship and time fuses, I with only 700 fuses left, and in Stamboul alone must be 8,000 houses, without counting, Scutari and the rest. Started out at 5:30 and am now at 11 p.m. Lying motionless 2 miles off the north coast of the island with moonlight gloating on the water, a faint north breeze, and the little pale land looking immensely stretched out, solemn and great, as if that were the world and there were nothing else, and the tiny island at its end immense, and the vast and I only little. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. I will moor thee in the Golden Horn at the spot where there is that low damp nook of the Banyo behind the naval magazines, and that hill where the palace of thee is. I found that great tangle of ships in the Golden Horn wonderfully preserved, many with hardly any moss growths. This must be due, I suppose, to the little Ali Bay, and which flow into the horn at the top, and made no doubt a constant current. Ah, I remember the place. Long ago I lived here some months, or it may be years. It is the fairest of cities and the greatest. I believe that London in England was larger, but no city surely ever seemed so large. But it is flimsy and will burn like tinder. The houses are made of light timber, with interstices filled by earth and bricks, and some of them look ruinous already, with their lovely faded tints of green and gold and red and blue and yellow, like the hues of withered flowers. For it is a city of paints and trees, and all in the little winding streets, as I write, are volatile almond blossoms, mixed with maple blossoms, white with purple. Even the most splendid of the Sultan's palaces are built in this combustible way, for I believe that they had a notion that stone building was presumptuous, though I have seen some very thick stone houses in. This place, I remember, lived in a constant state of sensation on account of nightly flares-up, and I have come across several tracts already devastated by fires. The ministers of state used to attend them, and if the fire would not go out, the Sultan himself was obliged to be there in order to encourage the firemen. Now it will burn still better. But I have been here 6 weeks and still no burning, for the place seems to plead with me. It is so ravishing, so that I do not know why I did not live here and spare my toils during those 16 nightmare years. For 2 whole weeks the impulse to burn was quieted, and since then there has been an irritating whisper at my ear which said, "It is not really like the great king that you are, this burning, but like a foolish child or a savage who like to see fireworks. Or at least, if you must burn, do not burn poor Constantinople, which is so charming and so very old with its balsamic perfumes, and the blossomy trees of white and light purple peeping over the walls of the cloistered painted houses, and all those lichened tombs, those granite menhirs and regions of ancient marble tombs between the quarters, Greek tombs, Byzantine, Jew, Mussulman tombs, with their strange and sacred inscriptions by their cypresses and vast plane trees." And for weeks I would do nothing, but roamed about with 2 minds in me under the tropic brilliance of the sky by day, and the vast dreamy nights of this place that are like nights seen through azure-tinted glasses, and in each of them is not one night, but the 1,001 long crowded nights of glamour and fancy. For I would sit on the immense esplanade of or the mighty stones of the porch of the Mosque of Sultan, dominating from its great steps all old Stamboul, and watch the moon for hours and hours, so passionately bright she soared through clear and cloud, till I would be smitten with doubt of my own identity. For whether I were she or the earth or myself or some other thing or man, I did not know, all being so silent alike and all except myself, so vast and Stamboul and the sea. And those argent fields of the moon, all large alike compared with me, and measure and space were lost, and I with them. These proud Turks died stolidly, many of them. In streets crowded on the heights of, and under the long Moorish arcades of Sultan, I have seen the open-air barber's razor with his bones, and with him the half-shaved skull of the faithful, and the long 2 hours narghileh with traces of burnt and still in the bowl. Ashes now are they all, and dry yellow bone, but in the houses of and noisy old, and in the Jew quarter of, the black shoe and headdress of the Greek is still distinguishable from the Hebrew blue. It was a mixed ritual of here in boot and hat, yellow for Mussulman, red boots, black kalpak for Armenian, for the Effendi a white turban, for the Greek a black. The Tartar skull shines from under a high taper kalpak, from a melon-shaped headpiece, the imams and dervishes from a conical felt, and there is here and there a Franken European rags. I have seen the towering turban and his long sword, and some soft as in the domes on the great wall of Stamboul, and the beggar and the street merchant with large tray of watermelons, sweetmeats, raisins, sherbet, and the bare shower, and the Barbary organ, and the night watchman who evermore cried fire. With his long lantern, 2 pistols, dirk, and wooden javelin. Strange how all that old life has come back to my fancy now, pretty vividly, and for the first time, though I have been here several times lately. I have gone out to those plains beyond the walls with their view of rather barren mountain peaks, the city looking nothing but minarets shooting through black cypress tops, and I seemed to see the wild muezzin at some summit, crying the midday prayer, Mohammed Allah the wild man. And from that great avenue of cypresses which traverses the cemetery of Scutari, the walled city of Stamboul lay spread entire up to, and in their cypress woods before me, the whole embowered now in trees, all that complexity of ways and dark alleys with overhanging balconies of old Byzantine houses, beneath which a rider had to stoop the head, where old Turks would lose their way in mazes of the picturesque, and on the shaded coast to and beyond some peeping, snow-white palace or old Armenian cot. And the Seraglio by the sea, a town within a town, and southward the sea of blue and white and vast and fresh as a sea just born, rejoicing at its birth and at the jovial sun, all brisk, alert to the shadowy islands afar. And as I looked, I suddenly said aloud, a wild, mad thing, my God, a wild and maniac thing, a shrieking maniac thing for hell to laugh at. For something said with my tongue, this city is not quite dead. 3 nights I slept in Stamboul itself at the palace of some bey or emir, or rather dozed, with one slumberous eye that would open to watch my visitors, and Ali Baba and old to see how they slumbered and dozed. For it was in the small luxurious chamber where the bey received those speechless all-night visits of the Turks, long rosy hours of perfumed romance and drunkenness of the fancy, and visionary languor, sinking toward morning into the yet deeper peace of dreamless sleep. And there still were the white for the guests to sit cross-legged on for the waking dream, and to fall upon for the final swoon, and the copper brazier still scenting of essence of rose, and the cushions, rugs, hangings, the monsters on the wall, the narghiles, hookahs, and drugged pale cigarettes, and a secret-looking lattice beyond the door painted with trees and birds, and the air narcotic, and with the pastilles which I had burned, and the scented smokes which I had smoked. And I all drugged and mumbling, my left eye suspicious of Ali there, and an old who dozed. And when I had slept and rose to wash in a room near the overhanging latticed balcony of the, before me to the north lay old in sunshine, and that steep large street mounting to, once full at every nightfall of divans on which grave dervishes smoked narghiles, and there was no space for passage, for all was divans, lounges, almond trees, heaven-high hum, in forests, the dervish and the innumerable porter, the horse hirer with his horse from, and arsenalmen from, and traders from, and artillery workmen from, and on the other side of the house, the south end, a covered bridge led across a street which consisted mostly of two immense blind walls, into a great tangled wilderness of flowers, which was the harem garden where I passed some hours. And here I might have remained many days, many weeks perhaps, but that, dozing 1 4 day with those others, it was as if there occurred a laugh somewhere and a thing said, "But this city is not quite dead," waking me from deeps of peace to startled wakefulness. And I thought to myself, if it be not quite dead, it will be soon and with some suddenness. And the next morning I was at the arsenal. It is long since I have so deeply enjoyed, even to the marrow. It may be the white who has the guardianship of my life, but assuredly it is the black who reigns in my soul. Grandly did old Stamboul, right out beyond the walls too, and blaze and burn. The whole place, except one little region of, was like so much tinder, and in the 5 hours between 8 p.m. and 1 a.m. all was over. I saw the tops of those vast masses of cemetery cypresses round the tombs of the Osmanlis outside the walls, and those in the cemetery of, and those round the sacred mosque of, shrivel away instantaneously, like flimsy hair caught by a flame. I saw the Genoese tower of go heading obliquely on an upward curve, like Sir Roger and wild rockets, and burst high, high with a report. In pairs and threes and fours, I saw the blue cupolas of the 12 or 14 great mosques give in and subside, or soar and reign, and the great minarets nod the head and topple. And I saw the flames reach out and out across the empty breadth of the 300 yards to the 6 minarets of the mosque of, wrapping the red Egyptian granite obelisk in the center. And across the breadth of the Sarai it reached to the buildings of the Seraglio and the Sublime Port. And across those vague, barren stretches that lie between the houses and the Great Wall, and across the 70 or 80 great arcaded bazaars, all enwrapping it reached, and the spirit of fire grew upon me. For the Golden Horn itself was a tongue of fire, crowded west of the galley harbor with exploding battleships, Turkish frigates, corvettes, brigs, and east, with tens of thousands of feluccas, caiques, gondolas, and merchantmen aflame. On my left burned all Scutari, and between 6 and 8 in the evening I had sent out 37 vessels under low horsepowers of air, with trains and fuses laid for 11 p.m. to light with their wandering fires the sea of. By midnight I was encompassed in one great furnace and fiery gulf, all the sea and sky inflamed, and earth aflare. Not far from me to the left I saw the vast barracks of the cannoneers, and the artillery works after long reluctance and delay take wing together, and 3 minutes later down by the water the barrack of the bombardiers and the military school together, grandly, and then to the right in the valley of the arsenal, these occupying the sky like smoky suns and shedding a glaring day over many a mile of sea and land. I saw the 2 lines of ruddier flaring where the barge bridge and the raft bridge over the Golden Horn made haste to burn, and all that vastness burned with haste, quicker and quicker, to fervor, to fury, to unanimous rabies. And when its red roaring stormed the infinite, and the might of its glowing heart was gravitation, being, sensation, and I its compliant wife, then my head nodded, and with crooked lips I sighed as it were my last sigh, and tumbled, weak and drunken, upon my face. O wild providence, unfathomable madness of heaven, that ever I should write what now I write. I will not write it. The hissing of it. It is only a crazy dream, a tearing out of the hair by the roots to scatter upon the raving storms of Saturn. My hand will not write it. In God's name. During 4 nights after the burning I slept in a house French, as I saw by the books, etc. Probably the ambassador, for it has very large gardens and a beautiful view over the sea, situated on the rapid east declivity of. It is one of the few large houses which, for my safety, I had left standing round the minaret whence I had watched, this minaret being at the top of the old Mussulman quarter on the heights of between proper and. At the bottom, both at the quay of and at that of, I had left under shelter 2 caiques for double safety, one a sultan's gilt craft with gold spur at the prow, and one a boat of those that used to patrol the Golden Horn as water police. By one or other of these I meant to reach she being then safely anchored some distance up the coast. So on the 5th morning I set out for the quay, but a light rain had fallen overnight, and this had re-excited the thin smoke resembling quenched steam, which, as from some reeking province of Abaddon, still trickled upward over many a square mile of blackened tract, though of flame I could see no sign. I had not accordingly advanced far over every sort of debris when I found my eyes watering, my throat choked, and my way almost blocked by roughness, whereupon I said, I will turn back, cross the region of tombs and barren waste behind, descend the hill, get the boat at the quay, and so reach the. Accordingly I made my way out of the region of smoke, passed beyond the limits of smoldering ruin and tomb, and soon entered a rich woodland, somewhat scorched at first, but soon green and flourishing as the jungle. This cooled and soothed me, and being in no hurry to reach the ship, I was led on and on, in a somewhat direction, I fancy. Somewhere hereabouts, I thought, was the place they called the Sweet Waters, and I went on with the vague notion of coming upon them, thinking to pass the day till afternoon in the forest. Here nature in only 20 years has returned to an exuberant savagery, and all was now the wildest vegetation, dark dells, rills wimpling through deep brown shade of sensitive mimosa, large pendulous fuchsia, palm, cypress, mulberry, jonquil, narcissus, daffodil, rhododendron, acacia, fig. Once I stumbled upon a cemetery of old gilt tombs, absolutely overgrown and lost, and thrice caught glimpses of little trellis choked in boscage. With slow and listless foot I went, munching an almond or an olive, though I could swear that olives were not formerly indigenous to any soil so northern. Yet here they are now, pretty plentiful though elementary, so that modifications whose end I cannot see are certainly proceeding in everything, some of the cypresses which I met that day being immense beyond anything I ever heard of. And the thought, I remember, was in my head, that if a twig or leaf should change into a bird or a fish with wings, and fly before my eyes, what then should I do? And I would eye a branch suspiciously anon. After a long time, I penetrated into a very somber grove. The day outside the wood was brilliant and hot, and very still, the leaves and flowers here all motionless. I seemed, as it were, to hear the vacant silence of the world, and my foot treading on a twig produced the report of pistols. I presently reached a glade in a thicket about 8 yards across that had a scent of lime and orange, where the just sufficient twilight enabled me to see some old bones, 3 skulls, and the edge of a tam-tam peeping from a tuft of wild corn with cornflowers, and here and there some golden champak, and all about a profusion of musk roses. I had stopped why I do not recollect, perhaps thinking that if I was not getting to the Sweet Waters, I should seriously set about finding my way out. And as I stood looking about me, I remember that some cruising insect trawled near my ear its lonely drone. Suddenly, God knows, I started. I imagined I dreamed that I saw a pressure in a bed of moss and violets, recently made. And while I stood gloating upon that impossible thing, I imagined I dreamed the lunacy of it that I heard a laugh. The laugh, my good God, of a human soul. Or it seemed half a laugh and half a sob, and it passed from me in one fleeting instant. Laughs and sobs and idiot hallucinations I had often heard before, feet walking, sounds behind me, and even as I had heard them, I had known that they were nothing. But brief as was this impression, it was yet so thrillingly real that my poor heart received, as it were, the very shock of death, and I fell backward into a mass of moss, supported on the right palm, while the left pressed my working bosom, and there, toiling to catch my breath, I lay still, all my soul focused into my ears. But now I could hear no sound, save only the vast and audible hum of the silence of the universe. There was, however, the footprint. If my eye and ear should so conspire against me, that, I thought, was hard. Still I lay still in that same pose, without a stir, sick and dry-mouthed, infirm and languishing with dying breaths, but keen and malign. I would wait, I said to myself, I would be artful as snakes, though so woefully sick and invalid, I would make no sound. After some minutes I became conscious that my eyes were leering in one fixed direction, and instantly, the mere fact that I had a sense of direction proved to me that I must, in truth, have heard something. I managed to raise myself, and as I stood upright, feebly swaying there, not the terrors of death alone were in my breast, but the authority of the monarch was on my brow. I moved, I found the strength. Slow step by slow step, with daintiest noiselessness, I moved to a thread of moss that from the glade passed into the thicket, and along its winding way I stepped in the direction of the sound. Now my ears caught the purling noise of a brooklet, and following the moss path, I was led into a massive bush only 2 or 3 feet higher than my head. Through this, prowling like a stealthy cat, I wheedled my painful way, emerged upon a strip of open long grass, and now was faced 3 yards before me by a wall of acacia trees, prickly pear, and between which and a forest beyond I spied a gleam of running water. On hands and knees I crept toward the acacia thicket, entered it a little, and leaning far forward, peered. And there, at once 10 yards to my right, I saw. Singular to say, my agitation, instead of intensifying to the point of apoplexy and death, now, at the actual sight, subsided to something very like calmness. With malign and sullen eye askance I stood, and steadily I watched her there. She was on her knees, her palms lightly touching the ground, supporting her. At the edge of the streamlet she knelt, and she was looking with a species of startled, shy astonishment at the reflection of her face in the limpid brown water. And I, with sullen eye askance, regarded her a good 10 minutes' space. I believed that her momentary laugh and sob, which I had heard, was the result of surprise at seeing her own image, and I firmly believe from the expression of her face that this was the first time that she had seen it. Never, I thought, as I stood moodily gazing, had I seen on the earth a creature so fair, though, analyzing now at leisure, I can quite conclude that there was nothing at all remarkable about her good looks. Her hair, somewhat lighter than auburn and frizzy, was a real garment to her nakedness, covering her below the hips, some strings of it falling, too, into the water. Her eyes, a dark blue, were wide in a most silly expression of bewilderment. Even as I eyed her, she slowly rose, and at once I saw in all her manner an air of unfamiliarity with the world, as of one wholly at a loss what to do. Her pupils did not seem accustomed to light, and I could swear that that was the first day in which she had seen a tree or a stream. Her age appeared 18 or 20. I guessed that she was of Circassian blood, or at least origin. Her skin was whitey brown or old ivory white. She stood up motionless, at a loss. She took a lock of her hair and drew it through her lips. There was some look in her eyes, which I could plainly see now, somehow indicating wild hunger, though the wood was full of food. After letting go her hair, she stood again feckless and imbecile, with sideward hung head, very pitiable to see I think now, though no faintest pity touched me then. It was clear that she did not at all know what to make of the look of things. Finally she sat on a moss bank, reached and took a musk rose on her palm and looked hopelessly at it. 1 minute after my first actual sight of her my extravagance of agitation, I say, died down to something like calm. The earth was mine by old right, I felt that, and this creature a mere slave upon whom, without heat or haste, I might perform my will, and for some time I stood, coolly enough considering what that will should be. I had at my girdle the little, with silver handle encrusted with coral, and curved blade 6 inches long, damascened in gold and sharp as a razor. The blackest and the basest of all the devils of the pit was whispering in my breast with calm persistence, kill, kill, and eat. Why I should have killed her, I do not know. That question I now ask myself. It must be true that it is not good for man to be alone. There was a religious sect in the past which called itself socialist, and with these must have been the truth, man being at his best and highest when most social, and at his worst and lowest when isolated, for the earth gets hold of all isolation and draws it and makes it fierce, base, and materialistic, like sultans, aristocracies, and the like, but heaven is where 2 or 3 are gathered together. It may be so, I do not know nor care. But I know that after 20 years of solitude on a planet, the human soul is more of solitude than of life, shrinking like a tender nerve from the rough intrusion of another into the secret realm of self, and hence, perhaps, the bitterness with which solitary castes, Brahmins, patricians, aristocracies, always resisted any attempt to invade their slowly acquired domain of privileges. Also, it may be true, it may, that after 20 years of solitary selfishness, a man becomes, without suspecting it, not at all noticing the slow stages, a real and true beast, a horrible, hideous beast, mad, prowling like that king of Babylon, his nails like birds' claws and his hair like eagles' feathers, with instincts all inflamed and fierce, delighting in darkness and crime for their own sake. I do not know nor care, but I know that, as I drew the basest and the slyest of all the devils was whispering me, tongue in cheek, kill, kill, and be merry. With excruciating slowness, like a crawling glacier, tender as a nerve of the touching leaves, I stole obliquely toward her through the wall of bush, the knife behind my back. Once only there was a restraint, a check, I felt myself held back. I had to stop, for one of the ends of my divided beard had caught in a limb of prickly pear. I set to disentangling it, and it was, I believe, at the moment of succeeding that I first noticed the state of the sky, a strip of which I could see across the rivulet. A minute or so before it had been pretty clear, but now was busy with hurrying clouds. It was a sinister muttering of thunder which had made me glance upward. When my eyes returned to the sitting figure, she was looking foolishly about the sky with an expression which almost proved that she had never before heard that sound of thunder, or at least had no idea what it could bode. My fixed regard lost not one of her movements, while inch by inch, not breathing, careful as the poise of a balance, I crawled. And suddenly, with a rush, I was out in the open, running her down. She leapt perhaps 2, perhaps 3 paces she fled. Then stock still she stood within some 4 yards of me with panting nostrils, with inquiring face. I saw it all in one instant, and in one instant all was over. I had not checked the impetus of my run at her stoppage, and I was on the point of reaching her with uplifted knife, when I was suddenly checked and smitten by a stupendous violence. A flash of blinding light, attracted by the steel which I held, struck tingling through my frame, and at the same time the most passionate crash of thunder that ever shocked a poor human ear felled me to the ground. The snatch from my hand fell near the girl's foot. I did not entirely lose consciousness, though surely the powers no longer hide themselves from me, and their close contact is too intolerably rough and vigorous for a poor mortal man. During, I should think, 3 or 4 minutes, I lay so astounded under that bullying cry of wrath that I could not move a finger. When at last I did sit up, the girl was standing near me, with a sort of smile, holding out to me in a pouring rain. I took it from her, and my doddering fingers dropped it into the stream. Pour came the rain, raining as it can in this place, not long, but a deluge while it lasts, dripping in thick liquidity like a profuse sweat through the forest, I seeking to get back by the way I had come, flying, but with difficulty and slowness, and a feeling in me that I was being tracked. And so it proved, for when I struck into more open space, nearly opposite the west walls, but now on the north side of the Golden Horn, where there is a flat grassy ground somewhere between the valley of, and with horror I saw that of heaven or of someone not 10 yards behind, following me like a mechanical figure, it being now near 3 in the afternoon, and the rain drenching me through, and I tired and hungry, and from all the ruins of Constantinople not one whiff of smoke ascending. I trudged on wearily till I came to the Kiev and the boat, and there she was with me still, her hair nothing but a thin drowned string down her back. Not only can she not speak to me in any language that I know, but she can speak in no language. It is my firm belief that she has never spoken. She never saw a boat or water or the world, till now I could swear it. She came into the boat with me and sat astern, clinging for dear life to the gunwale by her fingernails, and I paddled the 800 yards and she came up to the deck after me. When she saw the open water, the boat, on the coast, and then the ship, astonishment was imprinted on her face. But she appears to know little fear. She smiled like a child, and on the ship touched this and that, as if each were a living thing. It was only here and there that one could see the ivory brown of her skin. The rest was covered with dirt, like old bottles long lying in cellars. By the time we reached the rain suddenly stopped. I went down to my cabin to change my clothes, and had to shut the door in her face to keep her out. When I opened it, she was there, and she followed me to the windlass, when I went to set the anchor engine going. I intended, I suppose, to take her to Imbros, where she might live in one of the broken-down houses of the village. But when the anchor was not yet half up, I stopped the engine and let the chain run again. For I said, no, I will be alone, I am not a child. I knew that she was hungry by the look in her eyes, but I cared nothing for that. I was hungry too, and that was all I cared about. I would not let her be there with me another instant. I got down into the boat, and when she followed, I rowed her back all the way past, and the quay to where one turns into the Golden Horn by. Around the mouth of the Horn being a vast semicircle of charred wreckage, carried out by the river currents. I went up the steps on the side before one comes to where the barge bridge was. When she had followed me onto the embankment, I walked up one of those rising streets, very encumbered now with stone debris and ashes, but still marked by some standing black wall fragments, it being now not far from night, but the air as clear and washed as the translucency of a great purple diamond with the rain and the afterglow of the sun, and all the west aflame. When I was about 100 yards up in this old mixed quarter of Greeks, Turks, Jews, Italians, Albanians and noise and in wine-bibbing, having turned 2 corners, I suddenly gathered my skirts, spun round, and as fast as I could, was off at a heavy trot back to the quay. She was after me, but being taken by surprise, I suppose, was distanced a little at first. However, by the time I could scurry myself down into the boat, she was so near that she only saved herself from the water by a balancing stoppage at the brink, as I pushed off. I then set out to get back to the ship, muttering, "You can have Turkey if you like, and I will keep the rest of the world." I rowed seaward, my face toward her, but steadily averted, for I would not look her way to see what she was doing. However, as I turned the point of the quay, where the open sea washes quite rough and loud, to go northward and disappear from her, I heard a babbling cry, the first sound which she had uttered. I did look then, and she was still quite near me, for the silly maniac had been running along the embankment, following me. "Little fool!" I cried out across the water, "What are you after now?" And oh my good God, shall I ever forget that strangeness, that wild strangeness of my own voice, addressing on this earth another human soul? There she stood, whimpering like an abandoned dog after me. I turned the boat, rowed, came to the first steps, landed, and struck her 2 stinging slaps, one on each cheek. While she cowered, surprised no doubt, I took her by the hand, led her back to the boat, landed on the Stamboul side, and set off, still leading her, my object being to find some sort of possible edifice nearby, not hopelessly burned, in which to leave her, for in all there was plainly none, and I thought was too far to walk to. But it would have been better if I had gone to, for we had to walk quite 3 miles from Seraglio Point all along the city battlements to the 7 towers, she picking her barefooted way after me through the great Sahara of charred stuff, and night now well arrived, and the moon adrift in the heaven, making the desolate lonesomeness of the ruins tenfold desolate, so that my heart smote me then with bitterness and remorse, and I had a vision of myself that night which I will not put down on paper. At last, however, pretty late in the evening, I spied a large mansion with green latticework and in terrace roof, which had been hidden from me by the arcades of a bazaar, a vast open space at about the center of Stamboul, one of the largest of the bazaars, I should think, in the middle of which stood the mansion, probably the home of Pasha or Vizier, for it had a very distinguished look in that place. It seemed very little hurt, though the vegetation that had apparently choked the great open space was singed to a black fluff, among which lay thousands of calcined bones of man, horse, ass, and camel, for all was distinct in the bright, yet so pensive and forlorn moonlight, which was that eastern moonlight of pure astral mystery which illumines Persepolis and Babylon and ruined cities of the old. The house, I knew, would contain divans, cushions, foods, wines, sherbets, henna, saffron, mastic, reiki, costumes, and 100 luxuries still good. There was an outer wall, but the foliage over it had been singed away, and the gate all charred. It gave way at a push from my palm. The girl was close behind me. I next threw open a little green lattice door in the and entered. Here it was dark, and the moment that she, too, was within, I slipped out quickly, slammed the door in her face, and hooked it upon her by a little hook over the latch. I now walked some yards beyond the court, then stopped, listening for her expected cry, but all was still. 5 minutes 10 I waited, but no sound. I then continued my morose and melancholy way, hollow with hunger, intending to start that night for Imbros. But this time I had hardly advanced 20 steps when I heard a frail and strangled cry, apparently in midair behind me, and glancing, saw the creature lying at the gateway, a white thing in black stubble ashes. She had evidently jumped, well outward, from a small casement of lattice on a level with the little grating, through which once peeped bright eyes 30 feet aloft. I hardly believed that she was conscious of any danger in jumping, for all the laws of life are new to her, and having sought and found the opening, she may have merely come with blind instinctiveness after me, taking the first way open to her. I walked back, pulled at her arm, and found that she could not stand. Her face was screwed with silent pain, she did not moan. Her left foot, I could see, was bleeding, and by the wounded ankle I took her, and dragged her so through the ashes across the narrow court, and tossed her like a little dog with all my force within the door, cursing her. Now I would not go back the long way to the ship, but struck a match, and went lighting up girandoles, cressets, candelabra, into a confusion of lights among great numbers of pale-tinted pillars, rose and azure, with verdantique, olive and marble and serpentine. The mansion was large, I having to traverse quite a desert of embroidered brocade hangings, slender columns and silks, till I saw a staircase doorway behind a Smyrna, went up, and wandered some time in a house of gilt-barred windows with very little furniture but palatial spaces, solitary huge pieces of faience of inestimable age, and arms, my footfalls quite stifled in the Persian carpeting. I passed through a covered-in-hanging gallery, with one window grating overlooking an inner court, and by this entered the harem, which declared itself by a greater luxury and profusion of manner. Here, descending a short curved stair behind I came into a marble-paved sort of larder, in which was an old negress in blue dress, her hair still adhering, and an infinite supply of sweetmeats, French preserved foods, sherbets, wines, and so on. I put a number of things into a pannier, went up again, found some of those exquisite pale cigarettes which drunken in the hollow of an emerald, also a 2-yard long, and withal descended by another stair, and laid them on the steps of a little raised kiosk of green marble in a corner of the court, went up again and brought down a still snowy to sleep on, and there, by the kiosk step, ate and passed the night, smoking for several hours in a state of languor. In the center of the court is a square marble well, looking white through a rankness of wild vine, acacias in flower, weeds, jasmines, and roses, which it, as well as the kiosk and the whole court, climbing even the arcade of Moorish arches round the open space, under one of which I had deposited a long lantern of crimson silk, for here no breath of the fire had come. About 2 in morning I fell to sleep, a deeper piece of shadow now reigning where so long the melancholy silver of the moon had lingered. About 8 in the morning I rose and made my way to the front, intending that should be my last night in this ruined place. For all the night, sleeping and waking, the thing which had happened filled my brain, growing from one depth of incredibility to deeper, so that at last I arrived at a sort of certainty that it could be nothing but a drunken dream. But as I opened my eyes afresh, the deep cutting of that impossibility smote like a pang of lightning stroke through my being, and I said, I will go again to the far Orient and forget. And I started out from the court, not knowing what had become of her during the night, till having reached the outer chamber, with a wild start I saw her lying there at the door in the very spot where I had flung her, asleep sideways, head on arms. Softly, I stepped over her, got out, and went running at a cautious clandestine trot. The morning was in high, most fresh and pure, and to breathe was to be young, and to see such a sunlight light even upon ruin so vast was to be blithe. After running 200 yards to one of the great broken bazaar portals, I looked back to see if I was followed, but all that space was desolately empty. I then walked on past the arch, on which a green oblong, once inscribed, as usual with some text in gilt hieroglyphs, is still discernible. And emerging saw the great panorama of destruction, a few vast standing walls, with hollow oriental windows framing deep sky beyond, and here and there a pillar or half-minaret, and down within the walls of the old seraglio still some leafless, branchless trunks and leafless forests, and on the northern horizon with the steep upper half of the street still there, and on the height the European houses, and all between blackness, stones, a rolling landscape of ravine. Like the hilly pack ice of the north if its snow were ink, and to the right Scutari, black, laid low, with its vast region of tombs and rare stumps of its forests, and the blithe blue sea, with the widening semicircle of floating debris looking like brown foul scum at some points, congested before the bridgeless Golden Horn. For I stood pretty high in the center of Stamboul, somewhere in the region of or of Sultan, as I judged, with immense purviews into abstract distances and mirage. And to me it seemed too vast, too lonesome, and after advancing a few hundred yards beyond the bazaar, I turned again. I found the girl still asleep at the house door, and stirring her with my foot, woke her. She leapt up with a start of surprise and a remarkable sinuous agility, and gazed an astounded moment at me, till, separating reality from dream and habit, she me, but immediately subsided to the floor again, being in evident pain. I pulled her up and made her limp after me through several halls to the inner court, and the well, where I set her upon the weedy margin, took her foot in my lap, examined it, drew water, washed it, and bandaged it with a strip torn from my hem, now and again speaking gruffly to her, so that she might no more follow me. After this I had breakfast by the kiosk steps, and when I was finished, put a mass of truffled gras on a plate, brushed through the thicket to the well, and gave it her. She took it but looked foolish, not eating. I then, with my forefinger, put a little into her mouth, whereupon she set hungrily to eat it all. I also gave her some gingerbread, a handful of bonbons, some wine, and some anisette. I then started out afresh, gruffly bidding her stay there, and left her sitting on the well, her hair falling down the opening, she peering after me through the bushes. But I had not half reached the ogival bazaar portal, when looking anxiously back, I saw that she was limping after me. So that this creature tracks me in the manner of a nutshell following about in the wake of a ship. I turned back with her to the house, for it was necessary that I should plan some further method of eluding her. That was 5 days ago, and here I have stayed, for the house and court are sufficiently agreeable and form a museum of real objects. It is settled, however, that tomorrow I return to Imbros. It seems certain that she never wore, saw, nor knew of clothes. I have dressed her, first sousing her thoroughly with sponge and soap in lukewarm rose water in the silver cistern of the harem bath, which is a circular marbled apartment with a fountain and the complicated ceilings of these houses, and frescoes and gilt texts of the Quran on the walls, and pale rose silk hangings. On the divan I had heaped a number of selected garments, and having showed her how to towel herself, I made her step into a pair of the trousers called made of yellow striped white silk. This, by a running string, I tied loosely round the upper part of her hips, then drawing up the bottoms to her knees, tied them there so that their voluminous baggy folds, overhanging still to the ankles, have rather the look of a skirt. Over this I put upon her a blue striped chiffon chemise, or reaching a little below the hips. I then put on a short jacket or vest of scarlet satin, thickly embroidered in gold and precious stones, reaching somewhat below the waist and pretty tight-fitting, and making her lie on the couch, I put upon her little feet little yellow slippers, then anklets on her fingers, rings, round her neck a necklace of sequins, finally dyeing her nails, which I cut with henna. There remained her head, but with this I would have nothing to do, only pointing to the tarbouche which I had brought, to a square kerchief, to some corals, and to the fresco of a woman on the wall, which, if she chose, she might copy. Lastly, I pierced her ears with the silver needles which they used here, and after 2 hours of it left her. About an hour afterwards I saw her in the arcade round the court, and to my great surprise she had a perfect plait down her back, and over her head and brows a green silk or hood, precisely as in the picture. Here is a question the answer to which would be interesting to me, whether or not for 20 years, or say rather 20 centuries, 20 eternal, I have been stark mad, a raving maniac, and whether or not I am now suddenly sane, sitting here writing in my right mind, my whole mood and tone changed or rapidly changing. And whether such change can be due to the presence of only one other being in the world with me. This singular being, where she has lived, and how, is a problem to which not the faintest solution is conceivable. She had, I say, never seen clothes, for when I began to dress her, her perplexity was unbounded. Also, during her 20 years, she has never seen almonds, figs, nuts, liqueurs, chocolate, conserves, vegetables, sugar, oil, honey, sweetmeats, orange sherbet, mastic, salt, reiki, tobacco, and many such things. For she showed perplexity at all these, hesitation to eat them. But she has known and tasted white wine, I could see that. Here, then, is a mystery. I have not gone to Imbros, but remained here some days longer observing her. I have allowed her to sit in a corner at mealtime, not far from where I eat, and I have given her food. She is wonderfully clever. I continually find that, after an incredibly short time, she has most completely adapted herself to this or that. Already she wears her outfit as coquettishly as though born to clothes. Without at all seeming observant, for, on the contrary, she gives an impression of great flightiness. She watches me, I am convinced, with pretty exact observation. She knows precisely when I am speaking roughly, bidding her go, bidding her come, tired of her, tolerant of her, scorning her, cursing her. If I wish her to the devil, she quickly divines it by my face, and will disappear. Yesterday I noticed something queer about her, and soon discovered that she had been staining her lids with black coal, so that, having found a box, she must have guessed its use from the pictures. Wonderfully clever, imitative, as a mirror. 2 mornings ago I found an old mother-of-pearl, and sitting under the arcade, touched the strings, playing a simple air. I could just see her behind one of the arch pillars on the opposite side, and she was listening with apparent eagerness, and I panting. Well, returning from a walk beyond the walls in the afternoon, I heard the same air coming out from the house, for she was repeating it pretty faultlessly by ear. Also, during the forenoon of the previous day, I came upon her, for footsteps make no sound in this house, in this visitor's hall. And what was she doing, copying the poses of 3 dancing girls frescoed there? So that she would seem to have a character as light as a butterfly, and is afraid of nothing. Now I know. I had observed that at the beginning of every meal she seemed to have something on her mind, going toward the door, hesitating as if to see whether I would follow, and then returning. At length yesterday, after sitting to eat, she jumped up, and to my infinite surprise said her first word, said it with a most quaint experimental effort of the tongue, as a fledgling trying the air, the word come. That morning, meeting her in the court, I had told her to repeat some words after me, but she had made no attempt, as if shy to break the long silence of her life, and now I felt some sort of foolish pleasure in hearing her utter that word, often no doubt heard from me, and after hurriedly eating I went with her, saying to myself, she must be about to show me the food to which she is accustomed, and perhaps that will solve her origin. And so it has proved. I have now discovered that to the moment when she saw me, she had tasted only her mother's milk, dates, and that white wine of which the Quran permits. As it was getting dark, I lit and took with me the big red silk lantern, and we set out, she leading and walking confoundedly fast, slackening when I swore at her and getting fast again. And she walks with a certain levity, flightiness, and liberated, very hard to describe, as though space were a luxury to be revelled in. By what instinctive cleverness, or native of memory, she found her way I cannot tell, but she led me such a walk that night, miles, till I became furious, darkness having soon fallen with only a faint moon obscured by cloud, and a drizzle which haunted the air, she without light climbing and picking her thinly slippered steps over mounds of debris and loosely strewn masonry with unfailing agility. I occasionally splashing a foot with horror into one of those little ponds which always marked the Stamboul streets. When I was nearer her, I would see her peer across and upward toward, as if that were a remembered landmark, and would note the perpetual aspen oscillations of the long coral drops in her ears, and the nimble ply of her limbs, wondering with a groan if was our goal. Our goal was even beyond. When we came to the Golden Horn, she pointed to my caique which lay at the old Seraglio steps, and over the water we went, she lying quite at ease now, with her face at the level of the water in the center of the crescent shape, as familiarly as of old engaged in some escapade through the crowded Babel of and that north side of the Horn. Through we passed, I already cursing the journey, and following the line of the coast and the great steep thoroughfare of, we came at last, almost in the country, to a great wall, and the entrance to an immense terraced garden, whose limits were invisible, many of the trees and avenues being still intact. I knew it at once. I had lain a special fuse train in the great palace at the top of the terraces. It was the royal palace. Up and up we went through the grounds, a few unburned old bodies in rags of uniform still discernible here and there as the lantern swung past them, a musician in sky blue, an officer of the guard in scarlet forming a cross with domestics of the palace in red and orange. The palace itself was quite in ruins, together with all its surrounding barracks, mosque, and seraglio, and as we reached the top of the grounds, presented a picture very like those which I have seen of the ruins of Persepolis, only that here the columns, both standing and fallen, were innumerable, and all more or less blackened. And through doors we passed, down immensely wide short flights of steps, and up them and over strewed courtyards, by tottering fragments of arcades, all roofless, and tracks of charcoal between interrupted avenues of pillars, I following, expectant, and she very eager now. Finally, down a flight of 12 or 14 rather steep and narrow steps, very dislocated, we went to a level which I thought must be the floor of the palace vaults, for at the bottom of the steps we stood on a large plain floor of plaster which bore the marks of the flames, and over this the girl ran a few steps, pointed with excited recognition to a hole in it, ran further, and disappeared down the hole. When I followed and lowered the lantern a little, I saw that the drop down was about 8 feet, made less than 6 feet by a heap of stone rubbish below, the falling of which had caused the hole, and it was by standing on this rubbish heap I knew at once that she must have been enabled to climb out into the world. I dropped down and found myself in a low flat-roofed cellar, with a floor of black earth, very fusty and damp, but so very vast in extent that even in the daytime, I suppose, I could not have discerned its boundaries. I fancy, indeed, that it extends beneath the whole palace and its environs an enormous stretch of space. With the lantern I could only see a very limited portion of its area. She still led me eagerly on, and I presently came upon a whole region of flat boxes, each about 2 feet square and 9 inches high, made of very thin laths packed to the roof, and about 150 feet from these I saw, where she pointed, another region of bottles, fat-bellied bottles in chemises of wickerwork, stretching away into gloom and total darkness. The boxes, of which a great number lay broken open, as they can be by merely pulling with the fingers at a pliant crack, contained dates, and the bottles, of which many thousands lay empty, contain, I saw, old wine. Some 50 or 60 casks, covered with mildew, some old pieces of furniture, and a great cube of rotting, curling parchments, showed that this cellar had been more or less loosely used for the occasional storage of superfluous stores and knickknacks. It was also more or less loosely used as a domestic prison. For in the lane between the region of boxes and the region of bottles, near the former there lay on the ground the skeleton of a woman, the details of whose costume were still appreciable, with thin brass gyves on her wrists, and when I had examined her well, I knew the whole history of the creature standing silent by my side. She is the daughter of the Sultan, as I assumed when I had once determined that the skeleton is both the skeleton of her mother and the skeleton of the Sultana. That the skeleton was her mother is clear, for the cloud occurred just 21 years since, and the dead woman was, of course, at that moment in the prison, which must have been airtight, and with her the girl. But since the girl is quite certainly not much more than 20, she looks younger. She must at that time have been either unborn or a young babe, but a babe would hardly be imprisoned with another than its own mother. I am rather inclined to think that the girl was unborn at the moment of the cloud, and was born in the cellar. That the mother was the sultana is clear from her fragments of dress, and the symbolic character of her every ornament, crescent earrings, heron feather, and the blue in a bracelet. This poor woman, I have thought, may have been the victim of some unbounded fit of imperial passion, incurred by some domestic crime, real or imagined, which may have been pardoned in a day had not death overtaken her master and the world. There are 4 steep stone steps at about the center of the cellar, leading up to a locked iron trapdoor, apparently the only opening into this great hole, and this trapdoor must have been so nearly airtight as to bar the intrusion of the poison in anything like deadly quantity. But how rare, how strange the coincidence of chances here. For if the trapdoor was absolutely airtight, I cannot think that the supply of oxygen in the cellar, large as it was, would have been sufficient to last the girl 20 years, to say nothing of what her mother used up before death. For I imagine that the woman must have continued to live some time in her dungeon, sufficiently long at least, to teach her child to procure its food of dates and wine, so that the door must have been only just sufficiently hermetic to bar the poison, yet admit some oxygen. Or else the place may have been absolutely airtight at the time of the cloud, and some crack, which I have not seen, opened to admit oxygen after the poison was dispersed, in any case the all but infinite rarity of the chance. Thinking these things, I climbed out, and we walked to, where I slept in a great white stone house in 5 or 6 acres of garden overlooking the cemetery of, having pointed out to the girl another house in which to sleep. This girl, what a history! After existing 20 years in a sunless world hardly 3 acres wide, she one day suddenly saw the only sky which she knew collapse at one point. A hole appeared into yet a world beyond. It was I who had come and kindled Constantinople and set her free. Ah, I see something now. I see. It was for this that I was preserved, I to be a sort of newfangled Adam, and this little creature to be my Eve. That is it. The white does not admit defeat, he would recommence the race again. At the last, the 11th hour, in spite of all, he would turn defeat into victory, and outwit that other. However, if this be so, and I seem to see it quite clearly then, in that white scheme is a singular flaw. At one point it is obvious that elaborate forethought fails, for I have a free will and I refuse. Certainly in this matter I am on the side of the black, and since it depends absolutely upon me, this time black wins. No more men on the earth after me, ye powers. To you the question may be nothing more than a gambling excitement as to the final outcome of your aerial squabble, but to the poor men who had to bear the wrongs, inquisitions, rack rents, Waterloos, unspeakable horrors, it was hard earnest, you know. Oh, the wretchedness, the deep, deep pain of that bungling anthill, happily wiped out, my God. My sweetheart, she was not an ideal being. There was a man called Judas who betrayed the gentle founder of the Christian faith, and there was some Roman king named Galba, a horrid dog, and there was a French devil, Gilles, and the rest were all much the same, much the same. Oh no, it was not a good race, that small infantry which called itself man, and here, falling on my knees before God and Satan as I write, I swear, never through me shall it spring and fester again. I cannot her. Not at all. If she is out of my sight and hearing 10 minutes, I fall to doubting her reality. If I lose her for half a day, all the old feelings, resembling certainties, come back, that I have only been dreaming, that this appearance cannot be an actual objective fact of life, since the impossible is impossible. 17 long years of madness. Tomorrow I start for Imbros, and whether this girl chooses to follow me, or whether she stays behind, I will see her from the moment I land no more. She must rise very early. I who am now regularly on the palace roof at dawn, sometimes from between the pavilion curtains of the galleries or from the steps of the telescope kiosk, may spy her far down below, a dainty microscopic figure, generally running about the sward, or gazing up in wonder at the palace from the lake edge. It is now 3 months since she came with me to Imbros. I left her the first night in that pale yellow house with the 2 green jalousies facing the beach, where there was everything that she would need. but I knew that, like all the houses there now, it leaked profusely, and the next day I went down to the curving stair, cut through the rock at the back and south of the village, climbed, and half a mile beyond found that park and villa with gables, which I had noted from the sea. The villa is almost intact, very strongly built of purplish marble, though small, and very like a Western house, with shingles and 3 gables, so that I think it must have been the of some Englishman, for it contains a number of English books, though the only body I saw there was what looked like incurred, with spiral string wound down his turban, yellow ankle pantaloons, and flung red shoulder cloak. And all in the heavily wooded park, and all about the low rock steps up the hill, profusions of mandragora, and from the rock steps to the house a narrow long avenue of acacias, mossy underfoot, that mingle overhead, the house standing about 4 yards from the edge of the perpendicular sea cliff, whence one can see this main topmast and broken head in her quiet haven. After examining the place I went down again to the village and her house, but she was not there, and 2 hours long I paced about among the weeds of these amateur little alleys and flat-roofed windowless houses, though some have terrace roofs and a rare aperture, whose one-straw yellows, greens, and blues look now like sunset tints when the last flush is gone and they fade done. When at last she came running with open mouth, I took her up the rock steps and into the house, and there she has lived, one of the gable tips, I now find that overlooking the sea, being just visible from the northeast corner of the palace roof, 2 miles from it. That night again, when I was leaving her, she made an attempt to follow me. But I was resolved to end it then, and cutting a sassafras whip I cut her deep 3 times till she ran crying. So then what is my fate henceforth to think always, from sun to moon, and from moon to sun, of one only thing, and that thing an object for the microscope, to become a sneaking prey to spy upon the silly movements of one little sparrow, like some fatuous motiveless gossip of old, his occupation to peep, his one faculty to scent, his honey and his achievement to unearth the infinitely unimportant. I would kill her first. I am convinced that she is no stay-at-home, but roams continually over the island, for thrice, wandering myself, I have come upon her. The first time she was running with flushed face, intent upon striking down a butterfly with a twig held in the left hand, for both hands she uses with dexterity. It was at about 9 in the morning in her park, near the bottom where there are high grass growths and ferny luxuriance between the close tree trunks and shadow, and the broken wall of an old funeral kiosk sunk aslant under moss, creepers, and wild flowers, behind which I peeped hidden and wet with dew. She has had the assurance to modify the dress I put upon her, and was herself a butterfly, for instead of this she had on a zouave hardly reaching to the waist, of saffron satino, but a scarlet fez with violet tassel and baggy pantaloons of azure silk. Down her back the long auburn plait, quite neat, but all her front hair loose and wanton, the fez cocked backward, while I caught glimpses of her fugitive heels lifting out of the dropping slipper sole. She is pretty clever, but not clever enough, for that butterfly escaped, and in one instant I saw her change into weary and sad, for on this earth is nothing more fickle than that Proteus face, which resembles a landscape swept with cloud shadows on a bright day. Fast beat my heart that morning, owing to the consciousness that, while I saw, I was unseen, yet might be seen. Another noontide 3 weeks afterwards, I came upon her a good way up yonder to the west of the palace, sleeping on her arm in an alley between overgrown old trellises, where rioting wild vine buried her in gloom. But I had not been peeping through the bushes a minute, when she started up and looked wildly about, her quick consciousness, I imagine, detecting a presence, though I think that I managed to get away unseen. She keeps her face very dirty. All about her mouth was dry-stained with a polychrome of grape, and other juices like slobbering gammons of old. I could also see that her nose and cheeks are now sprinkled with little freckles. 4 days since I saw her a 3rd time, and then found that the primitive instinct to represent the world in pictures has been working in her, for she was drawing. It was down in the middle one of the 3 East and West village streets, for thither I had strolled toward evening, and coming out upon the street from between an old wall and a house, saw her quite near. I pulled up short and peered. She was lying on her face all among grasses, a piece of yellow board before her, and in her fingers a chalk splinter, and very intently she drew, her tongue-tip traveling along her short upper lip from side to side, regularly as a pendulum, her fez tipped far back, and the left foot swinging upward from the knee. She had drawn her at the top, and now, as I could see by peering well forward, was drawing underneath the palace from memory, for where she lay it is all hidden. Yet the palace it was, for there were the waving lines meant for the steps, the 2 slanting pillars, the slanting battlements of the outer court, and before the portal, with turban reaching above the roof, and my 2 whisks of beard sweeping below the knees myself. Something spurred me, and I could not resist shouting a sudden "Hi!" Whereupon she scrambled like a springbok to her feet, I pointing to the drawing, smiling. This creature has a way of mincing her pressed lips while she shakes the head, intensely cooing a fond laugh, and so she did then. You are a clever little wretch, you know, said I, she cocking her eye, trying to divine my meaning with vague smile. Oh yes, a clever little wretch, I went on in a gruff voice, clever as a serpent, no doubt, for in the first case it was the black who used the serpent, but now it is the white. But it will not do, you know. Do you know what you are to me, you? You are my Eve, a little fool, a little piebald frog like you. But it will not do at all, at alls. A nice race it would be with you for mother, and me for father, wouldn't it, half criminal like the father, half idiot like the mother, just like the last, in short. They used to say, in fact, that the offspring of a brother and sister was always weak-headed, and from such a wedlock certainly came the human race, so no wonder it was what it was, and so it would have to be again now. Well, no, unless we have the children and cut their throats at birth, and you would not like that at all, I know, and on the whole it would not work, for the white would be striking a poor man dead with his lightning if I attempted that. No, then, the modern Adam is some 8 to 20,000 years wiser than the first you see. Less instinctive, more rational. The first disobeyed by commission, I shall disobey by omission, only his disobedience was a sin, mine is a heroism. I have not been a particularly ideal sort of beast so far, you know, but in me, Adam, I swear it, the human race shall at last attain a true nobility, the nobility of self-extinction. I shall turn out trumps, I shall prove myself stronger than tendency, world genius, providence, currents of fate, white power, black power, or whatever is the name for it. No more Semiramises, Pompadours, Irish landlords, 100 years wars, you see. She kept her left eye obliquely cocked like a little fool, wondering, no doubt, what I was saying. And talking of, I went on, I shall call you that henceforth, to keep me reminded. So that is your name, not Eve, but who was a poisoner, you see. She poisoned a poor man who trusted her, and that is your name now, not Eve, but to remind me, you most dangerous little speckled viper. And in order that I may no more see your foolish little pretty face, I decree that, for the future, you wear a yashmak to cover up your lips, which I can see were meant to be seductive, though dirty, and you can leave the blue eyes and the little white-skinned freckled nose uncovered if you like, they being commonplace enough. Meantime, if you care to see how to draw a palace, I will show you. Before I stretched my hand, she was presenting the board so that she had guessed something of my meaning. But some hard tone in my talk had wounded her, for she presented it looking very glum, her underlip pushing a little obliquely out, very pathetically, I must say, as always when she is just ready to cry. In a few strokes I drew the palace and herself standing at the portal between the pillars, and now great was her satisfaction, for she pointed to the sketched figure and to herself interrogatively, and when I nodded yes, she went cooing her fond murmurous laugh with pressed and mincing lips, and it is clear that, in spite of my beatings, she is in no way afraid of me. Before I could move away, I felt some raindrops, and down in some seconds rushed a shower. I looked, saw that the sky was rapidly darkening, and ran into the nearest of the little cubicle houses, leaving her glancing sideways upward, with the quaintest artlessness of interest in the downpour, for she is not yet quite with the operations of nature, and seems to regard them with a certain amiable inquisitive seriousness, as though they were living beings, comrades as good as herself. She presently joined me, but even then stretched her hand out to feel the drops. Now there came a thunderclap, the wind was rising, and rain spattering about me, for the panes of these houses, made, I believe, of paper saturated in almond oil, have long disappeared, and rains, penetrating by roof and rare window, splash the bones of men. I gathered up my skirts to run toward other shelter, but she was before me, saying in her strange experimental voice that word of hers, come. She ran in advance, and I, with the outer robe over my head, followed, urging flinching way against the whipped rainwash. She took the way by the stone horsepond, through an alley to the left between two blind walls, then down a steep path through wood to the rock steps, and up we ran, and along the hill to her, which is a mile nearer the village than the palace, though by the time we pelted into its dry shelter we were wet to the skin. Sudden darkness had come, but she quickly found some matches, lit one, looking at it with a certain meditative air, and applied it to a candle and to a bronze western lamp on the table, which I had taught her to oil and light. Near a western fireplace was a Turkish, like one which she had seen me light to warm bath waters in Constantinople, and when I pointed to it she ran to the kitchen, returned with some chopped wood, and very cleverly lit it. And there for several hours I sat that night, reading the first time for many years. It was a book by the poet Milton, found in a glazed bookcase on the other side of the fireplace, and most strange, most novel, I found those august words about warring angels that night while the storm raved. For this man had evidently taken no end of pains with his book, and done it gallantly well too, making the thing hum. And I could not conceive why he should have been at that trouble, unless it were for the same reason that I built the palace, because some spark bites a man, and he would be like, but that is all vanity and delusion. Well, there is a rage in the storms of late years which really transcends bounds. I do not remember if I have noted it in these sheets before, but I never could have conceived a turbulence so huge. Hour after hour I sat there that night, smoking reading and listening to the batteries and lamentations of that haunted air, shrinking from it, fearing even for the by her quay in the sequestered harbor, and for the palace pillars. But what astonished me was that girl, for after sitting on the ottoman to my left some time, she fell sideways asleep, not the least fear about her, though I should have thought that nervousness at such a turmoil would be so natural to her. And whence she has this light confidence in the world into which she has so abruptly come I do not know, for it is as though someone inspired her with the mood of nonchalance, saying, "Be of good cheer and care not a pin about anything, for God is God." I heard the ocean swing hoarse like heavy ordnance against the cliffs below, where they meet the outer surface of the southern of the two claws of land that form the harbor, and the thought came into my mind, if now I taught her to speak, to read, I could sometimes make her read a book to me. The wind seemed struggling for the house to snatch and wing it away into the drear eternities of the night, and I could not but heave the sigh. Alas for us two poor waifs and castaways of our race, little bits of flotsam and seaweed hair cast up here a moment, ah me, on this shore of the ages, soon to be dragged back, O turgid eternity, into thy abysmal gorge. And upon what strand, who shall say, shall she next be flung, and I, divided then perhaps by all the stretch of the trillion-distanced astral gulf? And such a pity and a wringing of the heart seemed in things, that a tear fell from my eyes that ominous midnight. She started up at a gust of more appalling volume, rubbing her eyes with hair, it must have been about midnight, listening a minute with that demure droll interest of hers to the noise of the elements, and then smiled to me. Rose then left the room and presently returned with a pomegranate and some almonds on a plate, also some delicious old sweet wine in it and an old silver cup gilt inside standing in a zarf. These she placed on the table near me, I murmuring, "Hospitality." She looked at the book, which I read as I ate, with lowered left eyelid, seeking to guess its use, I suppose. Most things she understands at once, but this must have baffled her, for to see one looking fixedly at a thing and not know what one is looking at it for must be very disconcerting. I held it up before her, saying, "Shall I teach you to read it? If I did, how would you repay me, you?" She cocked her eyes, seeking to comprehend. God knows, at that moment I, the poor dumb waif, alone in all the whole round earth with me. The candle flame, moved by the wind like a slow painting brush, flickered upon her face, though every cranny was closed. "Perhaps then," I said, "I will teach you. You are a pitiable little derelict of your race, you know, and 2 hours every day I will let you come to the palace, and I will teach you. But be sure, be careful. If there be danger, I will kill you, assuredly without fail. And let me begin with a lesson now. Say after me, White." I took her hand, and got her to understand that I wanted her to repeat after me. "White," said I, said she. "Power," said I. "Power," said she. "White power," said I. "Power," said she. "Shall not," said I. "Shall not," said she. "White power shall not," said I. "Power shall not," said she. "Prevail," said I, said she, pronouncing the V with a long fluttering F sound. "Prevail," said I, said she. "White power shall not prevail," said I. "Power shall not," said she. A thunder which roared as she said it seemed to me to go laughing through the universe, and a minute I looked upon her face with positive shrinking fear, till starting up, I thrust her with violence from my path, and dashed forth to re-seek the palace and my bed. Such was the ingratitude and fatality which my first attempt, 4 nights since, to teach her met with. It remains to be seen whether my pity for her dumbness, or some servile tendency toward fellowship in myself, will result in any further lesson. Certainly I think not, for though I have given my word, the most solemnly pledged word may be broken. Surely, surely, her presence in the world with me, for I suppose it is that has wrought some profound changes in my mood. For gone now apparently are those turbulent hours when, stalking like a peacock, I flaunted my monarchy in the face of the eternal powers with hissed blasphemies, or else dribbled, shaking my body in a lewd dance, or was off to fire some vast city and revel in redness and the chucklings of hell, or rolled in the drunkenness of drugs. It was mere, see it now it was not good, not good. And it rather looks as if it were past or almost. I have clipped my beard and hair, removed the earrings, and thought of modifying my attire. I will just watch to see whether she comes loitering down there about the gate of the lake. Her progress is like. It is 9 months since I have written on these sheets those words, her progress is like, being the beginning of some narrative in which something interrupted me, and since then I have had no impulse to write. But I was thinking just now of the curious tricks and uncertainties of my memory, and seeing the sheets will record it here. I have lately been trying to recall the name of a sister of mine, some perfectly simple name, I know, and the name of my old home in England, and they have completely passed out of my cognizance, though she was my only sister, and we grew up closely together, some quite simple name, I forget it now. Yet I can't say that my memory is bad. There are things quite unexpected, unimportant things which come up in my mind with considerable clearness. For instance, I remember to have met in Paris, I think, long before the poison cloud, a little Brazilian boy of weak coffee and milk, of whom she now constantly reminds me. He wore his hair short like a convict's, so that one could spy the fish-white flesh beneath, and delighted to play solitary about the stairs of the hotel, dressed up in the white balloon dress of a Pierrot. I have the impression now that he must have had very large ears. Clever as a flea he was, knowing 5 or 6 languages, as it were by nature, without having any suspicion that that was at all extraordinary. She has that same light, unconscious and nonchalant cleverness, an easy way of life. It is little more than a year since I began to teach her, and already she can speak English with a quite considerable vocabulary and perfect correctness, except that she does not pronounce the letter R. She has also read, or rather devoured, a good many books, and can write, draw, and play the harp. And all she does without effort, rather with the flighty naturalness with which a bird takes to the wing. What made me teach her to read was this. One afternoon, 14 months or so ago, I from the roof kiosk saw her down at the lake rim, a book in hand, and as she had seen me looking steadily at books, so she was looking steadily at it with pathetic sideward head, so that I burst into laughter, for I saw her clearly through the glass, and whether she is the simplest little fool or the craftiest serpent that ever breathed, I am not yet sure. If I thought that she has the least design upon it would be ill for her. I went to Gallipoli for 2 days in the month of May, and brought back a very pretty little caïque, a perfect slender crescent of the moon, though I had 2 days in cutting through bush thicket for the passage of the motor in bringing it up to the lake. It has pleased me to see her lie among the silk cushions of the middle, while I, paddling, taught her first words and sentences between the hours of 8 and 10 in the evening, though later they became 10 a.m. To noon, when the reading began, we sitting on the palace steps before the portal, her mouth invariably well covered with the yashmak, the lesson book being a large-lettered old Bible found at her. Why she must needs wear the yashmak she has never once asked, and how much she divines, knows, or intends, I have no idea, continually questioning myself as to whether she is all simplicity or all cunning. That she is conscious of some profound difference in our I cannot doubt, for that I have a long beard and she none at all, is among the most patent of facts. I have thought that a certain Westernness, a growing modernity of tone, may be the result, as far as I am concerned, of her presence with me. I do not know. There is the gleam of a lake hen just visible in the north forest from the palace top, and in it a good number of fish like carp, tench, roach, etc. So in May I searched for a tackle shop in the Gallipoli Bazaar, and got 4 12-foot rods, with reels, silkline, quill floats, a few yards of silkworm gut, with a packet of no. 7 and 8 hooks and split shot for sinkers, and since red worms, maggots, and gentles are common on the island, I felt sure of a great many more fish than the number I wanted, which was none at all. However, for the mere amusement, I fished several times, lying at my length in a patch of long grass by an enormous cedar, where the bank is steep and the water deep. And one mid-afternoon she was suddenly there with me, questioned me with her eyes, and when I consented, stayed, and presently I said I would teach her bottom angling, and sent her flying up to the palace for another rod and tackle. That day she did nothing, for after teaching her to thread the worm and put the gentles on the smaller hooks, I sent her to hunt for worms to chop up for ground baiting the pitch for the next afternoon, and when this was done it was dinner time, and I sent her home, for by then I was giving the reading lessons in the morning. The next day I found her at the bank, taught her to take the sounding for adjusting the float, and she lay down not far from me, holding the rod. So I said to her, "Well, this is better than living in a dark cellar 20 years, with nothing to do but walk up and down, sleep, and consume dates and wine. Yes, says she. 20 years. Said I, how did you bear it? I was not, says she. Did you never suspect that there was a world outside that cellar? Said I, never, says she, or lather, yes, but I did not suppose that it was this world but another where he lived. Hey, who spoke with me? Who was that? Oh, a bite, she screamed gladly. I saw her float bob under and started up, rushed to her, and taught her how to strike and play it, though it turned out when landed to be nothing but a tiny barbel, but she was in ecstasies, holding it on her palm, murmuring her fond coo. She rebaited, and we lay again. I said, but what a life, no exit, no light, no prospect, no hope. Plenty of hope, says she. Good heavens. Hope of what? I knew well that something was over the cellar, or under, or it, and would come to pass at a certain fixed hour, and that I should see it and feel it, and it would be nice. Ah, Wells, you had to wait for it, at any rate. Didn't those 20 years seem long? No, at least sometimes not often. I was always so occupied. Occupied in doing what? In eating or talking. Talking to yourself. Not myself. To whom, then? To the one who told me when I was, and put the dates to satisfy my hunger. I see. Don't wriggle about in that way, or you will never catch any fish. The maxim of angling is, study to be quiet. Oh, another bite. She called, and this time, all alone, very agilely landed a good-sized bream. But do you mean that you were never sad? Said I when she was resettled. Sometimes I would sit and, says she, I did not know why. But if that was sadness, I was never, never, never. And if it did not last long, and I would soon fall to sleep, for he would lock me in his lap and kiss me and wipe all my tears away. Hey, who? Why, what a question. He who told me when I was, and of the thing that was outside the cellar, which would be so nice. I see. But in all that dingy place and thick gloom, were you never at all afraid? Of what? Of the unknowns. I do not understand you. How could I be? The known was the very opposite of. It was merely hunger and dates, thirst and wine, the desire to and space to in, the desire to sleep and sleep. There was nothing in that, and the unknown was even less than the known, for it was the nice thing that was outside the cellar. I do not understand. Ah, yes, said I, you are a clever little being, but your continual fluttering about is fatal to all angling. Isn't it in your nature to keep still a minute? And with regard now to your habits in the cellar. Another, she cried with happy laugh and landed a young chub. And that afternoon she caught 7, and I none. Another day I took her from the pitch to one of the kitchens in the village with some of the fish, till then always thrown away, and taught her cooking, for the only cooking implement in the palace is the silver alcohol lamp for coffee and chocolate. We both scrubbed the utensils, and boil and fry I taught her, and the making of a sauce from vinegar, bottled olives, and the tinned American butter and the boiling of rice mixed with flour for ground baiting our pitch. And she, at first astonished, was soon all deft, breathless officiousness, and behind my back, of her own intuitiveness, grated some dry almonds found there, and with them sprinkled the fried tench. And we ate them sitting on the floor together, the first new food, I suppose, tasted by me for 21 years, nor did I find it disagreeable. The next day she came up to the palace reading a book, which turned out to be a cookery book in English, found at her, and a week later she appeared, out of hours, presenting me a yellow earthenware dish containing a mess of gorgeous boiled fish under red peppers, bits of saffron, a greenish sauce, and almonds. But I turned her away and would have none of her or her dish. About a mile up to the west of the palace is a very old ruin in the deepest forest. I think of a mosque, though only 3 truncated internal pillars under ivy, and the weedy floor with the courtyard and portal steps remain, before it being a long avenue of cedars, gently descending from the steps, the path between the trees choked with long grass and wild rye reaching to my middle. Here I saw one day a large disk of old brass, bossed in the middle, which may have been either a shield or part of an ancient symbol, with concentric rings graven round it, from center to circumference. The next day I brought some nails, a hammer, a saw, and a box of paints and I painted the rings indifferent, cut down a slim lime trunk, nailed the thin disc along its top, and planted it well before the steps, for I said I would make a bullseye and do rifle and revolver practice before it from the avenue. And this the next evening I was doing at 400 feet, startling the island, it seemed, with that unusual noise, when up she came peering with inquiring face, at which I was very angry because my arm, long unused, was firing wide. But I was too proud to say anything and let her look, and soon she understood, laughing every time I made a considerable miss, till at last I turned upon her, saying, "If you think it so easy, you may try." She had been wanting to try, for she came eagerly to the offer, and after I had opened and showed her the mechanism, the cartridges, and how to shoot, I put into her hands one of the Colts. She took her bottom lip between her teeth, shut her left eye, vaulted out the revolver like an old shot to the level of her intense right eye, and sent a ball through the center of the boss. However, it was a fluke shot, for I had the satisfaction of seeing her miss every one of the other 5, except the last, which hit the black. That, however, was 3 weeks since, and now my hitting record is 40%, and hers 96, most extraordinary, so that it is clear that this creature is the of someone and is in the world. Her book of books is the Old Testament. Sometimes, at noon or afternoon, I may look abroad from the roof or galleries, and see a remote figure sitting on the sward under the shade of plane or black cypress, and I always know that the book she cons there is the Bible, like an old rabbi. She has a passion for stories, and there finds a store. 3 nights since, when it was pretty late and the moon very splendid, I saw her passing homewards close to the lake, and shouted down to her, meaning to say good night, but she thought that I had called her and came, and sitting out on the top step we talked for hours, she without the yashmak. We fell to talking about the Bible. And says she, "What did Cain to Abel?" "He knocked him over," I replied, liking sometimes to use such idioms, with the double object of teaching and perplexing her. "Over what?" says she. "Over his heels," said I do not. "He killed him then." "That I know. But how did Abel feel when he was killed?" "What is it to be killed?" "Well," said I, "you have seen bones all around you, and the bones of your mother, and you can feel the bones in your fingers. Your fingers will become mere bone after you are dead, as die you must. Those bones which you see around you are, of course, the bones of the men of whom we often speak, and the same thing happened to them which happens to a fish or a butterfly when you catch them, and they lie all still. And the men and the butterfly feel the same after they are dead. Precisely the same. They lie in a deep drowse and dream a nonsense dream. That is not. I thought that it was much more. I should not mind dying. Ah, so much the better, for it is possible that you may have to die a great deal sooner than you think. I should not mind. Why were men so to die? Because they were all such shocking cowards. Oh, not all. Not all. This girl, I know not with what motive, has now definitely set herself up against me as the defender of the dead race. With every chance she is at it. Nearly all, said I, tell me one who was not afraid. There was Isaac, says she, when laid him on the wood to kill him, he did not jump up and to hide. Isaac was a great exception, said I. In the Bible and such books, you understand, you read of only the best sorts of people. But there were millions and millions of others, especially about the time of the poison cloud, on a very much lower level, putrid wretches, covetous, false, murderous, mean, selfish, debased, hideous, diseased, making the earth a very charnel of festering vices and crimes. This for several minutes she did not answer, sitting with her back half toward me, cracking almonds, continually striking one step with the ball of her outstretched foot. In the gold of the platform, I saw her fez and corals, reflected as an elongated blotch of florid red. She turned and drank some wine from the great gold goblet which I had brought from the temple, of her head quite covered in by it. Then the little hairs at her lip corners still wet, says she. Vices and climes, climes and vices. Always the same. What were these climes and vices? Robberies of 100 sorts, murders of 100. But what made them do them? Their evil nature, their base souls. But you are one of them, I am another, yet you and I live here together, and we do know vices and climes. Her astounding shrewdness. Right into the inmost heart of a matter does her simple wit seem to pierce. No, I said, we do no vices and crimes because we lack motive. There is no danger that we should hate each other, for we have plenty to eat and drink, dates, wines, and thousands of things. Our danger is rather the other way. But they hated and schemed because they were very numerous, and there arose a question among them of dates and wine. Was there not, then, enough land to grow dates and wine for all? There was, yes, much more than enough, I fancy. But some got hold of a vast lot of it, and as the rest felt the pinch of scarcity, there arose, naturally, a pretty state of things including the vices and crimes. Ah, but then, says she, it was not to their bad souls that the vices and crimes were due, but only to this question of land. It is certain that if there had been no such question, there would have been no vices and crimes, because you and I, who are just like them, do no vices and crimes here, where there is no such question. The clear limelight of her intelligence. She wriggled on her seat in her effort of argument. I am not going to argue the matter, I said. There was that question of dates and wine, you see. And there always must be on an earth where millions of men, with varying degrees of cunning, reside. Oh, not at all. She cries with conviction, not at all, since there are much more dates and wine than are enough for all. If there should up more men now, having the whole wisdom, science, and of the past at their hand, and they made an among themselves that the first man who to take more than he could work for should be killed, and sent to a nonsense, the question could never again. It arose before it would arise again. But no, I can guess clearly how it arose before. It arose the sheer carelessness of the first men. The land was at first so much more than enough for all that the men did not take the to make an among themselves, and afterwards the habit of carelessness was confirmed, till at last the carelessness must have got to have the look of an, and so the which began in a little long ended in a big long, the long glowing more and more fixed and fatal as the lulled further the source. I see it clearly, can't you? But now, if some more men would, they would be taught. Ah, but no more men will, you see. There is no telling. I sometimes feel as if they must and shall. The blossom, the thunder lulls, the air makes me and leap, thee is full of, and I hear the voice of the Lord God walking all among thee of the. As she said this, I saw her underlip push out and tremble, as when she is near to crying and her eyes moisten. But a moment after she looked at me full and smiled, so mobile is her face. And as she looked, it suddenly struck me what a noble temple of a brow the creature has, almost pointed at the uplifted summit, and widening down like a bell-curved Gothic arch, draped in strings of frizzy hair which anon she shakes backward with her head. I said after some minutes, do you know why I called you? No. Tell me. Because once, long ago before the poison cloud, I had a lover called, and she was a... But tell me first, cries she, how did one know one's lover or one's wife, all the others? Well, by their faces. But there must have been many faces all alike. Not all alike. Each was different from the rest. Still, it must have been clever to tell. I can hardly conceive any face except yours and mine. Ah, because you are a little goose, you see. What was a goose like? It was a thing like a butterfly, only larger, and it kept its toes always spread out, with a skin stretched between. Lily, how... And am I like that? But what were you saying that your lover was? She was a poisoner. Then why call me, since I am not a poisoner? I call you so to remind me, lest you should become my lover too. I am your lover already, for I love you. What girl? Do I not love you who are mine? Come, don't be a little maniac. I was a poisoner. Why did she poison? Had she not enough dates and wine? She had, yes, but she wanted more, the silly idiot. So that the vices and crimes were not confined to those that lacked things, but were done by the others too. By the others chiefly. Then I see how it was. How was it? The others had got spoiled. The vices and crimes must have begun with those who lacked things, and then the others, always seeing vices and crimes them, began to do them, too, as when one rotten olive is in a bottle, the whole mass soon becomes. But originally they were not rotten, but only became so. And although a little carelessness at the first, I am sure that if more men could now. But I told you, didn't I, that no more men will spring. You understand that originally the earth produced men by a long process, beginning with a very low type of creature and continually developing it until at last a man stood up. But that can never happen again, for the earth is old, and has lost her producing now. So talk no more of men and of things which you do not understand. Instead, go inside. Stop, I will tell you a secret. Today in the wood I picked some musk roses and wound them into a wreath, meaning to give them you for your head when you came tomorrow, and it is inside on the pearl tripod in the second room to the left. Go therefore and put it on and bring the harp and play to me, my dear. She ran quick with a little cry, and coming again, sat crowned, incarnadine in the blushing depths of the gold. Nor did I send her home to her lonely, till the pale and languished moon, weary of all-night beatitudes, sank down soft-couched in quilts of curdling opals to the Hesperian realms of her rest. So sometimes we speak together, she and I, that ever I should write such a thing. I am driven out from Imbros. I was walking up in a wood yesterday to the west. It was a calm, clear evening about 7, the sun having just set. I had the book in which I have written so far in my hand, for I had thought of making a sketch of an old windmill to the northwest to show her. 20 minutes before she had been with me, for I had chanced to meet her, and she had come, but kept darting on ahead after peeping fruit, gathering armfuls of amaranth and red-berried asphodel, till, weary of my life, I had called to her, "Go away." Out of my sight, and she, with suddenly pushed underlip, had walked off. Well, I was continuing my stroll, when I seemed to feel some quaking of the ground, and before one could count 20, it was as if the island was bent upon racking itself to pieces. My first thought was of her, and in great scare I went running, calling in the direction which she had gone, staggering as on the deck of some laboring ship, falling, picking myself up, running again. The air was quite full of uproar, and the land waving like the sea, and as I went plunging, not knowing whither, I saw to my right some 3 or 4 acres of forest droop and sink into a gulf which opened to receive them. Up I flung my arms, crying out, "Good God! Save the girl!" And a minute later rushed out, to my surprise, into open space on a hillside. On the lower ground I could see the palace, and beyond it, a small space of white sea which had the awful appearance of being higher than the land. Down the hillside I staggered, driven by the impulse to fly, but about halfway down was startled afresh by a shrill pattering like musical hail, and the next moment saw the entire palace rush with the jangling clatter of 1,000 bells into the heaving lake. Some seconds after this, the earthquake, having lasted fully 10 minutes, began to lull and soon ceased. I found her an hour later, standing among the ruins of her little. Well, what a thing! Probably every building on the island has been destroyed. The palace platform, all cracked, leans half sunken askew into the lake, like a huge stranded ark, while of the palace itself no trace remains, except a mound of gold stones emerging above the lake to the south. Gone 16 years of vanity and vexation. But from a practical point of view, what is a worse calamity of all is that the now lies high and dry in the village, for she was bodily picked up from the quay by the tidal wave and driven bow foremost into a street not half her width, and there now lies, looking huge enough in the little village, wedged forever, smashed in at the nip like a frail matchbox, a most astonishing spectacle. Her bows 40 feet up the street, 10 feet above the ground at the stem, rudder resting on the inner edge of the quay, foremast tilted forward, the other 2 masts all right, and that bottom, which has passed through seas so far, buried in every sort of green and brown seaweed, the old. Her steps were there, and by a slight leap I could catch them underneath and go up hand over hand, till I got foothold. This I did at 10 the same night, when the seawater had mostly drained back from the land, leaving everything very swampy, however, she there with me, and soon following me upon the ship. I found most things cracked into tiny fragments, twisted, disfigured out of likeness, the house walls themselves displaced a little at the nip, the bow of the cedar skiff smashed into her middle against the aft starboard corner of the galley, and were it not for the fact that the air pinnace had not broken from her heavy ropings, and one of the compasses still whole, I do not know what I should have done, for the 4 old waterlogged boats in the cove have utterly disappeared. I made her sleep on the cabin floor amid the debris of berth and everything, and I myself slept high up in the wood to the west. I am writing now lying in the long grass the morning after, the sun rising, though I cannot see him. My plan for today is to cut 3 or 4 logs with the saw, lay them on the ground by the ship, lower the pinnace upon them, so get her gradually down into the water, and by evening bid a long farewell to Imbros, which drives me out in this way. Still, I look forward with pleasure to our hour's run to the mainland, when I shall teach her to steer by the compass, and manipulate liquid air as I have taught her to dress, to talk, to cook, to write, to think, to live. For she is my creation, this creature, as it were, a rib from my side. But what is the design of this expulsion? And what was it that she called it last night, this new going out? I believe being the place from which Abraham went out when called by God. We apparently felt only the tale of the earthquake at Imbros, for it has ravaged Turkey. And we two poor helpless creatures put down here in the of all these infinite violences, it is too bad, too bad. For the rages of nature at present are perfectly astonishing, and what it may come to, I do not know. When we came to the Macedonian coast in good moonlight, we sailed along it and up the Dardanelles, looking out for village or any habitation where we might put up, but everything has apparently been wrecked. We saw Gallipoli in ruins. At the last place I landed, leaving her in the boat and walked a little way, but soon went back with the news that there was not even a bazaar arch left standing whole, in most parts even the line of the streets being obliterated, for the place had fallen like a house of dice and had then been shaken up and jumbled. Finally, we slept in a forest on the other side of the strait, beyond Gallipoli, taking our few provisions, and having to wade at some points through morass a foot deep before we reached dry woodland. Here the next morning I sat alone, for we had slept separated by at least half a mile, thinking out the question of whither I should go. My choice would have been to remain either in the region where I was, or to go eastward, but the region where I was offered no dwelling that I could see, and to go any distance eastward I needed a ship. Of ships I had seen during the night only wrecks, nor did I know where to find one in all these latitudes. I was thus, like her, urged westward. In order, then, to go westward, I first went a little further eastward, once more entered the Golden Horn, and once more mounted the scorched Seraglio steppes. Here what the wickedness of man had spared, the wickedness of nature had destroyed, and the few houses which I had left standing round the upper part of I now saw low as the rest. Also the house near where we had lived our first days, to which I went as to home, I found without a pillar standing, and that night she slept under the half-roof of a little funeral kiosk in the scorched cypress wood and I a mile away, at the edge of the forest where first I saw her. The next morning, having met, as agreed, at the site of the Prophet's Mosque, we traversed together the valley and cemetery by the quagmires up to, all the landscape having to me a rather twisted, unfamiliar aspect. We had determined to spend the morning in searching for supplies among the earthquake ruins of. And as I had decided to collect sufficient in one day to save us further pains for some time, we passed a good many hours in this task, I confining myself to the great white house in the park overlooking, where I had once slept, losing myself in the huge obliquities of its floors, roofs, and wall fragments, she going to the old Mussulman quarter of Near on the heights of where were many shops, and thence round the brow of the hill to the great French embassy house, overlooking and the sea. Both of us having large Persian carpet-bags, and all in the air of that wilderness of ruin that morning, a sweet, strong, permanent of maple blossom. We met toward evening, she quivering under such a load that I would not let her carry it, but abandoned my day's, which was lighter, and took hers, which was quite enough. We went back westward, seeking all the while some shelter from the saturating night dews of this place, and nothing could we find till we came again, quite late, to her broken funeral kiosk at the entrance to the immense cemetery avenue of. There without a word I left her among the shattered catafalques, for I was weary, but having gone some distance, turned back, thinking that I might take some more raisins from the bag, and after getting them, said to her, shaking her little hand where she sat under the roof shadow on a stone, "Good night." She did not answer promptly, and her answer, to my surprise, was a protest against her name, for a rather sulky yet gentle voice came from the darkness, saying, "I am not a poisoner." "Well," said I, "all right, tell me whatever you like that I should call you, and henceforth I will call you that." "Call me Eve," says she. "Well, no," said I, "not Eve, anything but that, for my name is Adam, and if I called you Eve, that would be simply absurd, and we do not want to be ridiculous in each other's eyes. But I will call you anything else that you like." "Call me Leda," says she. "And why Leda?" Said I, "Because Leda sounds something like," says she, "and you are Ledi in the habit of calling me, and I saw the name Leda in a book and liked it, but is most bitterly." "Well then," said I, "Leda it shall be, and I shan't forget, for I like it too, and it suits you, and you ought to have a name beginning with an L. Good night, my dear, sleep well and dream, dream." "And to you too, my God give of peace and pleasantness," says she, and I went. And it was only when I had lain myself upon leaves for my bed, my head on a rill for my lullaby, and 2 stars, which alone I could see out of for my watchlights, and only when my eyes were already closed towards slumber, that a sudden strong thought pierced and woke me, for I remembered that Leda was the name of a Greek woman who had borne twins. In fact, I should not be surprised if this Greek word Leda is the same word etymologically as the Hebrew Eve, for I have heard of V's and B's and D's interchanging about in this way. And if meaning God or light and by meaning life and in God meaning much the same are all one, that would be nothing astonishing to me, as widow and are one. And where it says, truly the light is good, tab bon, this is as if it said, truly the is. Such, at any rate, is the fatality that attends me, even in the smallest things, for this Western Eve or Greek Leda had twins. Well, the next morning we crossed by the ruins of Old Greek, across the triple Stamboul wall, which still showed its deep-ivied portal, and made our way, not without climbing, along the Golden Horn to the foot of the old Seraglio, where I soon found signs of the railway. And that minute commenced our journey across Turkey, Bulgaria, Serbia, Bosnia, Croatia to Trieste, occupying no day or 2 as in old times, but 4 months, a long-drawn nightmare, though a nightmare of rich happiness, if one may say so, leaving on the memory a vague, vast impression of monstrous ravines, ever-succeeding profundities, heights and greatnesses, jungles strange as some moonstruck poet's fantasy, everlasting glooms, and a sound of mighty unseen rivers, cataracts, and slow-cumbered rills whose bulrushes never see the sun, with largesse everywhere, secrecies, profusions, the unimaginable, the unspeakable, a savagery most lush and fierce and gaudy, and vales of and remote mountain peaks and tarns shy as old buried treasure and glaciers, and we 2 human folk pretty small and drowned and lost in all that amplitude, yet moving always through it. We followed the lines that first day till we came to a steam train, and I found the engine fairly good and everything necessary to move it at my hand, but the metals in such a condition of twisted, broken, vaulted, and buried confusion, due to the earthquake, that having run some hundreds of yards to examine them, I saw that nothing could be done in that way. At first this threw me into a condition like despair, for what we were to do I did not know, but after persevering on foot for 4 days along the deep-rusted track, which is of that large-gauge type peculiar to Eastern Europe, I began to see that there were considerable sound stretches, and took heart. I had with me land charts and compass, but nothing for taking altitude observations, for the instruments, except one compass, had all been broken up by her shock. However, on getting to the town of about 30 miles from our start, I saw in the ruins of a half-standing bazaar shop a number of brass objects, and there found several good sextants, quadrants, and theodolites. 2 mornings later we came upon an engine in mid-country, with coals in it and a stream near. I had a goatskin of almond oil in the bag, and found the machinery serviceable after an hour's careful inspection, having examined the boiler with a candle through the manhole, and removed the autoclaves of the heaters. All was red with rust, and the shaft of the connecting rod in particular seemed so frail, that at one moment I was very dubious. I decided, however, and except for a slight leakage at the which led the steam to the valve chest, all went very well. At a pressure never exceeding 3½ atmospheres, we traveled nearly 120 miles before being stopped by a head-to-head block on the line, when we had to abandon our engine. We then continued another 7 miles afoot, I all the time mourning my motor, which I had had to leave at Imbros, and hoping at every townlet to find a whole one, but in vain. It was wonderful to see the villages and towns going back to the earth, already invaded by vegetation, and hardly any longer breaking the continuity of pure nature, the town now as much the country as the country, and that which is not man becoming all in all with a certain of. A whole day in the southern gorges of the Balkan Mountains, the slow train went tearing its way through many a mile of bindweed tendrils, a continuous curtain, flaming with large flowers, but somber as the falling shades of night, rather resembling jungles of Ceylon and the Filipinas. And she that day, lying in the single car behind, where I had made her a little bed from totter, continually played the barely touching the strings and crooning low, low in her rich contralto, eternally the same air over and over again, crooning some melancholy tune of her own dreaming, just audible to me through the slow travailing monotony of the engine. Till I was drunken with so sweet a woe, my God, a woe that was sweet as life, and of that lulled like, and a grief that soothed like kisses, so sweet, that all that world of wood and gloom lost locality and realness for me, and became nothing but a charmed and pensive heaven for her to moan and lullaby in. And from between my fingers streamed plenteous tears that day, and all that I could keep on mourning was O Leda, O Leda, O Leda, till my heart was near to break. The feed-pump eccentric shaft of this engine, which was very poor and flaky, suddenly gave out about 5 in the afternoon, and I had to stop in a hurry, and that sweet invisible mechanism which had crooned and crooned about my ears in the air, and followed me whithersoever I went, stopped too. Down she jumped, calling out, Well, I had a that something would happen, and I am so glad, for I was tired. Seeing that nothing could be done with the feed-water pump, I got down, took the bag, and parting before us the continuous screen, we went pioneering to the left between a rock cleft, stepping over large stones that looked black with moss growths, no sky but hundreds of feet of impenetrable leafage overhead, and everywhere the dew-dabbled profusion of dim ferneries, maidenhairs mixed with a large-leaved mimosa, wild vine, white, and a smell of cedar. And a soft rushing of perpetual waters that charmed the gloaming. The way led slightly upwards 300 feet, and presently after some windings and the climbing of 5 huge steps almost regular, yet obviously natural, the gorge opened in a roundish space 50 feet across with far overhanging edges 700 feet high. And there behind a curtain which fell from above, its tendrils defined and straight like a Japanese bead hanging, we spread the store of foods, I opening the wines, fruits, vegetables, and meats, she arranging them in order with the gold plate and lighting both the spirit lamp and the lantern, for here it was quite dark. Near us behind the curtain of tendrils was a small green cave in the rock, and at its mouth a pool 2 yards wide, a black and limpid water that leisurely wheeled, discharging a little rivulet from the cave, and in it I saw 3 owl-eyed fish, a finger long, loiter and spur themselves and gaze. Lida, who cannot be still in tongue or limb, chattered in her glib baby manner as we ate, and then after smoking a cigarette said that she would go and went and left me darkling, for she is the sun and the moon and the host of the stars, I occupying myself that night in making a calendar at the end of this book in which I have written. For my almanac and many things that I prized were lost with the palace making a calendar, counting the days in my head but counting them across my thoughts of her. She came again to tell me good night and then went down to the train to sleep, and I put out the lantern and stooped within the cave and made my simple couch beside the little rivulet and slept. But a fitful sleep, and soon again I woke, and a long time I lay so, gradually becoming conscious of a slow dripping at one spot in the cave, for at a minute's interval it darkly splashed, regularly, very deliberately. And it seemed to grow always louder and sadder, and the splash at first was, but it became Lida to my ears, and it sobbed her name, and I myself, so sad was I, and when I could no longer bear the anguished melancholy of its spasm and its sobbing, I arose and went softly, softly, lest she should hear in that sounding silence of the hushed and darksome night, going more slow, more soft as I went nearer, a sob in my throat, my feet leading me to her till I touched the carriage. And against it a long time I leant my clammy brow, a sob aching in my poor throat, and she all mixed up in my head with the suspended hushed night, and with the elfin things in the air that made the silence so musically a sound to the vacant eardrum, and with the dripping splash in the cave. And softly I turned the door handle and heard her breathe in a sleep, her head near me. And I touched her hair with my lips, and close to her ear I said, for I heard her breathe as if in sleep, little Lida, I have come to you, for I could not help it, Lida. And oh, my heart is full of the love of you, for you are mine and I am yours, and to live with you till we die, and after we are dead to be near you still, Lida, with my broken heart near your heart, little Lida. I must have sobbed, I think, for as I spoke close at her ears, with passionately dying eyes of love, I was startled by an irregularity in her breathing, and with cautious hurry I shut the door, and quite back to the cave I stole in haste. And the next morning when we met I thought, but am not now sure that she smiled singularly, I thought so. She may have heard, but I cannot tell. Twice I was obliged to abandon engines on account of forestry obstructions right across the line, which, do what I might, I could not move, and these were the 2 bitterest incidents of the pilgrimage, and at least 30 times I changed from engine to engine when other trains blocked. As for the extent of the earthquake, it is pretty certain that it was universal over the peninsula, and at many points exhibited extreme violence, for up to the time that we entered upon Serbian territory, we occasionally came upon stretches of the lines so dislocated that it was impossible to proceed upon them, and during the whole course I never saw one intact house or castle. 4 times, where the way was of a nature to permit of it, I left the embedded metals and made the engine travel the ground till I came upon other metals, when I always succeeded in driving it upon them. It was all very leisurely, for not everywhere nor every day could I get a nautical observation, and having at all times to go at low pressures for fear of tube and boiler weakness, crawling through tunnels and stopping when total darkness came on, we did not go fast, nor much cared to. Once, moreover, for 3 days, and once for 4, we were overtaken by hurricanes of such vast inclemency that no thought of traveling entered our heads, our only care being to hide our poor cowering bodies as deeply and darkly as possible. Once I passed through a city, doubly devastated, once by the hellish arson of my own hand, and once by the earthquake, and I made haste to leave that place behind me. Finally, 3 months and 27 days from the date of the earthquake, having traversed only 900 odd English miles, I let go in the Venice lagoon in the early morning of the 10th September, the lateen sail and stone anchor of a Maltese which I had found and partially cleaned at Trieste, and thence I passed up thee in a gondola. For I said to Leda, in Venice will I pitch my patriarch tent. But to will and to do are not the same thing, and still further westward was I driven. For the stagnant upper canals of this place are now mere miasmas of pestilence, and within 2 days I was rolling with fever in the old palace, she standing in pale wonderment at my bedside, sickness quite a novel thing to her. And indeed, this was my first serious illness since my 20th year or thereabouts, when I had overworked my brain and went a voyage to Constantinople. I could not move from bed for some weeks, but happily did not lose my senses, and she brought me the whole from the shops from which to choose my medicines. I guessed the cause of this illness, though not a sign of it came near her, and as soon as my trembling knees could bear me, I again set out always westward, enjoying now a certain luxury in traveling compared with that Turkish difficulty, for here were no twisted metals, more and better engines, in the cities as many good petrol motors as I chose, and nature markedly less savage. I do not know why I did not stop at Verona or Brescia, or some other neighborhood of the Italian lakes, since I was fond of water, but I had, I think, the thought in my head to return to in France where I had lived and there live, for I thought that she might like those old monks. At all events, we did not remain long in any place till we came to Turin, where we spent 9 days, she in the house opposite mine, and after that, at her own suggestion, went on still, passing by train into the valley of the and then into that of the western, till we came to the old town of Geneva among some very great mountains peaked with snow, the town seated at the head of a long lake which the earth has made in the shape of the crescent moon, and like the moon it is a thing of much beauty and many moods, suggesting a creature under the spell of charms and magics. However, with this idea of still in my head, we left Geneva in the motor which had brought us at 4 in the afternoon of the 17th May, I intending to reach the town called Bourg that night about 8, and there sleep, so to go on to Lyon the next morning by train, and so, by the Bordeaux route, make. But by some chance for which I cannot to this hour account, unless the rain was the cause, I missed the Chartres road, which should have been fairly level, and found myself on mountain tracks, unconscious of my whereabouts, while darkness fell, and a windless downpour that had a certain sullen venom in its superabundance drenched us. I stopped several times, looking about for chalet or village, but none did I see, though I twice came upon railway lines, and not till midnight did we run down a rather steep pass upon the shore of a lake, which, from its apparent vastness in the moonless obscurity, I could only suppose to be the Lake of Geneva once again. About 200 yards to the left we saw through the rain a large pile, apparently risen straight out of the lake, looking ghostly livid, for it was of white stone, not high, but an old thing of complicated white little turrets roofed with dark red candle extinguishers, and oddities of Gothic nooks, window slits and outline, very like a fanciful picture. Round to this we went, drowned as rats, Leda sighing and bedraggled, and found a narrow spit of low land projecting into the lake, where we left the car, walked forward with the bag, crossed a small wooden drawbridge, and came upon a rocky island with a number of thick-foliaged trees about the castle. We quickly found a small open portal, and went throughout the place, quite gay at the shelter, everywhere lighting candles which we found in iron sconces in the rather queer apartments, so that, as the castle is far seen from the shores of the lake, it would have appeared to one looking thence a place suddenly possessed and haunted. We found beds and slept, and the next day it turned out to be the antique castle of where we remained 5 long and happy months, till again fate us. The morning after our coming, we had breakfast our last meal together on the first floor, in a pentagonal room approached from a lower level by 3 little steps. In it is a ponderous oak table pierced with a multitude of worm-eaten tunnels, also 3 mighty high-backed chairs, an old oak desk covered still with papers, arras on the walls, and 3 dark religious oil paintings, and a grandfather's clock. It is at about the middle of the and contains 2 small, but deep 3-faced oriels, in each face 4 compartments with white stone shafts between, these looking south upon shrubs and the rocky edge of the island, then upon the deep blue lake, then upon another tiny island containing 4 trees and a jungle of flowers, then upon the shore of the lake interrupted by the mouths of a river which turned out to be then upon a white town on the slopes which turned out to be, then upon the great mountains back of, and all having the surprised air of a resurrection just completed, everything new washed in dyes of azure, ultramarine, indigo, snow, emerald that fresh morning, so that one had to call it the best and holiest place in the world. These 5 old room walls, an oak floor, and 2 oriels became specially mine, though it was really common ground to us both, and there I would do many little things. The papers on the desk told that it had been the bureau of one R.E. God, Grand Bailey, whose residence the place no doubt had been. She asked me while eating that morning to stay here, and I said that I would see, though with misgiving. So together we went all about the house, and finding it unexpectedly spacious, I consented to stop. At both ends are suites, mostly small rooms, infinitely quaint and furnished with heavy furniture and bed draperies, and there are separate and as it were secret spiral stairs for exit to each. So we decided that she should have the suite overlooking the length of the lake, the mouths of the N, and I should have that overlooking the spit of land behind and the little drawbridge, shore cliffs, and which comes down to the shore, giving at one point a glimpse of the diminutive hamlet of. And that decided, I took her hand in mine, and I said, "Well then, here we stay, both under the same roof for the first time. Lida, I will not explain why to you, but it is dangerous, so much so that it may mean the death of one or other of us. Deadly, deadly dangerous, my poor girl. You do not understand, but that is the fact, believe me, for I know it very well, and I would not tell you false. Well then, you will easily comprehend, that this being so, you must never on any account come near my part of the house, nor will I come near yours. Lately we have been very much together, but then we have been active, full of purpose and occupation. Here we shall be nothing of the kind, I can see. You do not understand at all, but things are so. We must live perfectly separate lives, then. You are nothing to me, really, nor I to you, only we live on the same earth, which is nothing at all a mere chance. Your own food, clothes, and everything that you want you will procure for yourself. It is perfectly easy. The shores are crowded with mansions, castles, towns, and villages, and I will do the same for myself. The motor down there I set apart for your private use. If I want another, I will get one, and today I will set about looking you up a boat and fishing tackle, and cut across on the bow of yours, so that you may know yours and never use mine. All this is very necessary. You cannot dream how much, but I know how much. Do not run any risks in climbing now, or with the motor, or in the boats, little Leda." I saw her underlip push, and I turned away in haste, for I did not care whether she cried or not. In that long voyage and in my illness at Venice, she had become too near and dear to me, my tender love, my dear darling soul, and I said in my heart, I will be a decent being, I will turn out trumps. Under this castle is a sort of dungeon, not narrow, nor very dark, in which are 7 stout dark pillars and an 8th half built into the wall, and one of them which has an iron ring as well as the ground around it is all worn away by some prisoner or prisoners once chained there, and in the pillar the word engraved. This made me remember that a poet of that name had written something about this place, and 2 days afterwards I actually came upon 3 volumes of the poet in a room containing a great number of books, many of them English, near the Grand Bailey's bureau, and in one I read the poem, which is called The Prisoner of. I found it very affecting, and the description good, only I saw no 7 rings, and where he speaks of the pale and livid light, he should speak rather of the dun and brownish gloom, for the word light disconcerts the fancy, and of either pallor or blue there is no sign. However, I was so struck by the horror of man's cruelty to man, as depicted in this poem, that I determined that she should see it, went up straight to her rooms with the book, and she being away, ferreted among her things to see what she was doing, finding all very neat, except in one room where were a number of prints called la mode and debris of snipped cloth and medley. When after 2 hours she came in, and I suddenly presented myself, oh! She let slip and then fell to cooing her laugh, and I took her down through a big room stacked with every kind of rifle, with revolvers, cartridges, powder, swords, bayonets, evidently some official or cantonal magazine, and then showed her the worn stone in the dungeon, the ring, the narrow deep slits in the wall, and I told the tale of cruelty, while the splashing of the lake upon the rock outside was heard with a strange and tragic sound, and her mobile face was all one sorrow. How cruel they must have been, cries she with tremulous lip, her face at the same time reddened with indignation. They were mere beastly monsters, said I. It is nothing surprising if monsters were cruel. And in the short time while I said that, she was looking up with a newborn smile. Some others came and set the flea. Cries she. Yes, said I, they did, but that was good of them, says she. Yes, said I, that was all right, so far as it went. And it was a time when men had already become, says she. If those who set him flee were so good when all the rest were, what would they have been at a time when all the rest were kind? They would have been just like angels. At this place fishing and long rambles were the order of the day, both for her and for me, especially fishing, though a week rarely passed which did not find me at Geneva, or one of the 24 villages, townlets, or towns that crowd the shores, all very pretty places, each with its charm, and mostly I went on foot, though the railway runs right round the 40-odd miles of the lake's length. One noonday I was walking through the main street of going on to the Cully Road when I had a fearful shock, for in a shop just in front of me to the right, I heard a sound an unmistakable indication of life, as of clattering metals shaken together. My heart leapt into my mouth. I was conscious of becoming bloodlessly pale, and on tiptoe of exquisite caution I stole up to the open door, peeped in, and it was she standing on the counter of a shop, her back turned to me, with head bent low over a tray of jewels in her hands, which she was rummaging for something. I went, for I could not help it, and all that day, till sunset, we were very dear friends, for I could not part from her, we walking together by alpine, wood, and shore all the way to, she just like a creature crazy that day with the bliss of living, rolling in grasses and perilous flowery declines, stamping her foot defiantly at me, arrogant queen that she is, and then running like mad for me to catch her, with laughter, abandon, caroling railleries, and the levity of the wild ass's colt on the hills. Entangling her loose-flung hair with bacchic tendril and blossom, and drinking in the passage through Cully more wine I thought than was good, and the flaming darts of lightning that shot and shocked me that day, and the inner secret gleams and revelations of beauty which I had, and the pangs of white-hot honey that tortured my soul and body and were too much for me and made me sick, oh heaven, what tongue could express all that deep world of things? And with a backward wave of my arm I silently motioned her from me, for I was dumb and weak, and I left her there. And all that long night her power was upon me, for she's stronger than gravitation, which may be evaded, and than all the forces of life combined, and the sun and the moon and the earth are nothing compared with her. And when she was gone from me, I was like a fish in the air or like a bird in the deep, for she is my element of life, made for me to breathe in, and I drown without her. So that for many hours I lay on that grassy hill leading to the burial ground outside that night, like a man sore wounded, biting the grass. What made things worse for me was her adoption of European clothes since coming to this place. I believe that, in her adroit way, she herself made some of her dresses, for one day I saw in her apartments a number of fashion plates with a confusion like dressmaking. Or she may have been only modifying finished things from the shops, for her Western dressing is not quite like what I remember of the modern female style, but is really, I should say, quite her own, rather resembling the Greek or the 18th century. At any rate, the airs and graces are as natural to her as feathers to parrots, and she is changes like the moon, never twice the same, and always transcending her last phase in revelation. For I could not have conceived of anyone in whom taste was a faculty so separate as in her, so positive and salient, like smelling, or sight more like smelling. For it is the faculty, half reason, half imagination, by which she foresents precisely what will suit exquisitely with what. So that every time I saw her, I received the impression of a perfectly novel, completely bewitching work of art, the special quality of works of art being to produce the momentary conviction that anything else whatever could not possibly be so good. Occasionally from my window I would see her in the wood beyond the drawbridge, cool and white in green shade, with her Bible probably, training her skirt like a court lady, and looking much taller than before. I believe that this new dressing produced a separation between us more complete than it might have been, and especially after that day between, and I was very careful not to meet her. The more I saw that she herself powdered herself, embalmed herself like sachets of sweet scents, chapleted her Greek-dressed head with gold falace, the more I shunned her. Myself somehow had now resumed European dress, and me, I was greatly changed, God knows, from the portly inflated monarch creature that strutted and groaned 4 years previously in the palace at Imbros, so that my manner of life and thought might once more now have been called modern and Western. All the more was my sense of responsibility awful, and from day to day it seemed to intensify. An arguing voice never ceased to remonstrate within me, nor left me peace, and the curse of unborn hosts appeared to menace me. To strengthen my fixity I would often overwhelm myself and her with muttered opprobriums, calling myself convict, her ladybird, asking what manner of man was I that I should dare so great a thing, and as for her, what was she to be the mother of a world of versatile butterfly with a woman's brow? And continually now in my fiercer moods, I was meditating either my death or hers. But the butterfly did not let me forget her brow. To the southwest of, between the forest and the river, is a well-grown gentian field, and returning from round. To the one day in the 3rd month after an absence of 3 days, I saw, as I turned a corner in the descent of the mountain, some object floating in the air above the field. Never was I more startled, and above all perplexed, for beside the object soaring there like a great butterfly, I could see nothing to account for it. It was not long, however, before I came to the conclusion that she has reinvented the kite, for she had almost certainly never seen one, and I presently sighted her holding the string in the midfield. Her invention resembles the kind called swallowtail of old. But mostly it was on the lake that I saw her, for there we chiefly lived, and occasionally there were guilty approaches and rencontres, she in her boat, I in mine, both being slight clinker-built pleasure boats, which I had spent some days in overhauling and varnishing, mine with jib, fore and aft mainsail and spanker, hers rather smaller, one-masted, with an easy-running lugsail. It was no uncommon thing for me to sail quite to Geneva, and come back from a 7 days' cruise with my soul filled and consoled with the lake, and all its many moods of bright and darksome, serene and pensive, dolorous and despairing and tragic, at morning, at noon, at sunset, at midnight, a panorama that never for an instant ceased to unroll its transformations, I sometimes climbing the mountains as high as the goatherd region of Alpin, once sleeping there. And once I was made very ill by a 2 weeks' horror which I had, for she disappeared in her skiff, I being at the, and she did not come back, and while she was away there was a tempest that turned the lake into an angry ocean, and ah, my good God, she did not come. At last, half crazy at the vacant days of misery which went by and by, and she did not come, I set out upon a wild goose quest, of her of all the hopeless things the most hopeless, for the world is great, and I sought and did not find her. And after 3 days I turned back, recognizing that I was mad to search the infinite, and coming near I saw her wave her handkerchief from the island edge, for she divined that I had gone to seek her, and she was watching for me. And when I took her hand, what did she say to me, the biblical simpleton, O you of little faith? Says she. And she had adventures to lisp, with all the R's into L's, and I was with her all that day again. Once a month perhaps she would knock at my outermost door, which I mostly kept locked when at home, bringing me a sumptuously dressed, highly spiced red trout or grayling, which I had not the heart to refuse, and exquisitely she does them, all hot and spiced, applying apparently to their preparation the taste which she applies to dress. And her extraordinary luck in angling did not fail to supply her with the finest specimens, though for that matter this lake, with its old fish hatcheries and fish ladders, is not miserly in that way, swarming now with the best lake trout, river trout, red trout, and with salmon, of which last I have brought in one with the landing net of, I should say, 35 to 40 pounds. As the bottom goes off very rapidly from the 2 islands to a depth of 800 to 900 feet, we did not long confine ourselves to bottom fishing, but gradually advanced to every variety of doing middle water spinning with 3 triangle flights and sliding lip hook for jack and trout, trailing with the sail for salmon, live baiting with the float for pike, dapping with bluebottles, casting with artificial flies, and I could not say in which she became the most carelessly adept. For all soon seemed as old and natural to her as an occupation learned from birth. On the 21st October, I attained my 46th birthday in excellent health, a day destined to end for me in bloodshed and tragedy, alas. I forget now what circumstance had caused me to mention the date long beforehand in, I think, Venice, not dreaming that she would keep any count of it, nor was I even sure that my calendar was not faulty by a day. But at 10 in the morning of what I called the 21st, descending by my private spiral in flannels with some trout and par bait, and tackle, I met her coming up, my God, though she had no earthly right to be there. With her cooing murmur of a laugh, yet pale, pale, and with a most guilty look, she presented me a large bouquet of wild flowers. I was at once thrown into a state of great agitation. She was dressed in rather a frippery of mousseline, all cream-laced with wide-hanging short sleeves, a large diamond at the low open neck, the ivory-brown skin there contrasting with the powdered bluish-white of her face, where, however, the freckles were not quite whited out. On her feet little pink satin slippers without any stockings, a divinely pale pink, and well back on her hair a plain thin circlet of gold, and she smelled like heaven, God knows. I could not speak. She broke an awkward silence, saying, very faint and pallid, "It is the day," I said, or some incoherency like that. I saw the touch of enthusiasm which she had summoned up quenched by my manner. "I have not done long again?" she asked, looking down, breaking another silence. "No, no, oh no," said I hurriedly, "not done wrong again. Only, I could not suppose that you would count up the days. You are considerate. Perhaps, but tell later. Perhaps, I was going to say, you might come fishing with me. Oh, luck." She went softly. I was pierced by a sense of my base cowardice, my incredible weakness, but I could not at all help it. I took the flowers and we went down to the south side where my boat lay. I threw out some of the fish from the well, arranged the tackle, and then the stern cushions for her, got up the sails. And out we went, she steering, I in the bows, with every possible inch of space between us, receiving delicious intermittent whiffs from her of ambergris, frangipane, or some blending of perfumes, the morning being bright and hot with very little breeze on the water, which looked mottled, like water imperfectly mixed with indigo wash, we making little headway. So it was some time before I moved nearer her to get the par for fixing on the 3-triangle flight, for I was going to trail for salmon or large lake trout, and during all that time we spoke not a word together. Afterwards I said, "Who told you that flowers are proper to birthdays? Or that birthdays are of any importance?" "I suppose that nothing can happen so important as birth," says she, "and perfumes must be to birth, because the wise men spices to the young Jesus." This naivete was the cause of my immediate recovery, for to laugh is to be saved, and I laughed right out, saying, "But you read the Bible too much. All your notions are biblical. You should read the quite modern books." "I have," says she, "but I cannot lead them long nor often. The whole world seems to have got so. It makes me shudder." "Ah, well, now you see you quite come round to my point of view," said I. "Yes and no," says she. "They had got so spoiled, that is all. Seems to have become quite dull, the plainest they could not see. I can imagine that those faculties which aided them in there to become themselves and make the less more poor must have been sharpened, while all the other faculties withered, as I can imagine a person with one eye seeing double it and quite blind on the other side." "Ah," said I do not think they even wanted to see on the other side. There were some few tolerably good and clear-sighted ones among them, you know, and these all agreed in pointing out how, by changing one or two of their old man-in-the-moon bedlam arrangements, they could greatly better themselves, but they heard with listless ears. I don't know that they ever made any considerable effort. For they had become more or less unconscious of their misery, so miserable were they, like the man in Prisoner of, who, when his deliverers came, was quite indifferent, for he says, "It was at length the same to me fettered or fetterless to be, I had learned to love despair." "Oh my God," she went, covering her face a moment, "how? And it seems they had learned to love despair, to be even of despair. Yet all the time I feel sure what I have led, what I sent, that the individual man was to see, to live light, but without power, like one's leg when it is asleep, that is so of them all. That they meant well ones. But they were too and sad, too awfully burdened, they had no chance at all. Such a queer feeling it gives me to lead of all that world, I can't it, all their motives seem so tainted, their life so lopsided. The whole head was sick and the whole heart faint." "Quite so," said I, and observed that this was no new thing. In the very beginning of the book we read how God saw that the wickedness of man was great on the earth, and every imagination of his heart evil. "Yes," she interrupted, "that is, but there must have been some cause. We can be quite sure that it was not, because you and I are men, and our hearts are not evil." This was her great argument, which she always trotted out, because she found that I had usually no answer to give to it. But this time I said, "Our hearts not evil. Say yours, but as to mine you know nothing, Leda." The semicircles under her eyes had that morning, as often, a certain moist, heavy, pensive, and weary something, as of one fresh from a revel, very sweet and tender, and looking softly at me with it, she answered, "I know my own heart, and it is not evil, not at all, not even in the very least, and I know yours too." "You know mine's," cried I with a half-laugh of surprise. "Quite well," says she. I was so troubled by this cool assurance that I said not a word, but going to her, handed her the baited flight, swivel trace and line, which she paid out. Then I got back again almost into the bows. After 10 minutes I spoke again. "So this is news to me, you know all about my heart. Well, come, tell me what is in it." Now she was silent, pretending to be busy with the trail, till she said, speaking with low-bent face and a voice that I could only just hear, "I will tell you what is in it. In it is a which you think good, but is not good. If it will just flow, neither to climb upward, nor overflowing its banks, but modestly in its fated channel just wherever it is led, then it will finally reach the sea, the mighty ocean, and lose itself in fullness." "Ah," said I, "but that counsel is not new. It is what the philosophers used to call yielding to destiny and following nature. And destiny and nature, I give you my word, often led mankind quite wrong. Or seemed to," says she for a time, "as when a flows north a little and the sea is to the south, but it is bound for the sea all the time and will turn again. Destiny never could and cannot yet be judged, for it is not finished, and our lace should follow blindly whither it points, sure that many curves it leads the world to our God. Our God indeed. I cried, getting very excited. Girl, you talk speciously but falsely. Whence have you these thoughts in that head of yours? Girl, you talk of our race, but there are only 2 of us left. Are you talking at me, Leda? Do not I follow destiny? You, she sighed with down-bent face. Ah, poor me. What should I do if I followed it? Said I with a crazy curiosity. Her face hung lower, paler in trouble, and she said, You would come now and sit near me here. You would not be there where you are. You would be always and forever near me. My good God! I felt my face redden. Oh, I could not tell you. I cried, You talk the most disastrous. You lack all responsibility. Never, never. Her face now was covered with her left hand, her right on the tiller, and bitingly she said with a touch of venom, I could make you come now if I chose, but I will not. I will wait upon my God. Make me. I cried, Leda. How make me? I could before you, as I often and often in for my. You cry in secret. This is news. Yes, yes, I. Is not the burden of the world heavy upon me, too? And the work I have to do. And often I in thinking of it, and I could now if I chose, for you love your little girl so much that you could not me 1 minute. Now I saw the push and in trembling of her poor little underlip boding tears, and at once a flame was in me which was altogether beyond control, and crying out, Why, my poor dear, I found myself in the act of rushing through the staggering boat to take her to me. Midway, however, I was saved. A whisper, intense as lightning, arrested me. Forward is no escape, nor backward, but sideward there may be a way. And at a sudden impulse, before I knew what I was doing, I was in the water swimming. The smaller of the islands was 200 yards away, and thither I swam, rested some minutes, and thence to the castle. I did not once look behind me. Well, from 11 a.m. till 5 in the afternoon, I thought it all out, lying in the damp flannels on my face on the sofa in the recess beside my bed, where it was quite dark behind the tattered piece of arras. And what things I suffered that day, and what deeps I sounded, and what prayers I prayed, God knows. What infinitely complicated the awful problem was this thought in my head, that to kill her would be far more merciful to her than to leave her alone, having killed myself, and heaven knows it was for her alone that I thought, not at all caring for myself. To kill her was better, but to kill her with my own hands that was too hard to expect of a poor devil like me, a poor common son of Adam, after all, and never any sublime self-immolator, as 2 or 3 of them were. And hours I lay there with brows convulsed in an agony, groaning only those words, to kill her. To kill her. Thinking sometimes that I should be merciful to myself too, and die, and let her live, and not care, since after my death I would not see her suffer, for the dead know not anything, and to expect me to kill her with my own hand was a little too much. Yet that one or other of us must die was perfectly certain, for I knew that I was just on the brink of failing in my oath, and matters here had reached an obvious crisis, unless we could make up our minds to part. Putting the width of the earth between us. That conception occurred to me, and in the turmoil of my thoughts it seemed a possibility. Finally, about 5 p.m., I resolved upon something, and first I leapt up, went down and across the house into the arsenal, chose a small revolver, fitted it with cartridge, took it upstairs, lubricated it with lamp oil, went down and out across the drawbridge, walked 2 miles beyond the village, shot the revolver at a tree, found its action accurate, and started back. When I came to the castle, I walked along the island to the outer end and looked up. There were her pretty cream Valenciennes, put up by herself, waving inward before the light lake breeze at one open oriel, and I knew that she was in the castle, for I felt it. And always, when she was within, I knew, for I felt her with me. And always when she was away, I knew I felt, for the air had a dreadful drought and a barrenness in it. And I looked up for a time to see if she would come to the window, and then I called, and she appeared. And I said to her, Come down here. Just here there is a little rock path to the south, going down to the water between rocks mixed with shrub-like little trees, 3 yards long. a path or a lane one might call it, for at the lower end the rocks and trees reach well over a tall man's head. There she had tied my boat to a slender linden trunk, and sadder now than that familiar boat seemed to my eyes, for I knew very well that I should never enter it more. I walked up and down the path awaiting her, and from the jacket pocket in which lay the revolver I drew a box of Swedish matches. From it took 2 matches and broke off a bit from the plain end of one, and the 2 I held between my left thumb and forefinger joint, the phosphorus ends level and visible, the other ends invisible, and I awaited her, pacing fast, and my brow was as stern as Azrael and Rhadamanthus. She came, very pale, poor thing, and flurried, breathing fast. "And Lita," I said, meeting her in the middle of the lane and going straight to the point, "we are to part, as you guess forever, as you guess, for I see very well by your face that you guess. I too am very sorry, my little child, and heavy is my heart. To leave you alone in the world is death for me. But it must, it must be done." Her face suddenly turned as sallow as the dead were, when the shroud was already on, and the coffin had become a stale added piece of room furniture by the bedside. But in recording that fact, I record also this other, that accompanying this mortal sallowness which painfully showed up her poor freckles was a steady smile, a little turned down, a smile of steady, of slightly disdainful confidence. She did not say anything, so I went on. "I have thought long," said I, "and I have made a plan which cannot be effective without your consent and cooperation. And the plan is this: we go from this place together this same night to some unknown spot, some town, say 100 miles hence by train. There I get 2 motors, and I in one, and you in the other. We separate, going different ways. We shall thus never be able, however much we may want to rediscover each other in all this wide world. That is my plan." She looked me in the face, smiling her smile, and the answer was not long in coming. "I will go in the with you," says she with slow decisiveness, "but where you leave me, there I will stay till I die, and I will patiently wait till my God convert you and send you back to me." "That means that you refuse to do what I say." "Yes," said she, bowing the head with great dignity. "Well, you speak not like a girl, Leda," said I, "but like a full woman now. But still, reflect a minute, oh, reflect. If you stayed where I left you, I should go back to you, and pretty soon, too. I know that I should. Tell me, then reflect well, and tell me, do you definitely refuse to part with me?" The answer was pretty prompt, cool, and firm. "Yes, I left her then, took a turn down the path, and came back. Then," said I, "here are 2 matches in my grasp, be good enough to draw one." Now she was hit to the heart. I saw her eyes widen to the width of horror with a glassy stare. She had read of the drawing of lots in the Bible. She knew that it meant death for me or for her. But she obeyed without a word, after one backward start, and then a brief hovering indecision of thumb and forefinger over my held-out hand. I had fixed it in my mind that if she drew the shorter of the matches, then she should die; if the longer, then I should die. She drew the shorter. This was only what I should have expected, for I knew that God loved her and hated me. But instantly upon the first shock of the enormity that I should be her executioner, I made my resolve, to drop shot too at the moment after she dropped shot, so disposing my body that it would fall half upon her and half by her, so that we might be close always, and that would not be so bad after all. With a sudden movement, I snatched the revolver from my pocket. She did not move, except her white lips, which I think whispered, "Not yet." I stood with hanging arm, forefinger on trigger, looking at her. I saw her glance once at the weapon, and then she fixed her eyes upwards upon my face, and now that same smile, which had disappeared, was on her lips again, meaning confidence, meaning disdain. I waited for her to open her mouth to say something to stop that smile, that I might shoot her quick and sudden, and she would not, knowing that I could not kill her while she was smiling. And suddenly all my pity and love for her changed into a strange resentment and rage against her, for she was purposely making hard for me what I was doing for her sake, and the bitter thought was in my mind, "You are nothing to me. If you want to die, you do your own killing, and I will do my own killing." And without one word to her, I strode away and left her there. I see now that this whole drawing of lots was nothing more than a farce. I never could have killed her, smiling or no smiling, for to each thing in man is given a certain strength, and a thing cannot be stronger than its strength, strive as it may. It is so strong and no stronger, and there is an end of the matter. I walked up to the Grand Bailie's bureau, a room about 25 feet from the ground. By this time it was getting pretty dark, but I could see, by peering, the face of a grandfather's clock which I had long since set going and kept wound. It is on the north side of the room, over the writing desk opposite the Orioles. It then pointed to 6:30, and in order to fix some definite moment for the bitter effort of the mortal act, I said, at 7. I then locked the door, which opens upon 3 little steps near the desk, and also the stair door, and I began to pace the chamber. There was not a breath of air here, and I was hot. I seemed to be stifling, tore open my shirt at the throat, and opened the lower half of the central mullion space of one oriole. Some minutes later, at 25 to 7, I lit 2 candles on the desk and sat to write to her, the pistol at my right hand, but I had hardly begun when I thought that I heard a sound at the 3-step door, which was only 4 feet to my left, a sound which resembled a scraping of her slipper. I stole to the door and crouched listening, but I could hear nothing further. I then returned to the desk and set to writing, giving her some last directions for her life, telling her why I died, how I loved her, much better than my own soul, begging her to love me always and to live on to please me, but if she would die, then to be sure to die near me. Tears were pouring down my face. When turning, I saw her standing in a terrified pose hardly 2 feet behind me. The absolute stealth which had brought and put her there, unknown to me, was like miracle. For the ladder, whose top I saw intruding into the open oriole, I knew well, having often seen it in a room below, and its length was quite 30 feet, nor could its weight be trifling, yet I had heard not one hint of its impact upon the window. But there, at all events, she was, wan as a ghost. Immediately as my consciousness her, my hand instinctively went out to secure the weapon, but she darted upon it and was an instant before me. I flew after her to wrench it away, but she flew too, and before I caught her, had thrown it cleanly through 2 rungs of the ladder and the window. I dashed to the window, and after a hurried peer thought that I saw it below at the foot of a rock. Away I flew to the stair door, wrung open the lock, and down the stairs, 3 at a time, I ran to recover it. I remember being rather surprised that she did not follow, forgetting all about the ladder. But with a horrid shock I was reminded of it the moment I reached the bottom, before ever I had passed from the house, for I heard the report of the weapon, that crack, my God. And crying out, "Well, Lord, she has died for me then." I tottered forward and tumbled upon her, where she lay under the incline of the ladder in her blood. That night, what a night it was! Of fingers shivering with haste, of harum-scarum quests and searches, of groans and piteous appeals to God. For there were no surgical instruments, lint, nor antiseptics that I knew of and though I knew of a house in where I could find them, the distance was quite infinite, and the time an eternity in which to leave her all alone, bleeding to death. And to my horror I remembered that there was barely enough petrol in the motor, and the store usually kept in the house exhausted. However, I did it, leaving her there unconscious on her bed, but how I did it and lived sane afterwards, that is another matter. If I had not been a medical man, she must, I think, have died, for the bullet had broken the left 5th rib, had been deflected, and I found it buried in the upper part of the abdominal wall. I did not go from her bedside, I did not sleep, though I nodded and staggered, for all things were nothing to me but her, and for a frightfully long time she remained comatose. While she was still in this state, I took her to a chalet beyond, 3 miles away on the mountainside, a homely but very salubrious place which I knew, embedded in verdures, for I was desperate at her long collapse and had hope in the higher air. And there, after 3 more days, she opened her eyes and smiled with me. It was then that I said to myself, "This is the noblest, sagest, and also the most of the creatures whom God has made in heaven or earth. She has won my life, and I will live, but at least, to save myself, I will put the broadest ocean that there is between her and me, for I wish to be a decent being, for the of my race being the last, and to turn out trumps, though I do love my dear, God knows." And thus, after only 55 days at the chalet, were we forced still further westward. I wished her to remain intending myself to start for the Americas, whence any sudden impulse to return to her could not be easily accomplished, but she refused, saying that she would come with me to the coast of France, and I could not say her no. And at the coast, after 13 days we arrived, 3 days before the new year, traversing France by steam, air, and petrol traction. We came to infirm of will that I was, for in my deep heart was the secret, hidden away from my own upper self, that she being at, and I at Portsmouth, we could still speak together. We came humming into the dark town in a 4-seat motor car about 10 in the evening of the 29th December. A raw, bleak night, it was clear, poor thing, bitterly cramped with cold. I had some recollection of the place, for I had been there and drove to the quays, near which I stopped at this large house, a palatial place overlooking the sea in which she slept, I occupying another near. The next morning I was early astir, searched in the Mary for a map of the town, where I also found I could thus locate the telephone exchange. In this house, which I had fixed upon to be her home, the telephone was set up in an alcove adjoining a very stately salon Louis Quinze, and though I knew that these little dry batteries would not be run down in 20-odd years, yet fearing any weakness, I broke open the box and substituted a new one from the company's stores 2 streets away, at the same time noting the exchange number of the instrument. This done, I went down among the ships by the wharves and fixed upon the first old green airboat that seemed fairly sound, broke open a near shop, procured some buckets of oil, and by 3 o'clock had tested and prepared my ship. It was a dull and mournful day, drizzling, chilly. I returned then to the Mary, where for the first time I saw her, and she was heavy of heart that day. But when I broke the news that she would be able to speak to me, every day, all day, first she was all incredulous astonishment, then for a moment her eyes turned white to heaven, then she was skipping like a kid. We were together 3 precious hours, examining the place and returning with stores of whatever she might require, till I saw darkness coming on, and we went down to the ship. And when those long-dead screws awoke and moved, bearing me toward the outer basin, I saw her stand darkling lonely on the through heartrending murk and drizzly inclemency. And oh my God, the gloomy underlook of those red eyes, and the piteous outpush of that little lip, and the hurried burying of that face. My heart broke, for I had not given her even one little last kiss, and she had been so good, quietly acquiescing like a good wife, not attempting to force her presence upon me in the ship. And I left her there, all widowed, alone on the continent of Europe, watching after me, and I went out to the bleak and dreary fields of the sea. Arriving at Portsmouth the next morning, I made my residence in the first house in which I found an instrument, a spacious dwelling facing the harbour pier. I then hurried round to the Exchange, which is on the Hard near the docks, a large red building with facings of Cornishmore stone, a bank on the ground floor, and the Exchange on the first. Here I plugged her number onto mine, ran back, rang, and to my great thanksgiving heard her speak. This instrument, however, did not prove satisfactory. I broke the box and put in another battery, and still the voice was muffled. Finally, I furnished the middle room at the Exchange with a truckle bed, stores, and a few things, and here have taken up residence. I believe that she lives and sleeps under the instrument, as I hear live and sleep and live under it. My instrument is quite near one of the harbour windows, so that, hearing her, I can gaze out toward her over the expanse of waters, yet see her not, and she too, looking over the sea toward me, can hear a voice from the azure depths of nowhere, yet see me not. I this morning early to her. Good mornings. Are you there? Good mornings. No, I am there, says she. Well, that was what I asked, are you there? Oh, but I not here, I am there, says she. I know very well that you are not here, said I, for I do not see you, but I asked if you were there, and you say no, and then yes. Oh, it is the of the heart, says she. The what? The, says she. But still I do not understand. How can you be both there and not there? If my ear is here and I elsewhere, says she. An operation. Yes, says she. What doctor? A specialist, says she. An ear specialist. A heart, says she. And you let a heart specialist operate on your ear? On myself he, and left the ear behind, says she. Well, and how are you after it? Fairly well. Are you? Says she. Quite well. Did you sleep well? Except when you me up at midnight. I have had such a... What? That I saw 2 little boys of the same age, only I could not see their faces. I never can see anybody's face, only yours and mine and yours, always of the same age, playing in a wood. Ah, I hope that one of them was not called Cain, my poor girl. Not at all. Neither of them. Suppose I tell and say that one was called, and the other, or one John and the other Jesus. Oh, well, tell me the... Now you do not deserve. Well, what will you do today? It is a lovely day. Have you nice weather in England? Very. Well, between 11 and 12 I will go out and gather flowers in the park, and cover the salon deep. Wouldn't you like to be here? Not I. You would. Why should I? I prefer England. But is nice too, and wants to be with England, and is waiting, oh waiting, for England to come over and be. Couldn't some be negotiated? Goodbye. This talking spoils my morning smoke. So we speak together across the sea, my God. On the morning of the 8th April, when I had been separated 13 weeks from her, I boarded several ships in the inner port, a lunacy in my heart, and selected what looked like a very swift boat, one of the smaller Atlantic air steamers called the Stettin, which seemed to require the least in oiling, etc. In order to fit her for the sea, for the boat in which I had come to England was a mere tub though sound, and I pined for the wings of a dove that I might fly away to her and be at rest. I toiled with fluttering hands that day, and I believe that I was of ashes to my very lips. By 2:30 I was finished, and by 3 was coasting down Southampton Water by Hospital and the Hamblemouth, having said not one word about anything at the telephone, or even to my own guilty heart not a word. But in the silent depths of my being I felt this fact, that this must be a 35-knot boat, and that, if driven hard, in spite of the heavy garment of seaweed which she trailed, she would do 30, also that was 120 miles away and at 7 p.m. I should be on its quay. And when I was away and out on the bright and breezy sea, I called to her, crying out, I am coming. And I knew that she heard me, and that her heart leapt to meet me, for mine leapt too, and felt her answering. The sun went down, it set. I was tired of the day's work, and of standing at the high-set wheel, and I could not yet see the coast of France. And a thought smote me, and after another 10 minutes I turned the ship's head back, my face screwed with pain, God knows, like a man whose thumbs are ground between the screws, and his body drawn out and out on the rack to tenuous length, and his flesh massacred with pincers. And I fell upon the floor of the bridge contorted with anguish, for I could not go to her. But after a time that paroxysm passed, and I rose up sullen and resentful, and resumed my place at the wheel, steering back for England, for a fixed resolve was in my breast, and I said, oh no, no more. If I could bear it, I would, but if it is impossible, how can I? Tomorrow night, as the sun sets without fail, so help me God, I will kill myself. So it is finished, my good God. On the early morning of the next day, the 9th, I having come back to Portsmouth about 11 the previous night, when I bid her good morning through the telephone, she said good morning, and not another word. I said, I got my hookable broken last night, and shall be trying to mend it today. No answer. Are you there? Said I, yes, says she. Then why don't you answer? Said I, where were you all yesterday? Says she, I went for a little cruise in the basin. Said I, silence for 3 minutes, then she says, what is the matter? Matter? Said I, nothing. Tell me. She says with such an intensity and rage as to make me shudder. There is nothing to tell, Leda. Oh, but how can you be so to me? She cries, and there was anguish in that voice. There is something to tell, there is. Don't I know it well by your voice? The thought took me then how on the morrow she would ring and have no answer, and she would ring again and have no answer, and she would ring all day and ring, and forever she would ring, with white flowing hair and the staring eyeballs of frenzy, battering reproaches at the doors of God, and the universe would cry back to her howls and ravings only one eternal answer of silence, And as I thought of that, for very pity, my God, I could not help sobbing aloud. May God pity you, woman. I do not know if she heard it, she must, I think, have heard, but no reply came. And there I, shivering like the sheeted dead, stood waiting for her next word, waiting long, dreading, hoping for her voice, thinking that if she spoke and sobbed but once, I should drop dead where I stood, or bite my tongue through, or shriek the high laugh of distraction. But when at last, after quite 30 or 40 minutes she spoke, her voice was perfectly firm and calm. She said, Are you there? Yes, said I, yes, Leda. What was the color, says she, of the poison cloud which destroyed the world? Purple, Leda, said I, and it had a smell like almonds or peach blossoms, did it not? Says she, yes, said I, yes. Then, says she, there is another eruption. Every now and again I seem to scent strange whiffs like that, and there is a purple in the east which glows and glows, just see if you can see it. I flew across the room to an east window, threw up the grimy sash, and looked. but the view was barred by the plain brick back of a tall warehouse. I rushed back, gasped to her to wait, rushed down the 2 stairs and out upon the hard. For a minute I ran, dodging wildly about, seeking a purview to the east, and finally ran up the dockyard, behind the storehouses to the semaphore, and reached the top, panting for life. I looked abroad. The morning sky, but for a bank of cloud to the northwest, was cloudless, the sun blazing in a region of clear azure pallor. And back again I flew. I cannot see it, I cried. Then it has not far enough to the northwest yet, she said with decision. My wife. I cried, you are my wife now. Am I? Says she at last. Are you glad, but shall I not soon die? No, you can escape. My home, my heart. If only for an hour or two, then death, just think, together on the same couch forever, heart to heart, how sweet. Yes, how sweet. But how escape? It traveled slowly before. Get quick, will you, into one of the smaller boats by the quay. There is one just under the crane that is an airboat. You have seen me turn on the air. Haven't you that handle on the right? As you descend the steps under the dial thing, get first a bucket of oil from the shop next to the clock tower in the quay street, and throw it over everything that you see rusted. Only spend no time for me, my heaven. You can steer by the tiller and compass. Well, the wheel is quite the same, only just the opposite. First unmoor, then to the handle, then to the wheel. The course is directly northeast by north. I will meet you on the sea, go now. I was wild with bliss. I thought that I should take her between my arms and have the little freckles against my face, and taste her short, firm-fleshed upper lip, and moan upon her, and whimper upon her, and mutter upon her, and say, my wife. And even when I knew that she was gone from the telephone, I still stood there, hoarsely calling after her, my wife. My wife. I flew down to where the steamer lay moored that had borne me the previous day. Her joint speed with the speed of Lida's boat would be 40 knots. In 3 hours we must meet. I had not the least fear of her dying before I saw her, for apart from the deliberate movement of that first time, I foretasted and trusted my love that she would surely come and not fail, as dying saints foretasted and trusted eternal life. I was no sooner on board the Stettin than her engines were straining under what was equivalent to forced draft. On the previous day it would have little surprised me at any moment, while I drove her, to be carried to the clouds in an explosion from her deep-rusted steel tanks, but this day such a fear never crossed my mind, for I knew very well that I was immortal till I saw her. The sea was not only perfectly smooth, but placid, as on the previous day, only it seemed far and the sun brighter, and there was a levity in the breezes that frilled the sea in fugitive dark patches like of tickling, and I thought that the morning was a true marriage morning, and remembered that it was a Sabbath, and sweet our wedding would not lack of peach and almond, though looking eastward I could see no faintest sign of any purple cloud, but only rags of chiffon under the sun. And it would be an eternal wedding, for one day in our sight would be as 1,000 years, and our 1,000 years of bliss would be but one day, and in the evening of all that eternity death would come and sweetly lay its finger upon our languid lids, and we should die of weary bliss, and all manner of dancings and singings, fandango and light galliard, and the solemn gavotte were a tune in my heart that happy day. And running by the chart house to the wheel, I saw under the table a great roll of old flags, and presently they were flying in a long curve of gala from the main, and the sea rumpled in a long tract of tumbling milk behind me, and I hasted homeward to meet my heart. No purple cloud could I see as, on and on, for 2 hours I tore southward, but at hot noon, on the weather beam I spied through the glass across the water something else which moved, and it was you who came to me, O Leda, my spirit's breath. I bore down upon her, waving, and soon I saw her stand like an ancient mariner, but in white muslins that fluttered. At her wheel on the bridge, it was one of those little old Antwerp craft very high in the bows, and she waved a little white thing. And we came nearer till I could spy her face, her smile, and I shouted her to stop, and in a minute stopped myself, and by happy steering came with slowing headway to a slight crash by her side, and ran down the trellis steps to her and led her up. And on the deck, without saying a word, I fell to my knees before her, and I bowed my brow to the floor with obeisance, and I her there as heaven. And we were wedded, for she too bowed the knee with me under the jovial blue sky, and under her eyes were the little moist semicircles of dreamy pensive fatigue, so dear, and God was there and saw her kneel, for he loves the girl. And I got the 2 ships apart, and they rested there some yards divided all the day, and we were in the main deck cabin, where I had locked a door, so that no one might come in to be with my love and me. I said to her, "We will fly west to one of the coal mines or to one of the Cornwall tin mines, and we will barricade ourselves against the cloud, and provision ourselves for 6 months, for it is perfectly feasible, and we have plenty of time, and no crowds to break down our barricades, and there in the deep earth we will live sweetly together till the danger is." And she smiled and drew her hand across my face and said, "No, no, don't you and my God. Do you think he would let me die?" For she has appropriated the Almighty God to herself, naming him, my God, the impudence, though she generally knows what she is saying too. And she would not fly the cloud. And I am now writing 3 weeks later at a little place called Roses, and no poison cloud, and no sign of any poison cloud has come. And this I do not understand. It may be that she divined that I was about to destroy myself. She may be quite capable, but no, I do not understand, and shall never ask her. But this I understand, that it is the white who is master here, that though he wins but by a hair, yet he wins, and since he wins, dance, dance my heart. I look for a race that shall resemble its mother, nimble, light-minded, pious like her, all human, ambidextrous, two-eyed like her, and if like her they talk the English language with all the R's turned into L's, I shall not care. They will be vegetable eaters, I suppose, when all the meat now extant is eaten up, but it is not certain that meat is good for men, and if it is really good, then they will invent a meat, for they will be her sons, and she, to the furthest cycle in which the female human mind is permitted to orbit, is, I swear, all-wise. There was a preaching man, a Scotchman he was, named, or something like that, who said that the last end of man shall be well, and very well, and she says the same, and the agreement of these two makes a truth. And to that I now say, Amen, Amen. For I, Adam, second parent of the world, hereby lay down, ordain, and decree for all time, clearly perceiving it now, that the one motto and watchword essentially proper to each human individual, and to the whole race of man, as distinct from other races in heaven or in earth, was always and remains even this: though he slay me, yet will I trust in him. The Purple Cloud, by M.P. May you do good and not evil. May you find forgiveness for yourself and forgive others. May you share freely, never taking more than you give. Copyright pages exist to tell you that you can't do something. Unlike them, this page exists to tell you that the writing and artwork in this are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. The United States public domain represents our collective cultural heritage, and items in it are free for anyone in the United States to do almost anything at all with, without having to get permission. Copyright laws are different all over the world, and the source text or artwork in this may still be copyrighted in other countries. If you're not located in the United States, you must check your local laws before using this. Standard makes no representations regarding the copyright status of the source text or artwork in this in any country other than the United States. Non-authorship activities performed on items that are in the public domain's so-called sweat of the brow work don't create a new copyright. That means that nobody can claim a new copyright on an item that is in the public domain for, among other things, work like digitization, markup, or typography. Regardless, the contributors to this release their contributions under the terms in the CC01 Universal Public Domain Dedication, thus dedicating to the worldwide public domain all of the work they've done on this, including but not limited to metadata, the imprint, colophon, this, and any changes or enhancements to, or markup on the original text and artwork. This dedication doesn't change the copyright status of the source text or artwork. We make this dedication in the interest of enriching our global cultural heritage, to promote free and culture around the world, and to give back to the unrestricted culture that has given all of us so much.